Chapter 1. Shen Yi decisively locked the dormitory door with a resounding click, the sound of metal colliding echoing distinctly in the stillness of the room. He swiftly made his way to the bedside, plopping down onto the bed, and instinctively pulled out his phone, his fingers dancing across the screen with remarkable speed. He posted an eye-catching advertisement in the student group chat of Shanxing University. Foreign Language Department, Class 301, Shen Yi. To all members, in these merciless times, I offer refuge to any girl in need of food and water. I have unopened bottles of mineral water, guaranteed uncontaminated. If you're beautiful and have a good figure, message me privately. Food and drink are plentiful. As soon as the message was sent, the group chat erupted like water splashing into a hot frying pan. Boom! It exploded with activity. Liang from Computer Science Class 202. Bro, are you out of your mind? Wang Yu, who touted himself as the campus flower from Foreign Language Class 301. What the hell, Shen Yi? Chen Xiao from Literature Class 203. Disgusting. Taking advantage of having a couple of bottles of water to coerce women, how revolting. Does he think he can do as he pleases just because it's the end of the world? Zhang Hao, the Student Council President. Shen Yi from the Foreign Language Department. This is a special time. You should share your food with everyone, helping each other to survive. Your attempt to leverage bottled water to intimidate girls is utterly unethical and violates school regulations. Hurry and message me privately to turn over all your food for the Student Council to distribute, or we will take serious action against you. You can forget about your credits for this semester. Su Yao from Literature Class 203. Absolutely disgusting. Is every guy in the Foreign Language Department like this? Qin Howren from Foreign Language Class 301. Can we not generalize? I'm in the same class as Shen Yi. He was a pathetic loser even before the apocalypse, average-looking, and from a poor family. He's just spouting nonsense after reading too many novels. We normal guys are nothing like him. Even in a crisis, we maintain basic morals, like prioritizing the protection of women and children. And Zhao, the dormitory manager. What a lack of decency. This student objectifies women. I wish I knew which dorm he was in. I would give him a good lesson. People like him don't deserve to attend university. Liu Yu from Art Class 303. Where's the group owner? Kick this creepy loser out and preserve the integrity of the group environment. Member Shen Yi from Foreign Language Class 301 has been removed from the group chat. Shen Yi gazed at the prompt with an indifferent expression, deftly switching to his alternate account. Since the sudden onset of the mysterious Black Fog disaster, Shen Yi had applied for several alternate accounts and added them to campus groups, just in case his main account got kicked out. Currently, it wasn't just the Shanxing University student group that was denouncing him. With a mere glance at his phone screen, he could see that a dozen campus groups had their top right corners emblazoned with glaring crimson 99 notifications. Upon entering, the students in the group either cursed him frantically or denigrated him as a loser, mocking him for flaunting a mere few bottles of water. Yet, beneath the surface of their insults, many students privately messaged Shen Yi seeking water, and some even threatened him with trouble if he didn't comply. Shen Yi responded with a dismissive retort and promptly blocked them. In the face of the apocalypse, he refused to be bullied. Moreover, water resources had become exceedingly precious, verging on a non-renewable resource. Just hours earlier, a strange black fog had descended upon the world without warning, contaminating the vast majority of water resources with unknown bacteria. Once a person consumed the tainted water, they would either be racked with vomiting and diarrhea, suffering immensely, or they could lose their life outright. Only water and food that were well-preserved or tightly sealed, having avoided prolonged exposure to the black fog, remained barely consumable. The value of water and food was continuously escalating. Just moments ago, a wealthy student in the group had offered 500 yuan for a bottle of Schweischer mineral water, but no one was willing to sell. Shen Yi stood up and walked a few steps to the window, wiping a grimy patch of glass with his hand. Peering through the small, hard-won clear spot, he glanced down below. That unintentional look felt like a bolt of thunder carrying a sense of impending doom, striking his heart with a resounding boom. The once bustling and vibrant campus path was now entirely engulfed in thick black smoke, dark as ink, swirling and roiling, obscuring all sight. The black fog hovered just at the fifth floor, leaving only a slight distance from his sixth-floor haven. Shen Yi silently rejoiced had it not been for his cold and fever the previous day, forcing him to rest in the dormitory. He would likely have been trapped in a classroom or elsewhere alongside his roommates. Rumor had it that inhaling this strange black fog wouldn't lead to an immediate death, but it would induce an uncontrollable thirst, an overwhelming desire for water. If one could not obtain water soon, they would be parched to the brink of death within mere hours. Under normal circumstances, a person could survive 2 days without water, relying on sheer willpower. However, inhaling the black fog meant that going without water for 5 to 6 hours could be fatal. Yet, even if the fog were to encroach upon him, Shen Yi remained unperturbed, for he possessed an inexhaustible supply of water. Just a few hours prior, a melodic and mysterious voice had suddenly resonated in his ear. Congratulations, you have unlocked the infinite resource system. Currently unlocked resources, Schweischer mineral water. Please strive to unlock more resources. Each successful unlocking of a resource type will trigger a 1-second increment. Congratulations, you have unlocked an infinite system space. All resources you acquire will be automatically stored in the system space, allowing you to freely withdraw or deposit items as you wish. Your system space currently contains 55,165 bottles of mineral water. What astonished Shen Yi even more was that this number was rapidly increasing at a visible pace. Every second, it surged by 1 bottle of mineral water. Adding 1 bottle per second translates to 60 bottles per minute, 3,600 bottles per hour, and a staggering 86,400 bottles by the end of the day, an unimaginable quantity. Not only would this suffice for daily consumption, but even for lavish baths. With such an extraordinary advantage, Shen Yi had no need to worry about water resources. However, merely having water was insufficient to survive in this perilous world for the long haul. He needed to unlock a broader variety of resources. The key to unlocking resources lay in sheltering beautiful women. For each eligible beauty he took in, he could unlock a brand new type of resource. Though he had yet to find a woman meeting the system's criteria, Shen Yi remained optimistic. After all, with tens of thousands of students at Shanxing University, even if only 1/3 were female, and just 1% of that third met the system standards, it would be enough for him to accumulate resources. Just unlocking one type of resource, at the rate of 1 per second, would be more than sufficient for his indulgences. Help! Help! Someone save me! At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from below. Then came a deafening roar, as if a giant were furiously pounding on the building, the cacophony resonating painfully in his ears. Startled by the sudden commotion, Shen Yi rushed to the window, peering down. He beheld a male student, trembling uncontrollably, gripping the railing with white-knuckled intensity. His face was a mask of terror, eyes wide as if he had glimpsed the most horrifying sight imaginable. Not far beneath him, in what was once an ordinary flower pot, it seemed as if a slumbering beast had awakened, with countless vines surging forth at an astonishing speed. These vines writhed like menacing serpents, scaling the walls in a frenzy, leaving behind damp and slimy trails, creating an eerie spectacle in the dim light. Even more chilling was the sight of orbs sprouting along the vines, resembling grotesque eyeballs, their surfaces riddled with crimson veins, akin to countless contorted blood vessels writhing. Each of these eyes seemed to possess a life of its own, slowly rotating, emanating a ghostly green light, their frigid gaze piercing through everything, scanning every corner with a chilling scrutiny. "What the hell is that?" Shen Yi whispered in disbelief, an overwhelming fear surging within him, instinctively taking a few steps back, his body trembling slightly. At that moment, a series of sharp, piercing screams shattered the oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. Those terrified shrieks emanated from the girls' dormitory across the way. Given that Shanxing University had been established for quite some time, the dormitory buildings were aged and closely situated. Even amidst the thick black fog, Shen Yi could vaguely make out the silhouette of the girls' dormitory across the way. Yet, he could not discern what was truly happening. Uncertain as to the source of the female screams, he pondered whether it was akin to the misfortune that befell the boy downstairs, who had encountered something mutated. Shen Yi swiftly secured the window and delved into the group chat in search of pertinent information. After perusing several conversations, he finally stumbled upon a striking message. Wang Yuan from Foreign Language Department Class 201 exclaimed, "What the hell? Zhang Yifeng has been devoured by the very cactus he nurtured." Qin Xiaoxiao from Literature Department Class 203 replied, "Huh? What are you talking about? Such niche language. I can hardly comprehend it at first glance." Zhao Tianlin from Physical Education Department Class 101 inquired, "What's going on? Can someone elaborate?" Wang Yuan responded, "It's a monster. That cactus is nothing short of a beast, more terrifying than anything from the movies. Someone, please come to my aid." Wang Yuan shared a video within the group, and Shen Yi promptly clicked on it to observe. The video was shaky and unsteady, yet the content was discernible. In the footage, tendrils adorned with bizarre, spherical growths emerged from a potted plant, nearly filling the entire dormitory. In the midst of these vines, a motionless corpse was being dragged into an ominous, gaping maw. It was vaguely evident that this was a cactus, though it had inexplicably grown to an enormous size, its appearance having undergone a drastic transformation, even sprouting something resembling a mouth as it feasted. The scene was gruesome, cruel, and terrifying. Zhao Tianlin exclaimed, "What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Is this a film shoot?" The students in the group were bombarded with questions, their disbelief palpable. Some were incessantly tagging Wang Yuan, yet he remained silent. A heaviness settled in Shen Yi's heart. His prolonged silence suggested that something dreadful had transpired. The mutated cactus he had glimpsed was around the third or fourth floor, a considerable distance away, and for the moment, he was safe. However, preparations were imperative. He needed to either relocate or procure weapons for self-defense. As Shen Yi was about to exit the group chat, a new video caught his eye. In the video, a tall young man wielded crackling blue lightning in his hand, and with a forceful fling, the lightning shot forth like a bullet, piercing a soda can. Zhao Tao from Physical Education Department Class 205 declared, "Brothers and sisters, those in need of refuge, come to me. I shall lead the entire school. A mere mutated plant is no cause for concern." Zhao Tianlin responded, "What on earth is this? Special effects? Or some kind of superpower? Are you sure this isn't a movie shoot?" Zhao Tao replied, "It's not special effects." As he sent this message, Zhao Tao shared another video, showcasing the pulsating lightning in his palm, affirming the authenticity of his supernatural abilities. Zhao Tianlin exclaimed, "Wow, incredible, Brother Tao. You actually possess superpowers. Could it be that Brother Tao is the fabled chosen one, the protagonist of a novel? I beg you to take me along." Qin Xiaoxiao from Literature Department Class 203 chimed in, "Wow, Brother Tao is amazing. Please add me as a friend." Wang Yu, who referred to himself as the department's flower from Foreign Language Department Class 301, added, "Count me in for the ride." Is this a superpower? Shen Yi marveled at the video, feeling a mixture of astonishment and envy. What he lacked was the means to protect himself with a system in place. Sustenance and supplies were not a concern. Yet, without sufficient force, hoarding provisions would be futile. While others stockpiled weapons, he merely gathered food would he become nothing more than a granary for others. Shen Yi contemplated how one might acquire such powers. Could it be that he awoke after the apocalypse, just like his own system? Is his unique ability merely an extension of that system, or are there alternative means to acquire such powers? He scrutinized the chat logs with utmost diligence, hoping to glean any pertinent information. Thus, another day slipped by. The official rescue had yet to arrive. The dark mist below thickened ominously, seemingly rising ever so slowly. Although the ascent was gradual, it was perceptible to the naked EYEAT this rate. It would likely reach his floor within 10 days. Shen, munching on a self-heating hot pot, took a sip of mineral water and glanced downwards. His expression slightly grave. After a day of watching the screen, he had found no news regarding supernatural abilities. The only one boasting of powers in the chat was Zhao Tao, suggesting he was the sole recipient of such gifts. Some girls had even requested to add Shen Yi as a friend, to which he readily acquiesced, asking them to send photos first. Unfortunately, none met the system's criteria. With no other option, Shen Yi had to remove them and continue promoting his advertisements under a pseudonym in various groups. This time, no one expelled him as time dragged on and rescue efforts remained absent. The survivors, who initially had some supplies, grew increasingly cautious. Keeping Shen Yi around might prove useful later on. Days passed, and on the 5th day of the encroaching dark mist, Shen Yi found a stock of snacks and emergency rations dwindling under frugal conditions. Others fared even worse. Particularly concerning was the water supply. Someone in the group had already offered 3,000 for a bottle. Yet even at that price, no one was willing to sell. Many students began to entertain unorthodox thoughts, their moral compass collapsing under the weight of disaster and hunger. Numerous girls had begun adding Shen Yi as a friend, including those who had previously ridiculed him. "Hey, male student over there, can you hear me?" Suddenly, while replying to a newly added girl's message, Shen Yi heard shouts from outside. The dormitory soundproofing was hardly effective. Akin to having no insulation at all, that he approached the balcony, first ensuring that the cactus below had not encroached upward, then opened the window to peer at the girl shouting next door. She was a tall, attractive girl wearing denim shorts, revealing a pair of long, shapely legs. Shen Yi recognized her as Su Wanting, a fellow student from the foreign language department, and their department spelled Su Wanting's father was a diplomat, and her affluent background was well known. Combined with her beauty, she often exuded an air of arrogance, rarely acknowledging the boys in their class, including Shen Yiding, a goddess meeting the system's standards detected. Detailed information scanning initiated. Name, Su Wanting. Age, 20. Appearance, 89 points. Figure, 95 points. Inner qualities, 100 points. A blank slate. Total score, 95 points. Evaluation. Adopting her may unlock a random resource. 95 points? Shen Yi felt a surge of excitement. He could finally unlock new resources. Over the past few days, 50 girls had added him, yet not one met the system's criteria. Upon seeing Shen Yi, Su Wanting recognized him and shouted, "Hey, Shen Yi, do you have any water?" They were in the same class, albeit with little interaction. One a celebrated heiress, the other an inconspicuous nobody. Yet, despite their lack of connection, they were familiar with each other. "Yes, I have mineral water," Shen Yi responded, retrieving a bottle from behind him and shaking it. "Shen Yi, I haven't had water for several hours. Could you toss that bottle over for me to drink? I'll pay you $1,000. How about that?" Su Wanting licked her dry lips, her eyes glinting with desire. She had seen Shen Yi's message in the group about taking in girls and had initially looked down on his actions, believing he was merely seeking to exploit them. However, she was taken aback to discover that he genuinely had water, and it was unopened, clearly untouched by the dark mist. Although her dorm had a water kettle and a few bottles of drinks, she was uncertain about their safety. The water in the kettle had begun to appear murky, evidently contaminated. The few bottles of beverages had already been consumed, while she still had plenty of snacks. Sealed packaging meant they remained unspoiled. But without water, eating dry snacks only intensified her thirst, exacerbating her dehydration. "No, I don't want money." Shen Yi shook his head slightly, carelessly tossing the mineral water onto his desk. "What do you want then? $1,000 is a generous offer. Even if water is precious now, you can't be so greedy. You wouldn't want to miss out on that extra cash, would you? $1,000 could cover half a month of part-time work for you," Su Wanting replied, her irritation evident, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Indeed, he was a penniless loser, if she weren't in such dire straits. She would never consider spending $1,000 on a bottle of water to owe her. Shen Yi's behavior was nothing short of blatant extortion. She believed the government would undoubtedly organize a rescue. Spending $1,000 on a bottle of water felt like a significant loss. Yet Shen Yi dared to raise the price. "Enough talk. If you want water, come to the boys' dormitory. As long as you come over, I'll give you water, no charge." Shen Yi replied coolly, "I end this apocalypse. What good was money? It was hardly worth using for even the most basic needs." "What? You must be dreaming. You think one bottle of water is enough to make me compromise? What do you take me for?" Su Wanting exclaimed, her frustration palpable. She could easily discern Shen Yi's implication. Asking her, a girl, to come to the boys' dormitory. What else could he possibly want? Surely, it wasn't just to play a game of chess. I'm not joking. Just come over and I promise there's plenty of water, Shen Yi said, pretending to bend down for water while actually retrieving 3 more bottles from the system space, ensuring Su Wanting could see. He opened one and gulped down a generous amount before pouring the remaining water out of the window. The liquid cascaded down the balcony. Su Wanting's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. Ew, how could you waste water like that? Even if you have an abundance of mineral water, you shouldn't waste it at this time, and you'd rather pour it out than give it to me. Are you out of your mind? Su Wanting was genuinely furious that in the past 2 days, she had been rationing her water as if it were a precious resource, and Shen Yi had just dumped most of a bottle. Was he even a man, showing no semblance of chivalry? Remember, I'm in dorm 606. If you want water, come over yourself, or forget it, Shen Yi said dismissively, closing the window, while he longed to unlock new resources. He would never risk going to the girls' dormitory. Who knew what monsters like mutated cacti lurked in the dark mist below? He had heard plenty of screams over the past few days. If he were to venture downstairs and something went awry, unlocking countless resources would be meaningless. Thus, inviting Su Wanting over was the safest option. As for what happened to her, that was her concern. She could either die of thirst or take a risk for a chance at survival. Otherwise, she would be left to wither away. Scoundrel! Su Wanting stomped her foot in frustration. He truly was an uncouth, impoverished wretch. If she weren't so parched, she wouldn't even deign to speak with someone like him. Had it not been for this disaster, she would have never crossed paths with someone of his ilk. Interacting with such a commoner felt like a waste of time. Yet, ironically, he was the only one she could reach out to for water. Most of the others in the dorm were absent, and finding anyone else to assist her was impossible. Su Wanting had also tried contacting her family, but both her father and mother were abroad, and for reasons unknown, she couldn't reach them. Even the police line was busy. With no options left, she had resorted to shouting at the male dormitory when she spotted movement. Who could have imagined she would encounter a loser? Hours passed as she continued to berate Shen Yi. As evening approached, her thirst became unbearable, her mouth nearly devoid of saliva. If this relentless thirst persists, she fears she may perish from dehydration before rescue arrives. She gazed across at the boys' dormitory, where, through the window, she could faintly see Shen Yi drinking water. As she watched, she could not help but swallow, only to discover her mouth was wide. It was all that scoundrel's fault. Shen Yi had not been idle these past few days. Seizing the opportunity while the internet was still functioning, he had searched numerous nearby group chats, applied for membership, and periodically posted advertisements, seeking to shelter beautiful women. In a nutshell, he was casting a wide net. The criteria for the system to accept girls were rather stringent, necessitating this needle-in-a-haystack approach. As long as he cast his net wide enough, he was bound to catch a few good fish. After all, he had no means of self-protection at present and could not venture out to seek high-quality goddesses, so he had to rely on the internet. Shen Yi had an instinctive feeling that this calamity would not end easily. It could very well escalate into an apocalypse for humanity. If the dark mist merely induced thirst, it would hardly qualify as a catastrophic disaster, merely a scarcity of food and water. However, the plants within the dark mist seemed to be mutating. Moreover, it had been 5 days since the appearance of the dark mist, yet official rescue efforts had yet to materialize. All they did was disseminate messages online urging everyone to remain indoors and to abandon their pets. Additionally, there were advisories on how to discern whether food and water had been contaminated. These messages had begun circulating 4 to 5 hours after the dark mist descended. Initially, no one took them seriously, and the supplies they had stockpiled were scant. Now, with the dark mist thickening, most food and water had been contaminated by unknown bacteria, making it too late to stock up. Furthermore, the majority of people were too afraid to step outside. Within the dark mist lay a lethal threat. In recent days, anguished cries had echoed from within the mist, and countless lives had been lost at this moment, while Shen Yi was drinking water and chatting with a newly added girl. A WeChat message suddenly popped up. Jean Rue, the dorm leader Shen Yi. Do you have any water? Bring me a bottle. I'm on the 8th floor of the teaching building. Hurry. Damn it. You idiot. Get lost. After cursing, he promptly deleted the friend. Damn it, being bullied by these fools even before the apocalypse. Now that the end has come, who would endure it in silence? The internet claims that college boys' dorms are filled with brothers who would risk their lives for each other. But Shen Yi had the misfortune of encountering a wealthy second-generation heir who relished bossing others around and bullying the weak. Naturally, Shen Yi resented being commanded, leading to several altercations with Jean Rue. Unfortunately, the other two roommates sided with Jean Rue, making it 3 against 1, and Shen Yi was powerless to retaliate. He had contemplated risking everything to eliminate his opponent, but thinking of his grandmother who raised him, he felt he could not act recklessly. He had no idea how his grandmother and younger sister were faring today. Shen had dialed his grandmother's number again. Just yesterday, they spoke, and at that time, his grandmother and sister were hiding in the cellar. Since rural cellars typically stored ample grains and vegetables, they were not worried about sustenance. However, both were too frightened to leave the cellar, as they claimed the neighbor's dog was eating people. How terrifying! The specifics were unclear, but Shen Yi suspected that animals had also mutated. Otherwise, pet dogs would never attack their owners. Meanwhile, on the other end, in a classroom on the 8th floor of the teaching building, Jean Rue seethed as he read Shen Yi's message, nearly smashing his phone in anger. How dare that dog Shen Yi insult me? Just wait. Once I return to the dorm, I'll make sure he pays. Although Shen Yi had fought him before, he had never dared to speak so brazenly. Jean Rue, a small tyrant since childhood, could hardly tolerate such an affront, had it not been for the dangers lurking in the dark mist. He would have returned to the dorm to teach Shen Yi a harsh lesson. While he might not dare to kill him, given the uncertainty of when national rescue would arrive, if he killed someone, there would be consequences. He would at the very least give him a severe beating. Perhaps breaking an AR aimed at IT would only cost a few bucks. Brother Jean, don't be angry. It's not worth it to get upset over that fool. Does Shen Yi really think he can hoard a few bottles of water and that the apocalypse will never end? Once the crisis is over, we'll teach him a lesson. He will kneel and apologize to Brother Jean. 2 sycophantic roommates urged Jean Rue. They had also seen Shen Yi's message in the group chat and were now seeking water from him. Who would have thought Shen Yi would grow a backbone? They were equally furious, but first, they needed to appease Jean Rue, as his family was wealthy and well-connected. Perhaps Jean Rue's father would send someone to provide aid, and they could hitch a ride with the rescue team. Every act of flattery was calculated. As dawn broke, Su Wanting had endured another night without a drop to drink. Not for lack of desire, but because there was not a single drop left. Due to severe dehydration, she could not even produce urine. Since the previous morning, she had been without water. Throughout that time, she had dialed rescue hotlines and called her parents countless times, but had received no replies. Su Wanting felt a sense of despair creeping in that, if this continued, she would surely die of thirst. The thought of dying from thirst was unbearable for anyone, let alone a young girl like her. Thus, she lowered her pride and stood on the balcony, hoping Shen Yi would toss her a bottle of water. However, after calling for a long time, he completely ignored her. It seemed that unless she ventured to the boys' dormitory, there was no chance of a dialogue. Su Wanting cursed Shen Yi under her breath for several hours, even resorting to profanities she had never uttered before. Yet, cursing wouldn't solve her problem or quench her thirst. After much inner turmoil, Su Wanting ultimately decided to go to the boys' dormitory. This decision came easily. Compared to the agony of dying from thirst, she felt that sacrificing her dignity was a minor price to pay. Only those who had experienced such desperation could truly understand. However, what prevented her from committing to this decision was a lingering hope for government rescue. What if she compromised, traded her body for water, and then rescue teams arrived? That would be too great a loss. She truly did not wish to give her first experience to an ordinary man like Shen Yi. He was someone she had never regarded highly, someone she wouldn't even bother to speak to, let alone date or sleep with. Additionally, she was unsettled by the chilling screams she had heard from downstairs. Though distant, those cries were distinctly unsettling. Su Wanting speculated that there might be some monstrous entity lurking in the dark mist. Her suspicion was not unfounded. Students in the campus group had shared videos depicting the apparent mutations of various plants and animals. Even a gecko, once no larger than a palm, had grown several times its size, comparable to a full-grown dog, which was quite frightening. Thus, Su Wanning had refrained from opening the dormitory door, fearful of making any noise. Yet now, faced with the prospect of dying of thirst inside her dormitory, she had to take the risk. That infuriating Shen couldn't he just toss a bottle of water over? Why must she venture out into danger? As she donned white stockings and sports shoes, she muttered curses at Shen. Once dressed, she stuffed the remaining snacks into her pink backpack. These were her last rations. With water, she could potentially last 3 to 4 days. Perhaps even 5 or 6, but without water, she knew she could not endure even a day. Glancing at the fruit knife on the table, she hesitated for a moment before concealing it in her clothes. Afterwards, she took out her phone, located Shen Yi's messages in the group chat, and sent him a friend request. However, it remained unapproved for quite some time that Su Wanning waited a while longer and peered at Shen Yi's dormitory building from the balcony. But visibility was poor. With no other choice, she decided to step out as dawn broke. She hoped to reach her destination safely. Meanwhile, as the disaster dragged on, the number of people adding Shen Yi increased, with men outnumbering women. Yet Shen Yi only accepted girls in just a few days. Over 200 girls had proactively added him. This was the advantage of casting a wide net. Among the 200 young women, he found one who met the system standards. Ding! A goddess matching the system criteria has been detected. Commencing detailed scan. Name: Zhou Wanner. Age: 18. Appearance: 90 points. Build: 92 points. Inner qualities: 100 points. A blank slate. Total score: 93 points. Evaluation: adoption will unlock a random resource. The photo on Shen Yi's phone screen depicted a girl clad in a Lolita outfit. She appeared to be around 1.60 meters tall, not particularly tall, with a physique that lacked sensuality. Yet her youthful appearance was undeniably charming. Her delicate features and fair skin, enhanced by the Lolita attire, added an extra layer of cuteness. Particularly captivating were her partially visible, fair calves beneath her skirt. Adorned with white socks, drawing the EYEIN summary, she was an exceedingly adorable girl, and a freshman this year, quite innocent. Zhou Wanner. Brother, must I come to find you? Is there no other way? After all, the black mist is truly perilous. One of my roommates accidentally ventured into the black mist yesterday and never returned. Voice message: Zhou Wanner. Brother, please consider another method. I beg you. Voice message. Her voice was melodious, a quintessential lowly tone. With just a hint of a tremor, but not overly pronounced, her vocal modulation was expertly controlled. One might mistake her for a voice actress of an anime character. Shen Yi. So, you wish for me to take a risk to find you? I provide you with water, food, and even deliver it to your door? Zhou Wanner. No, that is not what I meant. Voice message: Zhou Wanner. I absolutely did not intend for you to take any risks. Dear brother, please don't be angry. I apologize. I'm truly sorry. Please don't be upset, all right? Voice message. Her voice was soft and endearing, adept at charming. Shen Yi. A dormitory in Campus A, room 606. If you can come, meals and drinks are on me. If not, then so be it. After sending this message, Shen Yi paid no further attention to the little green tea. He would not be swayed by her melodious voice or her calling him brother to impulsively seek her out. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern the underlying meaning in her words. Was she not simply expressing fear of danger and reluctance to venture outside? She was aware of the peril posed by the black mist. Did she think he was oblivious? Shen Yi would not indulge this little green tea. In this apocalypse, one must never allow the small head to govern the larger head, lest one perish without understanding how. As the black mist lingered longer, the demand for water among people only intensified. Just a couple of days prior, when Shen Yi advertised, he faced scorn, abuse, and was even expelled from groups. Yet in recent days, the tides had turned. Members of the group occasionally tagged him pleading for water, and the group leader had begun to adopt a more humble tone. In essence, Shen Yi had no concerns regarding sheltering women. In recent days, his stockpile of bottled water had accumulated to several 100,000 bottles, enough for him to wash his face and feet daily without exhausting his supply. Indeed, he even washed his feet. Others might not even conceive of such wastefulness. Yet for him, it was not waste. It was merely a part of normal living, as he had no intention of deliberately pouring it out or discarding it. The previous act of intentionally spilling half a bottle was merely to provoke Su Wanting. Under normal circumstances, he would not waste water, especially since it was his own resource. Reclining on his bed, Shen Yi glanced through friend requests and discovered one from Su Wanting that it seemed even this proud goddess could not withstand the pressure. However, he wondered if she had truly resolved to make a bold attempt. As he pondered, he accepted Su Wanting's friend request. In Campus B, within a girls' dormitory on the top floor, a charming young girl, Zhou Wanner, along with two roommates, stared intently at the phone screen, reading the chat history. "This guy is simply a straight man," one short-haired girl scoffed. "Not just a straight man, but an ironclad one, completely lacking in emotional intelligence. I bet he has no girlfriend," another long-haired girl retorted sharply. As for the adorable girl, Zhou Wanner, the owner of the phone, furrowed her brow, uncertain how to respond to Shen Yi's message. The conversation seemed to have reached a dead end. There was nothing left to discuss. He clearly did not wish to engage further and was utterly unimpressed by her attempts at charm, which had previously been effective. Just 2 days prior, she had successfully persuaded a classmate to bring her water using the same tactics. Though that boy seemed to have perished after stepping into the black mist, yet she bore no blame. She wished for him to have survived and delivered her water. Afterward, Zhou Wanner had not refrained from reaching out to other boys who had previously pursued her. However, many were unreachable, and she wondered if they had met with misfortune. Among those she could contact, either they too were deprived of food and water, or that they made various excuses to evade her, which left Zhou Wanner quite vexed. Ultimately, by chance, she stumbled upon Shen Yi, who was posting about sheltering girls in a group. She promptly sent him a friend request. She carefully selected the best photo of herself and accompanied it with a sweet voice message. Hoping to persuade Shen Yi to provide her with water and supplies, though her dismay, he completely ignored her. This was the first time Zhou Wanner had encountered such a setback with a boy. Her previous methods had always yielded results. It was truly frustrating. Xiao Mei, what do you think we should do now? We're nearly out of water. What little remains can only suffice for us 3 to drink once more today. Zhou Wanner hesitantly inquired, genuinely afraid to descend the stairs. The terrifying screams from below had robbed her of peaceful sleep over the past few days. The two roommates exchanged glances, equally at a loss. Although they had a habit of stockpiling snacks, their water supply was limited, and they had consumed most of their snacks. Without assistance, they would soon face starvation. That I'll try calling for help. The short-haired girl in the upper bunk picked up her phone and began dialing. Seizing the opportunity while Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl were distracted to stealthily tuck a bottle of drink in her bedding. The mosquito netting concealed her actions, preventing easy discovery. That I'm off to the restroom. Wanner, don't you dare drink any water. The long-haired girl laughed as she exited the dormitory, glancing back to ensure no one followed her before hastily making her way to the adjacent bathroom, where she stashed her hidden snacks and half a bottle of mineral water in an even more discreet location. She must not be caught, seeing that her roommates were not paying attention. Zhou Wanner discreetly kicked a bottle of drink beneath her bed, feigning a worried expression over the lack of water and food, while occasionally sighing as if on the brink of despair. In this small dormitory, 3 girls harbored countless secrets. Such situations were not uncommon. AS rescue efforts lagged, and supplies dwindled. The moral compass of the survivors was rapidly disintegrating. In fact, some communities had already witnessed violent clashes over resources. Disasters often reveal the darker sides of human nature. Simultaneously, Shen Yi received a distress message from Su Wanting. That's Su Wanting. Save me. Su Wanting. There are monsters downstairs. Monsters. What kind of monster? Shen Yi inquired immediately, typing in response to Su Wanting's desperate plea. Su Wanting sent you a video message. Shen Yi opened the video, which was a brief clip lasting about 10 seconds. The footage depicted a dense black mist, visibility extremely low, but it was evident that the scene was outside the building. Within the thick fog loomed a gigantic yellow stray dog, its muscular limbs and blood-red eyes exuding a menacing aura. The dog glanced at Su Wanting, who was filming, prompting her to emit a frightened shriek. Yet the dog did not advance. Instead, it picked up a mangled corpse from the ground and turned to retreat into the mist. Perhaps due to its recent meal, the stray dog astonishingly did not attack Su Wanting. Shen Yi recognized this dog, Before the black mist enveloped the area, it often roamed around the campus, a stray that many students fed, living quite comfortably. However, he was baffled by its transformation. It had grown to 3 or 4 times its normal size, its muscles bulging. Moreover, it was now preying on humans. Indeed, it appears that animals have undergone mutations. After watching the video, Shen Yi's expression turned grave. This calamity is indeed more perilous than anticipated. This leads one to conclude that what Grandma and my little sister mentioned about the neighbor's dog attacking people is true. Both animals and plants are mutating. Could this be the result of the black mist? I wonder if humans might also mutate that, or perhaps the awakening of extraordinary abilities in humanity is merely a facet of these mutations. Shen Yi pondered aimlessly, while simultaneously messaging Su Wanting. While that dog hasn't attacked you, make haste to the upper floors. Do not squander time. Su Wanting? Ah? Are you not coming down to fetch me? Shen Yi chose not to respond to her inquiry. He had no intention of venturing out into danger, and now, seeing that a man-eating, mutated creature lurked below, descending was even less of an option. Moreover, just moments ago, Zhao Tao, who had awakened his extraordinary abilities, added him as a friend. Shen Yi naturally seized the opportunity to chat with Zhao Tao, hoping to extract information about how he acquired his powers. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department. Brother, do you need protection? You should be aware of my strength. With me around, you need not worry about others seizing your supplies. Zhao Tao. In the face of disaster, we survivors ought to assist one another. I have gathered dozens of classmates here. If you require help, bring your supplies and find me at the 8 campus gym. Zhao Tao sent you a video. The video displayed a scene where dozens of students congregated, appearing quite jovial. Zhao Tao. By the way, brother, you still have supplies, right? I noticed you were messaging in the group just now. His brotherly demeanor seemed rather bold. Yet, Shen Yi discerned Zhao Tao's underlying intent. He was clearly after his supplies. Perhaps he genuinely offered protection. But in this apocalypse, Shen Yi placed greater trust in himself. Lacking absolute strength, he would not easily rely on another safeguard. Foreign Language Department. Shen Yi. I have a few bottles of water. Zhao Tao. Great. That's perfect, brother. Come to the gym now. We'll regroup as strength lies in numbers, then we can search for supplies and await rescue. Zhao Tao. I trust you've read apocalyptic novels. As survivors, we must unite to find a way out. With my lightning abilities to protect us, we need not fear ordinary monsters. Foreign Language Department. Shen Yi. All right. I will gather my supplies and head over to meet you. However, I am curious. How did you acquire such impressive powers? Perhaps I might be fortunate enough to awaken abilities too, making it easier to combat mutated monsters. Zhao Tao. Well, I can't quite recall. It was more of a fluke that I awakened. Zhao Tao. Brother, once you arrive, we can discuss it in detail. Don't forget the address. Seeing Zhao Tao's demeanor, Shen Yi lost interest in engaging further. If he couldn't extract any useful information, he would simply unfriend him. As for actually going to meet him, that was merely a ruse. Clearly, Zhao Tao's powers were not formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have added Shen Yi as a friend and asked him to bring supplies. If he were truly strong, he would have already amassed resources. Not to mention, the school's supermarket should still have plenty of unspoiled food and water. Shen Yi murmured softly, feeling a sense of relief. He was genuinely concerned that Zhao Tao's abilities might be akin to those of a lightning deity, capable of summoning lightning at will to effortlessly strike down monsters. If that were the case, he wouldn't need to remain cautious. However, it was evident from their dialogue that Zhao Tao's powers were not particularly strong, perhaps even rather weak, as he was clearly interested in Shen Yi's few bottles of water. This was precisely the purpose of Shen Yi's probing. He needed to gauge the strength of Zhao Tao's abilities to formulate a response. Naturally, if he could discover a method to awaken his own powers, that would be even more advantageous. Su Wanting. Shen Yi. Which dormitory are you in? Su Wanting. Reply quickly. Su Wanting, damn it. Su Wanting sent several messages in quick succession, clearly in a state of distress. 606. Shen Yi responded with a message, then promptly stood up and moved to the door, grabbing a broom as a weapon, listening intently to the sounds outside. Before long, the corridor echoed with the sound of light footsteps. Accompanied by heavy panting on the 6th floor, There was no elevator in the dormitory, but Su Wanting was climbing swiftly. Her long legs were not in vain. "You insufferable creature, not even bothering to come down and fetch me. No wonder no girl likes you." Su Wanting leaned against the wall, panting, beads of sweat glistening on her fair forehead. Having already been deprived of water, she had just climbed 6 flights of stairs while inhaling a considerable amount of black mist, feeling as though her throat might ignite. Were it not for the man-eating monster lurking below, she surely wouldn't have ascended so quickly, or perhaps even managed to come up at all. The thought of risking her life to deliver a message, only for Shen Yi not to come down and meet her, infuriated Su Wanting to no end. She wished she could stab him several times, had it not been for this damned black mist and this cursed disaster. She wouldn't have given Shen Yi, this clueless loser, a second thought. Seething with silent curses, Su Wanting soon located dormitory 606, the cautiously vigilant in the pitch-black corridor. She knocked firmly on the door. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open. Before Su Wanting could react, a hand yanked her inside, swiftly locking the door behind her. "Don't move." Shen Yi forcefully pressed Su Wanting against the wall, securing her arms above her head with one hand. "What are you doing? Let me go. Hurry and let me go." Su Wanting was taken aback, instinctively struggling. However, being inherently fragile and having not consumed water for an extended period, she had grown somewhat weak and could not break free. "I told you don't move." Shen Yi coldly reprimanded. He then extended his hand towards Su Wanting's body. "You scoundrel, what you're doing is illegal. Stop touching me." Feeling Shen Yi's hand slip beneath her clothing, Su Wanting's face flushed, and she struggled with even greater intensity. Shen Yi disregarded her attempts to break free, meticulously searching her person until he retrieved a foldable fruit knife. Indeed, one must remain vigilant in the apocalypse. Even when confronting a seemingly fragile woman, one cannot afford to lower their guard. Were it not for the system requiring him to shelter a woman to unlock supplies, he would certainly not consider taking in a woman without the means to protect himself. Regardless of her beauty, he would not entertain the thought. Yet, he had no choice. To unlock more supplies, he had to adhere to the system's standards. Fortunately, the system specified that it required a woman. Generally, women, whether in terms of strength or physical capability, could not match Men as long as he was not ambushed. Shen Yi was confident he could subdue Su Wanting. Thus, he prioritized searching her to ensure she had no concealed weapons that could threaten him. "Hand over your bag." Shen Yi continued to assert control over Su Wanting, eyeing the pink backpack slung over her shoulder. "What do you intend to do?" Su Wanting clutched her bag protectively, unwilling to relinquish it. Inside were her hard-earned snacks. If they were taken away, she wouldn't survive long. Su Wanting suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had she known better, she would not have come here at all. Even if she did come, she should have concealed her snacks. Why on earth did she foolishly bring all her rations? Did she truly expect that a boy she barely interacted with would protect her under such circumstances? If Shen Yi were truly so benevolent, he wouldn't be threatening her with water. He probably yearned to completely consume her. The more she thought about it, the more frightened and furious she became. "Let me go. You filthy loser, release me at once. Otherwise, don't blame me for calling the police." She glared at Shen Yi, struggling with increasing intensity. Standing at a height of 1.75 meters, Su Wanting was not significantly shorter than Shen Yi, who stood at 1.78 meters. However, men naturally possess greater strength than women, and given that Shen Yi had been well-fed recently, he was not intimidated by Su Wanting's struggles, regardless of how fiercely she fought. Shen Yi forcibly removed her bag, unzipped it, and emptied its contents onto the floor. Snacks scattered everywhere. Chocolates, potato chips, spicy strips, lipstick, face masks, sunscreen, and various cosmetics. Shen Yi inspected the contents with his foot, confirming that there were no hidden sharp weapons that could pose a threat to him before finally releasing Su Wanting. "Scoundrel! Filthy loser!" As soon as he released his grip, the furious Su Wanting swung her hand in a slap. Shen Yi immediately retreated, evading the strike while countering with a slap of his own. The sound echoed sharply, resounding with a harshness that left no room for mercy. Su Wanting's cheek flushed red, stinging with pain as she gazed at Shen Yi in disbelief. "Don't forget why you're here. What are you pretending for? You still wish to strike me. If you're unwilling, Then get out. I refuse to harbor an ungrateful wolf. Shen Yi replied coldly, his fierce expression betraying no hint of jest. You dare to hit me? By what right do you strike me? This was the first time in her life that Su Wanting had been struck by a man, let alone treated so brutally. The fury in her eyes threatened to overflow. Being slapped by someone she deemed beneath her ignited a tempest of rage within her, one she could not contain, since he refused to compromise. Then leave. Shen Yi paid no heed to her expressions or emotional turmoil, forcefully pushing her out of the dormitory while tossing her snacks and backpack outside, subsequently locking the door behind him. If Su Wanting was unwilling to comply, he would not press the issue. Keeping a ticking time bomb close at hand would only rob him of peace at night. What if she held a grudge and sought revenge? While he could typically handle a woman, he could not withstand treachery. Better to expel her than to remain on guard indefinitely. Shen Yi, open the door. Hurry, let me in. Su Wanting looked down the dark corridor, her anger dissipating in an instant, her mind clearing as she began to pound on the door. Having been cast out, she had nowhere else to go. Return to the girls' dorm? She dared not. She was even afraid to descend the stairs. If she encountered that man-eating mutated dog again, she was uncertain if she could escape unscathed. Moreover, the black mist concealed more than just that creature. Countless monsters lurked within. Shen Yi opened the door. I was wrong. Please let me back in. Su Wanting's voice trembled as she peered into the darkness, feeling as if something monstrous was watching her fear. An unknown terror loomed like a colossal beast. Shen Yi furrowed his brow. Su Wanting's cries might attract even more perilous creatures. He retrieved a folding fruit knife. Pocketing it as he called out coldly towards the door, "Stop shouting. If you wish to enter, think it through first. If you refuse to compromise, then go back. That if you attract any monsters, you'll be the first to pay the price." Upon hearing this, Su Wanting's fear intensified, her pleas diminishing in volume. I'm willing, just open the door. Please let me in. I truly realize my mistake. Yet, Shen Yi did not relent. He preferred to let her cool off outside. This was not ordinary times. In a normal society, throwing a tantrum might merely earn disdain. But in an apocalypse, such behavior could be fatal. Su Wanting had to learn obedience. Otherwise, Shen Yi would rather forego valuable supplies and shelter this long-legged, brainless woman. Open the door. Please. At the entrance, Su Wanting trembled slightly, her complexion pale as she frequently glanced back towards the staircase. Strange noises occasionally echoed from that direction, the source unknown, whether it was a mutated beast or something else entirely, causing her legs to quiver as she dared not make a sound. Su Wanting finally comprehended that in the apocalypse, no one would indulge her whims. Treating Shen Yi with her previous attitude would indeed lead to her expulsion. Having witnessed a person being devoured by a mutated dog, her mindset shifted rapidly. After days of isolation and fear, she was genuinely terrified. Her anger toward Shen Yi was merely a manifestation of her fear, an emotion seeking release. But she never anticipated that Shen Yi would not coddle her, that he would act decisively and even expel her. Confident in her appearance and physique, Su Wanting faced her first setback. She understood now that Shen Yi was unlike her past suitors. He would not indulge her. Shen Yi, I truly realize my mistake. Please let me in. I'm so scared. Su Wanting, overwhelmed by fear, began to cry. Just as she was on the verge of breaking down, Shen Yi finally opened the door. Allowing her back into the dormitory, he also retrieved her scattered snacks and backpack from the ground. Strange sounds continued to emanate from the staircase, but they had been present long before the arrival of the mist. Thus Shen Yi was not overly concerned about monsters. That it could merely be the result of aging windows. Once the door was closed and securely locked, Shen Yi turned his attention to Su Wanting, who was huddled on the bed, softly sobbing. He made no effort to console her. If she could not overcome this minor hurdle, her survival in this world was bleak. This was an apocalypse. The dangers she would face in the future would far exceed the lessons she learned today. Su Wanting's tears were not solely due to being slapped or cast out. They stemmed from witnessing a living person being taken by a monster. The intense fear she had felt in the moment did not manifest in tears. But now, in a relatively safe environment, her emotional restraint crumbled. The terror of hiding alone in the dormitory, Hearing the occasional screams from below and witnessing a person being feasted upon by a beast had left a profound impact on Su Wanting's young psyche. Having lived in the stability of Xiaogua, she had never before encountered death. In truth, it was not just Su Wanting who felt fear. Shen Yi had also been significantly shaken upon witnessing the monstrous feeding through the video. However, he possessed a stronger capacity for acceptance and quickly regained his composure. He could not falter. Otherwise, there would be no one to save his grandmother and younger sister. Shen Yi's current thoughts centered around swiftly gathering supplies. If he could procure weapons like firearms, he would feel more secure venturing outside. He refused to believe that mutated creatures could withstand the power of modern weaponry, as long as they were carbon-based life forms. Conventional weapons would undoubtedly inflict harm. Of course, Shen Yi was not naive enough to place blind faith in firearms. The state had yet to resolve the mist or dispatch military aid, suggesting that conventional means were ineffective against it. However, possessing a gun would provide a semblance of safety that, could you please give me a bottle of water? After crying for an extended period and remaining silent for what felt like an eternity, Su Wanting seemed to have recovered from her fear and quietly inquired of Shen Yi. Several bottles of mineral water lay on the table, but she hesitated to reach for one, fearing expulsion once more. Shen Yi glanced at her swollen eyes, feeling a slight satisfaction. He casually tossed her a bottle of water. Simultaneously, Shen Yi studied Su Wanting intently. She truly deserved the title of the most alluring beauty in the foreign language department. Standing over 1.7 meters tall, which granted her long legs that surpassed many women. Moreover, with her slender frame, the proportions of her legs and waist were nothing short of perfect. Yes, Su Wanting drank. She sensed Shen Yi's unabashed gaze upon her, a mix of discomfort and shyness washing over her. Though other boys had gazed at her before, it had always been furtive glances or secretive snapshots. Never had someone looked at her so openly, as if she were an object. This made her feel both bashful and somewhat uneasy. Yet, considering Shen Yi's temperament, she dared not voice any complaints. After all, from the moment she had entered the boys' dormitory, she had understood what she was facing. Initially, Su Wanting had contemplated leveraging her charm to manipulate Shen Yi, hoping he would provide for her while ensuring her safety. However, after the earlier encounter, she no longer dared entertain such thoughts. Although Shen Yi was not conventionally handsome and came from an ordinary background, in the apocalypse, one could not afford to be picky. As long as Shen Yi could provide for her and protect her, she would begrudgingly accept her circumstances. After all, in the apocalypse, appearances mattered little. Strength was the foremost element for survival. From Shen Yi's earlier display of strength and the slap he had delivered, it was clear he possessed considerable power, capable of safeguarding her. As Su Wanting contemplated this, she noticed Shen Yi approaching. Her cheeks flushed, her breathing quickened, and her heart raced inexplicably. Perhaps I should brush my teeth first. Shen Yi gazed at Su Wanting's lips, initially contemplating a kiss. However, recalling her lack of water over the past 2 days, he surmised that she had not brushed her teeth, and thus, the odor might be less than pleasant. Su Wanting, understanding Shen Yi's thoughts, felt her cheeks flush, realizing she was being disdained. Yet as she glanced at the 2 remaining bottles of mineral water on the table, hesitation crept in, with only 2 bottles left. Should they not conserve? A pang of regret struck her. She had just guzzled down a bottle in one go, wishing she had saved some. Thirst had overwhelmed her, and now, with only 2 bottles remaining, the 2 of them could barely last 3 days, leaving no room for brushing or rinsing. Such wastefulness seemed intolerable. Don't worry. Drink as much as you like, that I assure you. There's plenty of water, Shen Yi declared, casually raising his hand to conjure 2 bottles of mineral water from thin is this a superpower? Su Wanting gasped in astonishment, watching as Shen Yi produced the water seemingly from nowhere. Superpower! She recalled a classmate sharing a video in their group, claiming to possess super abilities. Initially skeptical, she now found herself connecting the dots as she witnessed Shen Yi's miraculous act. Could it be that Shen Yi had also awakened a superpower? Yes, it's quite similar to what you imagine. My ability allows me to summon food and water, so, as long as you follow my lead, you need not worry about sustenance in the future, Shen Yi explained. Having pondered this revelation carefully, he believed it prudent to showcase his abilities. as it would undoubtedly draw the proud Su wanting closer to him. Should he merely force her into submission, she might harbor resentment beneath her silence. It was only through a combination of tough love and sweet rewards that he could truly secure the allegiance of this haughty woman. Once she recognized the prospects of following him, betrayal would become an unlikely thought that in the future, as he unlocked more resources and gained sufficient strength, he would no longer fear her treachery. If she dared to entertain thoughts of defiance, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Naturally, he would not divulge the details about the system to others. Whether the system was a manifestation of his awakened superpower or not, it was a secret that must remain undisclosed. This was a firm boundary. Such an extraordinary superpower. How impressive! Su Wanting exclaimed, a smile involuntarily gracing her features. The ability to summon food and water meant she would no longer suffer from hunger or thirst. With this thought, her gaze towards Shen Yi transformed. Although he remained unremarkable in appearance, he now seemed incredibly reliable. You should comprehend the significance of my ability. Therefore, do not share this with anyone without my consent. Understood? If I perish, my powers will cease to exist. Shen Yi warned sternly. I understand. I would never tell anyone, not even my parents. Su Wanting replied earnestly, nodding her head. She was no fool. If she were, she would not have gained admission to such a prestigious university. Shen Yi's words were both a caution and a veiled threat. Well then, I shall go brush my teeth, Su Wanting said, a faint blush tinting her cheeks as she comprehended what might transpire afterward. Ding! Detection indicates you have successfully taken in a goddess. Random resource unlocking initiated. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on acquiring. Freshly roasted chicken. Roasted chicken. Shen Yi, embracing the bear Su Wanting, lit up at the system's reward announcement. Meat. Finally, there was food, and it was meat. How delightful. Within the confines of the system space, time and space stood still, meaning there was no need to worry about food spoiling. Delightful. In mere moments, dozens of roasted chickens had appeared in the space and continued to multiply. Meanwhile, the supply of mineral water was also steadily increasing. Shen Yi pushed Su Wanting aside, sitting up bare, retrieving a roasted chicken from the space, ready to indulge. After days of rationing, his mouth was yearning for flavor. Moreover, having just emerged from his virginity, it was time to treat himself. Ah, still hot, truly fresh roasted chicken. Shen Yi placed the chicken on the table, and an enticing aroma quickly filled the dormitory. Su Wanting, previously pretending to sleep, opened her eyes and was drawn to the sight of the golden brown roasted chicken, unable to suppress a gulp. Is this your superpower? How incredible. You can even summon chicken, and it's steaming. She marveled, captivated by the astonishing display. Would you care for some? Shen Yi asked, tearing off a steaming drumstick and offering it to Su Wanting. Thank you, she exclaimed, hastily sitting up, though her sudden movement caused a twinge of pain at her wound. Yet this minor discomfort paled in comparison to the deliciousness before her. After days of snacking without satisfaction, she longed for the taste of cooked food. This tastes exquisite, not at all inferior to what I've had at a five-star hotel. Su Wanting savored the chicken, astonishment etched on her face. This was no exaggeration, nor was it merely hunger speaking. The flavor of the roasted chicken was genuinely delightful. The skin was crispy, the meat tender, and a hint of juiciness made each bite a delight. Shen Yi, too, indulged in his meal, relishing the taste. This was divine. The reason he offered only a drumstick to Su Wanting was not due to stinginess, but rather his understanding that one should not overindulge. Especially since Su Wanting had only recently acquiesced. Should he lavish her with an abundance of food and resources, she might start to entertain unrealistic expectations. Moreover, as a slender girl, she could not consume too much. Thus, Shen Yi devoured the majority of the chicken, while Su Wanting satisfied herself with just one drumstick. After finishing, she gazed longingly at the leftover bones on the table. If you wish to eat more, feel free, Shen Yi casually remarked, washing his hands with mineral water. Thank you. Prompted by his words, Su Wanting eagerly approached the table, picking up a bone that had not been thoroughly gnawed. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, she cast aside her cleanliness standards that in the past. As a pampered young lady, she would have never considered eating from someone else's leftovers. Yet now, It was simply irresistible. Shen Yi chuckled, stretching luxuriously after a satisfying meal. Having eaten and drunk to his heart's content was indeed a pleasure. It was clear that constant unlocking of new resources was essential for enjoying life in this apocalyptic world. With this thought, he picked up his phone, glancing at another girl who met the system's criteria, Joanna. This little green tea was far more cunning than Sue wanting that IT would be challenging to persuade her. However, once her access to food and water was cut off, she would inevitably concede. Most people would choose compromise over the prospect of starving or dying of thirst. With this in mind, Shen Yi began accepting friend requests one by one. Although this method was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, even one suitable individual among 100 or 1,000 would suffice, since he had nothing but time. Casting a wide net seemed prudent. As he absent-mindedly caressed Sue Wanning's long legs, he responded to the friend requests flooding his notifications. Though she felt a twinge of embarrassment, she dismissed it, realizing their bond had already deepened. In fact, a sense of joy welled up within her. If Shen Yi found her appealing and admired her legs, he would surely not abandon her. She could envision a future free from worries about food and water, living a stable life amidst the chaos. With this thought, Sue Wanting adjusted her position to facilitate Shen Yi's movements. Shen Yi suddenly withdrew his hand, his expression turning serious as he began typing rapidly. "What's wrong?" Sue Wanting inquired, leaning closer in confusion. "Put your clothes on." Shen Yi glanced up, uttering this as a subtle way to prevent her from seeing his screen. Sue Wanting, not foolish, refrained from trying to peek at his phone. Although a slight discomfort lingered in her heart, she understood that being obedient and considerate was her best chance of retaining Shen Yi's favor. If she angered him and he cast her out, she might never return. After all, her final bargaining chip had vanished. Now, if she wished to gain Shen Yi's attention, she had to approach from different angles. For instance, she needed to be more understanding and obedient. Serving Shen Yi well would ensure that he would not want to lose her. Sue Wanting pondered quietly. Meanwhile, Shen Yi remained serious and focused, glancing at the screen as he typed messages rapidly, as if engaged in a crucial conversation with someone of great importance. Indeed, it was a matter of significance, for it pertained to the awakening of extraordinary abilities, or rather, the acquisition of such powers. Foreign Language Department Shen Yi. I can provide you with water and food, but how can you assure me that what you say is true? Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. I shared a dormitory with Zhao Tao. I witnessed his entire process of awakening that I can guarantee it is genuine. Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. However, you must first provide me with water and food before I can reveal how to acquire these abilities. Shen Yi's expression grew grave. The means of obtaining extraordinary powers. If Ma Tianming was not deceiving himself, it seemed from his words that the awakening was not a natural occurrence, but rather obtained through certain methods or items. If this were indeed the case, it would imply that he too had a chance to acquire such abilities. This was the source of Shen Yi's excitement. It was also why he forbade Sue Wanting from looking at his phone. Once he possessed extraordinary powers, combined with his infinite resource system, wouldn't this apocalypse become a mere, trivial challenge? Suppressing his exhilaration, Shen Yi contemplated for a moment before retrieving several bottles of mineral water, snapping a photo, and sending it to Ma Tianming. Foreign Language Department Shen Yi. Unopened mineral water, absolutely uncontaminated. If your information is accurate, I will give you all 3 bottles simultaneously on the other side of the screen. A robust young man gazed at the photo of the mineral water, swallowed hard, and then glanced furtively at a few students in the distance. He stealthily raised his phone to take a picture, then began to type swiftly. Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. How do we conduct this transaction? I must receive the water first before I can share how to obtain these abilities. What if you change your mind after I tell you? Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. To prove the authenticity of my claims, I will show you a few photos. Tianming sent you the contents of the photos in the images, 2 boys had their arms around each other. Additionally, there were several recently taken photos of a tall young man conversing with a group of students. Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. The one in the red short-sleeve shirt is Zhao Tao. You should have seen the videos he posted before. You can recognize the other one as me. These photos can confirm that we are dorm mates and have a strong bond. I would not deceive you. Shen Yi regarded Ma Tianming's messages with a contemplative demeanor, He held considerable skepticism towards Ma Tianming's words. If Ma Tianming truly knew how to acquire extraordinary powers, why had he not done so himself? Unless the method was exceedingly difficult, or he was simply lying. Yet, even if he suspected there was more than a 50% chance of deceit, he felt compelled to take a chance. After all, in this apocalypse, the ability to survive was undeniably crucial. Naturally, Shen Yi could not be foolish enough to deliver the water himself. That would be utterly reckless. Foreign Language Department Shen Yi, if I am not mistaken. You are inside the gymnasium, which is not far from me. Foreign Language Department Shen Yi. How about this? We each walk halfway and meet at the garden outside the boys' dormitory to conduct our transaction. At that time, I will give you the water, and you will tell me the method. Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. Well, although your suggestion seems reasonable, the risk is too great. Foreign Language Department Shen Yi. So, are you implying that I should deliver the water to you? In that case, forget it. You fear danger, and I am equally apprehensive. Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. Wait, my brother, I have another idea. Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. You are at the dormitory, right? Could you go to my dorm? I have a drone there, a high-end one with long endurance. You can attach the water to the drone, and we can complete the transaction without either of us taking risks. Foreign Language Department Shen Yi. What floor is your dormitory on? Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. 5th floor, room 509. There's no one in the dorm. You might need to pry the door open. Shen Yi contemplated briefly. This method indeed seemed feasible. Initially, he intended for Su wanting to go downstairs alone to conduct the transaction while he remained hidden. This way, even if something went awry, he would not be concerned. However, if there was a drone, there would be no need to put Su Wanting at risk. After all, she was quite obedient at present. After considering, Shen Yi replied to Ma Tianming. Foreign Language Department Shen Yi. I will contact you once I have the drone. Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. No problem. Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. My brother, please remember to hurry. I haven't had a drink in over 20 hours. I am parched. Foreign Language Department Shen Yi. ISN to your dorm, mate. Zhao Tao awakened with lightning abilities. Why hasn't he gone out to find water? There should be water at the supermarket, right? Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. Don't mention it. With his lightning, he can barely zap a bird or hit a soda can. It's pitifully weak. Foreign Language Department Shen Yi. All right, I will await your news. Once again, with this indirect confirmation of Zhao Tao's rather mundane abilities, Shen Yi found himself deep in thought. Were all extraordinary abilities so feeble, or was it solely Zhao Tao's power that was lacking? Was it a matter of the individual, or of the abilities themselves? Regardless, he needed to retrieve the drone first. With this in mind, Shen Yi turned to the now-dressed Su Wanting, who was actively tidying up the trash, and asked, Are you feeling significantly affected? Can you still walk? I can, though it hurts a bit, but it's not a major issue. Su Wanting replied immediately. She did not wish to appear too frail, as that might upset Shen Yi. All right, then tidy up a bit. And we will head to the 5th floor. Shen Yi had initially intended for Su Wanting to go alone, but thought better of it, realizing she might not be able to pry the door open. He had no choice but to venture out himself. Going to the 5th floor wasn't overly risky. Okay. Su Wanting froze for a moment, inwardly regretting her decision. Had she known, she would have claimed she was unable to walk due to pain. She truly did not want to go out. Although the cramped dormitory was not entirely safe, it was certainly much more secure than the fog-shrouded 5th floor. Shen Yi dressed and gathered his minimal equipment. In truth, he had little in terms of gear. The only effective means of attack was the folding fruit knife Su Wanting had brought, which was hardly reliable for dealing with mutated animals or plants. However, it could serve as a means of defense against people. In an apocalypse, sometimes humans could be more dangerous than monsters. Let us go. After packing their things, the two exited the dormitory. This marked Shen Yi's first time stepping outside since the bizarre black fog had descended. As for how he had previously managed the restroom, it was quite simple. He used plastic bags and simply tossed them out the window. Given the apocalypse, there was no need for excessive decorum. Shen Yi, what are we going to do on the 5th floor? Su Wanting clutched Shen Yi's arm anxiously. After finally finding some semblance of stability, with no immediate concerns for food or water, she truly did not wish to venture out into danger. Wouldn't it be better to wait calmly for rescue to arrive? Indeed, Until now, Su Wanting still harbored illusions about government assistance. It should be noted that the majority of the populace shared this delusion. After all, as of today, water and electricity had not been interrupted, and the internet signal remained stable. The authorities had only issued messages advising the public to exercise caution, with no other actions taken. This led some to suspect that the government was intentionally controlling the network to create an illusion of normalcy. After all, people had perished, yet the officials made no acknowledgement, indicating significant underlying issues. Don't speak, just follow me. Shen Yi refrained from providing Su Wanting with excessive explanations. His purpose in bringing her along was straightforward. If danger truly lurked, having an additional human shield would enhance his safety. While this thought was somewhat cruel, it was the only method Shen Yi could conceive to increase his chances of survival, that if possible, he did not wish for Su Wanting to perish. After all, having someone to converse with in this apocalypse was quite a comfort. It occasionally helped solve certain matters as well. Navigating the silent corridor, Shen Yi proceeded with caution. He surmised that the 5th floor should be relatively safe. Otherwise, Su Wanting would not have ascended so easily. Upon reaching the staircase, Shen Yi beheld the corridor on the 5th floor shrouded in dense black fog. At last, they were about to encounter this eerie black mist. He inhaled slightly and stepped down. Su Wanting tightly grasped Shen Yi's hand, nervously trailing behind him. As they entered the black mist, Shen Yi instinctively held his breath. However, it was not long before he could no longer resist the urge to breathe. The black mist immediately surged into his body, yet his physique exhibited no unusual reactions. At most, he found the odor rather unpleasant. As for the parching effect, it did not manifest so swiftly. After all, if it instigated an insatiable thirst in an instant, it would likely result in the demise of over 90% of the global population. Exhaling in relief, Shen Yi began to search for the dormitory door number amidst the black mist. Visibility was low, but not exceedingly so. He could still discern objects within a few meters. 507, 508, 509. This was the one. Shen Yi tugged at the dormitory door, which was locked. However, this did not pose a challenge for him. This old-fashioned dormitory door was a traditional wooden one. The lock, having remained unchanged for years, was easy to pry open. So easy, in fact, that it didn't even require prying. With just a meal card, Shen Yi could unlock the doors of an entire floor. This skill had been honed during high school. After several seconds of effort, accompanied by a creaking sound, he successfully opened the lock. Quick, let us see if there is anything useful in this dormitory. If we find anything, we'll pack it and take it with you. As Shen Yi spoke, he briskly approached the first bed and began to rummage through it. Su Wanting also grasped the situation, realizing that Shen Yi was there to search for supplies. Consequently, she found another bed nearby and swiftly began her search. Shen Yi pulled back the bedding. He messaged Ma Tianming to inquire about the location of the drone. Physical Education Department, Ma Tianming. It's under the bed, right by the door, under the first bed. Upon receiving the reply, Shen Yi quickly discovered a drone encased in a white box beneath the bed. Appearing to be new to IT was a DJI drone, and judging by the packaging, it was not inexpensive. After retrieving the drone, he continued to search for a while longer, but found no other useful supplies. Thus, Shen Yi and Su Wanting prepared to leave. Their primary objective had been to acquire the drone, so a lack of additional finds did not leave them disappointed. Just as they reached the stairway, a sudden bang, bang, bang echoed from downstairs, as if something were striking against the wall, the sound alarmingly intense. What is that noise? Su Wanting gasped, gripping Shen Yi's arm tightly, nearly crying out that I don't know. Let us head upstairs. Shen Yi felt no curiosity whatsoever and immediately quickened his pace upward. Be curious at this moment was simply courting death. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Shen Yi heard faint sounds emanating from some dormitories. Suggesting that someone might be inside, he silently noted the 2 dormitories from which the sound originated. Given the current situation, no one could predict whether survivors might resort to ambushing others for a morsel of food. Upon swiftly returning to dormitory 606, Shen Yi locked the door behind him, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief that it was imperative to unlock supplies as soon as possible, particularly to acquire firearms. Additionally, he needed to discover methods to awaken his abilities promptly. Only then could he ensure his self-preservation in this apocalyptic scenario. Shen Yi silently resolved. If he could unlock even a single firearm, he could stack them infinitely to that point. He would no longer have to worry about lacking the ability to protect himself. Opening the box, Shen Yi retrieved the drone's user manual and began to peruse it. Having never operated a drone before, he was unfamiliar with the controls. After a brief examination, he felt it wasn't overly complicated. Are you planning to fly the drone? Su Wanting inquired curiously. Yes, but I'm unsure whether this drone can carry 3 bottles of water. If it can't, then I'll have to send you downstairs to complete the transaction. Although there was some risk involved, it was certainly preferable to venturing out himself. That IT should be capable. This model can lift approximately 5 kilograms, and 3 bottles of mineral water weigh only about 1.5 kilograms at most. Su Wanting responded. Really? Have you flown a drone before? Shen Yi looked at Su Wanting. Yes, I've filmed landscapes and short videos before. I have over 100,000 followers on Douyin. Shen Yi's eyes lit up. That could indeed work. He could let Su Wanting operate the drone to avoid the embarrassment of crashing it. Then you handle it. Help me deliver a few bottles of water to a classmate. Shen Yi handed the remote control to Su Wanting. Deliver water? Okay, let me check if the battery is efficient. Su Wanting, though curious about which classmate Shen Yi intended to send water to, did not pry further and immediately began adjusting the equipment. From her adept handling, it was clear she was quite skilled. Meanwhile, Shen Yi took out his phone and messaged Ma Tianming to select a trading location that, of course, Shen Yi would not send in the water first. Otherwise, if this guy tried to deceive him, he would be at a loss. Although 3 bottles of mineral water were inconsequential to Shen Yi, he did not wish to suffer a loss or be duped. Foreign Language Department. Shen Yi, the drone is ready. But I currently only have 3 bottles of water. You need to ensure that what you say is true first. Otherwise, I cannot possibly part with my life-saving water. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he received a reply. Physical Education Department. Ma Tianming. The method to acquire abilities involves consuming a certain item, though I cannot disclose what it is just yet unless I see the water first. Physical Education Department. Ma Tianming. Of course, don't think about deceiving me. If I don't tell you what it is, you certainly won't be able to find it. Don't even think about reneging on the deal. Foreign Language Department. Shen Yi. That item must be hard to find, right? Otherwise, you would have consumed it long ago instead of using it to barter with me. Physical Education Department. Ma Tianming. Well, that is true, but I assure you I'm not lying. Physical Education Department. Ma Tianming. The value of this information is undoubtedly high right now, to the extent that even the authorities Haven T disclosed it. So, you could trade with others for supplies. You definitely won't incur a loss. Eating a certain item to gain abilities? Shen Yi furrowed his brow. What could it possibly be? Shen Yi, I've finished calibrating. The drone still has more than half of its battery left. It should be sufficient. Su Wanting's voice reached him. However, the black mist outside is quite dense. Visibility is low, and if the distance is too far, I am not sure if I can deliver the water. Just try your best. It's all right if it doesn't reach Ma Tianming, that I'm not overly concerned about getting the water to him. After all, I've already gleaned a general idea of the information. Fly towards the gym. All right. Su Wanting moved to the balcony and launched the drone, which was carrying the 3 bottles of water suspended by a towel. Shen Yi pulled out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Ma Tianming. Foreign Language Department. Shen Yi. It will take just a few minutes to deliver the water. You can tell me the answer now. Physical Education Department. Ma Tianming. Hold on. Wait until I can see the drone. Shen Yi glanced at Su Wanting, who was intently controlling the drone with the remote. Her brow furrowed, lips pressed together. Her expression serious. How is it going? Can it reach the gym? Yes, but I didn't expect the black mist to be this thick. Shen Yi leaned closer, observing the view from the drone's camera on the remote control screen. From the drone's perspective, the entire world was shrouded in layers of rolling black mist. The mist towered at least 14 to 15 meters high, engulfing most of the low-lying buildings. What a stunning sight. Su Wanting murmured, if this weren't a disaster, it would be quite artistic. Captured on film, it would be visually pleasing. However, beneath this dense black mist lay an unknown number of mutated monsters. Shen Yi gazed at Su Wanting's delicate profile. Her earnest expression, unable to resist planting a kiss on her. All right, I admit it, I have a penchant for beautiful things, especially for ruthlessly ravaging beautiful things. Like this exquisite face, the beautiful girls he could never have before were now at his disposal. In a certain sense, the apocalypse was truly magnificent. Su Wanning's face flushed, and she glanced at Shen Yi before continuing to focus on piloting the drone. Shen Yi's hands were not idle either. As Su Wanning blushed and involuntarily made sounds, he sent a message to Ma Tianming. Foreign Language Department Shen Yi. I've arrived. If you're outside the gym, you should be able to hear the drone. Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. I hear it. It's right above me. Bring it down. Foreign Language Department Shen Yi. Don't rush. First tell me the answer. While sending a message, Shen Yi glanced at Su Wanning in his arms and said, Lower the drone a bit, but not too low. It should be just enough for the people beneath the black mist to see. Okay, Su Wanning replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, her red lips gently panting as she adjusted her position to begin controlling the descent of the drone. In the midst of the black mist, a burly young man was licking his cracked lips, his gaze fixated on the dense fog above. He was Ma Tianming. This transaction had been privately arranged with Shen Yi, without informing Zhao Tao. Otherwise, he would have to share the water. Furthermore, Zhao Tao was reluctant to disclose the method of acquiring superpowers to others. He did not wish for anyone else to gain such abilities. Yet Ma Tianming was unconcerned about these matters. He was on the brink of dehydration and thought, who would help you keep secrets now? Hurry. Hurry up, Ma Tianming muttered to himself, occasionally glancing back at the gymnasium. If he were discovered by others, it would spell trouble. Moreover, as Zhao Tao had warned him, there were monsters lurking within the black mist. Should one set its sights on him, it would be dire. He needed to obtain water swiftly. Before long, the silhouette of a drone emerged in the sky, with several bottles of mineral water dangling beneath it. Sports Department Ma Tianming. I see it. Lower it a bit more. Lower a bit more. Foreign Languages Department Shen Yi. The answer. The more anxious Ma Tianming became, the calmer Shen Yi remained. Throughout this transaction, Shen Yi had held the upper hand, for he was not in want of water. Even the loss of a few bottles would not affect him. Most of what he had said was designed to make Ma Tianming believe he was in a hurry. Otherwise, he would not have divulged any information. Now was the perfect moment to exert control that a person driven by desperation would only become more frantic upon seeing water, perhaps even losing their ability to think rationally. Sports Department Ma Tianming. Just let me have the water. What if you change your mind again? Foreign Languages Department Shen Yi. I could say the same to you. If I hand you the water, what if you decide to backtrack? Sports Department Ma Tianming. You bastard! Exclamation point. Ma Tianming licked his cracked lips, gripping his phone tightly. Wavering in his resolve, he truly feared that this individual might go back on his word, but he was also genuinely parched, fixing his gaze on the life-saving water source that was almost within reach. He gritted his teeth and began typing. Sports Department Ma Tianming. I can tell you the answer first, but you must not go back on your word. Otherwise, I will inform Zhao Tao and have him bring people to trouble you. Sports Department Ma Tianming. Most of us here are athletes. Even if you somehow acquired superpowers, you would not stand a chance against dozens of students. Foreign Languages Department Shen Yi. Rest assured, I have no desire to make an enemy of you. Though he spoke these words, a murderous intent was rising within Shen Yi. Anyone bold enough to threaten him was truly courting disaster. Such individuals could not be allowed to remain. Fortunately, he had never disclosed his dormitory number to Ma Tianming. The dormitory building was so large that even if Ma Tianming entered, it would not be easy for him to find Shen Yi. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he planned to change dormitories later. If he had the capability for long-range sniping, Shen Yi would have considered eliminating Ma Tianming to eradicate future threats, although he had never killed anyone. If his life were truly in jeopardy, he would not hesitate to take a life. Such determination was essential for survival in the apocalypse. Sports Department Ma Tianming. It is a colorful fruit that grows on non-mutated plants. Sports Department Ma Tianming. I am not lying to you. Zhao Tao ate one of those fruits, and, after a few seconds, he suddenly gained lightning abilities. Shen Yi. Fine. I hope you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, I will inform Zhao Tao about our transaction that I believe he would not keep a traitor as a roommate. Would he? Sports Department Ma Tianming. He could threaten, and so could Shen Yi. Furthermore, Shen Yi's threats were incisive. Shen Yi turned to Su Wanting and instructed, lower the drone. Give him the mineral-watered AS for the drone. Retrieve it if possible. If not, it is of no consequence. He had contemplated breaching their agreement, but reconsidered. If Ma Tianming disclosed the transaction to Zhao Tao, it was highly likely that Zhao Tao would come looking for trouble in pursuit of the secret to acquiring superpowers from Zhao Tao's furtive behavior. It was evident he wished to keep the method of obtaining superpowers a secret. What a greedy individual. All right, Su Wanting began to lower the drone slowly. Before the drone even reached the ground, the parched Ma Tianming snatched the mineral water with fervor. Then he immediately unscrewed a bottle and began to gulp it down. His desperate thirst was evident, as if he were on the verge of madness. It was no wonder he had been so vigilant, only to let his guard down in the final moments of the transaction, for his thirst had consumed all thoughts of negotiating further with Shen Yi. Witnessing this scene, Su Wanting could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. This was likely the daily reality for most survivors. Individuals like Shen Yi, who lacked for neither food nor drink, were exceedingly rare. With this thought, Su Wanting felt a surge of gratitude. Being with Shen, he meant she no longer had to worry about sustenance, only to patiently await rescue. Though Shen, he had a tendency to touch her legs and chest. She found the sensation rather pleasant. Ah! Su Wanting suddenly let out a sharp scream, startling Shen Yi, who had been engrossed in studying her body. Shen Yi, you must look! Shen Yi immediately turned his gaze to the drone screen. To his shock, several thick vines suddenly emerged from the black mist, ensnaring Ma Tianming's entire body as if he were being tightly bound like a zongzi, dragging him into the depths of the fog. What in the world is happening? 2 minutes earlier, Ma Tianming had downed a bottle of water in one go, nearly letting out a cry of delight. Glancing at the remaining 2 bottles, he contemplated hiding them so that Zhao Tao and the others would not discover them. In addition, he needed to devise a way to get more water from Shen Yi. He could not believe that Shen Yi only had a few bottles. After all, if he were in Shen Yi's position and possessed only 3 bottles, he would never part with them. That he was certain that Shen Yi had plenty of water stashed away. But how could he procure it? Perhaps he could consult Zhao Tao and subtly hint at some information. Given Zhao Tao's character, he might succumb to temptation and create trouble for Shen Yi at that point. He could feign allegiance to Shen Yi, coercing him into providing water, while simultaneously eliminating him to prevent any revelation of their transaction. Yes, that was the plan. A win-win situation. I am indeed a genius. As Ma Tianming reveled in his thoughts, he failed to notice the creeping vines behind him, silently slithering closer. When he felt a chilling sensation at his back, he instinctively turned around, only to see his pupils dilate in horror. Reflected in Ma Tianming's wide eyes, countless vines lunged forth, wrapping around his body. It was too late to escape. Help! Help me! It hurts! It hurts! Ma Tianming screamed, struggling violently. However, the strength of the vines was immense. The more he fought, the tighter they constricted, causing his skin to turn purple, his face to redden as he struggled to breathe. Though he continued to fight, it seemed futile. The vines tightened around him, cutting off circulation, turning his face increasingly red and purple. The flesh on his body was being torn open by the sharp vines, crimson blood oozing forth, staining his clothes and dripping onto the vines. What was even more terrifying was that as the blood dripped onto the vines, it was absorbed instantaneously, vanishing without a trace. The vines seemed to revel in the taste of his blood, tightening their grip even further, gradually ripping his body apart, splattering various colors of flesh and bone everywhere. Upon hearing Ma Tianming's anguished cries, several individuals rushed out of the gymnasium, led by Zhao Tao, clad in a red short-sleeved shirt. Upon witnessing Ma Tianming ensnared by the vines, Zhao Tao and his companions turned pale and rushed back into the gymnasium without hesitation, abandoning Ma Tianming entirely. In a state of utter despair and agony, Ma Tianming met his end. Watching this gruesome scene unfold through the drone's aerial view, Shen Yi and Su Wanting felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Nearly retching, Zhao Tao. Shen Yi's face darkened as he cursed under his breath. His anger was not due to Zhao Tao's blatant disregard for Ma Tianming's life. Whether Ma Tianming lived or died was of no consequence to him. His demise would be preferable. What truly infuriated him was Zhao Tao's treachery. Indeed, Zhao Tao had plotted against Shen Yi, despite knowing the terrifying mutated plants lurking outside the gymnasium. He had the audacity to attempt to deceive Shen Yi into coming, all under the pretense of offering protection. Damn it, Zhao Tao's heart is truly blackened. If I ever get the chance, I won't hesitate to bring you down. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Shen Yi spoke up, "Withdraw the drone. It might prove useful in the future." Just as his words faded, a piercing bird call erupted from the remote control screen as the drone ascended and escaped the clutches of the dark mist. In the footage, a colossal bird swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws seizing the airborne drone and carrying it aloft. Soon after, the drone's signal and visuals were completely lost. What was that bird just now? It's enormous. Su Wanting couldn't help but swallow nervously, her expression one of sheer terror. Although she had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the image through the drone's camera, the overwhelming sensation it evoked. Was that truly a bird? Even the largest eagle on Earth pales in comparison to the size of that creature's wing. It was undoubtedly a mutated monster. There are even more terrifying mutated creatures in the sky. The fearsome giant bird instilled a greater sense of dread and oppression than the mutated dogs and vines. The mere thought of such a monstrous bird soaring above made Su Wanting hurriedly retreat to the dormitory, too frightened to approach the balcony again. Even though the giant bird flew high above, who could say when it might suddenly swoop down? There would be no time to hide. Its speed was astonishing. The drone had been snatched away in an instant. It seems that even the birds in the sky have undergone mutations. Shen Yi's expression grew grave. He had assumed that only the flora and fauna on the ground, shrouded by the dark mist, would mutate. He never anticipated that avian species would be affected as well. Suppressing his complex emotions, Shen Yi once again glanced at the conversation with Ma Tianming. Colorful fruits growing on unmutated plants. Shen Yi opened Douyin and attempted to search for related information that he couldn't believe that Zhao Tao was the only person in the entire Xia kingdom to have gained such abilities. He wanted to see what others had to say. As expected, there were indeed videos being posted. "Guys, I think I've awakened superpowers. From now on, I won't eat beef." In the video, a boy around 15 or 16 years old boasted arrogantly, raising his hand as numerous metal objects around him began to levitate, suspended in the air. With a wave of his hand, he sent all the iron objects flying, embedding them firmly into the wall. If one of those had struck a person, they would either be dead or severely injured. What kind of ability is this? Telekinesis? Or perhaps a magneto-like power? It seemed even stronger than Zhao Tao's electrical abilities. Shen Yi continued to browse through other videos. However, there were not many who openly showcased their superpowers like that. As for the keywords colorful fruits, he could find nothing. It remained unclear whether those who had gained abilities were keeping it hidden or if the platform was censoring certain keywords. It was a pity that the drone was lost. Otherwise, he could have used it to search for the colorful fruits. Shen Yi lamented internally. For now, it was imperative to change dormitories. Although his door number had not been exposed, he still needed to allow other women to find him. If a woman brought a group of people over, he would be in danger. Therefore, he would have to provide women with a false address, and only reveal himself once he confirmed they were alone. Previously, he had been too naive and lacked caution. However, after being threatened by Ma Tianming, Shen Yi's vigilance had multiplied several times over. From now on, whatever he did would require utmost prudence, caution, carefulness. The six-word principle must be etched in his mind. Su Wanting, pack your things. We are changing dormitories. Huh? Why? Su Wanting, who had just taken a sip of water, was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "No questions, just pack your belongings." "All right, I'll get right on it." Seeing Shen Yi's grave expression, Su Wanting dared not to inquire further. Sometimes, she would still subconsciously revert to her former identity. If a boy had dared to speak to her in such a manner before, issuing commands, she would have certainly retaliated angrily. Coming from a privileged background and having never faced hardship, she was inherently exceptional. In a normal society, she would indeed have the capital to be arrogant. Yet, unfortunately, the current circumstances were far from normal. Shen Yi was certainly not the type to pander to anyone. If it weren't for Su Wanting's assistance in unlocking new resources, he would have unhesitatingly abandoned her today. In this apocalyptic world, having a woman along was often more of a burden than an asset. Once their belongings were packed, Shen Yi led Su Wanting to dormitory 610, which was 3 rooms away from 606. This location conveniently avoided the 2 dormitories that might harbor occupants and was close to the staircase, allowing for a quick escape in case of danger. As Shen Yi attempted to pry open the door, a sound suddenly came from behind him, prompting him to turn around at the end of the corridor. The door to dormitory 601 swung open, that he immediately tensed, gripping the fruit knife tightly as he focused on the door. Dormitory 601 was one of the suspected occupied rooms. "Hey, don't be impulsive. I'm a human." A short, bespectacled boy emerged from dormitory 601 upon noticing the knife in Shen Yi's hand. He quickly spoke up, fearful of being misjudged. "Is there something you need?" Shen Yi maintained his vigilance, still holding the knife. Although they lived on the same floor, Shen Yi did not recognize this boy. He spent most of his time working part-time and naturally had little opportunity to make friends. Do you have any water? I can trade you food," the boy hastily offered. If it weren't for the fact that his water supply was nearly depleted, he wouldn't want to risk coming out to converse with a stranger. In this situation, humans could be more dangerous than monsters. He was a half-nerd who had read numerous apocalyptic novels and watched movies, and was quite experienced. "Just you alone?" Shen Yi scrutinized the door to dormitory 601, asking cautiously. "Yes, just me, and I don't have any weapons, so you don't need to worry." The boy, despite his familiarity with apocalyptic narratives, clearly had not learned much in revealing such information. He had unwittingly exposed his vulnerabilities. If Shen Yi were to harbor dark thoughts, he could easily coerce the boy into relinquishing his food or even eliminate him altogether. That moment, the door to dormitory 603 creaked open as well. "Hello, everyone. Don't be afraid. I mean no harm." A boy, roughly the same height as Shen Yi, but slightly plumper with dyed blonde hair, stepped out from dormitory 603. "I just heard your conversation and saw that you all seem like decent people. So I came out to propose that we form a team." The blonde student wore a smile, seemingly attempting to foster camaraderie. After all, in this apocalypse, there is safety in numbers. "What do you say, brothers? Shall we team up?" Shen Yi and the bespectacled boy remained silent. The bespectacled boy stood at the door, maintaining a defensive stance, ready to retreat into the dormitory at the first sign of danger. In such circumstances, who would trust a stranger and join forces with them? What a joke. Come on, we're all classmates at the same school. It's not like we should be so mistrustful, right? Do you really think I would dare to kill anyone? I can't even bear to harm a chicken that I trust that you wouldn't either, or else you'd be facing jail time. The blonde boy said, exasperated. It was unclear if his nature was simply overly familiar or if he had ulterior motives, but Shen Yi remained skeptical. Those who trust are fools. However, it was evident that the bespectacled boy was swayed. After all, it was only the 5th day of the apocalypse. Most people still had their morals intact and were not yet driven to madness. "Do you have any water? I'd like to trade some food for a bit of water." The bespectacled boy cautiously inquired of the blonde. Currently, the situation was such that Shen Yi held knife, and the two of them had the upper hand. The bespectacled boy was more intimidated by Shen Yi. If given the choice, he would prefer to make a trade with the blonde, who was unarmed. My water is also finished, which is why I wanted to team up and leave the dormitory together." The blonde boy scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he spoke. "Oh, I see." The bespectacled boy could only turn his gaze back to Shen Yi. Beside this classmate stood a tall and beautiful girl, carrying a bag that might contain some water. Speaking of which, why was there a girl in the boys' dormitory? Could she be this classmate's girlfriend? She was stunning. That figure, those legs, complemented by a pair of mid-calf white stockings, were simply too enchanting, transcending reality. The bespectacled boy exercised remarkable restraint to avert his gaze from Su Wanting's long legs. The blonde boy also stole several glances that it was inevitable. Her figure was too captivating for any man to ignore. Shen Yi, of course, noticed the gazes from both of them, and his vigilance heightened. After weighing the situation in his mind, he concluded that with a knife in hand, although he could eliminate both of them, he might also get injured in the process. In a post-apocalyptic world, sustaining injuries without medical supplies would most likely lead to death. Therefore, it was unnecessary to act recklessly. Moreover, at present, they posed no threat to him. Instead, he could seize this opportunity for personal gain. Initially, he intended to decline the bespectacled boy's offer, But upon reconsideration, he decided to agree. If he refused, the bespectacled boy, desperate for water, might join forces with the blond boy to confront him. However, if they exchanged, as long as the bespectacled boy was not in dire straits, he would certainly not ally with the blond boy. The strategy was to first divide the enemy and then conquer them one by one. With this thought in mind, Shen Yi turned to the bespectacled boy and said, "My girlfriend and I don't have much water left, just a bottle and a half, but I can offer you half a bottle." "All right, thank you. Thank you, big brother," the bespectacled boy exclaimed, nodding vigorously. Half a bottle of water, if rationed, alongside his own urine, would last for several more days. With a stroke of luck, perhaps they could hold out until rescue arrived. Shen Yi, gripping the knife, approached. Su Wanting hurriedly followed. The blond boy, sensing the situation, wisely stepped aside. However, watching Su Wanting's tall figure, he couldn't help but lick his lips, a hint of desire hidden in his eyes. Damn, she looks so good. Those legs, I could enjoy them for a year. These thoughts were, of course, kept to himself. He had seen the knife in Shen Yi's hand and was not foolish enough to cause trouble. Upon entering dormitory 601, an unusual odor assaulted their senses. Su Wanting instinctively covered her nose with her hand, frowning as she wished to voice her displeasure. How could this person let it get so foul? Did he relieve himself in the dorm? In comparison, Shen Yi's dormitory could be deemed clean and hygienic. Honestly, how could someone so unattractive also be so unkempt? It was truly disgusting, Su Wanting silently criticized. Thankfully, Shen Yi was meticulous about cleanliness. Otherwise, she couldn't fathom how she would endure it. The dorm's a bit messy. Please don't mind. The bespectacled boy chuckled awkwardly. He was well aware that the smell in the dormitory was less than pleasant. There was little he could do. For the past few days had seen a shortage of water, and he hadn't washed his feet or brushed his teeth or face. The situation was rather embarrassing, especially with such a stunning beauty witnessing his awkwardness. He felt as if he could dig a hole in the ground to hide. Shen Yi remained silent, as his attention was immediately drawn to several potted plants on the windowsill. The plants in those pots, of unknown variety, had already blossomed beautifully. Yet, what captured Shen Yi's attention was not merely the flower's beauty, but the center of one pink flower, which astonishingly contained a small, multicolored fruit. The fruit was tiny, about the size of a pinky finger, nestled inconspicuously at the flower's center. Shen Yi discreetly withdrew his gaze, pretending to examine the dormitory, concealing his excitement as he inquired, "What food do you have to trade?" "I have self-heating hot pot, various flavors of instant noodles, and some bread." "What do you need?" The bespectacled boy laid out all his supplies on the bed for Shen Yi to choose from. "Let me take a look." Shen Yi feigned seriousness while contemplating how to acquire that colorful fruit. If Ma Tianming hadn't lied, consuming this fruit would likely grant him supernatural abilities. Su Wanting furrowed her brows deeply. Covering her nose, she truly did not understand why Shen Yi sought to trade for food. After all, possessing superpowers meant he could transform whatever he desired without needing to barter. Moreover, the odor emanating from this person made her question whether his food might cause digestive distress. Having just begun to enjoy a decent life, Su Wanting had already begun to disdain junk food. "I'll take 2 packets of spicy instant noodles," Shen Yi finally decided after a lengthy deliberation, appearing quite earnest as he selected 2 packets of noodles. Wanting, "Pass me the bottle of water." Su Wanting obediently retrieved half a bottle of water from her backpack. The bespectacled boy casually glanced over, discovering that the Beauty-S bag indeed contained only 1 bottle of water. While snagged for plentiful, it seemed this big brother was not lying after all. What a genuine person! Despite his own limited water supply, he was willing to trade with him. This was clearly an act of kindness. The bespectacled boy's fondness for Shen Yi surged instantly. "By the way, classmate, your potted plants are quite lovely. Could you spare me too?" "My girlfriend enjoys potted plants," Shen Yi suddenly said. "Sure, no problem. They're all my roommate's anyway. He probably want them." The bespectacled boy replied without much thought, generously allowing Shen Yi to take his pick. After all, he couldn't care for them in the dormitory, given his lack of water for useless flowers. "Wanting, you adore potted plants, right? Go ahead and choose 2. We can take them back to the dorm." "Oh, sure, I love potted plants." Su Wanting, slightly bewildered by Shen Yi's sudden declaration of fondness for potted plants, quickly deduced that he desired them. She complied and stepped forward to select a couple. After some time, Su Wanting chose 2 potted flowering plants that were at least visually pleasing. She glanced back at Shen Yi, who gave a slight nod, affirming her choice, although she was unsure why Shen Yi wanted the potted plants. Today's experience taught her that it was best not to question and to simply comply. This would endear her to Shen Yi even more. It's getting late. We should head back, Shen Yi said, suppressing his excitement and maintaining a calm demeanor. He knew this boy likely wouldn't perceive anything amiss, but if something went wrong, he would regret it too late. All right, big brother, if you need anything in the future, just call me. The bespectacled boy eagerly addressed Shen Yi, clearly holding him in high regard, especially since he had shared his precious water. Shen Yi nodded, turning to leave with Su Wanting. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. Big brother, wait. The bespectacled boy scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Big brother, my name is Wang Bingbing. Shall we exchange contact information? Sure, Shen Yi agreed, opening his WeChat for a scan. The bespectacled boy promptly opened his WeChat and presented his code. After scanning, the addition was successful. I'm Shen. You can contact me on WeChat if anything comes up. Okay. Thank you, Shen big brother. Finally, Shen Yi and Su Wanting exited the foul-smelling dormitory 601. Hey bro, do you have any extra water? Could you spare me half a bottle? The blonde boy asked with a smile. No, we only have 1 bottle left, and we need it for ourselves, Shen Yi replied coolly, then left with Su Wanting. He was eager to return and investigate whether that colorful fruit could grant him supernatural abilities. As for the blonde boy, he was of little concern, as long as Wang Bingbing didn't ally with him. Shen Yi believed the blonde boy wouldn't be foolish enough to seek death while he possessed a knife. Rather, he could take the initiative. Upon reaching the entrance of dormitory 610, Shen Yi swiftly pried the door open. Since the students had not returned, this dormitory was relatively clean and devoid of any unpleasant odors. However, Shen Yi still instructed Su Wanting, please go to dormitory 606 and fetch my bedding. Su Wanting, who preferred not to sleep in someone else's bedding, as she had a penchant for cleanliness, readily complied. Upon witnessing Su Wanting's departure, Shen Yi immediately approached the potted plants, diligently observing them for a moment before confirming that neither of the 2 specimens had undergone any mutations. Subsequently, he plucked the fruit from the center of the flower. As he grasped the small, colorful fruit, he felt a faint chill radiate from his fingers into his being. Truly remarkable. Just this subtle sensation was enough for Shen Yi to ascertain that this colorful fruit was anything but ordinary. Should I consume it? Shen Yi pondered, hesitating. What if Ma Tianming had deceived him? What if this fruit were toxic? However, with only a single fruit at his disposal, it would be inappropriate to ask Su Wanting to test it for poison. If Su Wanting were to awaken her powers and assert herself, he would find himself at a significant disadvantage. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yi decided to take a photograph of the colorful fruit with his phone and began searching for its identification online. After an extensive search, he found no relevant information. This indicated that such a fruit had likely never existed before or had simply not been documented. Yet, the latter scenario seemed improbable. After all, how could a plant nurtured by an ordinary university student be so rare? With this in mind, it was highly probable that this colorful fruit had emerged post-apocalypse. As for whether it was poisonous or a catalyst for powers, that remained to be seen. Though Shen Yi was inherently cautious. A cautiousness devoid of strength merely amounted to hoarding resources for others. He craved power. He needed formidable strength. If he had power, he wouldn't have to dally with Wang Bingbing and Huang Mao today. It was the absence of absolute strength that necessitated subterfuge and manipulation of others' hearts. Reflecting on Huang Mao's lecherous gaze, Shen Yi resolved to take a risk. If he could indeed awaken potent abilities, he could return to save his grandmother and younger sister. After much deliberation, Shen Yi ultimately consumed the fruit. Tunming, I hope you aren't deceiving me. Otherwise, I shall curse you to the depths of hell. He silently prayed. As the colorful fruit melted in his mouth almost instantaneously, he barely registered its taste. Almost immediately thereafter, Shen Yi felt a warmth enveloping him, as if a mysterious energy flowed ceaselessly within him, rendering him pleasantly warm, akin to being immersed in legendary spiritual water. Suddenly, his waist no longer ached, his legs felt invigorated, and his once feeble body brimmed with vitality as this warm current coursed through his limbs. Shen Yi felt increasingly comfortable, as if his strength was augmenting, and all his muscles began to pulse with life. After a mere few seconds, he became entirely engrossed in the exhilarating sensation of his burgeoning power. Particularly, as a series of crisp cracking sounds resonated, his muscles and bones trembled, pores opened wide, and a layer of dark red filth, akin to grease, was expelled. In the next moment, Shen Yi felt as if he had surmounted a significant barrier, as if he had shed some form of restraint, brimming with boundless strength and energy. When he opened his eyes and looked down at his body again, he was astounded. The once slender frame now boasted muscles, a perfect six-pack. Moreover, he was imbued with immense strength, feeling as though he could punch through walls. Soon after, Shen Yi noticed an itch on his face. Instinctively, he wiped it, only to find his hand smeared with foul-smelling red impurities. Frowning, he retrieved a compact mirror from Su Wanting's bag to inspect his face. Numerous impurities had surfaced, but upon wiping them away, his previously ordinary features appeared significantly more chiseled, even verging on handsome. His attractiveness had indeed improved. What kind of fruit is this? Shen Yi mused in surprise. Enhanced strength, increased attractiveness, and defined abs that it was difficult to categorize this fruit, but consuming more could lead to further transformation, potentially amplifying his power even more. While he regarded physical appearance as secondary, he would certainly welcome becoming even more handsome. However, in comparison to his looks, he prioritized strength. In an apocalyptic world, strength was paramount. With power, even the most unattractive would find admirers among beauties. What if they didn't? Then he would seize them. What use was power otherwise? Shen Yi couldn't help but let a mischievous smirk dance upon his lips. Ma Tianming had not deceived him after all. This colorful fruit was indeed a catalyst for abilities. Yet it seemed that the powers he had acquired were more focused on physical enhancement, distinctly different from Zhao Tao's abilities. Just as Shen Yi was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Shen Yi, Su Wanting, who was clutching a blanket, looked on in astonishment at Shen Yi, whose face was smeared with grime, and instinctively wrinkled her nose as an unpleasant odor wafted from him. What on earth happened? She had only been gone for a few minutes. How had Shen Yi become so foul? Moreover, he appeared to have grown taller and more handsome. At first, Su Wanting thought she might be mistaken, hence her uncertain call. Just in time, I need a shower. Come help me scrub my back. Shen Yi chose not to divulge the details of his newfound powers to Su Wanting. Although he could easily dominate her now, the method through which he gained his abilities needed to remain undisclosed, lest Su Wanting harbor ulterior motives. Indeed, the grime expelled from his body during this evolution was rather repugnant. He needed to cleanse himself thoroughly. A shower? How would one go about that? Su Wanting hesitated. Shen Yi remained silent, first locking the dormitory door, then with a wave of his hand, nearly 100 bottles of mineral water materialized on a bed. Su Wanting's eyes widened in shock. While she was aware that Shen Yi could conjure food and water, the sheer volume he produced left her astounded. Initially, she had presumed that Shen Yi's powers had limitations, such as a maximum number of bottles he could generate in a day or a single roasted chicken, but it appeared not. This suggested that Shen Yi's abilities were far more formidable than she had imagined. Furthermore, it seemed he possessed more than one type of power. The sudden height increase and enhanced attractiveness must also be a manifestation of his abilities. What are you thinking? Come over and help me scrub my back. After Shen Yi shed his clothes, he called out, "Oh, here comes Su Wanting." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she still approached with a towel in hand. After all, they had already crossed certain boundaries and seen each other in various states. However, as she wiped away the grime from Shen Yi's body and caught sight of him clearly, she was taken aback. The once somewhat frail Shen Yi had developed a set of abdominal muscles, 6 perfectly defined packs that looked remarkably appealing. No, it wasn't just the abs. He also possessed a sculpted waist. What a splendid physique! It was even more attractive than those of fitness trainers. Shen Yi's body, evolved through rigorous training, was not the bulky kind of muscle, but rather a beautifully contoured form that was aesthetically pleasing in every aspect. The more Su Wanting rubbed Shen Yi's back, the redder her face became. Yet her excitement grew. Shen Yi had transformed, becoming more handsome and stronger. Was it not a pleasure for her as well? Originally somewhat dissatisfied with Shen Yi's appearance and physique, Su Wanting was now utterly thrilled. She could not help but start imagining what might happen next. Meanwhile, Shen Yi was busy on his phone, swiftly accepting friend requests and replicating a single message to send to each. Send me photos, and if they meet the standards, food and drinks are provided, experiencing the exhilarating sensation of physical evolution. He was brimming with enthusiasm, eager to unlock more resources, preferably supernatural fruits. If that failed, even firearms would suffice. This feeling of empowerment was truly exhilarating, even surpassing his experiences with Su Wanting. Speaking of which, Shen Yi suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, I remember you have a few friends who are quite attractive. Well, they are all right, but none of them are as good-looking as me. Su Wanting realized something was amiss. Then why not contact your pretty friends and see if they are in need of food and water? Shen Yi recalled that Su Wanting had a few friends who were decent in appearance and figure, one of whom was even more beautiful than Su Wanting herself. However, he did not remember that girl's name, having only seen her once when she visited Su Wanting, and she had left quite an impression. That girl should meet the system standards, he thought. All right, I'll ask. Su Wanting hesitated, reluctant to share food with others, especially not wanting to share her boyfriend with other women. Yet, she dared not refuse Shen Yi. So as she sent the message, she secretly cursed him. He already has me. Yet he still thinks of other women. How shameless. Moreover, he was considering her close friend, if her friend would share a boyfriend with her. How awkward would that be? Damn, unfaithful scoundrel. You think the apocalypse grants you the liberty to do as you please? How despicable. Su Wanting cursed silently, increasing the pressure of her massage. If she could overpower Shen Yi, she would definitely not hold back. Time flowed on. Another night passed. Today marked the 6th day of the apocalyptic disaster. Rescue efforts were still delayed. Social order was on the brink of collapse. Many survivors were resorting to violence over a morsel of food or a bottle of water. Arson, murder, theft, and abduction. These acts of cruelty, which would never openly manifest in Xia country, were now rampant. Around 11 o'clock in dormitory 610, Shen Yi was devouring a roasted chicken in the nude, while Su Wanting watched longingly. Like a child caught in wrongdoing. Let me see your phone. After finishing the chicken leg, Shen Yi took a sip of mineral water, wiped his hands with a few tissues, and glanced at Su Wanting. What do you want to see? Open WeChat. I want to see how your friends replied. Shen Yi intended to check if Su Wanting had obediently messaged her friends, that if she had not, it would indicate disloyalty. Disloyalty meant she could potentially betray him. Shen Yi would not tolerate a woman who harbored thoughts of betrayal, no matter how pleasurable her service was. He was now in a rational state of mind. Only one person had replied, while the others remained silent. Su Wanting unlocked her phone, entered the WeChat interface, and handed it over. Although she felt uncomfortable and jealous, she no longer dared to refuse. Shen Yi took the phone and said, Come eat with me, but remember, do not entertain those thoughts from last night. Yes, yes. I promise I won't make you angry again. Su Wanting eagerly nodded and rushed to rummage through the leftover bones. Finding meat to gnaw on, clearly hungry after a morning without food. Shen Yi scrolled through Su Wanting's WeChat. She had dutifully sent messages to a dozen or so friends, but only one girl with the nickname Jiang Nanyan had replied. Shen Yi clicked on Jiang Nanyan's moments, browsed a few pages, and found her photos. His eyes lit up slightly. She was stunning. She had a mature and alluring demeanor. Moreover, the photos showed no signs of PS or whitening. As for why the system did not trigger a prompt, it was because Shen Yi had previously tested that the system would not issue a prompt based on a photo alone unless it was sent directly from the person and had to be an unedited image. If there were any PS alterations or beauty filters, it would not trigger a prompt. This prevented Shen Yi from being deceived by misleading images. After pondering, Shen Yi used Su Wanting's account to reply to Jiang Nanyan. Little Bunny, I have water and food here. Come find me. Little Bunny was Su Wanting's online nickname. Su Wanting peeked over, feeling quite frustrated. Her boyfriend was flirting with her friend, and she had to assist him. Was this not self-sabotage? Jiang Nanyan. Really? Wanting, where are you? I haven't eaten in almost 2 days. Little bunny. I'm in the boys' dormitory at Campus A. It's quite safe here. Come find me. Shen Yi, while responding to messages. Purposely snapped a few photos of the mineral water and roasted chicken to send to the girl. Jiang Nanyan. Wow. You have so much water and cooked chicken too. Little bunny. Yes, do you want to come? Given our past relationship, I can take care of you. Jiang Nanyan. The boys' dorm is a bit far from me. Jiang Nanyan. Wanting, if I come to find you, can I bring 2 friends along? Little bunny. Are they male or female? We only have girls here. If you bring a boyfriend, I worry my friends might mind. Su Wanting, upon seeing Shen Yi's message, shot him a discreet glare. He was clearly the one with lustful intentions while pretending to be innocent. How disgusting. Yet, she could only scorn him internally. After all, she had acted out of jealousy and sulkiness last night, attempting to take advantage of Shen Yi, which led to him punishing her by withholding food and water that morning. If she angered Shen Yi again, she might really be cast out. The thought of the monsters outside and the lecherous gazes from the 2 boys on the 6th floor filled her with dread. Although Shen Yi was flirtatious, at least he possessed superpowers that ensured her sustenance. Moreover, he had become more handsome and enduring. His abs and chest muscles were quite pleasant to touch. In contrast, she had no desire to interact with the 2 smelly boys. Just seeing them repulsed her. Su Wanting maintained her usual arrogance. Her character, shaped since childhood, was not easily altered. However, her target of arrogance was no longer Jiang Nanyan. All my friends are girls. How could I possibly have a boyfriend? I'm also worried that boys might have ulterior motives, especially since there are no legal constraints now. Jiang Nanyan. Wanting, why would you ask such a question? Such a question? Shen Yi was taken aback, glancing at Su Wanting. Did they share some secret or code? What did that mean? Jiang Nanyan was somewhat of a light lesbian, having a mild aversion to men. So she would certainly not seek a boyfriend. Your question made her suspicious. If I were you, I wouldn't have asked that question, considering I often teased her about her sexual orientation in the past. Su Wanting explained. Shen Yi understood, then continued typing to charm her. Regardless of whether she was a lesbian or disliked men, Shen Yi was merely seeking to unlock resources. In the apocalypse, who still played the innocent card? Little bunny, I certainly know your orientation, but my friend is concerned about you being around boys, which is why I asked. Little bunny, behave. Since your friends are not boys, why not bring them over? It is quite safe here. Jiang Nanyan. Okay, let us tidy up a bit and set off. Shen Yi slowly revealed a smile, as expected. Using Su Wanting's account to deceive her friends was far more efficient than finding a needle in a haystack. The reason is simple. Most likely, beautiful women have beautiful friends. Moreover, since they share a close bond, it is certainly easier to persuade them than strangers. As for the friends Jiang Nanyan brings along, it all depends on their appearance. If they meet the system standards, then Shen Yi would hit the jackpot. It would be akin to a buy one, get 2 offer. If they do not meet the standards, then they can simply be sent away. After all, they are just 2 female college students. With Shen Yi's current capabilities, dealing with 2 adult men poses no challenge, let alone women. The enhancement brought by his physical evolution has been monumental. After a night of adaptation, he felt confident in handling 4 to 5 adults without issue. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, within an office of a teaching block, 3 young women were chatting while packing their belongings. Nanyan, what is your friend's character like? Surely, she won't deceive us? Asked a plump girl with a hint of skepticism. She won't. Although her personality can be rather unpleasant at times, somewhat arrogant and selfish, she would never betray a friend. Besides, what do I possess that would warrant her deception? Sighed a stunningly beautiful girl with exquisite features. To be honest, I never expected her to reach out to me willingly, let alone share food with us. Perhaps I misjudged her in the past. She isn't as selfish as I thought. In times of crisis, one can truly see a person's character. Oh, that's a relief. I'm starving. Let's set off quickly. The plump girl nodded excitedly. Then couldn't help but vent a bit. I just don't understand why your friend would go to such a disgusting place as the boys' dormitory. The thought of so many boys living there makes me feel nauseous. I don't know, perhaps there is some danger in the girls' dormitory? Jiang Nanyan felt a twinge of doubt, sensing something was amiss with Su Wanting. However, Her hunger left her with no energy to ponder those details. Their food had long been consumed, and they had been enduring hunger for the past 2 days. Had it not been for Su Wanting's message last night, Jiang Nanyan would have risked venturing out to search for food. One must not harbor malicious intent, yet one must also be vigilant. Given the current situation outside, we should remain cautious, interjected a mature woman with glasses. Jiang Nanyan turned to the woman, nodding earnestly. Yes, Teacher Bai is right. Although Su Wanting and I are very close friends, we must exercise caution. Furthermore, the journey from the teaching building to the dormitory is quite lengthy, and lurking in the shadows of the downstairs fog may be mutated monsters. So we ought to be careful. We should find some weapons to bring along, just in case. Indeed, we girls are inherently weaker, unlike those filthy men who possess strength. The plump girl expressed her agreement, indignantly exclaiming, "Those filthy men always talk about chivalry, claiming they will protect women and children in times of disaster. Yet when the apocalypse arrives, not a single man comes to our aid, a bunch of worthless scoundrels. I believe there should be no men in this world. That way, we women could surely live happier lives." Listening to the plump girl's incessant ramblings, Jiang Nanyan and Teacher Bai exchanged glances, sharing a helpless smile but refraining from comment. While they too harbored a dislike for men, they never considered the idea of a world without them. Their aversion stemmed merely from personal preference, unrelated to existence itself. Once the trio had gathered their belongings, they cautiously opened the door and stepped outside. Numerous survivors were also hiding in other classrooms. Upon hearing footsteps in the corridor, many peered out curiously. When they spotted beautiful women, the eyes of several male survivors lit up. With no rescue in sight, unreachable emergency numbers, and food and water long depleted, most survivors were on the brink of collapse. They now faced a moral dilemma: either venture out to find food or resort to stealing from others. However, it was evident that most lacked the courage to step outside, for those who had done so in the past 2 days often met their demise in the encroaching fog. Those who returned spoke of terrifying monsters. The few who managed to bring back food and water were exceedingly rare. When food and water could no longer meet the basic needs of the group, chaos ensued. Furthermore, with the absence of official intervention, some individuals' darker thoughts began to surface that if no one cared about the deceased, surely no one would mind if I committed a few misdeeds. Thus, students with ulterior motives began to take notice of the girls, even resorting to force. Without the constraints of morality and law, humanity can sink to new lows, much like Shen Yi, who sheltered girls with supplies. Yet compared to those who commit murder and assault, he still maintained a sense of boundaries. However, some survivors devoid of such limits stealthily followed Jiang Nanyan and her companions. Jiang Nanyan, we are heading out now, making our way toward the dormitory. Jiang Nanyan, may I inquire whether there is any danger near the dormitory? Little bunny, behave. No, I have entered and exited several times, and there is no danger in the dormitory. However, I cannot speak for what lies beyond. Jiang Nanyan, all right. Little bunny, behave. I am on the 6th floor. You may come straight up when you arrive. Jiang Nanyan, okay. After Su Wanting replied to Jiang Nanyan's message, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. How could there be no danger outside the dormitory? She had witnessed a man-eating mutated dog with her own eyes. Yet in order to lure Jiang Nanyan over, she had no choice but to continue with Shen Yi's previous narrative. If Jiang Nanyan were to encounter that mutated dog, it would be no fault of hers. She merely claimed there was no danger within the dormitory, not that there was none outside. Keep communicating with your friends if you can manage to bring a friend over. I shall reward you with 2 roast chickens, but they must be female friends, and they cannot be unattractive, Shen Yi stated with satisfaction. All right, Su Wanting's eyes brightened immediately. The aroma of roast chicken was truly enticing. However, she had only ever been able to eat the leftovers from Shen Yi, which were hardly sufficient to satiate her hunger. If bringing a friend could secure 2 delicious roast chickens, it would certainly be worth it. After all, she could not refuse Shen Yi's request. Why not strive for a little benefit for herself? 2 roast chickens would be enough for her to indulge comfortably for 2 or 3 days. Thus, Su Wanting promptly picked up her phone and began dialing other friends who had not yet responded to her messages. Shen Yi observed Su Wanting's frantic activity with a knowing expression. This was one of the reasons he controlled the supplies. Only by ensuring Su Wanting remained hungry would she have the motivation to work and obey him. If food were abundant, she certainly would not exhibit the same level of enthusiasm. In fact, she might even resort to playing tricks on him, as she had done the previous night, attempting to drain him dry while forbidding him from speaking with other women or even interacting with them. What a joke! Did she think they were in a romantic relationship, attempting to restrict his freedom? Shen Yi would never forsake unlocking the system supplies for a single tree. Therefore, he punished Su Wanting for overstepping her bounds, allowing her to consume only the bones she had gnawed on earlier that morning. Want meat and other food? Not a chance. Shen Yi had added numerous friends today. He intended to quickly screen for women who met the system's criteria before the internet and electricity were cut off. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that they would not last much longer. After all, during an apocalyptic disaster, no one is there to maintain the power generation equipment, and issues are highly probable. Coupled with the chaos of mutated plants and animals, the likelihood of problems increases significantly. To be honest, Shen Yi was already quite astonished that they had maintained power and internet access for 6 days. This might also be the reason survivors believed official rescue would arrive. Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Shen Yi, are you there? Could you please respond to my message? Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Shen Yi, I know you can see my messages. Everyone in our class needs your help right now. That I have observed, Shen, that you have shared numerous messages in various groups, which indicates that you must possess an ample supply of water and food. Therefore, might you consider sharing a portion of it to assist your fellow classmates and teachers? Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Of course, we shall not let your generosity go unrewarded. I am prepared to contribute 500 yuan, treating it as a purchase from you. After all, you have plenty of provisions, so why not sell some to the teachers? In doing so, you not only earn a profit, but also engage in an act that fosters social solidarity. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu. Counselor Wang is right. Please lend us a hand, as we are all classmates. That it is one thing to withhold assistance from others, but to deny your own classmates is rather petty. Qin Haoren, count me in. I am also willing to part with 500 yuan. If you have extra water, could you sell us a few bottles? Jean Rue, Shen, speak up. I know you are online. Wang Lily, by the way, I saw Shen Yi's messages in the neighboring group. Since you are willing to assist the girls, you must be a kind-hearted individual. Could you help us as well? Ma Hong, I recall that Shen Yi has always been a good-natured person. He would not turn a blind eye to those in need. Professor Qi, Associate Professor Shen Yi, though you are usually quiet, you are indeed a good student. This is the message from the class group. Shen Yi noticed the incessant tagging and clicked to see what was happening. To his surprise, the counselor inexplicably tagged him to request water and food, prompting all the students to follow suit, as if they had conspired together. Shen Yi was amused by the moral coercion of his classmates. Shen Yi, you need not pay any heed to the messages in the class group. Disregard them. They're merely trying to take advantage of you. Su Wanting also noticed the messages in the group. She was unwilling for Shen Yi to take risks delivering water and food to others. After all, the outside world is fraught with danger. What if something happened to Shen Yi? What would she do then? Although Su Wanting's concerns were primarily self-serving, her words held a grain of truth. A bunch of opportunists. Of course, I have no intention of providing them with food and water, Shen Yi scoffed. When he was bullied by Jean Rue and his roommates in the past, he sought help from the counselor, only to be told that everyone is a classmate and there is no need to escalate such trivial matters. Questioning why his roommates only targeted him and not others, such absurd statements may be humorous online. Yet they exist in reality, and Shen Yi had experienced it firsthand. Thus, he held no fondness for this self-righteous counselor. Conversely, if given the chance, he would certainly let the counselor experience the sensation of being singled out for bullying. With that thought, Shen Yi retrieved several bottles of water and a roast chicken from his inventory, laying out some snacks on the table and snapping a photo to share in the group. Shen Yi, indeed, I still have a considerable amount of water and food, but I'm simply inclined to be unkind and unwilling to share. Does that frustrate you? Jean Rue, Shen Yi, are you out of your mind? What are you pretending for? Just you wait. Group member Jean Rue has been muted by the administrator for 29 days and 23 hours. Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Shen Yi, ignore Jean Rue. I've already muted him. Here's the deal. I will offer 1,000 yuan for that chicken and a few bottles of water. I assure you that I will not deduct any of your credits in the future. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu. Wow. There's actually chicken, and it's still steaming. Did it just come out of the oven? Shen Yi. Brother, share some with me. I have never wronged you. I have always regarded you as my elder brother. Wang Lily. Jean Rue is truly wicked. Shen Yi. Do not pay attention to her. Wang Lily. I have a taste of that chicken. I can come and find you. Qin Haoran. Shen Yi. I believe you are different from those troublemakers like Jean Rue. If you help me now, when my father arrives, I will repay you tenfold. My father is the director. I am not deceiving you. Su Wanting. Silence. Shen Yi will not give you food. Wang Lily. Su Wanting. What does this have to do with you? You should be the one to be quiet. Shen Yi would never be as selfish as you. Ma Hong. Su Wanting. People like you, no matter how good-looking, are worthless without morals. Such individuals are destined for a short existence. Qin Haoran. Exactly. Su Wanting was infuriated, seeing Shen Yi's lack of opposition. She posted their intimate photos in the group to prove the depth of their relationship. How dare a bunch of outsiders insult her? She could not tolerate it. Wang Lily. Su Wanting. You are actually with Shen Yi? Ma Hong. In that photo, are you two in a romantic relationship? Sun Bowen. Huh. Who would have thought that Shen Yi managed to win over our class's beauty with just a few bottles of water? That's quite a bargain. He must have had quite the experience these past few days. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu. Sun Bowen. Quit barking. Who Shen Yi chooses to be with has nothing to do with you. Sun Bowen. You're just a pathetic sycophant. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu. Don't think I don't know you're with Jean Rue. Are you trying to use Jean Rue to annoy my brother Shen? Haha. Who is the real sycophant here? It seems you're the one licking Jean Rue's boots. Group member Sun Bowen has been muted by the administrator for 29 days and 23 hours. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu. Shen Yi, brother, do not take Sun Bowen's foolish words to heart. If you encounter any trouble in the future, I will definitely be the first to assist you. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu. Su Wanting, sister-in-law, say a few words to Shen Yi and encourage him to help us out. Qin Haoran. Count me in. Shen Yi, we beg you. Professor Qi, Associate Professor Shen Yi. For the sake of my age, please assist the teachers. I still have children to care for at home. Shen Yi chose to disregard the fickle sentiments of this group and exited the chat. Especially Qin Haoran and Lin Yu. These two fools had previously stood on their moral high ground in other groups to criticize him, now displaying a completely different demeanor. How despicable. Spending time with such trash is a waste. It would be better to quickly add more friends, perhaps unlocking additional resources in the process. However, judging by the drastic change in these classmates' attitudes, it was evident that the current survivors were struggling. For a mere sip of water and a morsel of food, they began to grovel, nearly begging on their knees. Even the usually stern and humorless Professor Qi had resorted to such behavior. One could only say that in the face of disaster, all are equal in the blink of an eye. Another 2 hours had passed. During this time, Shen Yi added dozens of friends, but either they were men using female accounts to deceive him, or they were just micro-tanks. With none meeting the system's standards. The most outrageous was a man in drag who even sent photos of himself in women's clothing, claiming that if Shen Yi did not mind, he could provide his own lubricant. Damn! Shen Yi cursed under his breath and immediately blocked him. The world has truly descended into chaos. All sorts of grotesque individuals have emerged. Moreover, many were openly and covertly inquiring about his address. Shen Yi was certainly not foolish. He did not engage in deep conversations with them, promptly blocking and deleting them in one fell swoop. What a bunch of idiots. What purpose does prying into my life serve? All for a few bottles of water. If they had this time, couldn't they just go to the supermarket themselves? Shen Yi grumbled, deleting yet another individual who inquired about his address. He simply could not comprehend why these people were so thoughtless. Even if they did manage to discover his address, what would it achieve? Instead of wasting time seeking him out, they could just head to a supermarket or convenience store, where they would surely find untainted beverages and snacks. Yet these individuals were determined to pry into his life. It was evident that on the 6th day of the apocalypse, people's intelligence had significantly declined. After such a long wait, where is your friend? Shen Yi glanced at Su Wanting, questioning with concern. Even if she was at another campus, she should have been able to arrive in an hour. Could something have happened? I'll give her a call to check, Su Wanting said, beginning to dial. Meanwhile, Shen Yi continued to accept friend requests. However, just as they were occupied, the lights that had been on suddenly flickered and went dark. The phone that had been charging also abruptly ceased to do so. Is this a power outage? Shen Yi and Su Wanting exchanged glances, both looking rather grim that a power outage means that they would lose light at night. Moreover, the more disheartening fact was that once their phone batteries ran out, they would no longer be able to recharge them. No, there are ways, but they would be quite troublesome. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Suddenly, a ringtone echoed from outside the door. Su Wanting glanced at her phone, then turned to Shen Yi and remarked, "It seems they have arrived. Let's end the call." Shen Yi approached the dormitory door, quietly cracking it open to peer outside. In the pitch-black corridor, three figures huddled together, carefully navigating the darkness illuminated only by the faint glow of their mobile phones. Since Shen Yi had not disclosed the exact dormitory number to Jiang Nanyan, they were in the midst of contacting Su Wanting while searching for the right room. This provided Shen Yi with a moment to observe them discreetly. There were indeed three girls, but one appeared rather portly. Could she possibly meet the system's standards? Shen Yi silently scoffed. Despite the power outage rendering the corridor dim, he could still discern the outlines. It was unmistakably three women, though one was significantly overweight. The other two, however, were quite appealing, particularly one whose figure was voluptuous, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Having confirmed their gender, Shen Yi then told Su Wanting, "Inform them of the dormitory number and let them come in." Su Wanting complied and began messaging Jiang Nanyan. Meanwhile, she secretly hoped that Shen Yi had not taken a liking to Jiang Nanyan, lest they be driven away. She had no desire to share a man with anyone, but did she wish to share food and water? Not even with a close friend. Jiang Nanyan had not been mistaken. Su Wanting was indeed that selfish. Especially in the apocalypse, her selfish nature became even more pronounced out of course. It was quite normal for most individuals in the face of a disaster to be unwilling to share food and water. If someone did so without compensation, that would be unusual. Jiang Nanyan had previously found it puzzling why Su Wanting treated her so well, willingly sharing food and water and providing a safe haven. In truth, had she pondered it for a moment, she might have noticed the inconsistencies in Su Wanting's words, or at the very least, realized that Su Wanting's invitation was not entirely altruistic. In room 610, Jiang Nanyan received Su Wanting's message at that moment. She sensed something was amiss, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Nevertheless, having already braved the risk to arrive here, there was no turning back. They had narrowly escaped danger just moments ago. Upon exiting the teaching building, several boys had followed them, evidently with ill intentions. Fortunately, they had managed to conceal themselves within the black mist. Otherwise, Jiang Nanyan shuddered to think of what might have happened if captured by that group. After successfully evading those ravenous boys, they had encountered mutated plants, which sent them fleeing in terror. Had they not lost their way while running aimlessly in the black mist, it would not have taken them over 2 hours to find the dormitory. The trio followed the dormitory number to room 610. To their surprise, the door was ajar, and an enticing aroma of meat wafted from within. Specifically, the scent of chicken. All three women instinctively swallowed, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Jiang Nanyan cautiously extended her hand and gently pushed the door open. Before her stood her dear friend, Su Wanting, which brought a sense of relief. She had feared that upon opening the door, some monstrous creature would leap out. "Xiaoyan, welcome." Su Wanting greeted her with a warm smile. "Wanting, it's been a while," Jiang Nanyan replied, forcing a smile despite her parched lips. Having been both hungry and thirsty, especially after lingering in the black mist for over 2 hours, her body was in dire need of hydration. Thankfully, she had finally reunited with her dear friend, and soon she could replenish her fluids. It was evident that her close friend was not lacking in provisions. Her complexion remained as smooth as ever, suggesting she had been well-fed and well-hydrated in recent days. Ugh, who's this disgusting man? Suddenly, the plump girl wrinkled her brow and spoke up. Jiang Nanyan froze, finally noticing Shen Yi seated on the bed. There was indeed a man. How could there be a man? Hadn't Su Wanting claimed that she and her friends were all female? "What did you say?" Shen Yi furrowed his brow, directing a piercing gaze at the overweight girl. Startled, she instinctively took a step back, yet recalling that she was accompanied by two others and was herself a woman. Her confidence surged, and she glared at Shen Yi, exclaiming, "What's your problem? I merely pointed something out, and you, a grown man, think you can hit a defenseless girl. Is there no decorum in you? Are you that easily provoked?" Before she could finish her tirade, Shen Yi's fist landed squarely on her pudgy face. With a resounding thud, the girl was sent sprawling out of the dormitory, crashing heavily against the wall with a wail. In the corridor, Huang Mao and Wang Bingbing, who had been secretly observing from the dormitory, were left dumbfounded by the scene. One punch had sent her flying. What kind of strength was that? Not only would they not dare to strike a girl, but they also wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow themselves. Wow, why does it seem like he's grown taller and even more handsome overnight? Huang Mao mused quietly. This some sort of second puberty. What is going on? Why are three girls coming to a male dormitory? Who are they looking for? He noticed that two of the girls were quite beautiful and thought it might be worthwhile to try and befriend one of them, which could help him find a girlfriend and gain some allies. That one with the mature vibe is quite appealing. A sophisticated woman would be a nice catch. He decided to assess the situation further before making any moves. Wang Bingbing, however, was not as contemplative. Upon witnessing Shen Yi's aggression, he promptly closed the door and retreated into the dormitory, prioritizing his own safety. You can't just hit someone like that. Jiang Nanyan stared incredulously at Shen Yi. Meanwhile, the mature woman, Shen Yi, rushed to check on the plump girl, who lay bloodied and unconscious, her expression turning frantic as she sought to staunch the bleeding. Didn't that pig just say, "I was easily provoked"? Well, she certainly pushed my buttons. Shen Yi replied nonchalantly. Cracking his knuckles, he had restrained some of his strength. Otherwise, he could have easily knocked that foul-mouthed girl out cold. In this apocalypse, how dare she throw punches? Now she would learn the true meaning of fighting. Although both women before him met the system's criteria, Shen Yi had no intention of yielding. Should matters escalate, he would not hesitate to expel all three of them. Ding! Detected a goddess meeting system standards. Initiating detailed scan. Name. Jiang Nanyan age. 20 appearance. 92 body. 94 inner qualities. 100 untouched. Total score. 96 evaluation. Rescuing her may unlock a random resource. Ding! Detected a goddess meeting system standards. Initiating detailed scan. Name. Shen Yi age. 29 appearance. 90 body. 96 inner qualities. 100 untouched. Total score. 96 evaluation. Rescuing her may unlock a random resource. Indeed, the other mature woman also met the system standards. Her looks were not far behind Jiang Nanyan's, and her figure was remarkably stunning, exuding an air of maturity, as if she were a ripe peach. Were it not for the system interface, Shen Yi might have mistaken her for a young matron. However, he was taken aback to learn she was actually a 29-year-old untouched woman. You are being too excessive. How can you treat a girl so violently? Shen Yi looked at Shen Yi, her voice wavering with a mixture of fear and courage as she defended her student. Excessive? That fat pig came in here and insulted me. Where were you to stop her? You don't think she's excessive, yet you consider me, the victim, to be at fault. Shen Yi scoffed. But even so, you can't just leave her in that state, Shen Yi retorted. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, but unable to overlook the absurdity of Shen Yi's claim of victim. No victim would send their assailant flying with a single punch. You've knocked her out cold. Wanting, is he? Your boyfriend? Didn't you say your friends were all girls? Jiang Nanyan could no longer contain her confusion and directed her questioning gaze at Su Wanting. She realized she had been deceived. Moreover, this man approached with such ferocity and violence that it instilled considerable fear in her. Xiaoyan, do you not desire food and water? My boyfriend has an abundance. If you are willing to stay, he will provide for all your future sustenance. Su Wanting displayed no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, she cheerfully picked up a bottle of mineral water and a steaming roasted chicken from the table, extending an invitation to Jiang Nanyan. If she could persuade her friend to remain, she would be rewarded with 2 roasted chickens. Although Su Wanting harbored no desire to share her boyfriend with another woman, she recognized her inability to alter Shen Yi's intentions. It was evident that Shen Yi would never settle for just one woman. Acknowledging the futility of resistance, Su Wanting chose not to obstruct him. After all, provoking Shen Yi could result in her own hunger or even expulsion. It was wiser to accommodate than to confront. Thus, she shifted her perspective and began to assist Shen Yi in charming her friend. At the very least, she would secure a reward for herself. And if Shen Yi was pleased, she might even receive greater recompense. Most importantly, even if Shen Yi were to take other women in the future, as long as she remained his favored one, she could claim the status of the primary wife. Water and meat? Jiang Nanyan's throat tightened as she instinctively swallowed. Yet her mouth was parched, unable to produce saliva. Her body's instincts urged her to rush forward and seize the water and meat. But her reason held her back. Should she dash forward, she might be sent flying by a single punch. Or worse, face death. She was slender and not built to withstand blows. Nanyan, don't be fooled. We must leave. Let's go now, Bai Sini hurriedly interjected. Though she too felt ravenous and dehydrated, she would never sell her body and soul for a morsel of food. It was clear that this woman had lured them here to find a mistress for her boyfriend. How shameless! How could there be such a brazen woman? Jiang Nanyan also considered Su Wanting utterly shameless. She felt an overwhelming urge to berate her. How could you deceive a friend? I regarded you as a companion. And what do you consider me to be? You actually expect me to become a mistress for your boyfriend? However, the aroma of the chicken was undeniably enticing. Just inhaling its fragrance made her wonder if a single bite would elevate her spirit. The more she pondered, the more her resolve wavered. It seemed she would rather sell her body and soul than face the prospect of starving or dying of thirst. Had someone asked Jiang Nanyan 2 days prior whether she would choose starvation over selling her body, she would have vehemently insulted them and showcased her noble spirit and form. Yet after 2 days of hunger and one of thirst, her lofty ideals had eroded, especially upon seeing the liquid flowing within the bottle. Her entire being craved sustenance. She had succumbed. Teacher Bai, I'm sorry, I can't move anymore. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Nanyan's delicate cheeks flushed, and she ran toward Su Wanting, yearning for water and meat. Su Wanting did not immediately hand her the water. Instead, she smiled and inquired, Xiaoyan, you must understand what it means to drink this bottle of water, right? Humiliation, absolute humiliation. I understand. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Shen Yi, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment at being humiliated in front of her teacher. Yet the pangs of hunger and thirst overwhelmed her shame, and she responded to Su Wanting. Even if it meant engaging in such acts, it no longer mattered. At worst, it would be akin to being nibbled by a dog. And besides, this particular dog appeared rather handsome, not altogether repulsive. Very well, since you understand, then go ahead and drink, my dear sister. Su Wanting gleefully handed the bottle of water to Jiang Nanyan, as if it were a charitable offering. Thank you, Jiang Nanyan exclaimed, her hands trembling as she accepted the mineral water. Having gone too long without sustenance, her strength was nearly depleted. Even twisting the cap felt like a Herculean effort. Wei young lady, reduced to behaving like a dog. Observing Jiang Nanyan's easy capitulation, Su Wanting felt a mix of disdain and delight. She had long been irked by Jiang Nanyan's pretentious demeanor, always maintaining an icy facade, as if she were of superior nobility. The fact that many boys pursued Jiang Nanyan, far more than those who pursued her, only fueled Su Wanting's jealousy. However, since Jiang Nanyan's family circumstances were no less favorable than her own, she dared not offend her. Yet now, witnessing the woman she once envied bowing before her, subservient to her boyfriend, was a satisfying sensation. Su Wanting suddenly found joy in assisting Shen Yi in deceiving her friend. In the future, she would be the primary wife and could direct Jiang Nanyan, the mistress, to run errands for her. What bliss, given that the world was already in chaos. No one would dare mock her. In fact, many women would surely envy her for having food and drink. Had she known it would be this enjoyable, she wouldn't have thrown a tantrum last night. Su Wanting felt a twinge of regret. Because of her childish behavior the previous evening, she had not only gone hungry, but had also created a rift with Shen. I must change my mindset. I cannot continue as I have. Otherwise, I will surely find myself living a miserable existence, perhaps even surpassed by newcomers. Su Wanting contemplated. If she were to be surpassed by others and reduced to a secondary wife, it would be utterly humiliating. She had been with Shen Yi the longest. Moreover, she was the one who had shared his first intimate moments. She was entitled to be the primary wife, and to secure that position, she must first earn Shen Yi's affection. Furthermore, she needed to ensure she could dominate the other women. Shen Yi was oblivious to the fact that Su Wanting's thoughts had completely transformed upon witnessing Jiang Nanyan's capitulation. Of course, this change of heart was fortuitous for him, as it would lead to better service in the future. Nanyan, how could you yield? Baisini gazed at Jiang Nanyan, who was now gulping down water, her eyes filled with disappointment as she chastised her for her moral decline. Have you forgotten the knowledge and ethics you have learned? What about your dreams? How could you stoop to this level? Baisini's tone was laden with anger, yet Jiang Nanyan was too preoccupied with drinking to respond. It wasn't until she had drained the entire bottle that she felt revitalized, like a fish returned to the sea. Licking her lips and glancing at Baisini, she felt a twinge of hesitation and embarrassment. After all, she had brought her teacher and friend here, only to be deceived by Su Wanting. She bore significant responsibility. However, she truly did not wish to perish. Just as Jiang Nanyan grappled with guilt and struggled to find the words, Shen Yi suddenly approached, wrapping an arm around her slender waist and giving it a gentle squeeze. Jiang Nanyan's face flushed, and she instinctively attempted to struggle. Yet recalling something, her movements gradually slowed, and she fell silent. Rest assured, if you stay with me, you shall never go hungry, Shen Yi said, observing Jiang Nanyan's obedient demeanor with satisfaction as he nodded. He then turned to Baisini, who was supporting the corpulent woman, and remarked, "This lovely teacher, should you also choose to stay, I can guarantee your daily meals and safety. Of course, the condition is that you send this vulgar creature away. Otherwise, I cannot promise I will refrain from dealing with her." Shen Yi was already exercising considerable restraint. The moment this insufferable woman entered, she had insulted him. He had refrained from killing her only because he had never taken a life before, and thus felt unable to summon the necessary resolve. Otherwise, that earlier punch would have shattered the woman's skull. "You think not," Baisini declared, "that I would rather starve or die of thirst than sell my body. I will never abandon my students. A shameless man like you is the lowest of my contempt." Baisini coldly rebuked. Then she turned to Jiang Nanyan. "Nanyan, will you truly not come with me?" "Teacher Bai, I am sorry that I cannot leave with you." Jiang Nanyan averted her gaze, unable to face the disappointment on Baisini's face. In truth, Baisini was not only her teacher, but also her romantic interest. Yes, a romantic interest. The two individuals, in truth, both possessed inclinations towards love between women, which led to their natural closeness. However, due to issues of age and status, they hesitated to define their relationship. Yet, if they continued to spend time together, it seemed inevitable that they would soon become a couple. Alas, an apocalyptic disaster struck, altering everything. There was no longer time for romantic pursuits. The primary concern had shifted to mere survival, in comparison to the struggle for existence. Any issues of disdain towards men seemed trivial at that moment, being cradled in the arms of Shen Yi. A man, Jiang Nanyan felt no revulsion. Despite her usual aversion to men, on the contrary, the scent of his flesh instilled in her a profound sense of security, in the face of apocalyptic chaos. The greatest sense of safety lay in being well fed and hydrated. All human emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, paled in significance when juxtaposed with the will to survive. I understand, Baisini smiled, though her expression was exceedingly pale and feeble. Yet, she refrained from uttering any reproaches towards Jiang Nanyan, instead assisting the plump pig in leaving. Naturally, Shen did not intervene. He had made his offer, and if it was declined, he would not force the issue. There was no need. One woman was not a necessity for him. He had already gained something today. Moreover, Jiang Nanyan, nestled in his embrace, was far more agreeable than Su Wanting. After making her choice, she exhibited no rebellious spirit, at least not outwardly. Unlike Su Wanting, who had been riddled with various ulterior motives from the very beginning, even today she was filled with schemes. She had locked the dormitory door. Shen Yi released Jiang Nanyan and said, "Let us go eat first. Once we're satisfied, we can proceed." "Thank you," Jiang Nanyan stammered, her cheeks flushed crimson, feeling exceedingly bashful at his straightforwardness. After all, this was their first meeting, with their lofty expectations and lack of prior romantic experience. The thought of what was to come made her heart race uncontrollably. Nevertheless, she resolved to fill her stomach first. At that moment, Shen Yi was also assessing Jiang Nanyan. This woman possessed a beauty that surpassed Su Wanting's. Her features were exquisitely refined, her skin smooth and radiant, exuding a natural glow. Although a bit dusty from not having washed her face in several days, she was still undeniably stunning. Particularly striking was her delicate, well-defined nose, which incited an irresistible urge to kiss. Jiang Nanyan's figure was commendable. She was slender where it counted, yet her curves were modest, barely a B-cup, rendering her figure somewhat flat. However, her exquisite visage compensated for any shortcomings in her physique. Furthermore, Jiang Nanyan exuded a commendable aura. This quality was ineffable. Just a glance at her evoked a sense of something unique. Shen Yi did not feel this way when he looked at Su Wanting. Although she was also a wealthy beauty, her haughty and unpleasant demeanor stripped her of any allure. In summary, Shen Yi found himself quite satisfied with Jiang Nanyan. He was not stingy with rewards. Offering Su Wanting 2 roasted chickens. Actions must align with words to motivate subordinates to work for him. In Shen Yi's hierarchy, women were also considered subordinates. "Hubby, thank you," Su Wanting exclaimed, planting a kiss on Shen Yi's lips. Astonishingly addressing him as hubby in front of Jiang Nanyan, likely to showcase something. The arena of rivalry had subtly commenced. Shen Yi, however, was unperturbed. As long as his harem remained harmonious, he could tolerate minor skirmishes. Where did you get the chicken from?" Jiang Nanyan, her mouth smeared with grease, stared incredulously at Shen Yi. She had merely seen his arm move, and suddenly 2 roasted chickens appeared on the table. What kind of magic is this? While astonishment filled her, she continued to stuff her face with meat. It was utterly delicious. Perhaps due to her prolonged hunger, this chicken tasted like the most exquisite dish she had ever savored in her life. "This is my hubby's superpower. He can conjure food and water. Impressive. Isn't it? Just don't go telling others, or my hubby and I won't spare you," Su Wanting admonished seriously, exuding an air of authority. "How audacious! This is truly extraordinary," Jiang Nanyan gasped in amazement. "Superpower? Such a power exists? Of course. Do you think my hubby can provide for us without reason? As long as you behave, he can conjure anything you desire." "Ah, I see," Jiang Nanyan contemplated. Now that she was well-fed and hydrated, her intellect returned. Was this truly a superpower? Conjuring food out of thin air must qualify, for magic could not achieve such feats. Yet she sensed something peculiar about this power. While summoning chicken was understandable, how could it be cooked and steaming hot? This seemed less like a superpower and more akin to storing cooked food for later use. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Jiang Nanyan. She recalled a post-apocalyptic novel she had read. Could it be that this man, like the protagonist in that tale, was reincarnated? Perhaps he possessed an infinitely vast space where he had stored food and water before the apocalypse struck. In this space, time had no meaning, so nothing would spoil. This would explain why the chicken was cooked. However, this conjecture remained merely a hypothesis, and Jiang Nanyan dared not voice it. What if she was correct, and he silenced her to keep it secret? Seeing that Jiang Nanyan had finished her meal, her hands and mouth greasy, Shen Yi suggested, "Go brush your teeth, rinse your mouth, and wash your face." But, isn't the tap water contaminated? Jiang Nanyan was momentarily taken aback. Did the boys' dormitory have untainted water? "You're so foolish. Just use bottled water." Su Wanting retrieved several bottles of mineral water from beneath her bed. Using mineral water to wash my face? "Isn't that a bit extravagant?" Jiang Nanyan exclaimed, astonished. If it were in the past, this would be unthinkable, especially in the apocalypse. Bottled water was so precious. How could it be used for washing one's face? "No worries with my hubby around. We won't lack for water." Su Wanting smiled nonchalantly. Noticing the limited supply of mineral water, Shen Yi waved his hand and summoned a dozen more bottles from his space. Addressing Jiang Nanyan, "You might as well wash your hair. I'd prefer not to be covered in grease." What an incredible superpower! He can even conjure bottled water. Jiang Nanyan marveled, her heart racing at the thought that her earlier conjecture might indeed hold truth. This man might genuinely be a character reborn from a novel. Yet, this realization brought her comfort. Following a powerful man who had returned from the dead meant she would not have to fear starvation. Moreover, perhaps she could even seek out her parents and family. With this in mind, Jiang Nanyan looked at Shen Yi, her gaze devoid of any lingering disdain. Regardless of the circumstances, this transaction was far from a loss for her, unless the apocalypse ended at this very moment. Ding! The system detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess and began to randomly unlock a type of resource. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking the resource. Type 54 pistol upon hearing the system notification. Shen Yi was momentarily stunned, then elated. A Type 54 pistol, a gun, a firearm, what a thrill. Now, with a gun in hand, where could he not go? Although Shen Yi had never used a gun before, it was never too late to learn. Moreover, sometimes one did not even need to fire the weapon. Merely brandishing it would instill fear in others. That was the deterrent power of firearms. As he pondered this, Shen Yi glanced at Jiang Nanyan, who was pretending to sleep in embarrassment beside him. In his mood soared. He hadn't anticipated that this woman could help him unlock such a vital resource as a pistol. However, there was still one matter to confirm: whether the gun came with ammunition. If it did not possess compatible bullets, he would have to unlock that resource separately, which would be quite troublesome. With this thought in mind, Shen Yi retrieved a Type 54 pistol from the system space. The gun had a certain heft to it. After weighing in his hands, he ensured the safety was on, eliminating any risk of accidental discharge before checking the magazine. Fortunately, it was loaded. Moreover, the magazine was filled to the brim. Shen Yi meticulously extracted and counted, discovering a total of 8 bullets, a singular firearm equipped with 8 rounds. While he possessed an abundance of guns, he had no reason to fret over ammunition. There was even no necessity to change magazines. Once this one was expended, he could simply discard it. In critical moments, swapping guns was undoubtedly swifter than replacing a magazine. Regrettably, the system lacked a rating feature. Otherwise, he would have gladly bestowed it a 5-star review. Shen Yi joyfully toyed with the handgun. This system was remarkably considerate and thorough. What was that? Jiang Nanyan, who had stealthily opened her eyes, inadvertently caught sight of Shen Yi conjuring a gun seemingly out of thin air, causing her heart to race with alarm, nearly prompting her to cry out, "A gun!" Although she had witnessed her father handling handguns. Her limited exposure rendered her somewhat apprehensive. The lethality and intimidation of firearms were indeed fearsome. His extraordinary ability was certainly not limited to manifesting food. Jiang Nanyan's suspicion solidified that if he could conjure a gun, then it was illogical to assume he could only produce food. Either Shen Yi possessed an infinitely expansive ability space, stockpiling such resources in advance, or his powers were far more terrifying than Su Wanting was aware of. Su Wanting, oh Su Wanting, you're truly naive and as easily deceived as before. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Su Wanting, who was sound asleep in the adjacent bed. Inwardly chuckling that it was clear to her that Su Wanting was attempting to exert her influence through Shen Yi's identity to suppress her. However, due to her recent arrival and unfamiliarity with Shen Yi's rapport with Su Wanting, she hesitated to offend Su Wanting. Yet, it appeared their relationship was not particularly intimate. Otherwise, Su Wanting would not have been oblivious to the true extent of Shen Yi's abilities, since Shen Yi did not fully trust Su Wanting. It signified that she still had a chance, an opportunity to surpass Su Wanting. Jiang Nanyan, who held herself in high regard and was exceptionally astute, was unwilling to play the subordinate role. She contemplated how to forge a closer relationship with Shen Yi starting tomorrow, aiming for him to trust her even more than he did Su Wanting. First, she needed to ascertain what Shen Yi favored. Delving into his preferences would be the most expedient approach, but he likely had a penchant for women, particularly attractive ones. She mused, casting a glance at her own reflection, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Without much deliberation, she concluded that Shen Yi was indeed fond of women, especially those of striking beauty. Therefore, if Su Wanting could deceive him, why couldn't she deceive others? Teacher Bai, a sudden image of Teacher Bai flashed through Jiang Nanyan's mind. Although somewhat older, Teacher Bai had an appealing figure that Shen Yi would likely appreciate, she thought. Apologies, Teacher Bai. As time flowed, a night passed. The next day, the sun gradually ascended. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory 606, the unconscious plump girl gradually ceased to breathe. She had perished. Though Shen Yi had tempered his strength, the blow to her head was sufficient to be fatal. Bai gazed upon her student's lifeless body, unable to suppress her tears. Guilt, sorrow, and fear intertwined, leading this well-educated teacher to a state of emotional collapse. Indeed, by exit, he had not left the boys' dormitory. Exhausted and famished, with an unconscious student in tow, she lacked the strength to depart. Upon discovering that dormitory 606's door was unlocked, she had taken refuge there. However, she never anticipated that her student would die. Had she foreseen such a fate, she would have exerted every ounce of strength to bring the student to the hospital. Teacher Bai, why are you crying? Who has bullied you? At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from the doorway. Jiang Nanyan entered, holding a half bottle of water and a chicken leg. You! What are you doing here? Bai Xen lifted her gaze to Jiang Nanyan, wiping away her tears, unwilling to reveal her vulnerable side in front of a student. I came to bring you something to eat and to inquire if you plan to leave the dormitory today. My husband and I are leaving together. Jiang Nanyan offered the chicken leg and water. Husband, Bai Xen, it was momentarily taken aback. Just one night had passed, and their relationship had become so intimate. Moreover, she appeared completely unbothered by it. It was only then that Bai Xen observed Jiang Nanyan more closely. She realized that Jiang Nanyan not only showed no sign of discomfort, but also appeared radiant. Her complexion enriched with color, exuding a newfound femininity that rendered her even more attractive than before. Most notably, Jiang Nanyan had washed her hair and applied makeup. Where had she procured water and cosmetics? Indeed, my husband is quite a decent person, Jiang Nanyan replied with a smile, devoid of any semblance of shyness. By Xin, he could hardly believe it. Just one night had passed. How could Jiang Nanyan, with her typically rational disposition, have transformed so drastically? Little did she know, it was precisely Jiang Nanyan's rationality that enabled her to swiftly weigh the pros and cons, ultimately making the most advantageous choice. And that choice was to cling to Shen Yi's coattails. After all, he possessed a firearm. Even with the mutated creatures and plants outside, a gun was sufficient for protection. He is decent. He has killed someone. How can you still claim he is a good person? By Xen, he questioned incredulously. Jiang Nanyan glanced at the now cold body of the plump girl, furrowing her brow. Though slightly apprehensive of the deceased, she nonetheless asserted, if Wang Mei had not been so reckless with her words, how could my husband have resorted to violence? Moreover, he showed restraint. Had he truly intended to kill her, she would have perished long ago. After all, Shen Yi did not even use his gun. Otherwise, one shot would have ensured that Wang Mei would not have survived the night. Indeed, it is not Shen Yi's fault. The blame lies solely with Wang Mei. Were it not for her incessant prattling, she would not have met such a fate. Insanity. Jiang Nanyan, you are utterly deranged, Bai Xini exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her face. She could not fathom that the typically astute Jiang Nanyan would utter such words. Attempting to exonerate a murderer, Jiang Nanyan smiled faintly and replied, Teacher Bai, I recognize that you are a good educator. However, you must understand Wang Mei's character. While her previous antics may have been dismissed as mere whims, what era are we in now? She continues to behave as if it were business as usual. Is she not inviting trouble? This is the apocalypse. So many have perished outside, and there is no law enforcement to intervene. Even when we left the classroom yesterday, we were followed by a group of boys. Surely, you noticed their lascivious gazes, did you not? If they were to capture us, our fates would undoubtedly be far worse than that of Wang Mei. In such times, Teacher Bai, do you still wish to impose the morals and laws of the past upon my husband? Furthermore, even if my husband had not taken Wang Mei's life, it was only a matter of time before someone else did, or she would perish from starvation. Moreover, my husband merely struck Wang Mei once. Her actual cause of death was her failure to seek medical attention in a timely manner, which cannot be attributed to my husband. It is the apocalypse's fault. It is the world's fault. Listening to Jiang Nanyan's reasoned arguments, by Xin Yi's pale, cracked lips moved, yet no rebuttal emerged. Wang Meimei's character was indeed problematic during peacetime. She had often taken to the internet to insult men, but back then, the law protected her. Yet now, sigh. Though reluctant to admit it, by Xin Yi found herself devoid of any counterarguments. At most, she could assert that Wang Meimei did not deserve to die. But she was already dead. What was the point of such statements? By Xin Yi realized that the man had been correct. Everything was her fault. She had effectively caused her student's demise. Had she been able to rein in Wang Meimei, she would not have spoken so insolently, nor would she have died. Observing by Xin Yi's desolation, Jiang Nanyan sighed softly. Let's not dwell on this any longer. Teacher Bai, would you care for this chicken leg? I requested it for my husband out of gratitude for your prior kindness toward me. Were it someone else, I would not have wasted my time. Thank you. By Xin Yi pursed her lips and accepted the chicken leg. Despite Jiang Nanyan's actions, she still harbored good intentions that, in truth, it seemed that selling oneself for survival was not as reprehensible as it appeared. As she gnawed on the chicken leg, by Xin Yi's mindset gradually shifted. Mineral water. Jiang Nanyan placed the half bottle of water before by Xin Yi, observing her rapid consumption of food, and added, Teacher Bai, we are about to depart. Would you care to join us? The boys' dormitory is not safe. I overheard voices in other dorms while in the hallway. If you remain alone, you may become a target. By Shen Yi swallowed the morsel of meat in her mouth, unable to restrain her curiosity. She inquired, May I join you? Having offended that man the previous day, she feared that, given his brutal and selfish nature, he would be reluctant to include her. Of course, as long as you, Teacher Bai, are willing. I can speak to my husband on your behalf. He is actually quite amiable and won't mind your presence. After all, you are only looking out for your students, Jiang Nanyan remarked, sensing by Shen Yi's eagerness. Before stepping out, she had assured Shen Yi that she would coax by Shen Yi back, ensuring the teacher would obediently comply. If successful, she might even earn a bonus reward. Otherwise, given Shen Yi's temperament, he would certainly not take by Shen Yi along. Even if she were to starve, he would remain indifferent. A disobedient woman would only serve as an additional burden. All right, thank you for your kindness, by Shen Yi replied, feeling an odd sense of discomfort. But that chicken leg is truly delicious. Then, Teacher Bai, please accompany me. When you meet my husband, be sure not to provoke his ire, or I shall face punishment as well. Jiang Nanyan cautioned that I promise I won't cause you trouble. By Shen Yi nodded earnestly. Upon returning to dormitory 610, Shen Yi and Su Wanting had already prepared snacks and chargers, ready to depart. With nearly 100,000 handguns stored in the system space, coupled with his enhanced physical capabilities, Shen Yi had acquired a means of self-protection. Even when confronted by that mutated dog, he could rely on firepower to eliminate the threat. Teacher Bai, weren't you quite principled? Didn't you claim you would never sell your body? Why then do you follow us like a dog? Su Wanting began her sarcastic jibes upon seeing Jiang Nanyan return with Bai Shen Yi. She felt a sense of crisis. This woman with the surname Bai had an enviable figure and was on good terms with Jiang Nanyan. If she stayed, her own prominent position would surely be jeopardized. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Bai Shen Yi's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Just yesterday, she had boasted confidently, only to accompany them today, leaving her feeling awkward and ashamed. Oh, am I speaking nonsense? Who was it that stood at the door yesterday, declaring she would rather starve than sell her body or abandon her students? Only to now abandon her students? Su Wanting's sharp tongue and aggressive demeanor were evident. Aside from refraining from confronting Shen Yi, she exhibited hostility towards everyone else. Bai Shen Yi felt her face redden from the verbal assault. Momentarily overwhelmed by the urge to vanish, Su Wanting, don't go too far. Teacher Bai is merely trying to care for her students. She isn't opposing her husband. Jiang Nanyan interjected, attempting to quell Su Wanting's tirade. As for Teacher Bai's presence now, it is because she has come to terms with her situation and is willing to submit to her husband. Are you going to refuse for him? Make decisions on his behalf? You are mistaken. I never claimed to make decisions for him. I simply cannot tolerate this shameless woman. Su Wanting hastily retorted, fearful of displeasing Shen Yi. Then refrain from your biting remarks. After all, we are all family now and must coexist peacefully without conflict. Jiang Nanyan stated coolly, as if she had anticipated this dialogue. Humph. Su Wanning scoffed, finding no further grounds to argue that it was evident that Jiang Nanyan had decisively outmaneuvered her in this exchange. At this moment, the most bewildered individual was Bai Sini. When did she ever express a desire to submit to Shen Yi? When did they become a family? Jiang Nanyan's words left her utterly perplexed. She attempted to interject, but the heated exchange between Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanning left her unable to find her voice. All right, it's time to set off like the tea that moment, as the head of the household and the greatest beneficiary of the women's quarrel. Shen Yi spoke up that he had deliberately allowed Su Wanting to belittle Bai Sini, as her actions the previous day had displeased him, and he found some relief in Su Wanting's scathing remarks. Furthermore, a woman with such strong pride needed her ego shattered first. Only then could she be more easily molded. If Bai Sini could not endure the humiliation and chose to leave, Shen Yi would not be concerned. After all, he was not lacking in women. However, Jiang Nanyan had gained Shen Yi's admiration. She was indeed clever, effortlessly manipulating Bai Sini while putting Su Wanting in her place. Since the morning, Jiang Nanyan had begun calling him husband so naturally, as if they had been married for years. Moreover, she had taken the initiative to help him win over Bai Sini, ensuring that she would remain obedient and free from ulterior motives. Hearing this, Shen Yi had no reason to refuse. He was eager to witness Jiang Nanyan's capabilities. As Shen Yi spoke, both Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan fell silent, while Bai Sini found her words caught in her throat. She longed to declare that she had no intention of being submissive. No, she should say that she had no desire to become Shen Yi's woman at all. Yet, she ultimately refrained from voicing these thoughts, fearing it might implicate Jiang Nanyan. Earlier, Jiang Nanyan had mentioned that if she caused Shen Yi any displeasure, she too would face repercussions. Jiang Nanyan had kindly provided her with food and water, and if she were to endanger her by speaking out, would she still be worthy of being called human? Thus, Bai Sini could only suppress her feelings and remain silent. Had she known it would come to this, she would have preferred to starve in her dormitory rather than follow along. Yet, having received assistance without offering any return to Jiang Nanyan was not in her character. And so, Bai Sini quietly trailed behind Shen Yi and the others. To prevent Jiang Nanyan, who had so kindly aided her, from facing punishment, she even refrained from countering Su Wanting's derogatory remarks. Unbeknownst to her, the Navi teacher had already been ensnared by Jiang Nanyan's schemes, becoming a pawn in her quest for favor. Husband, someone is following us, Jiang Nanyan whispered to Shen Yi. Yes, I noticed. Let him follow. If we encounter danger, he can serve as a human shield, he replied, patting the gun at his waist as they continued down the stairs. Even without the firearm, Shen Yi's physical prowess would suffice to handle the individual trailing them. Indeed, the one following them was none other than the yellow-haired classmate, having exhausted his food and water supplies the previous day. He had been contemplating whether to risk venturing out for supplies. Upon seeing Shen Yi and the others preparing to leave, an opportunity sparked in his mind. If danger arose, having them lead the way would provide him with a safe escape route. Perhaps, if Shen Yi met with an unfortunate end, he might seize the chance to claim a woman for himself. By the seventh day of the apocalypse, the yellow-haired individual's mindset had undergone a significant transformation. With no one to oversee him and no police to apprehend him, he felt free to do as he pleased. If he could eliminate Shen Yi, then these three women would be his to command. He could indulge in whatever whims he fancied. Perhaps he could even engage in a three-way affair. The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Yet he dared not act independently. For the memory of Shen Yi effortlessly dispatching a man with a single punch was still fresh in his mind. How he wished for a monster to devour him. The yellow-haired student gazed at Shen Yi's back, secretly contemplating that, where are you all headed? Bai Sini hesitated for quite some time before cautiously posing the question. She wished to return home, but felt hesitant to voice it directly. First, we'll stop by my house. It's a high-end community, and it will be safer and more comfortable there, Jiang Nanyan replied, as they had previously discussed. Shen Yi's primary goal was to return to the countryside to find his grandmother and younger sister. However, the rural area lay 70 to 80 kilometers from the city, making a direct return unrealistic. Thus, they needed to find a temporary refuge before plotting their way home. Bai Sini hesitantly began, may I? husband. It seems there's a noise outside. Before Bai Sini could finish her sentence, Su Wanting interjected, at that moment. They had reached the first floor of the dormitory. The black mist had enveloped the level, reducing visibility to mere meters. The group halted, straining to listen. Indeed, there were sounds, as if something were writhing against the exterior walls, which was quite peculiar. The noise emanated from a distance from the entrance. "Let us step outside and investigate, but keep quiet," Shen Yi instructed. After the evolution of his body, Shen Yi's hearing had been significantly enhanced. After listening for a while, he resolutely made a decision that he drew the pistol from his waist and led the way outside. Bai Sini's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing the gun that he actually possessed a firearm. What on earth had this student done in the past? In a country like Xia, where gun ownership is strictly prohibited, ordinary people could never acquire such weapons. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting were not overly surprised, as Shen Yi had already shown them the gun that morning. Thus, the group cautiously stepped out of the dormitory building. The faint sounds continued to persist, yet they did not attack them. Rather, it felt as though they were slithering upwards. Instinctively, the group turned to glance back, only to behold the dormitory enveloped in black mist, now covered in a dense mass of climbing ivy. The vines were extraordinarily thick, with the thinnest ones as wide as an adult's thumb, and they seemed to possess a life of their own. Incessantly climbing in all directions, the group was taken aback. The once diminutive ivy had now become so dense. Moreover, its growth rate was astonishingly rapid. Had they delayed their departure from the dormitory for just a few more days, these vines might have reached the 6th floor, completely overtaking the building. At that point, escape would be nearly impossible. This defied the laws of energy conservation. Without any food or water, how could the ivy grow so swiftly? Bai Sini murmured in shock. After observing for a moment, Shen Yi said, "Jiang Nanyan, set the navigation. We will head to your home first. If we encounter a supermarket along the way, we should take the opportunity to gather supplies." Jiang Nanyan quickly set the navigation. There was no time for astonishment or to investigate the mutated ivy. They needed to move swiftly while there was still light. Although visibility was poor during the day due to the black mist, there was still some light. At night, the path would be almost impossible to discern. The group quickened their pace, remaining vigilant along the way. During their journey, they faintly heard movements within the black mist. They could not discern whether they were fellow students searching for supplies or attempting to flee the school. However, as they walked, Shen Yi and the others suddenly heard cries for help and screams emanating from the mist. Those sounds were clearly not the result of monster attacks, but rather the cries of people attacking one another. Disturbingly, they could even hear the unsettling sounds of men and women in the throes of passion. Someone was engaging in such acts within the black mist. It sounded as though several men were forcing girls. This world had completely descended into chaos. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting, upon hearing the screams and pleas of women from the mist, instinctively huddled closer to Shen Yi. Fearing they too might be abducted, they felt a surge of relief, grateful to have found a man who could protect them. Otherwise, they might find themselves in a situation not much better than those girls trapped in the mist. Bai Sini bit her lip tightly, tempted to assist the helpless girl. Yet, seeing Shen Yi's indifference, she restrained her good intentions. She could not endanger Jiang Nanyan. Nevertheless, she could not fathom how, in just a few days, these law-abiding students could devolve into such savagery that to force a girl in broad daylight was akin to the behavior of animals and beasts. Shen Yi merely listened for a moment longer. Choosing not to intervene, the law of survival of the fittest ruled in this new reality. After spending over 10 minutes, Shen Yi and the others finally exited the school. Upon witnessing the scene outside, they were momentarily stunned. The main road outside was lined with numerous abandoned vehicles, all entangled in dense, mutated plants, with vegetation sprawling across the entire roadway. The rows of trees that had once stood only a few meters tall now towered over them. Reaching heights of over 10 meters, their branches lush and sprawling, blocking out the sun. "There's a monster!" Su Wanting suddenly exclaimed. They spotted a gigantic mutated orange not far away. It opened its mouth, lined with sharp teeth, emitting a menacing growl, as if regarding Shen Yi and the others as prey. Without hesitation, Shen Yi raised his gun, aimed at the orange, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The gunfire rang out loudly, although Shen Yi's marksmanship was lacking. The sheer volume of fire ensured that a few bullets struck true. After firing 7 or 8 shots, one bullet found its mark in the orange's front leg, eliciting a piercing scream as it leaped towards a nearby tree trunk. Though mutated, it retained its instinctual behavior, instinctively seeking higher ground when threatened. Shen Yi switched to another gun from his system space, took aim once more, preparing to unleash a barrage of fire. However, at that moment, several branches suddenly shot out, piercing through the mutated orange's body, causing it to emit a series of agonizing cries as various fluids and innards spilled onto the ground. The orange struggled desperately, attempting to flee, but soon succumbed to its injuries, immobilized. Witnessing this scene, Shen Yi could not help but swallow hard. These mutated plants appeared almost sentient, exhibiting ferocity surpassing that of the mutated animals. Looking up, he noticed that some branches bore the remains of long-dead mutated animals and mutated dogs. Faintly, he could even discern human corpses. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood. Ominous and terrifying. After observing for a moment, Shen Yi noted that the plants showed no inclination to attack them. Thus, he tossed a bottle of water to probe the path ahead. The mineral water bottle struck the ground with a sound. Yet the mutated trees lining the road remained unmoved. He then threw another bottle at a tree branch, and upon impact, several thick branches swiftly pierced through the bottle. Indeed, the mutated trees were similar to the mutated ivy outside the dormitory. They exhibited no desire to attack unless provoked. Understanding this, Shen Yi quietly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Stay close to me. Let us continue walking." The 3 women, visibly tense, followed closely behind. The earlier encounter with a mutated orange had frightened them considerably. The tree that had dispatched the orange was even more terrifying, causing them to tremble in fear. Were it not for Shen Yi wielding a gun in front, they might have scattered in panic. They now fully grasped the dangers hidden within the black mist, abandoning any thoughts of rebellion. As they clung tightly to Shen Yi, afraid to lag behind, Shen Yi dared not bring up the subject of returning home again. Without Shen Yi, she might not even last 10 minutes. However, after walking a short distance, the leading Shen Yi suddenly halted, grabbing Su Wanting, who nearly stumbled into a pit. Beneath their feet lay a gaping chasm, over 10 meters wide, seemingly bottomless, exuding dense black mist. What was this? How could such a wide fissure exist on the road? Could the black mist be emanating from this crack? Su Wanting exclaimed in shock. The depth of the chasm was unfathomable, shrouded in darkness and dread. Shen Yi stared at the fissure for a moment before saying, "Watch your step. Don't fall in. Let us keep moving." Even with the knowledge that the black mist originated from the fissure, and that the apocalypse might be caused by it, he had no means to explore the reason behind it. If the nation had failed to resolve the issue, how could an individual do so? Rather than pondering the causes of the apocalypse, finding a safe refuge took precedence. After all, when the sky fell, there would be taller beings to bear the weight. He would not be crushed immediately. As they progressed towards Jiang Nanyan's home, Shen Yi was astonished to discover that the fissure extended for several hundred meters. Moreover, it was a series of interconnected cracks, with each segment separated by a considerable distance. All of the fissures appeared bottomless and were spewing forth black mist. Strangely, these fissures only existed on the roads or in relatively open spaces, leaving buildings and similar structures unscathed. No edifices had been damaged by the fissures. This was indeed peculiar. If these cracks had formed naturally, why would they deliberately avoid houses and mutated plants? Yet, if they were not natural, who could be controlling them? To manipulate terrain in such a manner was no ordinary feat. If a nation possessed such a perverse weapon, it would have long since unified the globe. We're almost at the community ahead, Jiang Nanyan remarked, glancing at the navigation. Due to the dense black mist, they required navigation to guide them. Otherwise, it would be easy to stray off course. Let us keep moving. Pick up the pace, Shen Yi called back suddenly. The girls paused for a moment before promptly quickening their steps. Having also heard the chaotic sounds approaching from behind, it was a cacophony of many hurried footsteps. Neglecting all else, they hurried into the residential complex. swiftly arriving at the entrance of a tall building under the guidance of Jiang Ninyan. The towering structure was adorned with an abundance of climbing plants, yet it exhibited no signs of hostility. Jiang Ninyan promptly advanced to perform facial recognition, while Shen Yi gripped his firearm, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The community might be even more perilous than the outside world. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a nearby garden. Along their path, they had encountered lush greenery everywhere, with all the plants having mutated into towering, robust forms, some even displaying aggression. Even the weeds, which were ubiquitous along the roadside, had swelled several times in size. However, in the small garden before him, every weed and flower remained unmutated, retaining their pre-apocalyptic dimensions and colors. These blossoms seemed to be roses, and at the heart of one rose, Shen Yi noticed a colorful fruit. To confirm he was not mistaken, he leaned closer to examine the garden. Indeed, it was unmistakably a colorful fruit, identical to the extraordinary fruit he had consumed earlier. Shen Yi was instantly filled with excitement. He pondered whether his luck was simply favorable or if most people were unaware of the fruit's significance, enabling him to encounter a second extraordinary fruit so swiftly. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he stepped into the garden and plucked the colorful fruit. It appeared that any plant bearing extraordinary fruits would not undergo mutation. What could be the reason for this? Shen Yi mused thoughtfully. There must be some underlying cause, and understanding it might allow him to cultivate extraordinary fruits himself. Darling, Jiang Nanyan called cautiously. She had already opened the entrance door. But Shen Yi had yet to enter, causing her some concern. I'm coming. Shen Yi snapped back to reality, stowing the fruit away as he stepped into the building. He then locked the entrance behind him. Consequently, the classmate with the yellow hair, who had been stealthily trailing them, found himself locked outside. In such a high-end community, each unit required a passcode or facial recognition for entry, making it evident that outsiders could not gain access. Open the door! Please, open the door! The yellow-haired youth pounded on the door desperately, nearly in tears, as though pursued by some unseen threat. Shen Yi, peering through the glass window, offered him a benign smile before ascending the stairs with Jiang Ninyan. Trying to take advantage of me? You won't succeed. To eliminate the yellow-haired fool, I need not lift a finger. Emerging from the black mist, 7 or 8 men wielding various weapons stepped forth, their weapons stained with dark crimson blood, clearly indicating their malevolent intentions. Hey, kid, if you've got any food, hand it over quickly. Tell me, are you one of the wealthy residents living here? Open the door for me. I intend to indulge in some rich women today. Damn it, I've been with nothing but old hags these past few days. It's too easy. Ha! Brother Wong is right. Wealthy women are well kept, and it's far more enjoyable. When I came to fix the toilet before, I noticed a few young housewives in this building. Today I must savor their charms. Please, let me go. I'm not a resident here. I'm just a college student. The yellow-haired youth sobbed, dropping to his knees in supplication. These men spewed vile language and brandished knives and clubs, clearly not to be trifled with. Damn Shen Yi. Why did you lock me out? Why won't you let me in? Not a resident, huh? Well then, you better find a way to open this door for me. Otherwise, I'll have no qualms about killing you. The burly leader threatened ominously. Their objective today was to raiding this affluent residential community with ruthless intent. The homes they could never afford and the women they could never approach would all be theirs to enjoy today. Due to a power outage, Shen Yi and the others were compelled to ascend the stairs. Reaching the 20th floor, the women were breathless, their legs trembling. Shen Yi, however, felt no fatigue whatsoever, merely warmed up a bit. The first level of physical evolution proved astonishingly robust. Shen Yi marveled internally. His current endurance was truly superhuman, climbing 20 flights of stairs without even breaking a sweat. If he advanced a few more levels, he might evolve into something akin to Captain America, perhaps even into a superhuman of his homeland. Of course, with greater strength came greater consumption. Shen Yi's appetite had surged 3 to 4 times its previous size. However, this was a trivial matter, as he possessed an inexhaustible supply of resources, enough to last a lifetime. The potential for extraordinary powers exceeded his expectations. The real question was how to elevate his levels. Shen Yi pondered, glancing at the fruit he had just harvested. He wondered if consuming another extraordinary fruit might yield a new ability or perhaps elevate his physical evolution to the next level. Ding! The sound of the code lock unlocking resonated. The door swung open, and they entered Jiang Nanyan's residence. Shen Yi surveyed the spacious flat, as the black mist had yet to envelop the 20th floor. He stood by the window, relishing the long-awaited sunlight. The room boasted at least 200 square meters, its minimalist yet stylish decor exuding an air of sophistication and luxury. Shen Yi recalled that the price per square meter in this upscale community was around 30 to 40,000. Thus, this lavish flat, coupled with its furnishings, was valued at over 6 million. In the pre-apocalyptic world, Shen Yi would never have dared to dream of affording such a home. The disparity between people was greater than that between man and dog. Yet now, all of this belonged to him. Shen Yi reclined comfortably on the sofa, as if he were the homeowner, relishing the exquisite piece of furniture that could easily be worth tens of thousands. This was the standard of a sanctuary. The dormitory paled in comparison. What a pity! The cake in the fridge has spoiled, but these fruits wrapped in cling film still seem edible, Jiang Nanyan remarked as she stood before the fridge. Retrieving items, Su wanting pretended to assist, while Bicini curiously examined the flat, absorbing the impact of wealth. Although she was aware of Jiang Nanyan's affluence, today was the first time she truly witnessed it firsthand. This apartment was beyond her reach, even if she worked her entire life. She sighed inwardly. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Would it be inappropriate for me, an outsider, to linger here? Bicini felt somewhat restless. Darling, please have some oranges while I wash the other fruits, Jiang Nanyan said, placing a plate of oranges on the table. Shen Yi absent-mindedly acknowledged her, while replying to WeChat messages. It was a message from the little green tea. Zhou Wanner. She could no longer endure the hunger and desired food. Shen Yi, not wishing to engage in idle chatter, provided her with Jiang Nanyan's address, instructing her to come over. Zhou Wanner. Aren't you in the boys' dormitory at a campus? Why have you changed locations? That's quite far. Shen Yi. It's up to you whether you come or not. I might not be in the city in a few days. Shen Yi. By the way, if you plan to come, remember to steer clear the trees by the roadside. Zhou Wanner. I'm not in the city. Where are you going? Is there some sort of shelter? Shen Yi did not respond to her last question. The previous two messages provided her with sufficient urgency to compel her to arrive swiftly. If she could not make up her mind, Shen Yi would have to abandon her. Right now, he had more pressing matters at hand, consuming the extraordinary fruit. He eagerly anticipated whether eating this new fruit would grant him a new power. Thus, while pretending to eat an orange, he consumed the extraordinary fruit as well as the fruit entered his stomach. He felt a refreshing sensation in his mind. Then, it was gone. Compared to the transformation he experienced after eating the first extraordinary fruit, this one seemed rather underwhelming. What ability had he gained? Was it weak? Shen Yi immediately accessed his personal panel for inspection. Instant teleportation. LV1, you can instantly teleport a distance of 20 meters. Your teleportation is a spatial skill. You can ignore any terrain. Control or binding skills during the movement. As long as your stamina is sufficient, you can continuously activate teleportation without any limitations. Wow. Shen Yi was utterly astonished by this newfound ability. Instant teleportation. Moreover, he could disregard terrain and any forms of control or binding. This was undoubtedly a divine-level ability, and the most formidable aspect was that teleportation could be activated consecutively. As long as his stamina held out, he could teleport repeatedly. Ironically, Shen Yi's first extraordinary ability was physical evolution, which perfectly enhanced his endurance. And endurance was essentially stamina. Thus, the evolution of the physical form coupled with the ability of instantaneous movement renders one virtually invincible. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating, with this newfound ability to teleport. Should I encounter adversaries, even if I cannot defeat them, escaping will be an absolute certainty, as none shall impede my flight. Having acquired this extraordinary power, Shen Yi's spirits soared. In this apocalyptic world, he now possessed genuine means of self-preservation. The maximum distance of his teleportation reached 20 meters, making it impossible for anyone to pursue him. As long as his reflexes were swift enough, he could evade bullets. Moreover, this ability could be further enhanced. Darling, did you notice that many people followed us into the community just now? Jiang Nanyan, after washing the fruits, sat beside Shen Yi, peeling an apple for him, her expression tinged with concern. Yes, they have been tailing us all the way. Shen Yi replied, his hearing far superior to that of Jiang Nanyan and her companions, having noticed the followers long before. However, the individuals tailing them were not merely Huang Mao, but others entirely. It could hardly be called stalking. They had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Perhaps their original intent was indeed this neighborhood. Unfortunately, they crossed paths with Shen Yi and his group, and their intentions turned malevolent. Order had disintegrated entirely. The school was in chaos. The outer society was descending into further disorder. Could they be lurking downstairs, awaiting our descent, planning to strike as we emerge? Jiang Ninyan fed a peeled orange segment to Shen Yi. Leaning back against the sofa, Shen Yi took a bite of the orange and remarked, if they were benevolent, they wouldn't be waiting downstairs. Instead, they would be devising ways to break in. Then, does that not render us quite vulnerable? Bai Xen Yi interjected, unable to suppress her anxiety. Earlier, upon leaving the school, she witnessed students turn against one another, realizing that societal order had collapsed. If a horde of marauders were to invade the building, everyone would suffer. She yearned to call for help, yet the emergency line was utterly unreachable. Su Wanting's focus diverged. Noticing Jiang Ninyan attending to Shen Yi, she quickly realized the implications, cursing silently. Before setting aside her half-eaten orange and moving to massage Shen Yi's shoulders, as the two women vied for his attention, it was Shen Yi who reaped the benefits. This was precisely why he did not intervene in their rivalry. Darling, it truly aligns with what you said. They are breaking down the door. Jiang Nanyan's expression turned grave as she glanced at her phone. The screen displayed a group chat from the community. A resident on the ground floor had shared a video. In it, a group of men wielding various weapons violently assaulted the entrance. The glass had shattered, and the door was warped from the onslaught. The cacophony they created seemed to disregard the potential arrival of monsters. Jiang Nanyan noted this detail, her brow furrowing in confusion. Is it possible that there are no mutated creatures in our community? Or do these individuals possess the capability to confront them? I believe they have simply lost their minds. A pack of lunatics likely lacks any fear. Su Wanting scoffed while continuing to massage Shen Yi's shoulders. She was not particularly concerned about the possibility of these madmen breaking in. For Shen Yi was armed. Even if they stormed in, it was unlikely they could confront a firearm with mere blades and clubs. Was it? Lunatics are not fools. They fear death. Otherwise, they would have ended their lives long ago instead of squandering time in survival. Jiang Nanyan retorted, her brow slightly knitted, feeling that something was amiss with these individuals. Their willingness to create such a ruckus without fearing mutated beasts suggested they possessed some confidence. Why, after so long, has there been no sign of rescue? There isn't even a single police officer on streets. Bai Xen Yi quivered with fear, longing for the peaceful times of yore. She found herself utterly unprepared and unable to adapt to this lawless, chaotic world of the apocalypse. Shen Yi's gaze fell upon Bai Xen, a woman of maturity. Today, he intended to unlock her rewards as well. With this thought in mind, he spoke. I am hungry. Let us eat first. Afterward, I shall need to step outside, as he waved his hand. 5 bottles of mineral water and 3 steaming, aromatic roasted chickens appeared on the table. His enhanced physique, while not easily fatigued, required substantial sustenance to replenish energy. You two should eat as well. Upon receiving the command, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan dared to partake in the meal. As for Bai Xen, she remained in a state of shock. What had just transpired? Shen Yi merely raised his hand, and food and water appeared from thin air. Was this some form of magic? Why were Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting unfazed? Was it only her who was astonished? Bai Xen, he was indeed taken aback, but hesitated to inquire, opting instead to silently sit at a distance. Feigning interest in another direction, her stomach rumbled. Over the past 2 days, she had consumed but a single drumstick and had not been satiated, particularly now. With the scent of roasted chicken wafting through the air, her stomach roared, urging her to eat. Yet, she felt too embarrassed to ask for food, for she was not Shen Yi's woman, nor even his friend. Darling, where are you going? Are you going downstairs to deal with those marauders? Jiang Nanyin inquired, swallowing her morsel of meat with concern. Why should I confront them? They pose no threat to me. Shen Yi replied with an indifferent expression. He was inherently callous that in the past, when he was bullied, no one had come to his aid, thus he felt no obligation to assist others now. Jiang Nanyin found his reasoning sound. They were on the 20th floor, and should the marauders break in, the residents on the lower floors would be the first to suffer. Moreover, even if the marauders reached the 20th floor, there were firearms to contend with them. Then, what is your purpose in stepping out? Could it be dangerous? Su Wanting expressed her worry for Shen. Should anything happen to him, they as women would be utterly defenseless, likely facing a fate akin to those bullied at school. She had no desire to become like that. It was better to end her life than to endure such humiliation. That is none of your concern. Refrain from prattling while we dine. Shen Yi continued, focusing on his meal. Disinterested in providing explanations that Su Wanting felt somewhat displeased, sensing that Shen Yi treated Jiang Nanyin with more warmth than herself. She glanced at Bai Exen, who stood by the window pretending not to be hungry, and felt a sense of satisfaction. This pretentious woman deserves to go hungry. It would be best if she suffered so greatly that she perished. Su Wanting yearned to unleash all her negative emotions upon Bai Exen. Having eaten his fill, Shen Yi prepared to leave. While I am away, remember to lock the door and do not open it for anyone. If that group of marauders manages to breach the building, contact me immediately, and I shall return. They will not easily break through this security door. Shen Yi cautioned that he asked for leaving behind a firearm. It was primarily due to his lack of complete trust in Jiang Nanyin and Su Wanting. Should either woman harbor ill intentions, Shen Yi could not guarantee he would not fall victim to them. Watching Shen Yi depart, Jiang Nanyin and Su Wanting exchanged glances, neither inclined to engage in conversation. Once close friends, they were now rivals. Jiang Nanyin harbored some resentment, for Su Wanting had deceived her. Although the betrayal had granted her protection, it had also cost her innocence. To claim she held no animosity would be disingenuous. Yet, it was not an overwhelming hatred. Her primary reason for ignoring Su Wanting was their competitive dynamic. Su Wanting aspired to be the primary consort, and so did she. Presently, her chances seemed more favorable, especially with Bai Exen as her ally. Should Bai Exen become Shen Yi's woman as well, it would turn into a 2-against-1 situation, and with Su Wanting's foolish demeanor, she would be easily manipulated. Bai Laoshi, what are you pondering? Jiang Nanyin approached Bai Exen, her tone laced with concern. Why father is home alone? I cannot help but worry for his well-being. Bai Exen gazed down at the world shrouded in darkness below. Filled with trepidation, Bai Laoshi, would you like to rescue your father? Jiang Nanyin suddenly proposed. Bai Exen looked at her in confusion. Jiang Nanyin smiled. With the outside world so perilous, you cannot return alone. However, if you are willing to serve my husband and become one of his women, he will undoubtedly assist your family. With his help, you will be able to rescue your father. Bai Exen's complexion flushed slightly as she pressed her lips together. She contemplated the words of refusal she wished to voice, but upon reflection, it seemed there was indeed some truth to his reasoning. Shen Yi possessed excellent physical attributes, wielded a firearm, and exhibited abilities akin to magic. If he truly was willing to protect her, there was a significant chance of returning home to rescue her father. Otherwise, with her own meager strength, not only would she be unable to return home, but she could hardly contend with the thugs loitering downstairs. Moreover, Bai Laoshi, do you intend to endure hunger indefinitely? As long as you accompany your husband, the meat we just consumed and the water we drank will be yours to enjoy in the future. Jiang Nanyin approached Bai Exen from behind, whispering close to her earlobe. Her voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, imbued with temptation that it was the devil's whisper. Bai Exen, once resolute, began to waver. Her gaze instinctively flickered towards the remnants of chicken bones strewn across the table, and she could not suppress a swallow. As Shen Yi descended the stairs, he noticed a throng of individuals hastily ascending. Some were burdened with large bags, as if they were relocating. Hurry, hurry! If that group of thugs breaks in, who knows if they will rob us? I fear it is not merely theft. Those weapons in their hands are stained with blood. They may have taken lives. What? Quickly, let's head upstairs and seek refuge with our neighbors. The residents heading upward had witnessed the marauding thugs attempting to breach the door and were filled with trepidation, seeking sanctuary above. Some noticed Shen Yi descending, their expressions filled with confusion, yet they merely brushed past him, sparing no further interaction. Remarkably, the residents of this building had not yet lost their moral compass. A semblance of camaraderie still lingered among them. Perhaps it was due to the building's limited population and sufficient food supplies that such conditions persisted. During this time, Shen Yi glanced at other floors. Not everyone was rushing upstairs. The majority of residents opted to remain sheltered within their abodes that, of course, Shen Yi was indifferent to their movements. He sought to identify any suitable candidates that met the system's standards of beauty. Unfortunately, his search yielded no successes. Few residents were visible, and he could not be bothered to knock on doors one by one that, after all, once the thugs forced their way in, these scattered residents would inevitably be compelled to unite, making it easier for him to find allies when the time came. There was no need to squander time now. Shen Yi mused as he glanced at the building number. This was the 14th floor. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs again, he suddenly paused. Wait, since my teleportation can defy terrain, could I not simply phase through the floor below? With this thought, Shen Yi commenced his experimentation. Fixing his gaze on the corridor beneath him, he concentrated, and in an instant his entire form vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he materialized in the corridor of the 13th floor. It truly worked. Incredible. I am a genius. Shen Yi immediately began to utilize teleportation to hasten his journey, significantly increasing his pace. In mere seconds, he arrived at the first floor. This is the essence of instantaneous movement. Exhilarating. Experiencing the thrill of disappearing and reappearing, Shen Yi was utterly elated. Of course, there was a cost associated with it. After employing teleportation repeatedly, ensuring he did not entrap himself within walls, he sensed a depletion of at least 1/5 of his stamina. This meant that with his current stamina, he could teleport at least 70 times in a day. 70 instances of teleportation should allow him to escape even the most formidable of foes. Furthermore, his expended stamina would gradually recover, implying that he could potentially teleport over 100 times in a day when accounting for recovery. What a delight! As Shen Yi observed the thugs furiously assaulting the entrance, he paid them no mind and instead moved towards the rear wall, teleporting directly through it. In an instant, he found himself outside the building, whereupon he retrieved his phone to search for the nearest supermarket and began navigation. Shen Yi did not rely solely on teleportation for travel. Most of the time, he preferred to walk. While teleportation was efficient for overcoming obstacles, if he relied on it exclusively for travel, his stamina regeneration would not keep pace with his consumption. Should he encounter any monsters, he would lack the strength to resist. Thus, Shen Yi proceeded in a direct line towards the supermarket indicated by his navigation. Whenever he encountered obstacles or mutated plants, he utilized teleportation to evade them. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of a moderately sized supermarket. The doors were firmly shut, and he could not ascertain if anyone was inside. However, Shen Yi wasted no time in assessing the situation and teleported inside. Regardless of whether anyone was present, his priority was to secure supplies. After all, there were no police to intervene. The dimness within the room was less oppressive, offering a broader view. Yet the power outage rendered it still quite dark. Shen Yi withdrew a fully loaded handgun from his system space. Cautiously scanning the first floor, he saw no one, and there was no sound. Confirming safety, he moved to the shelves and began gathering provisions. Most of the well-packaged instant noodles, spicy snacks, bread, sausages, and other snacks remained uncontaminated. He collected them all into his system space. He also gathered shampoo, shower gel, and similar items, ensuring they were all stored safely. He meticulously checked and collected everything, including various pots, pans, slippers, and towels. Given the current societal circumstances, these items were non-renewable resources that would dwindle with use, making it essential to stockpile them. Regrettably, this supermarket was rather small, and the inventory was limited. Additionally, a portion of the food and beverages had been contaminated. Thus, Shen Yi's haul was not as substantial as he had hoped, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. As he prepared to depart after his thorough collection, he suddenly heard a sound behind him. It was the sound of a heavy object crashing. Shen Yi's reflexes were swift. Upon hearing the noise, he immediately used teleportation to evade the ambush. After dodging the attack, Shen Yi turned to ascertain the identity of his assailant. The IT was a man in his 30s, gripping a baseball bat. His face a mask of terror as he stared at Shen Yi. How is this possible? You actually have superpowers? Shen Yi, initially poised to shoot the man, paused for a moment upon hearing this revelation. Another with superpowers? This individual was aware of such abilities. Did he also know about the colorful fruits? Shen Yi aimed his gun at the man, his voice icy as he inquired, "Have you encountered others with superpowers?" "I have. I've seen them. Please don't kill me." The man stammered, swallowing hard as he nodded vigorously. He was uncertain whether the firearm in Shen Yi's grasp was genuine, but recognizing the other's abilities, he understood he stood no chance. "Who are you? What abilities do you possess?" Shen Yi pressed further, conceiving that he might glean information regarding other superpowered individuals. She's a police officer," the man replied, a hint of fear in his voice. "A police officer? You've seen police officers?" Shen Yi furrowed his brow. This was the first mention of police since the apocalypse began. Logically, the authorities should have initiated rescue efforts long ago. Yet up to this point, he had not encountered a single officer. He even doubted the authenticity of this apocalypse. Otherwise, how could police and military forces neglect the plight of ordinary citizens? "I have. I saw many police officers just a few days ago," the man hastily affirmed, explaining, "On the first day the black mist appeared, there was a fight next door that I called the police, and they arrived to handle it. But there seemed to be many calls that day. The officers left shortly after that. In the following days, I frequently heard police sirens on the streets, even the sound of helicopters. I was curious and went outside to look. There were 2 police helicopters equipped with machine guns. They seemed to be engaging something, but it was too far away for me to see clearly. That I swear, I'm not lying." Later, one of the helicopters suddenly exploded in the sky, and its wreckage fell near the Wang Fujing department store. "If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. I absolutely am not deceiving you." As the man explained, he gradually retreated toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Shen Yi frowned. "So, what this implies is that it is not that the authorities failed to rescue, but rather that they responded immediately, only to be annihilated. Helicopters were shot down. What kind of monstrous entity did they encounter? Even machine guns failed to eliminate the threat." Shen Yi couldn't help but recall the gigantic bird he had seen at school a couple of days ago. If it were that terrifying creature, it certainly could bring down a helicopter. As for whether it could withstand bullets from a machine gun, he was uncertain. Logically, a mere mortal could not possess such resilience. Yet considering his own physical evolution and abilities, which were only at level 1 and already so formidable, if he were to reach level 10 or 100, perhaps he too could become bulletproof. Clearly, the apocalyptic world was far more perilous than he had imagined, and he needed to exercise greater caution in the future. Shen Yi did not believe he was capable of confronting that gigantic bird or any similarly powerful mutated creature, so he could not afford to be overly arrogant simply because he had acquired a handgun. "You mentioned a female police officer with superpowers. Where is she now? Is she still alive?" Shen Yi inquired again, disregarding the man's retreating movements. I don't know either. She only came here 2 days ago to buy some food and water." The man replied, his eyes darting suspiciously, seemingly signaling something toward the second floor. As Shen Yi approached the man, he asked, "What are her abilities?" She can turn her hands into steel and possesses immense strength." The man stammered, fixating on Shen Yi as he drew nearer, seemingly anticipating his approach. However, after taking a few steps, Shen Yi suddenly halted and looked at the man. "Now, for the final question. Have you ever seen colorful fruits?" "Colorful fruits? What are those? I've never seen them." The man's expression revealed clear panic. He had definitely seen them. "Understood." Shen Yi nodded, and the next moment he pulled the trigger. With a sharp report, a bloody hole appeared in the man's forehead, and he collapsed in disbelief, lifeless. His eyes remained wide open in death. He had not anticipated that the gun in Shen Yi's hand was real. Even less did he expect that Shen Yi would shoot him without hesitation. After killing the man, Shen Yi's figure instantaneously vanished from the spot. Time passed. Approximately 10 minutes later, another man peeked cautiously from the staircase, surveying the first floor. "Has he left?" The man sighed in relief upon spotting the corpse with a shattered skull. Who the hell is this guy? He had a gun. Could he be a cop? Or someone from the military? But there doesn't seem to be any military presence near a mountain city. Moreover, this guy evidently has abilities. Boss, your death was not in vain. As he muttered to himself, the man suddenly turned, and his eyes widened in terror. There stood a figure shrouded in shadows behind him. What the hell? He instinctively swung his fist at in that moment, his fist transformed into an iron gauntlet. His body rapidly hardened into steel. This was clearly a supernatural ability, yet it was too slow. Bang! Shen Yi squeezed the trigger. At such close range, there was no doubt. The bullet pierced through the man's head before it had fully transformed. Ensure the man was dead. Shen Yi fired 6 more shots, each one striking the head, exhausting the bullets in the chamber and obliterating the man's face. When dealing with those with abilities, one must exercise utmost caution. This was Shen Yi's first encounter in combat with a superpowered individual, and he felt a surge of nerves. Earlier, when he was on the first floor, he sensed something amiss about the middle-aged man, who had been trying to draw him toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Thus, Shen Yi speculated that there might be an ambush awaiting him upstairs. Therefore, he chose to strike first. Better to mistakenly kill than to let an enemy escape. After dispatching the middle-aged man, Shen Yi immediately teleported to a different location. Quietly awaiting the arrival of anyone from the second floor, he remained in hiding for over 10 minutes. When a man finally dared to reveal himself, Shen Yi teleported behind him, listened to the man's mutterings for a while, and then shot him dead. Had he not been keen to discern whether this man would divulge any useful information, Shen Yi would not have wasted his time for the man's abilities. Shen Yi was not surprised. From the moment he began conversing with the man on the first floor, he had sensed the middle-aged man's familiarity with supernatural powers, initially thinking that the man himself was an ability user. Thus, he deliberately approached him to ensure a clean kill. Shen Yi, after all, had not often wielded a gun. Beyond 10 meters, he risked missing his target. Handguns are not so easily controlled, having killed for the first time. Shen Yi felt his heart racing, adrenaline surging. Yet, he was not afraid. Rather, he felt exhilarated. Perhaps, deep down, he was not the docile and obedient person he once believed himself to be. Glancing at the corpse of the man on the floor, he noted that with death, the steel armor covering him vanished, his abilities nullified. Confirming that the man was indeed dead, Shen Yi switched to a fully loaded gun and commenced his inspection of the rooms on the second floor. Having drawn blood, he intended to finish the task thoroughly, leaving no loose ends. Hearing sounds emanating from a room at the end of the corridor, he cautiously approached, gun in hand. With utmost care, he pushed the door open. However, the scene within caused his brow to furrow, prompting him to lower his weapon. As he gingerly entered the room on the second floor, Shen Yi discovered a male corpse and a middle-aged woman, completely nude and covered in wounds, tethered to the bed by a dog chain. The woman was clearly in a dire state, her breath faint. Those 2 men were indeed not the supermarket owners. Shen Yi had suspected as much that a normal shopkeeper, in possession of ample supplies, would not resort to violence against a stranger upon first encounter. Even if that stranger were to pilfer from his store, he would not resort to murder. Just as Shen Yi had refrained from killing the pig who insulted him. How could an ordinary person so easily take a life? Only those who have killed or committed heinous acts could be so merciless. For instance, now that Shen Yi had committed murder, if he were to confront that pig again, he would undoubtedly eliminate her without a second thought. Once the chains of morality are broken, it becomes exceedingly difficult to reinstate them. These 2 men were likely criminals or desperate fugitives lacking any moral compass. It was unclear how they had infiltrated the supermarket, but they had evidently killed the actual owner, usurped his domain, and even taken the owner's wife captive. Shen Yi approached the unconscious owneress wife, unshackled her, left behind some snacks and water, and then departed. Even if this poor woman were to awaken, she likely would not survive long. Her body was riddled with cigarette burns and bruises, 1 arm broken. Only a trip to the hospital could possibly save her. However, Shen Yi's kindness extended merely to freeing her from her chains. As for anything further, he could not be bothered. He felt pity for the woman, but would not let that lead him to acts of unbridled charity. He was not a good person. After all, initially, when uncertain whether the middle-aged man was the supermarket owner, Shen Yi had intended to steal everything and eliminate any witnesses that he simply did not anticipate that he would end up killing two villains. As for the reliability of the information provided by this villain, Shen Yi remained uncertain. Nonetheless, he could trust it to some extent. For instance, it seemed true that when the black mist first appeared, the police had emerged to maintain order and even deployed helicopters to combat some monstrous entity. This was likely accurate. To verify the truth of such a statement, he could take the time to visit Wang Fujing department store to see if there were any remnants of downed helicopters. But it was highly probable that it was indeed the truth. After all, there was no need for him to fabricate such elaborate tales to deceive himself. As for the female police officer with superpowers, she might well be a fabrication, as the ability to turn one's body into steel belonged to the man on the second floor. Yet, in any case, the veracity of this information held little significance for him. It was merely part of his data collection. Just as he exited the supermarket, Shen Yi's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to find a call from Jiang Nanyan. Upon answering, her voice came through. "Darling, that group of thugs has broken in. They're currently forcing their way into other residence doors." "All right, I understand. Is there anything else?" Shen Yi is indifferent to the safety of others. "As for me, I have successfully persuaded Teacher Bai. She is now willing to serve her husband. When will you return to your husband? I will have Teacher Bai cleaned up and waiting for you in bed." Jiang Nanyan's tone is lively, seemingly seeking compliments that "I am on my way home now. Let her wash up first, and do not skimp on the water. Make sure she is thoroughly clean." "Very well. Dear husband, please take care of yourself." After hanging up the phone, Shen Yi found himself lost in thoughts of Bai Exen, a surge of excitement washing over him. He would soon unlock new resources. Coupled with the impending arrival of Zhou on air, it could potentially lead to the simultaneous unlocking of two types of resources. However, he mused that the pace was still rather slow. With his newfound teleportation skill, he wondered if he could venture out to rescue beautiful women. The internet is indeed a mixed bag, and with the recent power outages, most people's phones likely have nowhere to charge, making it quite challenging to continue searching for treasures online. He pondered what resources Bai Exen and Zhou on air could unlock. If there are any supernatural fruits or other firearms, he might take the risk to venture out and rescue some girls. Shen Yi thought to himself, quickening his pace on the way back. Along the way, he noticed some survivors teaming up to search for resources. Unfortunately, they were ill-equipped, lacking proper weapons, and were soon targeted by a mutated creature, leaving them with little chance of survival. Home and the supermarket, where Shen Yi had just completed his looting that moment, several figures appeared at the supermarket entrance, all armed. Notably, the two leading individuals, a man and a woman, were both wielding guns and clad in police uniforms. They were officers. Behind them trailed several men brandishing clubs and similar weapons, though it was clear these men lacked combat experience, their faces etched with fear. "Wait, there's a scent of blood. Everyone be cautious." As they approached the supermarket entrance, the female officer immediately spoke up, releasing the safety on her handgun, aimed at the supermarket's doors. The male officer swiftly positioned himself in front of the civilians, alert to any potential attacks from all directions, while he inquired of the female officer, "Captain Qin, what should we do? Should we retreat?" Officer Qin Xiang subtly twitched her nose, taking in the scent in the air. After observing through the supermarket's glass window for a moment, she frowned and replied, "Our food supplies are dwindling. We must take the risk to enter and investigate. Wang Jiqiang, you stay outside with the others while I check inside. Once I confirm it's safe, you can come in. Captain Qin, I can also go in to assist you. I cannot let you take risks alone." Officer Wang Jiqiang hurriedly pleaded, "No, you must stay back. Your responsibility is to ensure the safety of the civilians." Qin Xiang firmly rejected, her tone softening slightly as she added, "Rest assured, with my abilities, I will not encounter danger. Moreover, I have been here before. The owner is reliable, so perhaps this blood scent is not a sign of imminent danger." "All right," Wang Jiqiang acquiesced, understanding that the task of protecting the civilians was paramount. Subsequently, Qin Xiang approached the supermarket door and knocked. However, after a long wait, there was no response. She frowned slightly. Could something truly be amiss? With this thought in mind, she disregarded the concern for damaging public property, gazing at the locked supermarket door, inhaling deeply, and then smashing her fist against it. To her astonishment, the bolted door was shattered upon impact. The onlookers were left in awe at the display of strength. What a terrifying force! She appeared to be merely a beautiful and slender woman, yet possessed an incongruous level of power, armed and resolute. Qin Xiang stepped into the supermarket. Soon, she stumbled upon a corpse on the first floor, a headless body, lifeless and staring. It was the body of the supermarket owner. Was this a gunshot wound? How could someone have a gun? Could it be another surviving colleague? No, that was impossible. Qin Xiang's brow furrowed, her expression grave. If it were a colleague, they would never fire upon civilians. Even in dire circumstances, they would not aim for the head, but rather for other parts of the body. This was a principle learned since their induction into the police force. Only a criminal, a villain, would execute a headshot. How despicable. Had some dangerous individual obtained a colleague's weapon? Qin Xiang's frown deepened. With the black mist enveloping the area, and with many colleagues going missing on the day they were dispatched, their fates unknown, the remaining officers and special forces had received orders about the emergence of massive mutated plants wreaking havoc, growing at an alarming rate, toppling several buildings, necessitating immediate intervention. Thus, all police forces were engaged in the eradication of these mutated plants. However, the mission ended in failure. The entire city, spanning several kilometers, along with multiple residential areas, had fallen into despair. Most of the officers who participated in the rescue perished during the mission, their bodies still unaccounted for. If a civilian happened upon the corpse of a deceased colleague, it was indeed plausible they could seize the weapon, leading to dire consequences. Lost in thought, she made her way to the second floor, where the scent of blood grew stronger. Just as she ascended, she encountered another body, a head brutally smashed in. Another gunshot wound. He had so many bullets. Qin Xiang's expression darkened. It was evident from the scene that the shooter had fired at least 7 or 8 rounds, all aimed at the head. She could only hope that the assailant was out of ammunition. Otherwise, allowing such a reckless shooter to roam freely would be far too dangerous. The city was already in chaos. If firearms were to circulate, it would only exacerbate the turmoil. Qin Xiang understood all too well how terrifying a lawless individual armed with a weapon could be. Suddenly, a faint cry for help emerged from a room at the end of the corridor. Qin Xiang froze, then hurriedly approached. Pushing open the door, she was met with the sight of a corpse and a gravely injured woman on the brink of death. "Hold on. Do not close your eyes. I'm a police officer. I will find a way to save you." Qin Xiang rushed forward to assess the woman's injuries. They were severe, extremely grave. Most of the wounds were clearly inflicted through abuse. Damn it, who could have done this? Qin Xiang's fists clenched in anger. In a flash, she noticed a photograph on the bedside table. The image depicted the woman alongside a man who had already been dead for a day or two. This meant the supermarket owner she had seen 2 days prior was not the actual owner. This unfortunate woman and the deceased man were the true proprietors. Understanding dawned upon her. Everything clicked into place. Damn it! Qin Xiang slammed her fist into the ground, creating a dent. Her rage had no outlet. She quickly pieced it all together. It was those 2 impostors posing as owners who had imprisoned the woman and murdered the innocent proprietor. They were the true villains. No wonder her colleague had been shot on sight, even blowing the other scoundrel's head off. Even she would have acted similarly in such a situation. Those 2 beasts did not deserve to live. Perhaps it was not her colleague who killed the 2 scoundrels, but he must have been a good person. Otherwise, he would not have spared this innocent woman. Yet now, Qin Xiang had no time to ponder further. She covered the woman with a blanket and swiftly carried her downstairs. Regardless of whether she could save her, it was worth a try. As long as there was breath, it proved she fought to live. Wang Jiqiang, you and the others go inside to gather supplies. I will take the injured back to the shelter. Remember to be cautious. Qin Xiang swiftly instructed before departing. She was uncertain how much longer the woman could hold on. Their temporary shelter had a doctor they had rescued 2 days prior. Perhaps he could save this woman. Wang Jiqiang, upon receiving the orders, led the others to quickly scour the supermarket. However, after a thorough search, they discovered that nearly all the remaining snacks and items were tainted, as if someone had already looted the place. Only a few bags of instant noodles and some sausages were barely edible. How could this be? Wang Jiqiang frowned. then glanced toward the second floor, saying, "Everyone, let's check upstairs. Exercise caution and avoid stepping on the corpses scattered on the ground." Shen Yi returned to the building, disregarding the rioters who were smashing doors from house to house, and simply teleported upstairs. Let them wreak havoc for a while and instill fear in the residents of this building. It would be best if they could all gather together, thus saving him some trouble. In just a few breaths, Shen Yi arrived at the 20th floor. There was no need to knock. He directly teleported into the apartment. Jiang Nanyan, who was engrossed in her phone, suddenly heard a noise and instinctively looked up. Seeing Shen Yi appear out of thin air startled her so much that her phone nearly slipped from her grasp. "Husband, how did you get in?" She was utterly shocked. Meanwhile, hearing the commotion, Su Wanting hurried out from the bedroom. "Husband, you're back." "Yes, that was my newly acquired superpower," Shen Yi explained, nodding towards Jiang Nanyan. He was quite pleased with Jiang Nanyan's pragmatic attitude, thus treating her with a bit more warmth. "Newly acquired superpower?" Su Wanting echoed in astonishment. "Superpowers can be obtained? If the opportunity arises, I can help you all gain extraordinary abilities," Shen Yi casually promised, as that had indeed been on his mind, that he wished for his loved ones to possess the means for self-defense. However, for now, his own strength was insufficient, and he needed to prioritize enhancing his own power. Once he became strong enough, he could then empower the women in his life. "Really? I can also gain superpowers?" Su Wanting exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Nanyan could hardly contain her enthusiasm as well. "Extraordinary abilities, superpowers! If I could possess such powers, I wouldn't have to fear the monsters outside. Yes, I've discovered how ordinary people can attain extraordinary abilities, though it's quite difficult and will require some time." Upon hearing this, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan became even more exhilarated. "Ordinary people can gain extraordinary powers. Husband, teacher Bai is in the bedroom," Jiang Nanyan suddenly recalled, and said quickly. This was her chance. "Well done, I'll commend you for this." Shen Yi nodded and walked towards the bedroom. Hearing that she would receive a commendation, Jiang Nanyan's face lit up with joy, feeling that she was one step closer to obtaining extraordinary abilities. Beside her, Su Wanting, seeing this, cursed her under her breath and immediately took out her phone to contact her long-lost best friend. She absolutely could not fall behind Jiang Nanyan. As Shen Yi entered the bedroom, he saw Bai Sinny sitting on the edge of the bed, her face flushed and shy. "Come here and help me take off my clothes." Meanwhile, on the first floor, atrocities were also unfolding. Brother Wong. "This security door is ridiculously sturdy. We can't get it open at all." A classmate with yellow hair cursed loudly. He had joined this group of rioters, although he had received a severe beating. After pleading for mercy, he had gained the protection of this small gang. He had also drunk half a bottle of water and eaten a small piece of jerky of uncertain origin. Though the water was somewhat murky and the jerky had an odd smell, at least he had something to eat. Many others would be envious of such provisions. "Keep smashing. I refuse to believe we can't break down this damn door. Whoever is the first to break it down will be rewarded with 2 pieces of meat and will get to be the first to have his way with the woman inside." Brother Wong, covered in tattoos, declared fiercely. Upon hearing this, the rioters erupted into cheers and redoubled their efforts to smash the door. Although the security door of this complex was of high quality, it was no match for a frenzied mob armed with weapons. At that moment, the yellow-haired fellow's eyes darted around when he suddenly leaned closer to a burly man. "Big brother, don't get too close to me." The burly man retaliated with a backhanded slap that left the yellow-haired fellow dizzy. "Why yes, I'm sorry, big brother, I forgot." After a while, the yellow-haired fellow managed to recover, but dared not retort. He understood all too well how brutal this big brother could be. He was not someone he could provoke. "What do you want to say?" Brother Wong shot him a glance. "Well, big brother, I came out with a few students from our dormitory, and among them are several female college students, each one more beautiful than the last. Those long legs, so slender and long, and they have particularly perky backsides. Their faces are stunning." The yellow-haired fellow excitedly described. He had already begun to fantasize about being with those beauties. Smack! The burly man struck him again, causing the yellow-haired fellow to see stars, abruptly shattering his fantasies that, Why did you hit me again, big brother? Why did I hit you? Didn't you just say you came from the boys' dormitory? How could there be female students in the boys' dorm? Are you mocking me for not attending college? The burly man glared at the yellow-haired fellow, seemingly ready to lash out again. No. Big brother, I swear I'm not lying. Those female college students aren't T from our boys' dorm. They came from outside. They're another guy's girlfriends. The yellow-haired fellow, with a swollen face, hurriedly explained. This big brother's mood was incredibly unstable, akin to someone with a mental illness, quick to violence, and his intelligence was so low. No wonder he never attended college. Yet, he dared not voice these thoughts, lest he truly be beaten to death. Smack. Suddenly, the burly man slapped him again. The yellow-haired fellow was left dazed, nearly losing a tooth. Big brother, why did you hit me again? Your damned eyes are off. Are you talking behind my back? Are you dissatisfied with me hitting you? And no, big brother, I'm innocent. Smack. The burly man, without a word, slapped him again. Dare to talk back to me. I can hit you whenever I want. You got a problem with that? Why, yes, I submit. The yellow-haired fellow's face was so swollen that he could hardly speak. Now tell me in detail about those female college students. I've never been with a female college student before. If what you say is true, I'll reward you with a piece of meat. The burly man clapped the yellow-haired fellow on the shoulder, nearly knocking him over. With his mouth swollen and his vision blurred, the yellow-haired fellow stammered incoherently. Are you mute? I told you to speak. The burly man, infuriated, delivered another heavy slap, knocking the yellow-haired fellow unconscious. Damn, is he out cold already? College students really can't take a beating. The burly man spat angrily. Someone wake him up? Don't waste water. Use urine. Also, everyone else, keep smashing the door. I remember they're the newlywed wife in this house. Whoever breaks down the door first gets to have her. The rioters paid no mind to the reason behind the yellow-haired fellow's beating and continued to smash the door with fervor. The mention of a newlywed wife invigorated them all. At that moment, inside the battered apartment, a couple was trembling in fear. The man gripped a kitchen knife tightly in one hand while frantically dialing the police with the other. The young woman, terrified, sent messages for help in the community chat. Yet, while many expressed concern, actual assistance was nowhere to be found. The newlywed couple could only watch helplessly and fearfully as the door was battered relentlessly. Finally, after several hours of torment, the lock was forced open and the door burst ajar. 6 or 7 men with sinister grins stormed in. Ding! Detected that you have successfully sheltered a goddess. Beginning random unlocking of a resource. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking resource. 5A beefsteak. 5A beefsteak. Shen Yi took out his phone to search for information. The 5A beefsteak, rated the highest quality, varies in price from approximately 1,500 to 6,000 yuan per kilogram, depending on the region. The fat-to-meat ratio is high and evenly distributed, resulting in tender meat that tastes exquisite even with just salt. Several thousand yuan for a kilogram? That's incredibly expensive. Shen Yi couldn't help but lament. When he worked part-time, he only earned a little over 2,000 yuan a month. The thought that his entire month's salary couldn't even buy a kilogram of steak was utterly absurd. I yearned to savor the exquisite taste of this steak worth several $1,000s. A flicker of excitement surged within Shen Yi as he retrieved a piece of steak from the system's spatial realm. The beef boasted distinctly visible marbling, a harmonious blend of fat and lean, exuding an undeniable freshness. However, it remained raw. Shen Yi was momentarily speechless. He had to cook it himself, which felt rather cumbersome. Nevertheless, raw meat did offer greater convenience. Should he desire not to consume steak, he could always stir-fry or boil it. Currently, his meals consisted solely of chicken, delicious, yet monotonous when consumed excessively. An additional steak would certainly be a welcome resource. As for the task of cooking the steak, that responsibility would naturally fall to the women. He now had 3 women in his harem. It would be unreasonable to expect himself to prepare the meals. Could I perhaps have a bottle of water? Shen Yi softly inquired, her face flushed beneath the covers. Shen Yi glanced at Shen Yi and casually tossed her a bottle of mineral water from the system space. Thank you, Shen Yi exclaimed, eagerly accepting the water to quench her thirst. We will dine shortly, Shen Yi remarked as he donned his attire and exited the bedroom. Husband, the door of a household on the first floor has been broken into. Those marauders not only violated the women of that family, but also recorded it and shared it in the group. Upon seeing Shen Yi emerge, Jiang Nanyan hastily reported the situation. She had been monitoring the news concerning the building complex as per Shen Yi's instructions. "Let me see," Shen Yi replied. Taking Jiang Nanyan's phone to peruse the chat records, he subsequently opened the video. The footage depicted several bear men tormenting a young woman. Their taunts, her cries, and pleas for mercy were unbearable. In the video, a young man, battered and bruised, with chunks of flesh cruelly removed, was bound to a chair, forced to witness the humiliation of his wife. Even more despicable, the marauders displayed the couple's wedding photo before her, compelling her to behold the degradation of her own marriage. The residents of the group, upon viewing the video, were filled with righteous indignation, with some vehemently condemning the inhumanity of the marauders. Yet, the assailants remained unfazed, threatening all residents to descend immediately. Otherwise, should they force their way in, all women would meet the same fate. Such brazen arrogance, such lawlessness. But this was the apocalypse. A heavy silence enveloped the group. All residents trembled at the thought of these marauders. They were merely ordinary individuals, perhaps slightly more affluent than the average, yet they had never encountered such brutality. It was not until the accounts used by the marauders were expelled from the chat that messages began to trickle in. Resident 0501. These lunatics, they've completely lost their minds. They possess no moral compass whatsoever. Resident 0501. Where are the police? Where have they gone? Why is no one answering the emergency calls? Can anyone even reach the police? Resident 0201. I haven't been able to get through for days. Resident 0901. What should we do? Everyone, we must think of a solution. If these marauders come charging in, we are doomed. Resident 1001. What about the property management? Where are they? And the security guards? Where have they vanished to? How can they collect a salary of 4,000 to 5,000 yet fail to protect us? Resident 0901. If I'm not mistaken, I spotted 2 security guards among those marauders, and they were clad in their uniforms. Resident 1001. These scoundrels, taking my money while plotting my demise. When the police arrive, I will definitely lodge a complaint against these bastards. Resident 1001. And those brigands, they're all just a bunch of impoverished miscreants. It seems the most ill-mannered individuals are invariably the poor, resorting only to theft and robbery. Utterly disgusting. Resident 1402. The property management has long since disappeared, having delivered supplies once 3 days ago and subsequently gone silent. Resident 0902. How can the property management be unreachable? My food and water have run out. What are we to do now? Where can we obtain supplies? Resident 0801. How did you consume your provisions so swiftly? The property management distributed supplies for 3 days to each household just the other day. Resident 0902. My household is large. And didn't the property management state they would deliver supplies every 3 days? Who knew they would fail to deliver? What are we to do without food? Resident 0801. What can we do but endure hunger? It is the end of days. If we do not conserve our rations, how can we expect to rely on others? Resident 0902. Are you out of your mind? 801. Did I offend you? What is wrong with consuming my own food? Mind your own business. Resident 0501. Can everyone please cease the bickering for a moment? We must devise a plan to confront the marauders downstairs. Resident 1402. I propose that each household send 1 representative to unite against the marauders. Strength in numbers. Those brigands will surely hesitate to confront us directly. What do you all think? Resident 1501. But I live alone, and I am a woman. Resident 1502. What of it? Gender equality. Each household must send at least 1 person. Otherwise, if the marauders break in, we will not protect your household, nor will we safeguard those who fail to contribute. Resident 1502. If you wish to be protected, then unite. Do not seek any excuses. Do not attempt to take advantage. Resident 1001. I second that. Resident 0801. Then my household will also send a man. Resident 1402. Since everyone is willing to contribute, let us gather on the 18th floor. Remember to bring weapons. Baseball bats or golf clubs will suffice. In short, anything that can serve as a weapon is welcome. Resident 1402. Can the residents of our entire building truly be bullied by a mere 6 or 7 individuals? We must assert our strength. Resident 0501. Excellent. I am fired up. We must take them down and show this rabble our might. The residents of Building 6 began organizing a counteroffensive to protect their families and ensure their own safety. Even the most timid among them had no choice but to step forward. The marauders were exceedingly reckless, particularly with the grotesque video they had disseminated, which terrified everyone. The initial intent behind the marauders' video was to intimidate the other residents into submission. However, they failed to realize that even the most timid individuals, when faced with threats to their loved ones and their own safety, would fight tooth and nail. Thus, the marauders' gruesome video had the opposite effect. It was no wonder that this community had remained relatively free of chaos. It turned out that just 3 days prior, the property management had provided supplies to every household, a commendable service. Sue Wanting mused. She recalled that her school had run out of provisions the very next day, leading to turmoil in this community. The residents still upheld a moral standard, often aiding one another. However, that was in the past. Now, with the property management vanished and supplies dwindling after 3 days, coupled with the marauders' attacks, the final vestiges of their moral compass were on the verge of collapse. It was not only the other residents who were affected. Even Sue Wanting and Jiang Nanyan, under Shen Yi's protection, were shaken by the marauders' cruelty. That poor woman. Thankfully, they had made the right choice in aligning themselves with Shen Yi, observing the plight of the other women. Both gazed at Shen Yi with newfound reliance in their eyes. Although Shen Yi had coerced them with resources, he treated them well and had never subjected them to cruelty. He consistently provided them with food and drink, ensured their safety, and even promised to help them acquire supernatural abilities. With this in mind, it became evident that Shen Yi was not merely kind to them. He was exceedingly generous with these thoughts. The two women could not help but approach Shen Yi, eagerly offering to massage his legs and feet, attending to his needs. Serving Shen Yi was their rightful duty, rather than engaging in daily intrigues and rivalries. Jiang Nanyan and Sue Wanting instinctively exchanged glances, both revealing a smile of relief, a smile that dissolves enmity. Sue Wanting no longer wished to harbor animosity towards Jiang Nanyan. After all, they could now be considered family. In the event that Shen Yi was not home, they would need to assist one another. Compared to the vicious mob outside, the hatred between them truly seemed trivial. Jiang Nanyan also felt it unnecessary to resent Sue Wanting any longer. Although she had been deceived by Sue Wanting, it now appeared to be a fortuitous turn of events. Otherwise, she might have perished from starvation or been bullied by those boys in the teaching building. With such thoughts, her animosity towards Sue Wanting gradually faded. Who among you can cook steak? Shen Yi, enjoying the gentle massage of 2 delicate hands, suddenly inquired. The 2 women were momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance before both stammered. Clearly, neither of them possessed such a skill. After all, prior to the apocalypse, they had been pampered young ladies, untouched by the rigors of domesticity. I can cook steak, came a soft voice from the direction of the bedroom. It was by Shen Yi, her complexion slightly flushed and her gait somewhat unsteady. She too had become part of this family. Well then, let's fry up a few pieces for dinner, Shen Yi said, retrieving 7 or 8 steaks from the system's storage. Each weighing approximately half a pound. With the power out, can we still cook them? Sue Wanting asked uncertainly. Yes, I checked earlier. We still have gas, Shen Yi replied, harboring little animosity towards Sue Wanting, as she felt somewhat guilty for having inadvertently wronged her. All right, fine, Sue Wanting responded, feeling awkward. She was utterly unfamiliar with kitchen matters and feared she might embarrass herself in front of Shen Yi. Would this diminish his regard for her? No, that wouldn't do. Seeing Shen Yi head into the kitchen, Sue Wanting promptly followed. She was determined to learn the art of cooking. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanyan knelt on the sofa, massaging Shen Yi's thighs. The atmosphere in the household was harmonious, and Shen Yi felt immense satisfaction. The pressures of the outside world were great, and, at home, he wished to relax fully, especially after having just taken a life. The so-called 5-star top-grade steak truly tasted exquisite. Shen Yi felt it surpassed all the beef he had ever eaten before, perhaps due to the superior quality provided by the system. Additionally, Shen Yi's culinary skills were impressive. Each piece of steak was perfectly seared, crispy on the outside and tender within, utterly delightful. For this dinner, Shen Yi devoured 5 pieces of steak, Perhaps it was due to the extensive use of teleportation that day, depleting his energy reserves, necessitating a greater replenishment of sustenance. But that was of no concern. They had ample supplies. Steak was in abundance. After satisfying his hunger, Shen Yi responded to Zhou Wanner's message. Yes, she had finally resolved to come over, mentioning she would bring 2 roommates along. Naturally, Shen Yi welcomed this. The more women, the better, as it would enable him to unlock even more resources. Having sent his reply, he distributed several power banks among the 3 women, instructing them to charge their phones fully and to use them sparingly for ease of future communication. After all, there were times when he left home, and he would be unaware of any incidents that might arise. Once these trivial tasks were complete, night had fallen. Due to the power outage, Shen Yi and the others retired to bed early. Before sleeping, Shen Yi glanced at the messages in the group for Building 6. The residents had gathered, fervently congregating on the 18th floor. With this group to bolster his spirits, he could sleep more soundly tonight. Tomorrow would be the day to confront the marauders. Good night, darling, Su Wanning murmured as she nestled closer to Shen Yi, her voice drowsy. Good night, he replied. That night, Shen Yi enjoyed a remarkably comfortable sleep, even before the apocalypse. He had never slept so peacefully. Perhaps he was indeed well suited for this new world. Conversely, the other residents of the building were faring poorly. A throng of tenants had gathered on the 18th floor, numbering over 20, the majority of whom were men, with only a few women present. Each wielded weapons such as golf clubs, baseball bats, and kitchen knives. Suddenly, a sense of courage surged among them, though the marauders were ruthless. They numbered only 6 or 7, while the tenants boasted a numerical advantage of 2 to 1. This time, the odds were in their favor. Thus, under the leadership of a middle-aged man in a suit, they boldly descended to confront the marauders in what they believed would be a negotiation. Indeed, negotiation. If possible, no one wished to fight. After all, should a brawl ensue, lives might be lost. Unfortunately, the marauders had no sense of honor. Seizing the opportunity presented by the supposed negotiation, they launched a surprise attack. Caught off guard, the 20-odd residents found themselves utterly overwhelmed. Reduced to chaos, the outcome was grim. 3 residents were killed, 2 severely injured, 2 captured, and nearly 10 sustained minor injuries. Remarkably, not a single marauder was killed, nor did any suffer serious injuries. They emerged with merely a few scrapes at a disastrous defeat. These office-dwelling men in suits were no match for the desperate outlaws. In a mere encounter, they had lost all capacity to resist. As for this news, Shen Yi learned through the group chat. Some residents mourned the loss of family members, while others pleaded for help to rescue their captured loved ones. Yet this time, no one dared to speak up. The marauders had already quelled their morale the previous night. Now, everyone sought only to protect themselves, too fearful to even step outside. Ordinary people were no match for those ruthless marauders. Resident 1501, is there anyone with bandages or medical supplies? My leg hurts terribly. The wound from last night keeps bleeding intermittently. Please, I beg you to help me. Resident 1501 sent an image. Shen Yi opened the picture. Discovering that the injured resident was a woman, of course, his reason for opening the photo was that, at first glance, the image revealed a pair of lovely, smooth legs. Although blood had stained most of her leg due to the injury, the shape remained remarkable. He could only wonder about her appearance and whether it met the system standards. Seeing no one respond to Resident 1501's plea, Shen Yi decided to reply using Jiang Nanyan's account in the group chat. Resident 2001, I have medicine that if you need supplies, message me privately, but first, please send a full-body photo without any filters. Resident 1501, why do you want my photo? Resident 0901, what else could it mean? It's quite obvious. Resident 0901, wait, ISNT this resident from the 20th floor? Didn't you show up for the assembly last night? Resident 1401, the 20th floor did not contribute last night. Everyone remember Resident 2001. Such a selfish person does not deserve our help. Resident 0501, Resident 2001, get out. It's all your fault. You caused my man to die. What right do you have to be in this group? Resident 0501, scoundrel, trash, uncultured filth. Get out of this group. You don't deserve to live. You should die. Resident 0501, you should die, along with your entire family. Resident 1401, Well said, such a selfish person should not remain in this group. Resident 1602. Woe is me. My husband perished yesterday while he was with you. You must protect us, the widow and orphans. In no time, Shen Yi, this seemingly idle individual, became the public enemy of the entire building. It appeared that his absence was the root cause of all ensuing calamity. Some people are like this. They dare not confront the strong, but find pleasure in bullying the weak. Yet, Shen Yi was not the weakling they presumed him to be. He promptly used his teleportation ability to arrive at room 501. Inside, a middle-aged woman clad in pajamas was seated on the sofa, relentlessly typing on her phone, hurling insults at Shen Yi in the group chat. It seemed that only through such verbal outbursts could she alleviate the anguish of losing her husband. As so engrossed was she in her tirade that she failed to notice Shen Yi's arrival until he deliberately made noise, prompting her to turn and look at him with a face full of terror. Why you? Who are you? How did you get into my home? Shen Yi glanced at her phone screen, confirming that she was indeed maligning him. I acknowledge that losing your husband is painful, for he was your sole support. However, Shen Yi said coolly, raising his hand to reveal a handgun. The sight of the weapon filled the woman's face with sheer horror. A gun materialized out of thin air. Is this even human? But what does that have to do with me? You dare to curse my family. I will end you. Without hesitation, Shen Yi pulled the trigger, delivering a fatal shot to her head. Until her last moment, she remained oblivious to what had summoned this monster upon her. After dispatching the one who had insulted his family, Shen Yi returned to his room in a buoyant mood. As for the others in the group who had condemned him as selfish, he chose to disregard them for now. Once he had dealt with the ruffians, he would gradually take care of them. Do not mistake my patience for weakness. If angered, I shall strike through the very internet that connects us. At that moment, the resident of 1501 added him as a friend. Resident 1501. My phone is almost dead. Only one battery left. I can't take any pictures. Resident 1501. If you have any medicine, could you please send it over? I have pictures at home. After sending those two messages, the other party abruptly vanished. It was likely due to the phone dying. Shen Yi pondered for a moment and deemed it worthwhile to pay a visit. After all, he had nothing pressing to attend to, and if the resident of 1501 met the system standards, he could unlock new supplies. Even if it did not qualify, it would merely require some effort on his part, which was inconsequential. With that thought, Shen Yi teleported once more, disappearing from the floor. He vanished into thin air, exclaimed by Shen, who had just exited her bedroom upon witnessing this spectacle. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed to the spot where Shen Yi had disappeared, frantically searching the sofa's crevices. How could a living person simply vanish, especially right before her eyes? Bai Laoshi, don't panic, Jiang Nanyan, and Su Wanting chuckled at by Shen's comical antics. How could such a large figure as Shen Yi hide within the sofa seams? They were not particularly surprised, knowing that this was Shen Yi's new superpower. They took the opportunity to explain it to Bai Shen. Upon hearing the explanation, Bai Shen's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that she truly could not adapt to this apocalyptic world. Using teleportation, Shen Yi arrived at the 15th floor in mere seconds. Given that this upscale complex had 2 units per floor, locating 1501 was not a challenge. He arrived at the door and politely knocked. He needed to assess the appearance of the resident of 1501 first. If they did not meet the system's criteria, he would simply turn and leave. After a brief wait, the electronic lock emitted a sound, and the door swung open. The electronic lock can function for a considerable time, even during a power outage, as it has a backup battery. This is not a bug. A girl wearing a mint green short-sleeve shirt and light blue high-waisted denim shorts appeared at the door. Her face pale, she was quite beautiful, with silky chestnut hair styled in soft waves. One side was tucked behind her ear, revealing a delicate pearl earring, while the other side cascaded down, framing her face. Her long, straight legs exhibited a healthy vitality, indicative of someone who regularly engaged in physical activity. However, at that moment, her left leg was nearly drenched in blood, and despite being bound with a cloth, the bleeding showed no signs of stopping. It seemed she was either unable to tend to her wound properly or had suffered excessive blood loss, rendering her face ashen, with even her lips losing color. At that moment, the system was triggered. Ding! A goddess meeting the system's standards detected. Detailed information is being scanned. Name: Chu Xiaoxiao. Age: 24. Appearance: 91-100 build, 95-100 inner strength, 100-100 experienced in self-defense, but lacks combat experience. Total score: 96-100. Evaluation: shelter her to unlock a random supply. Shen Yi's gaze fell upon the inner strength evaluation. It was the first time such a rating had appeared. Experienced in self-defense. So, she was knowledgeable in self-defense techniques. Regardless, she indeed met the system's criteria. You live in 2001? Chu Xiaoxiao cautiously inquired. She had confirmed with her eyes that Shen Yi was not one of the thugs from downstairs. Hence her opening the door. Yes, your leg is still bleeding. We must stop the bleeding first, Shen Yi replied, promptly lifting her into his arms and carrying her into the room. Chu Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. In that instant, she forgot to resist, as Shen Yi's actions felt so natural, almost as if they were a couple. However, this realization only lasted a moment before she blushed and began to struggle, repeatedly protesting, "Why you can't do this? We've just met, and I'm injured. I can't. If you really want to, at least wait until I'm healed." In truth, Chu Xiaoxiao had found Shen Yi quite handsome upon first sight. Tall and fitting her standards for a partner. In this apocalyptic world, having a man to rely on could be beneficial. Yet, to jump straight into intimacy upon their first meeting was something she could not abide. At the very least, they ought to exchange names first. Shen Yi did not offer an explanation, but instead placed the flustered Chu Xiaoxiao onto the sofa and retrieved some gauze and white liquor from his system space, preparing to disinfect and bandage her wound. The reason Shen Yi refrained from explaining was that Chu Xiaoxiao had already begun to show signs of distress from excessive blood loss in this apocalyptic setting. Medical conditions were far from adequate. Should she suffer complications from the blood loss, it would pose significant trouble. Shen Yi had hopes of her unlocking supplies for him. He could not afford to make the trip in vain, wasting a roll of gauze and white liquor. Especially the white liquor. He had scoured the supermarket and found only 2 bottles of untainted high-purity liquor, initially planning to reserve them for future injuries. After all, in this new world, there would be no doctors to turn to. Shen Yi had also intended to visit a hospital soon to stock up on some medications to avoid falling ill down the line. Chu Xiaoxiao winced in pain, instinctively gripping Shen Yi's thigh tightly and letting out a pained cry. Shen Yi's thigh felt the sting of her grip. Disinfecting with white liquor was not a pain that ordinary individuals could endure. Nevertheless, while his actions were somewhat brusque, they were executed swiftly. After disinfecting, he tightly bandaged her wound until the bleeding ceased. "All right, rest well now. I will come back tomorrow to help you with the disinfection and change the bandages," Shen Yi said, preparing to leave. Given the severity of her injuries, she was certainly not in a position to unlock any rewards at present. It would be best to let her recuperate for a couple of days. It would not consume much of his supplies. Shen Yi left behind a roasted chicken and then teleported away. He made no demands and asked for nothing in return, for he had already deemed Chu Xiaoxiao as his. There was no need for explanations. What if Chu Xiaoxiao refused? Then her life would be forfeit. Had it not been for Shen Yi's intervention, she would have surely met her demise today. Moreover, Chu Xiaoxiao had witnessed his extraordinary abilities. If she were unwilling to submit, he would have no choice but to silence her. Shen Yi harbored no desire for his instantaneous teleportation ability to be exposed, for such a revelation would undoubtedly lead to future complications. This is the essence of fate. Every gift comes with its own price tag. As Shen Yi intervened to save Chu Xiaoxiao, she found herself faced with but 2 choices, to submit or to perish. Could he truly be the Prince Charming sent by the heavens to rescue me? Weak and languid, Chu Xiaoxiao reclined upon the sofa, her mind adrift in thoughts of Shen Yi tending to her wounds and leaving behind sustenance. As these memories unfolded, a rosy hue crept across her cheeks. She recalled how, with a mere wave of his hand, bandages, spirits, and food materialized before her. Moreover, this man, having aided her, asked for nothing in return before departing. If he is not a Prince Charming, then what is he? A deity, perhaps. Chu Xiaoxiao found herself contemplating the notion that she might need to offer herself in gratitude for his life-saving act. Yet he had asked for nothing. This left her feeling a tad despondent. However, his promise to return the following day to change her dressing suggested they would indeed meet again. Chu Xiaoxiao could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. In her weakened state, she even considered tidying herself up to present her best self to her gallant savior. "How delightful," she murmured, turning gently to behold the steaming roast chicken upon the table. She remembered that this very chicken had been conjured by her Prince Charming, akin to a celestial feat indeed. He must be the prince from her dreams. Lost in these thoughts, Chu Xiaoxiao happily began to savor the chicken. Upon leaving Chu Xiaoxiao's abode, Shen Yi made his way swiftly to the ground floor. It was time to deal with the band of ruffians. Their usefulness had come to an end. As Shen Yi descended to the first floor, he beheld several thugs feasting upon roasted meat that had evidently been carved from the corpses of their victims. No wonder they had not succumbed to hunger. Their strength was abundant, enough to batter down doors. "Who goes there?" one of the thugs shouted, recognizing Shen Yi. In an instant, one of them brandished a knife, glaring at him with a ferocity that resembled a wild beast. "Shen Yi, it's you." Suddenly, from the shadows, a swollen-faced classmate with yellow hair emerged, casting a venomous glare at Shen Yi. It was his abandonment that had led to this dire state of affairs. Everything was Shen Yi's fault. Big brother. That's him, the bastard who was with several female students, the yellow-haired thug exclaimed, pointing accusingly. Enduring such suffering and torment, he yearned for Shen Yi to experience his pain in full measure. Hearing this, the tattooed brute regarded Shen Yi with keen interest, appraising him with a scrutinizing gaze. "What kind of person do you think you are?" "Just this." The brute spat, then snarled, "Suitsi, break one of his legs and force him to reveal which floor he resides on. We'll pay his woman a visit afterward." "Understood," a tall, thin man clad in a security uniform replied, brandishing a baseball bat as he approached. The other thugs dismissed Shen Yi as inconsequential, a mere ordinary person. After all, they had slain several individuals the previous night. Yet in the next heartbeat, a deafening gunshot echoed through the air. The man in the security uniform froze, collapsing to the ground with a gaping wound in his forehead. Shen Yi did not hesitate. He raised his firearm and unleashed a barrage of shots at the remaining thugs, who were still reeling from shock. The sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the ground floor. After expending the bullets from one gun, Shen Yi immediately switched to another. In the briefest of encounters, for thugs were struck down by his relentless fire. There were no words exchanged. He had come with the intent to kill. Thus, after confirming the number of thugs present, he opened fire without hesitation. What the hell? How does he have a gun? Run! Escape! The surviving thugs were engulfed by terror. Their previous bravado, their ruthless demeanor, had stemmed from the absence of someone stronger than themselves. It was still the early days of this apocalypse. Most had yet to embrace the life of a fugitive and dared not confront the thugs directly. This misconception had led them to believe themselves invincible. Yet now, as Shen Yi systematically eliminated them, they were finally acquainted with true fear, the fear of death. No matter how fierce or daring they were, a single bullet was sufficient to extinguish their lives. "Damn it, you scoundrel, Huang Mao. Didn't you say he was just a student? How the hell does he possess a gun?" The tattooed brute instinctively retreated into a room, seething with rage directed at Huang Mao. A gun. This is a gun. They acted so recklessly, believing they could kill without consequence because they knew firearms were banned in Xia country. Had they known someone possessed a gun, only a fool would provoke him. With the few broken eyes we have, what use are they? Huang Mao was already trembling in fear, cowering behind a wardrobe. Shen Yi truly had a gun. Moreover, he had shot without a moment's hesitation. Was he truly just an ordinary university student? Overcome with dread, Huang Mao found himself paralyzed with fear. What to do? What to do? He had already crossed Shen Yi. Once the others were gone, he would surely meet his end as well. Before long, the gunfire outside ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Not a single sound remained, not even a cry of anguish. It seemed as though everyone had been annihilated. The tattooed brute clutched his knife tightly. Hiding behind the door, beads of sweat forming on his brow in anxious anticipation. This was his one chance. He needed to strike decisively as Shen Yi entered, unguarded, for a swift kill. Holding his breath, The brute fixed his gaze on the entrance. Yet, unbeknownst to him, an unexpected figure appeared behind him. Huang Mao, spotting Shen Yi materializing seemingly out of thin air, widened his eyes in disbelief, stuttering as he pointed. "Be brother! Yes, here." The tattooed brute froze, instinctively turning his head, but Shen Yi's gun had already discharged a bullet, striking him in the back of the head. Subsequently, Shen Yi continued to fire, eliminating the brute whose eyes were filled with terror. "Spare me, brother! Please spare me! I beg you! Let me go!" We're classmates from the same school. Huang Mao knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy. Yet Shen Yi, unfazed, calmly retrieved another gun from his system's space and shot him dead without a second thought. Inside the room, a man bound to a chair lay lifeless, while a woman, cowering naked in the corner, trembled uncontrollably. Her mental state had completely shattered. Even upon witnessing Shen Yi's violent acts, she remained ensnared in her own terror, utterly unresponsive. Shen Yi raised his hand and delivered a bullet to her, freeing her from her suffering. Exiting the room, Shen Yi spotted a thug, riddled with 4 or 5 gunshot wounds, struggling to crawl outside. Yet Shen Yi was in no rush. He stood still, aiming his gun at him. The first shot missed. TSK. It seems my marksmanship truly leaves much to be desired. I can't even hit such a large target. Shen Yi remarked, continuing to pull the trigger. He treated the struggling thug as a target for practice. Shen Yi had never been a proficient marksman. Hence, he always approached enemies within 10 meters before firing. However, he possessed an abundance of bullets and firearms, allowing for gradual improvement. Thus, from a distance of 30 to 40 meters, Shen Yi relentlessly fired at the crawling thug. It took 4 or 5 shots to land a hit. Truly pathetic. The thug exhibited remarkable resilience, his desire to live propelling him to claw his way outside despite his injuries. As Shen Yi switched guns and approached slowly, he took aim once more, this time at the thug's head. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden white, thick line shot forth, ensnaring the thug's body and lifting him into the air. Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting warily upward. What in the world? He observed for a while, but due to the dense vegetation climbing up the building and the thick black mist, he could discern little. Shen Yi remained vigilant, casually lifting a corpse of a thug and tossing it outside. Just as the body hit the ground, a thick white line, identical to the one before, shot down and snatched the corpse away. What on earth is that? Shen Yi was taken aback. He had previously believed this building was secure, yet it was evidently not. There was a monster upstairs. He could not tell if it was drawn by the gunfire or the corpse. He had to ascertain what this creature was. Otherwise, venturing outside would be perilous. Shen Yi picked up another corpse and hurled it out. Simultaneously, he used his teleportation ability to appear outside, fixating his gaze on the building. Through the black mist, a massive black spider, 2 to 3 meters in size, covered in dark fur and possessing multiple legs, descended from above. Its pincers expelled a white thread as thick as an arm, ensnaring the corpse and dragging it upwards. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yi raised his firearm and fired 7 or 8 shots at the mutated black spider. This creature must be eliminated. Otherwise, future outings would be fraught with danger. However, to his astonishment, the bullets merely penetrated slightly into the spider's body, inflicting minimal damage, and instead incited its wrath. The mutated black spider discarded the corpse and lunged at Shen Yi, opening its mouth wide to unleash a thick strand of white silk. Shen Yi had anticipated this and swiftly teleported 20 meters away, evading the spider's attack. Damn it. Not even a handgun can kill it. Shen Yi cursed under his breath. His most powerful means of attack was utterly ineffective against this mutated spider. At that moment, the black spider locked onto Shen Yi's position, seemingly harboring a grudge due to the previous gunfire. Several hairy legs moved rapidly as it leaped from the building, lunging toward Shen Yi. The enormous spider, 2 to 3 meters in size, sent a chill down Shen Yi's spine. He quickly used teleportation to draw the black spider away. Yet, the spider halted after chasing him for only a few dozen meters. Its multitude of dark eyes fixated on Shen Yi, emitting strange sounds as it spun in circles before turning back. Why did it stop pursuing? Shen Yi furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously followed, only to discover the black spider had clambered back up the building, unceremoniously taking the thug's corpse with it. Shen Yi's expression darkened. The black spider clearly intended to remain here. He had hoped to lure it away with his teleportation, but it was utterly unfazed. How frustrating. After finally finding a satisfactory refuge, he encountered such a creature. Shen Yi felt like cursing that if he did not resolve this black spider issue, it could endanger not only himself, but also his woman. However, eliminating it proved to be no simple task. After all, even his gun could not kill it. How could a spider mutate into something so terrifying? Shen Yi frowned deeply. Pondering for a while, he took out his phone to contact Zhou Wanner. If she had just left the campus, he could go pick her up? Otherwise, even if she fortuitously made it back to the community alive, she would be at risk of being killed by this black spider. Shen Yi, where are you? Zhou Wanner, we just left the campus. It's so dangerous outside. Brother, Shen Yi, how much battery do you have left on your phone? Zhou Wanner, it's almost full. I have a power bank. Shen Yi, please share your current location. Zhou Wanner initiated location sharing. Shen Yi joined the location sharing and saw that he was over 800 meters away from Zhou Wanner, which wasn't too far. Without his teleportation ability, he would never have considered going to pick her up, as it was too risky. But with teleportation, even if he encountered some mutated monster, he could ensure his own safety. With his safety guaranteed, Shen Yi naturally did not mind undertaking some advantageous tasks, such as scavenging for supplies or seeking women who fit the system's criteria. As he walked through the streets, shrouded in black mist, Shen Yi remained alert to his surroundings. The mutated black spider had heightened his vigilance significantly. Some mutated animals could not be killed by handguns. The trees lining the road seemed to have grown taller and thicker. At this rate, human activity areas would soon be severely diminished. Although plants did not actively attack humans, if they grew too large, they would inevitably pose a threat. The cracks in the ground, while not expanding further, continued to spew forth black mist. It was unclear where all this mist was originating from underground. Shen Yi was tempted to jump down to investigate, but he knew it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Once he had sufficient strength, he could explore further. Shen Yi thought to himself. He then continued to follow the navigation toward Zhou Wanner. However, from the location sharing, Shen Yi noticed that Zhou Wanner had seemingly remained in one place. This caused him to frown. This little green tea knew he was coming and had simply begun to wait there. She didn't even budge. After walking several hundred meters, he realized Zhou Wanner's position had not changed. His expression soured. Such a woman, who took advantage of every opportunity, was infuriating. If he hadn't already walked several hundred meters, he would have turned back home. Never mind, he would unlock the reward first. If Zhou Wanner's intentions were truly so insidious, he could take the reward and then eliminate her. Shen Yi continued forward as the surroundings gradually grew quieter. He glanced at the navigation and discovered Zhou Wanner's location was in a convenience store just ahead. Utterly still, Shen Yi drew his gun and approached cautiously. Though the convenience store was small, it contained a fair amount of supplies, making it worth the trip. As he neared the store, Shen Yi sensed something was amiss. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Due to his recent killings, he immediately recognized it as the smell of human blood. Moreover, he spotted numerous drag marks on the ground nearby, along with a woman's shoe left behind. Judging by the scene, it appeared someone had just been killed here. Shen Yi instantly became alert. However, he did not see any mutated monsters. The unseen was often more perilous. Thus, Shen Yi wasted no time, using teleportation to arrive at the convenience store entrance, and then teleporting inside. Checking the map, he found Zhou Wanner was very close. Zhou Wanner, Shen Yi called into the dark convenience store, attempting to see if she was still alive, that if she were dead, it would have been a futile trip. Shen Yi, is that you, brother Shen Yi? A voice emanated from a small room at the back of the store. Shortly after, the door opened, and 3 figures cautiously emerged. They were 3 women, the tallest of whom was clad in police uniform, holding a gun. The female officer led the way, raising her weapon in alert upon seeing Shen Yi armed with a gun. Yet, Shen Yi was even more vigilant. The policewoman had a gun. He was ready to teleport away. Damn it, Zhou Wanner never mentioned she was with the police. She never said they were armed. Otherwise, he would never have come to pick her up. After all, a gun could threaten his safety. Brother Shen Yi, Is it really you? You actually came to get me. Warner is so touched. The petite, adorable Zhou Warner exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement, even feigning tears. However, she did not rush to Shen Yi's side, but hid behind the policewoman. While she expressed her gratitude verbally, her body betrayed a lack of trust in Shen Yi, that little green tea. Shen Yi could hardly be bothered to engage with her. Comrade, are you also a police officer? Or a soldier? The attractive policewoman inquired cautiously, pointing her gun at Shen. No, then, where did you get your gun? I found it. All right. Could you please lower your weapon? I mean no harm. The female police officer observed that Shen Yi did not resemble a villain, and thus she holstered her weapon, signaling her goodwill. In response, Shen Yi lowered his gun but did not deactivate the safety. Even in the presence of a police officer, he remained vigilant. After all, in this apocalyptic world, who could discern the true nature of the police? It was entirely plausible that a nefarious individual could masquerade as an officer. Ultimately, Shen Yi could not place his trust in anyone or anything that posed a threat to his safety, be it human or monster, unless he possessed the ability to discern the thoughts of others. However, what took Shen Yi by surprise was that this female officer met the system's standards as well. Ding! A goddess who meets the system's criteria has been detected. Commencing detailed information scan. Name: Su Yun. Age: 27. Appearance: 88 points. Figure: 94 points. Inner quality: 100 points, pure and unblemished. Total score: 90 points. Evaluation: adoption will unlock a random resource. A score of 90 points is the minimum threshold for women who meet the system's criteria. Nevertheless, even at the lowest score, this female officer's beauty was of a level that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. A caliber Shen Yi had not encountered previously. Particularly striking was her spirited and vigorous demeanor, which set her apart from other women. As for the long-haired girl beside Zhou Warner, although Shen Yi found her to be quite attractive, even charmingly delicate, she did not trigger the system's prompt, indicating she did not meet the requirements for resource unlocking. Hello, comrade. My name is Su Yun, and I am with the municipal police department. I am curious as to how you managed to enter. After introducing herself, Su Yun inquired earnestly. In her estimation, while Shen Yi might not be a police officer, he was unlikely to be a villain, for he would not risk venturing out to rescue others during such perilous times. I am Shen Yi. After a brief pause, Shen Yi glanced toward the entrance and said, I simply walked in like this. Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, the female officer was taken aback. Zhou Warner and the long-haired girl were equally astonished, unable to suppress their exclamations. Brother Shen Yi, you just walked in like that? Yes, what of it? Shen Yi had no intention of revealing his true situation to these strangers who had yet to become his allies. Thus he feigned ignorance about his entry. Brother Shen Yi, you are incredibly fortunate. There's a massive invisible snake outside, and it did not attack you, Zhou Warner exclaimed, patting her chest as if relieved. Though her actions were quite captivating, with her youthful appearance and ample figure, she certainly knew how to leverage her assets. Noticing Shen Yi's gaze upon her, she inwardly rejoiced at her correct assumption. If she could win Shen Yi's favor and secure his protection, her future would be much safer. Moreover, he could venture out to forage for food and water. An invisible snake? Shen Yi's heart raced. No wonder he had only seen dragging marks and blood, yet no signs of people. Now, even mutated creatures possessed special abilities? How absurd that they could turn invisible. What kind of world was this? That is likely not a snake. I saw it had 4 legs, so it must be a gecko. The long-haired girl interjected, offering an explanation. Officer Su Yun nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a gecko. However, its size exceeds 1 meter in length, making it longer than an ordinary snake. Its invisibility is not true invisibility. It merely alters the color of its body to match its surroundings, and combined with the presence of black mist, it becomes difficult to detect. The survivors I rescued were all killed by this color-changing gecko, so I'm quite familiar with it. Color-changing. Isn't that the ability of a chameleon? Shen Yi's expression turned peculiar. Is it a hybrid? Or has it simply mutated to gain such an ability? I have speculated that it might be a chameleon hybrid. However, for what I have observed, it resembles a gecko more. Su Yun elaborated. This female officer's survival in the apocalypse indicated her competence. Shen Yi pondered. Regardless of whether it was a chameleon or a gecko, its ability to change color posed a significant threat. Had he not entered via teleportation, he would have been caught off guard and potentially ambushed. It was no wonder these three women were hiding in the convenience store small room. They were utterly incapable of dealing with this gecko. Comrade, if you were not attacked upon entering, it is likely that it has already departed. You should seize this opportunity to leave quickly, lest it returns. This gecko is exceedingly cunning, Su Yun suggested. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl nodded vigorously. Their roommate had fallen victim to this treacherous gecko. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Su Yun, who frightened the gecko away with her gunfire, they too might have met a grim fate. Through their conversation, they learned that Officer Su Yun was not merely passing by, but had been actively pursuing the gecko. The creature had claimed the lives of several individuals, including a child Su Yun had painstakingly rescued. Thus, she was determined to confront it, regardless of her own safety. Let us wait a moment longer. I heard strange noises when I entered, so it may still be lurking nearby. Shen Yi fabricated an excuse. He could leave whenever he wished, but taking Zhou Wan'er with him would not be so simple. As for Officer Su Yun, he had not yet considered recruiting her, unless she was willing to relinquish her weapon to him, or he could ensure her absolute loyalty. Otherwise, having a ticking time bomb by his side would prevent him from sleeping peacefully. Su Yun frowned. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, "How about this? I will go out first and attempt to lure it away. Then you can leave." "Ah, Sister Su Yun, what if you encounter danger?" Zhou Wan'er expressed her concern that I am a police officer. It is my duty to protect you. Su Yun replied earnestly, a flicker of hatred flashing in her eyes as she coldly declared, "Moreover, I must kill it. At any cost, I cannot allow it to harm innocent civilians any further." With that, she began to check the bullets in her gun, preparing for action. She was a woman of decisive action. "Sister Su Yun, you truly are an admirable police officer." Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl gazed at Su Yun with heartfelt admiration, yet they did not attempt to dissuade her. Shen Yi was also somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such noble character from this female officer. Yet, this was a fortuitous development. With the police officer drawing the gecko's attention, he could safely lead Zhou Wan'er away. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Su Yun and inquired, "Officer Su, is there still rescue effort ongoing in the city?" Upon hearing this question, Su Yun's expression darkened, and her tone grew somber. "While I should not say this, it appears that there is no longer any rescue effort. That a few days ago, all my colleagues at the municipal police department perished. I am uncertain about the conditions at other police stations, but I imagine they are similar. There may be a few surviving officers, but they are unlikely to be numerous. Even if they exist, they cannot possibly contend with such calamities or rescue the citizens of this city." As she spoke, Su Yun's mood progressively sank. Hearing this, Shen Yi felt a sense of relief mixed with curiosity. What exactly transpired? How could so many have perished? Logically, if ordinary individuals could survive, how could trained officers armed with firearms fall so swiftly? It seemed quite unreasonable. Sigh. Su Yun sighed deeply, her brow furrowed as if she hesitated before finally explaining. "This matter is highly classified and should not have been disclosed, but at this point, it hardly matters." On the first day of the apocalypse, a massive monstrous tree appeared in the city center. This tree seemed to possess life, growing at an astonishing rate. In just a few hours, it reached a height of several dozen meters. Furthermore, it continued to encroach upon the surrounding land. During its growth, it toppled 2 skyscrapers in the city center, resulting in thousands of casualties. Several dozen meters? Both Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl gasped in unison. Shen Yi's expression mirrored their astonishment. To grow to such heights within a few hours was far more terrifying than the mutated trees populating the streets. Moreover, it had been nearly 10 days since the onset of the apocalypse. But if it continued to grow at such an alarming rate, what horrific magnitude could it have reached by now? If left unchecked, what calamity would ensue? Would the entire mountainous city be engulfed or overturned? Su Yun, observing the shocked expressions of her companions, felt a wave of nostalgia akin to her own initial reaction upon hearing the news. And she sighed. Experts have speculated that if the tree continues to grow at this rate, it could cover half the city within 3 months. in order to safeguard the mountain city. A significant portion of the police force was dispatched to address the formidable tree. However, this tree possessed life and retaliated fiercely, claiming the lives of all who approached, be they human or animal. Even helicopters were brought down by its branches. Then why not employ fire as a weapon? Surely, the tree must fear flames? Zhou Wan'er inquired with curiosity. Indeed, some experts have suggested using fire. Su Yun nodded, but then added, however, the tree's roots are entrenched in a densely populated area of the city center. Should we resort to fire, the collateral damage to innocent lives would be catastrophic. Thus, no orders have been given, and we must wait until the evacuation of civilians is complete before considering such an approach. But it may already be too late. Its growth rate has been astonishingly rapid in just a single day. Its size has multiplied exponentially. By the time we are ready to use fire, it will be unexpected. The tree may sever parts of its own branches to extinguish the flames and extend its limbs to attack any threats it perceives. Su Yun said, her face filled with despair. Only those who witnessed that battle could comprehend the terror of the tree. It possesses intelligence. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl gasped in astonishment. Self-preservation through severed branches. The ability to discern enemies. Is this truly the level of intelligence a tree can possess? Su Yun sighed and nodded, her eyes brimming with sorrow. By then, it will be too late to consider alternative solutions, as a substantial part of the police force has already perished in that confrontation. After hearing this, Shen Yi's eyes reflected an unprecedented tension. If this colossal tree continued to grow unchecked, it would engulf the entire mountain city within 6 months. At that point, everything in the city would become sustenance for the tree, including humanity itself. Shen Yi pondered gravely for a moment before continuing. Is there no military assistance forthcoming? Surely, weapons such as missiles could eliminate it. I am uncertain that I only know that there have been communications with the military, but they seem to be preoccupied with some form of mutated entities. Su Yun gently shook her head. She was not a high-ranking official, and thus lacked extensive knowledge. Yet, even this scant information instilled a profound sense of crisis in Shen Yi. Currently, the most perilous threat to the entire mountain city was that ever-growing tree in the city center. If it remained unresolved, no matter how well he managed to survive, he would ultimately be consumed by it, becoming its nourishment. Yet, devising a solution seemed nearly impossible. The police had deployed countless officers, even utilizing helicopters and armored vehicles. But to no avail. With only a small handgun at his disposal, what could he accomplish? It appeared prudent to plan an early departure from the mountain city, seeking refuge in other locales, although this apocalyptic scenario loomed over the entire world. Surely other cities could not harbor such a terrifying tree. Otherwise, humanity would face extinction. Furthermore, if the military had not come to the mountain city's aid, they must be attending to cities of greater proximity or significance. For instance, the magical metropolis and the imperial capital, both of which are the economic and political strongholds of the Xia nation, would undoubtedly receive heightened protection. With the military's firepower, they should be able to safeguard several cities and establish secure zones. Right? If that were not the case, Shen Yi truly did not know how to ensure his own survival. Unless he could unlock more resources, including those with extraordinary abilities, if he could acquire several formidable powers. Perhaps he could find a way to confront that ever-growing tree. With this thought in mind, Shen Yi turned to Su Yun. It seemed imperative that he claim her rewards as well. Previously, he had merely wished to survive, free from concerns about sustenance, content to lie low. Yet, now the flames had indeed reached his very being, and he felt a sense of urgency. Even if he could not gain the power to vanquish the tree, he must at least possess the means for self-preservation. While teleportation was undeniably powerful, a mere distance of 20 meters was still too close. Are you all prepared? I will go ahead and open the door. Once I lure that gecko away, you must leave swiftly. Do not waste a moment. Su Yun drew her firearm, preparing for battle. Sister Su Yun, please be careful. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl expressed their reluctance. Though they held selfish thoughts, they genuinely appreciated Su Yun's efforts. As Su Yun understood that her chances of survival were slim, yet she nodded in acknowledgement to the two girls, then turned to Shen Yi. Speaking earnestly, Comrade Shen Yi, I hope you will look after them. In this world, we humans can only endure by helping one another. I understand. Then prepare yourselves as soon as you hear the signal. Leave immediately. Do not squander any time. Upon finishing her words, Su Yun approached the door, carefully opening the convenience store's entrance. Outside lay only the thick, ominous fog and the sound of the wind, with no visible threat. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun stepped cautiously into the darkness, surveying her surroundings. She detected no sign of the gecko. This chameleon-like creature, once concealed within the black mist, would be nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. Glancing back at the convenience store one last time, Su Yun entered the fog and deliberately made noise with her footsteps, attempting to lure out the gecko. Brother Shen, should we go out now? Zhou Wanner asked anxiously. The long-haired girl tightened her grip on her backpack, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Shen Yi glanced at her and replied, "You two should remain in the back room. Wait until I call for you before coming out." Huh, why not? Sister Su Yun is drawing the monster away. Wouldn't it be better for us to leave quickly? Zhou Wanner protested urgently. Be quiet, if you refuse to listen. You may leave now, but do not follow me. Shen Yi was unwilling to waste words. Having said this, he stepped out of the convenience store. If Zhou Wanner complied, perhaps he might save her life. But if she disobeyed, she was courting death. Zhou Wanner, chastised, fell silent, and once Shen Yi departed, she stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it, that insufferable straight man. After venting her anger with a few choice words, Zhou Wanner exchanged glances with the long-haired girl, ultimately deciding to close the door and obediently hide in the storage room. Without someone to protect them, it would be impossible for them to survive in such a perilous world. Though they did not fully grasp Shen Yi's intentions, they had no choice but to comply. After all, Shen Yi wielded a firearm, and only by staying close to him did they have any hope of survival. In the black mist, Su Yun held her gun aloft, cautiously navigating with her long legs, deliberately making noise with her footsteps, all the while remaining hyper-vigilant of her surroundings, even refraining from drawing breath. She was acutely aware that the mutated gecko could launch a surprise attack at any moment. She had to respond instantaneously to any threat. Even if she were to be attacked, she must eliminate this creature. Su Yun progressed slowly, her footsteps echoing loudly. This undoubtedly heightened the gecko's predatory instincts. Meanwhile, in the depths of the mist, a pair of cold, vertical pupils quietly fixated on Su Yun. The owner of those pupils blended seamlessly with the darkness, remaining utterly still, patiently awaiting its prey to approach. The slowly advancing Su Yun was precisely the target it sought. Silence enveloped the air, just as the prey came within a mere 2 meters of its position. It sprang into action in that instant, the creature's colors, which had melded with the surroundings, became exposed. It was a massive gecko. Its speed was astonishing. Even if the prey sensed the danger, it would be far too late to mount an effective defense. Moreover, Su Yun was facing sideways, completely unaware of the imminent threat. By the time she realized what was happening, it was already too late. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of gunshots erupted within the black mist. Su Yun jumped in surprise and swiftly turned around. There, mere centimeters from her, lay the enormous gecko, riddled with bullet holes, blood oozing from its wounds, its life force waning. Without hesitation, she fired 2 more shots at the creature's head, ensuring the complete demise of the mutated gecko. Only then did she exhale sharply, gulping in air as relief washed over her. Her back was already slick with sweat, and her hand gripping the gun trembled slightly. She had come perilously close to death just moments ago. To claim that one is devoid of fear or trepidation is a falsehood. She, too, is human. However, once she dons this attire, she must uphold the responsibilities it embodies. There is no room for retreat. She cannot falter. Were survival an option, she would wish to live. Indeed, she yearns for life. Thank you. Su Yun gazed at the gun-wielding man emerging from the black mist, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. The one who fired in the nick of time to save Su Yun was none other than Shen Yi, who had closely followed her from the convenience store. As for Su Yun, the female officer capable of unlocking resources, Shen Yi's thought was simply that if he could save her, he would do so effortlessly. thereby unlocking another resource for himself that, of course, had this lizard truly been capable of invisibility, Shen Yi would not have wasted time. He would have escaped in an instant. However, seeing the lizard expose such a significant flaw while attacking its prey, Shen Yi seized the opportunity without hesitation, teleporting behind it and firing several shots, ultimately killing it. The mutated lizard, though appearing perilous, was no match for bullets. Without the enveloping black mist, it would merely be a larger creature. The dense fog severely impaired visibility, making this color-changing lizard particularly troublesome. Comrade Shen Yi, thank you. Su Yin expressed her heartfelt appreciation, her gaze fixed on him. She had not anticipated that he would risk himself to save her. It was evident that if she failed to draw out the mutated lizard, Shen Yi could very well become its primary target. Thus, he was quite literally putting his life on the line for her. Su Yun felt an immense sense of gratitude and emotion. Compared to those she had previously rescued, Shen Yi was a paragon of virtue. Some had abandoned her in critical moments, others had stealthily left to hoard food, and some had even coveted her body. In just a few days since the apocalypse had struck, Su Yun had witnessed the depths of human malice. This very realization made her all the more touched by Shen Yi's selfless act of bravery. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. Is mere verbal gratitude sufficient? Shen Yi inquired, looking at Su Yun. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the implication behind Shen Yi's words. Did he seek monetary compensation? Shen Yi gazed at the adorably bewildered Su Yun. Feeling somewhat speechless, it was astonishing that this police officer could not grasp such an evident hint. And no wonder she remained so innocent at her age. What I mean is, would you consider offering yourself in gratitude for my life-saving intervention? Shen Yi stated directly, This. Su Yun's cheeks flushed crimson, her words faltering as she struggled to articulate a coherent response. Even her typically open demeanor faltered in the face of such an unexpected proposition, and she found herself too bashful to meet Shen Yi's gaze. You, how old are you? I am nearly 30. How can I? As she spoke, her face felt as if it were ablaze with embarrassment. It was utterly shameful. Discussing such matters with a boy so much younger than herself felt like a loss of dignity. We are merely a few years apart. Besides, in this world, does age truly matter? Shen Yi replied. Stepping closer to Su Yun, he reached out, attempting to take her hand. Who knows, we might meet an untimely end tomorrow. There is no point in overthinking. Living in the moment is of utmost importance. Su Yun's face reddened further as she instinctively recoiled from Shen Yi's touch, turning her head away to protest. No, this is unacceptable. We have only just met. Though she was immensely grateful for Shen Yi's rescue and held a semblance of affection for him, this fondness was not romantic, but rather a contrast to the selfishness of others in this apocalyptic landscape. To suddenly embark on a romantic relationship with Shen Yi felt too hasty. The age difference was one factor, but primarily, it was simply too soon. They had known each other for less than an hour. Su Yun, inherently conservative, found it challenging to accept such a swift progression of feelings. Yet Shen Yi was undeterred by her reservations. His sole focus was on unlocking new resources. Moreover, he could not allow his bullets to be wasted in vain. Noticing that Su Yun's resistance seemed less pronounced, he stepped forward, embraced her, and kissed her passionately. Su Yun was momentarily stunned. It was too sudden, so much so that she momentarily forgot to resist. My first kiss. While kissing her, Shen Yi discreetly relieved Su Yun of the gun at her waist, lest she retaliate in anger. However, it seemed he had overestimated her. Su Yun showed no inclination to fight back, only putting up a token struggle before surprisingly reciprocating his embrace. Indeed, the more reserved a woman is, the more fervent she becomes once she lets go. Such is the nature of contrast. However, he could not help but notice that she likely had not brushed her teeth in quite some time. The taste was rather unpleasant. Thus, Shen Yi, unperturbed, teleported with Su Yun to an unoccupied shop, where he began to unlock resources right then and there. Dazed and flushed, Su Yun found herself lost in the moment. Her body feeling warm, by the time she regained her senses, she realized she was entirely bare. Her face turned beet red as she attempted to resist, but Shen Yi's enhanced physique rendered her powerless. And so it was that a new resource had been unlocked. Ding! Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess. Beginning random resource unlocking. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking the resource. Superpower. Sensory fruit. Superpower. What the heck? Immersed in the blissful encounter, Shen Yi was jolted upright upon hearing the system notification. Superpower fruit. He had genuinely unlocked the superpower fruit. What's wrong? Su Yun, covering her body with her hands, blushed as she looked at the exuberant Shen Yi. Why was he suddenly so joyful? Could it be because he realized she was a virgin? The thought made Su Yun's cheeks burn even more. She never imagined that after preserving herself for so many years, she would ultimately find herself with a boy so much younger than her, on the floor of an unfurnished shop. She felt utterly mortified. Was this not akin to an old cow grazing on tender grass? Surely it must be. Although she had somewhat acquiesced to the situation, Su Yun did not genuinely mind. Otherwise, even with her half-hearted consent, Shen Yi would not have been able to claim her so effortlessly. After all, Su Yun was a trained police officer. If she truly fought for her life, she would not be easily subdued to nothing. I'm just thrilled, Shen Yi exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on Su Yun. It seemed that his daring gamble had paid off, that Su Yun had indeed unlocked the superpower fruit, and it could be stacked infinitely. With such a multitude of fruits, he felt invincible. Moreover, this confirmed that the superpower fruit was indeed a form of resource. In the future, as long as he unlocked a sufficient variety of resources, he would undoubtedly be able to unlock other superpower fruits. You are truly wicked. Su Yun, though bashful, found herself resigned to the situation. She no longer harbored significant resistance. Shen Yi's earlier words rang true to I in this world. Overthinking was futile. One must not dwell on the future. Tomorrow could bring unforeseen calamities. Living in the moment was paramount. Leaning against Shen Yi, she traced circles on his body with her fingers and softly inquired, "What is your relationship with those two women? The one who called you brother Shen Yi seems to share a special bond with you." Having just shared an intimate moment, Su Yun's thoughts were understandably sensitive. Even a spirited police officer was not immune. Shen Yi hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He had not anticipated forming a bond with Su Yun. Given the circumstances, he could only attribute it to a moment of impulse. While the outcome was fortuitous, he recognized that if not handled delicately, given Su Yun's fiery temperament, he might have to resort to drastic measures. To be candid, he was somewhat reluctant to resort to such drastic measures. Had he not engaged with her intimately, Shen Yi would have unhesitatingly abandoned Su Yun, perhaps even eliminated her. Yet, in light of their recent connection, he found himself wavering. Of course, if Su Yun truly chose to align with him, he would be in control. Otherwise, even with their shared intimacy, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. Thus, it remained to be seen how Su Yun would choose to navigate this situation. If I were to say that I have other women, how would you respond? Shen Yi, having uttered those words, gazed quietly at Su Yun. To his surprise, Su Yun displayed no astonishment whatsoever. She merely sighed softly and remarked, "I knew it, that a young lad like you, so skilled even when kissing, is clearly well-versed in romance. Having wooed numerous women with your experience, had it been in the past, if you dared to force yourself upon me, I would have ensured your failure. No, I would have broken your third leg." As she spoke, Su Yun playfully bared her teeth at Shen Yi in a mock menacing manner. Yet, rather than being frightening, it came across as somewhat endearing. She then sighed again, expressing her resignation, but in this world now, not only is there a lack of laws, but morals have also vanished. Your survival thus far, along with your audacity to venture out and save others, indicates that you possess considerable strength. If you desire women, I'm certain many would be willing to follow you. Therefore, when you say you have other women, I'm not at all surprised. I merely feel a twinge of discomfort, as I'd thought you belonged solely to me. With this, Su Yun, still somewhat reluctant, looked at Shen Yi and inquired, "Given your candid demeanor, you surely do not wish to abandon your other women for just me, do you?" Shen Yi spoke truthfully, as there was no need for deceit. Not only would he not forsake his other women, but he also intended to welcome more into his fold. Such was the inevitable reality, to unlock more resources and survive in this apocalypse. He had to adopt this approach that, of course, Shen Yi's thoughts were not solely a consequence of the system. He personally harbored similar sentiments. Who would not relish a life surrounded by numerous wives and concubines? However, the present world was far too perilous. Not to mention the mutated giant tree in the city center capable of annihilating the entire city. Even the mutated black spider within the community posed an insurmountable challenge for him at this moment. Damn it, gaining strength was the most pressing issue at hand. Thus he was fated not to abandon a forest for Su Yin. Su Yin lay in Shen Yi's embrace, closing her eyes and softly murmuring, "However, if you were truly forsake your other women for me, I would only hold you in greater disdain. For in such a case, you might just as easily abandon me for another." Shen Yi remained silent, gently patting Su Yun's shoulder. The advantage of a mature woman lay in her understanding without the need for excessive explanation. She comprehended many truths, and even if she did not, she could reason them out. The two shared a tender moment before they donned their clothes, preparing to return to the convenience store to meet Zhou Wan'er and the other girl, as for the instantaneous movement they had just experienced. Shen Yi naturally explained it to Su Yun. One reason Su Yun had not resisted immediately was due to the shock of being teleported into the shop by Shen. This, indeed, was an extraordinary ability. Upon learning that humans could acquire such powers, Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. If everyone could attain such miraculous abilities, the chances of survival would be greatly enhanced. Meanwhile, Shen Yi was relieved that his first acquired ability was physical evolution. Otherwise, having unlocked powers over the past few days, he would have long been drained of energy, lacking the strength to battle mutated creatures. Upon returning to the convenience store, Shen Yi first surveyed the merchandise. Unfortunately, being merely a small convenience store, the stock was limited and much had been contaminated, leaving scanty edible items. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. The greatest gain from this trip was undoubtedly Su Yun. It was thanks to her that Shen Yi was able to unlock the ability fruit. "Is this yet another of your abilities?" Su Yun exclaimed in awe as she watched Shen Yi effortlessly gather a plethora of resources. Shen Yi acknowledged her with a nod. He then called out Zhou Wan'er and the other girl, who had been hiding in the storage room. These two girls were genuinely cowardly. Even when Shen Yi and Su Yun returned, making noise, they did not emerge immediately. Previously, when Su Yun mentioned her intent to lure away the gecko, the two had appeared moved, but in truth, they were secretly hoping for Su Yun's sacrifice, solely focused on their own self-preservation. Such cowardice rivaled Shen Yi's. "Thank goodness, brother Shen Yi, sister Su Yun, you are safe," Zhou Wan'er exclaimed, her face filled with relief. The long-haired girl, however, was more reserved, lacking the scheming thoughts of Zhou Wan'er. "Let us go," Shen Yi replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he retrieved 2 guns filled with bullets from the system space. Handing them to Su Yun for her protection, Su Yun's character was trustworthy, even more so than Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan. There was a significant disparity in the personalities of individuals. Although Shen Yi had known Su Wanting and the others longer, he trusted Su Yun far more. "He's got a gun." Zhou Wan'er gasped in astonishment as she watched Shen Yi conjure 2 handguns seemingly out of thin air, her mind racing with thoughts of securing Shen Yi's affection, believing that if she could win his heart, she would ensure her survival in the apocalypse. Su Yun, holding the 2 pristine 54-style handguns, felt a warm glow in her heart. She understood that this was Shen Yi's way of expressing trust in her. The 4 of them cautiously exited the convenience store, proceeding with utmost care. After experiencing the color-changing gecko's ambush, Shen Yi felt compelled to exercise extra caution. Some mutated animals possessed bizarre abilities, and a moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Yi quietly retrieved an ability fruit from the system space and popped it into his mouth. First, he sought to acquire a new ability. Perhaps it would enhance his combat prowess. As the fruit entered his mouth, a gentle chill spread throughout his body, albeit fleetingly. Aside from the significant transformation he felt upon consuming the physical evolution fruit for the first time, the effects of the other 2 ability fruits were rather minimal. It was uncertain whether this was due to the superior nature of physical evolution or simply a result of it being his first experience with such fruits. However, it was highly likely to be the latter. as Shen Yi believed that the instantaneous movement ability was undoubtedly on par with, or even superior to physical evolution. With these thoughts in mind, the fruit in his mouth was soon digested. He promptly accessed his status panel for a check. Host: Shen Yi, age 20, combat power 30, not including any external enhancements, unlocked resources, master chef mineral water, freshly roasted chicken 54, style handgun 5A, grade steak, ability fruit, telepathy, acquired abilities, physical evolution LV1, instantaneous movement LV1, telepathy LV1, physical evolution LV1. Your body has undergone an evolution for some reason, resulting in a significant enhancement in your strength, speed, endurance, and overall health. Instantaneous movement LV1, you can instantly move a distance of 20 meters. As your instantaneous movement is a spatial skill, you can disregard any terrain and ignore any control or binding skills during the move. As long as your stamina permits, you can execute instantaneous movements consecutively without any limitations. Telepathy LV1, you can sense all hostility and goodwill within a 20-meter radius through your mind, and you can perceive the entirety of your surroundings within that range without the use of your eyes. Unaffected by any obstacles. This telepathy, truly marvelous. Upon reading the skill descriptions, Shen Yi immediately set out to test it firsthand. In the state of telepathy, even with his eyes closed, he could clearly visualize everything within a 20-meter radius, including buildings, various plants, and more. Moreover, he perceived it from a 360 overhead perspective, with even the black mist unable to obstruct his view. This was nothing short of a perspective cheat. Moreover, in this state, Shen Yi could perceive the ethereal white aura flowing around the three women beside him. Though devoid of any textual explanation, the moment he beheld the white essence, he comprehended its significance. The color white symbolized trust and loyalty towards oneself. The purer the white, the greater the loyalty it signified. Su Yun radiated an immaculate white akin to flawless jade. In contrast, Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl exuded a faint white hue interspersed with nearly half gray. Gray represented neutrality, implying a degree of distrust. Within a 20-meter radius of Shen Yi, numerous entities exhibited a pure gray disposition. For instance, the mutated trees flanking the path and the grass beneath them all bore a grayish quality. This indicated that as long as Shen Yi refrained from provoking these plants, they would pose no threat, as they held no animosity towards him. Regarding the color black, it was currently absent. Black denoted absolute hostility. Should an individual emanate a black aura, it would signify their intent to attack Shen Yi. The moment any adversary entered the 20-meter vicinity around him, harboring hostility, Shen Yi would instinctively sense it, no matter how adeptly they concealed their intentions. This was indeed akin to a cheat. Furthermore, Shen Yi discovered that the combination of telepathy and instantaneous movement could only be described as a cheat among cheats. Telepathy allowed him a 360-degree vantage point, coupled with X-ray vision and precise targeting of an enemy's location, while instantaneous movement enabled him to close the distance directly to the foe. The synergy of these two abilities yielded an effect greater than the sum of its parts, truly remarkable. With this newfound power, even if he encountered stealthy assailants akin to chameleons, he would be able to detect them instantaneously. Shen Yi felt exhilarated. This ability was nothing short of extraordinary. He would no longer need to worry about ambushes from individuals or monsters. Moreover, if any of the women nearby harbored hostile intentions, he would also be able to sense it immediately, sparing him from the risk of being stabbed in bed. Although his current sensing range was limited to 20 meters, it was still sufficient. Furthermore, the System S space contained a plethora of perception fruits. If consuming these fruits could enhance his abilities, he would soon max out his telepathy. The aerial perspective was an active skill requiring his conscious release, while the perception of goodwill and hostility was a passive skill that activated on its own. How convenient! Shen Yi felt quite satisfied. Thus, as long as an enemy approached him and displayed hostility, he would instantly become aware, negating the need to maintain a constant godly perspective. Otherwise, it would deplete his stamina. Indeed, activating active skills consumed stamina. Had it not been for Shen Yi's robust physical constitution, he would struggle to sustain the simultaneous use of these two abilities. The evolution of the physical body was paramount. It seemed that the majority of abilities consumed stamina, akin to a blue bar. Shen Yi pondered that he finally grasped the universal significance of the ability to evolve physically. This ability could enhance one's constitution and increase stamina limits, while other powers would deplete stamina. Without sufficient physical strength, even the mightiest of abilities would be constrained. For instance, the instantaneous movement, a power of exceptional caliber. If Shen Yi's body had not been reinforced, being able to use instantaneous movement 10 times in a row would have been impressive. Not to mention the compounded stamina consumption when paired with telepathy. He would likely be unable to sustain more than 7 or 8 uses. Thus, the importance of physical evolution was evident in light of this. Shen Yi understood why Zhao Tao's lightning ability was lacking in strength. Apart from the lower level of his ability, it was likely due to insufficient stamina, preventing him from unleashing it continuously. With this realization, Shen Yi comprehended the underlying reason, one that others might take years to uncover. Why combat power has surged from 10 to 30, a remarkable threefold increase. It appears that the combination of instantaneous movement and telepathy significantly amplifies combat prowess. Shen Yi gazed at the interface and noted that this combat value did not account for external factors. In other words, using a firearm would further elevate his combat power, merely uncalculated. Next, he aimed to test whether the ability fruits could enhance his skills. Shen Yi closed his eyes, activating telepathy to guide him as he retrieved a considerable handful of ability fruits from the system. He consumed them one by one, akin to devouring beans, regardless of whether they could enhance his abilities. The sensation of the fruits entering his system sent a delightful chill throughout his viscera and limbs, akin to an electric shock, truly exhilarating. Even if the ability fruits did not elevate his powers, he would not hesitate to regard them as a medicinal delight. After all, these fruits bore no side effects, merely pure pleasure. Especially when multiple ability fruits were ingested simultaneously, the sensation was more pleasurable than the initial moment of consumption, leaving him utterly enraptured. Ding! Your telepathy has upgraded to level 2. Telepathy, level 2. You can sense all hostility and goodwill within a radius of 40 meters around you through your mind. And you can visualize all scenes within this range without the need for sight, unobstructed by any barriers. Shen Yi was unaware that he had consumed over 10 ability fruits in one go. Regardless, he had suddenly leveled up. The range of his telepathy had doubled to 40 meters. At that moment, his environmental perceptions expanded significantly, granting him a broader vista. The quantity of fruits indeed facilitated the enhancement of his abilities. With this revelation, Shen Yi eagerly consumed more ability fruits, relishing the dual pleasure of physical sensation and skill enhancement. Regardless, he could consume 1 fruit per second, an endless endeavor. Ding! Your telepathy has upgraded to level 3. Ding! Your telepathy has upgraded to level 4. Ding! Your telepathy has upgraded to level 5. When Shen Yi returned to the community with the 3 women, he had reached level 5. However, it seemed that consuming so many fruits at once had left his internal organs feeling chilled. His limbs were particularly frigid. Damn it! It appears I must take a pause before indulging further. While consuming these fruits is delightful, moderation is key. With his hands and feet feeling icy, Shen Yi contemplated, temporarily storing the remaining fruits in the system's space. Telepathy. Level 5. You can sense all hostility and goodwill within a radius of 250 meters around you through your mind. And you can visualize all scenes within this range without the need for sight, unobstructed by any barriers. A remarkable visual range of 250 meters. It felt as if you were wielding a cheat. Moreover, due to the elevation to level 5, Shen Yi noticed a slight decrease in stamina consumption when activating the skill. Logically, one would expect higher skill levels to entail greater consumption, yet it had unexpectedly diminished. This was quite gratifying, indicating that Shen Yi could employ the ability more liberally without the concern of excessive stamina depletion. With this thought, Shen Yi halted, employing telepathy to scan ahead at Building 6. He soon located the perilous mutated black spider. The dense black mist permeating the air was entirely transparent through the lens of telepathy, without obstruction. Utilizing his aerial perspective, Shen Yi quickly pinpointed the location of the mutated black spider. It resided on the middle floor of Building 6, weaving a large web under the cover of various mutated plants, as if it had taken residence there. Surrounding the web were several elongated objects ensnared in white silk, which, from their elongated shape, appear to be human corpses. Why does it seem as though this black spider has grown larger since I last ventured out? Is it merely an illusion caused by my clear perception through telepathy? Shen Yi furrowed his brow slightly. He could not ascertain whether it was a trick of the perspective, especially given the previous obscuring black mist. Brother Shen Yi, what's wrong? Zhou Wan'er inquired cautiously from behind Suyin. Upon entering the community, Shen Yi had abruptly come to a halt. The area was thick with eerie black mist, and the occasional sound of animals chirping heightened the tension among the three women. It's nothing. Let us move, Shen Yi replied. After observing the black spider for a moment, noting its feeding behavior and central position within the building, he decided to test the waters at a distance of several meters. As long as he kept his movements quiet, the black spider should not hear him. The reason Shen Yi refrained from utilizing instantaneous movement was to assess the spider's attack range, facilitating his response. Let us hurry, but keep the noise to a minimum. Shen Yi turned back to remind the three women that if anyone were to recklessly attract the mutated black spiders, Shen Yi himself would not be afraid. He could escape in an instant using teleportation. However, they would be the unfortunate ones. Shen Yi's teleportation could at most carry one person. Perhaps it was due to the low level of his teleportation skills. Moreover, bringing along an additional person would triple his stamina consumption, far exceeding the energy required for a solo teleport. Although Shen Yi was well endowed with stamina, he generally preferred not to carry others. Su Yun and the other two nodded solemnly, not daring to show the slightest carelessness, even moderating their breathing. Thus, the four of them safely entered the building without drawing the attention of the black spiders. Shen Yi also arrived at a conclusion. The mutated black spiders would not attack individuals entering or exiting the building as long as they did not make excessive noise. However, upon entering the building and seeing the blood-soaked floor and several corpses, Su Yun was immediately startled, raising her gun defensively and unlocking the safety. Shen Yi, there's been a conflict here. These corpses bear gunshot wounds, and the walls are riddled with bullet holes. At least 3 or more gunmen have opened fire. Su Yun deduced, drawing from her extensive criminal investigation experience. The sheer number of bullet holes on the first floor was chaotic and random. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl instinctively clung to each other in fear. Closely following Su Yu and no need to linger. Let us ascend, Shen Yi said calmly, making his way towards the staircase. Su Yun hesitated for a moment, her gaze subtly shifting. She sensed something from Shen Yi's demeanor, but chose not to voice it. Did you kill those people on the first floor? She couldn't help but ask as they climbed the stairs. Yes, Su Yun fell silent, despite feeling that Shen Yi was not a bloodthirsty individual. The gruesome scene they had just witnessed weighed heavily on her mind. Biting her lip, she found her emotions exceedingly complex. Hearing Shen Yi's unhesitating admission of murder shocked Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl, causing them to tremble in fear. Their gazes toward Shen Yi now tinged with apprehension and respect. From the bloody scene on the first floor, it was evident that Shen Yi had single-handedly slain several individuals without sustaining even a scratch, remaining unfazed by the sight of the dead. What kind of psychological fortitude was this? Was he truly just a university student? Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl felt an overwhelming anxiety. Yet, as they descended 20 floors, fatigue began to eclipse all their thoughts. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, making it difficult to catch their breath. The inoperable elevator and the ordeal of living on a high floor were nothing short of torture. Upon reaching the 20th floor, Shen Yi furrowed his brow, noticing 2 men lurking suspiciously in front of his door. Moreover, the aura emanating from these 2 men was predominantly dark, neutral yet laced with hostility. Their attention was immediately drawn to Su Yun, who was clad in a police uniform, their faces lighting up with excitement as they hurried over. Police! Finally, a police officer has come to save us. Officer, I want to report a crime. There are murderers downstairs. Officer, please handle this. Hurry and arrest those thugs. The 2 men clamored to Su Yun, their voices filled with urgency. Thugs? What happened? Su Yun inquired, puzzled. Those cannibalistic thugs on the first floor. Officer, did you not encounter them on your way up? They're nothing short of beasts. The men immediately began recounting the heinous acts of the thugs. Rape, murder, kidnapping, and cannibalism, painting them as demons. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl turned pale upon hearing their words. While Su Yun's expression grew grave, she had not anticipated that less than 10 days into the apocalypse, such thugs would emerge. Suddenly, she had a realization and instinctively glanced at Shen. Was this the reason Shen Yi had killed those people? Because they were thugs? Indeed. Shen Yi was not the kind of person who would kill indiscriminately without a moral compass. As Su Yun let out a long breath of relief, her gaze toward Shen Yi was imbued with newfound affection. If not for the presence of others, she would have longed to embrace him and plant a fervent kiss upon his lips. Have you finished? If so, kindly leave. Do not block my doorway, Shen Yi said nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at the two men. How dare you tell us to leave? We need the police's assistance. You cannot monopolize the rescue resources. The man with gold-rimmed glasses showed no fear of Shen Yi. Instead, he assumed that Shen Yi's insistence on their departure stemmed from a desire to claim the rescue resources for himself. In the eyes of these two men, Su Yun, the police officer, was there to rescue their community. The thugs downstairs have been completely eliminated. You are now safe. Furthermore, I am not here to serve you. I'm not the one who dispatched the thugs. Su Yun's tone grew cold, her attitude towards the glasses-wearing man shifting abruptly. Regardless of whether she should serve everyone, the man's demeanor towards Shen Yi irked her greatly. Shen Yi was her man, while he was merely an outsider. If she were not a police officer, she would have unhesitatingly berated the glasses-wearing man for his tone. Having finally found a young boyfriend, Su Yun was fiercely protective. She feared that Shen Yi might suffer due to his youth. Little did she know that if she hadn't spoken, Shen Yi would have already drawn his gun. Suffering? He would never be at a disadvantage, given the presence of these two strangers loitering at his doorstep. Radiating a hint of hostility, it was clear they harbored ill intentions. Thus, Shen Yi would feel no remorse for eliminating them. That I end this apocalypse. There was no crime unworthy of death in Shen Yi's eyes. If you dare to covet my home, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. How can you, as a police officer, say such things? Are you two in a romantic relationship? How despicable. As a police officer, you choose not to rescue ordinary citizens, but instead protect your man. How can you bear to wear that uniform? The glasses-wearing man, sensing the relationship between Su Yun and Shen Yi, erupted in indignation, standing on a moral high ground to condemn her. Indeed, officer, you cannot abandon us. We are taxpayers, and your salary comes from our taxes. Another man in a suit joined in. You are supposed to protect us, ensure our safety, and provide us with food and water. This is your duty as police officers. The two men, feeling emboldened in the face of the police, were undeterred by the thugs and pressed Su Yun to serve them with an air of aggression. While they were afraid to confront the bad guys, they felt empowered against the good. Su Yun's expression turned icy. After enduring the trials of the apocalypse, her character had undergone a transformation, especially after she had chosen to sacrifice herself to save Zhou Wan'er and the others. Only to be rescued by Shen Yi, her mindset had shifted significantly. She had already given enough. From the first day of the apocalypse, she had been rescuing distressed civilians, and over the past few days, she had saved no fewer than 100 people. But what about herself? She struggled to find enough to eat, lacked access to water, and had narrowly escaped being devoured by monsters on several occasions. The more she contemplated, the heavier her heart became. She no longer wished to shoulder any so-called responsibilities. Even less did she want to sacrifice herself for the sake of obligation. She had already sacrificed enough. Now, she had a family. She did not want to die. Growing up in an orphanage, Su Yun had no parents or relatives. She had always been alone. She had never known security or a sense of reliance. This was also the reason she was reluctant to seek a boyfriend. She feared that after finally finding someone, they would part ways for various reasons. She could not bear the pain of separation. Better to not start at all than to face the agony of parting, that if it were not for the apocalypse, Shen Yi's pursuit of Su Yun would have been nearly impossible, let alone winning her over within just 1 or 2 hours. However, Su Yun's demeanor, seemingly cold, was actually warm beneath the surface. Once she had determined her feelings for someone, she would treat them as family, never harming them, no matter the circumstances. Otherwise, how could Su Yun remain unperturbed upon learning of Shen Yi's actions? In her former self, she would have unhesitatingly arrested him. However, she clearly did not do so, nor did she even inquire of Shen Yi why he had committed murder. It was only after the two men disclosed that those killed on the first floor were irredeemable thugs that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even contemplating giving Shen Yi a fervent kiss, for Shen Yi had not engaged in indiscriminate slaughter. Even if she had betrayed the sense of justice she had steadfastly upheld, she felt no wrongdoing. Her man was not a villain. Though his methods were ruthless, he targeted only those deserving of death. Based on all this, upon hearing the two men's moral coercion, Su Yun raised her gun, aimed it at their heads, and coldly admonished, "Silence, you are not mistaken. I am indeed his girlfriend, he is my man, and I am determined to protect him. What of it? As for taxpayer money, I earn my living through my own merit. What does it concern you? If you dare utter another word, do not blame me for pulling the trigger." Su Yun was no mere naive flower. With her aura fully unleashed, she instilled fear in the two men, causing them to tremble. It was only when the gun was pointed at their heads that they realized this female officer was no longer the meek policewoman of the pre-apocalypse. If they dared to retort, she might truly shoot. Though they felt indignant and furious, the two men no longer dared to engage in moral coercion. I understand. We'll leave at once, the bespectacled man exclaimed, hastily pulling his companion away. Su Yun snorted coldly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. She was indeed merely intimidating the two men. Although displeased, her fundamental moral principles prevented her from casually taking a life, especially that of ordinary individuals who could not be deemed truly wicked. Su Yun was still too naive. In Shen Yi's eyes, the two men radiated an unmistakably darker aura. While they fled in fear, the seeds of resentment had already been sown in their hearts. The path to demise. When had they become involved? Zhou Wanner scrutinized Su Yun and Shen. Hadn't they only known each other for mere hours? How had they become a couple? Moreover, wasn't Shen Yi seeking her out? How could he be entangled with the female officer? Unbeknownst to her, a sense of discomfort arose within her, akin to being betrayed. That moment, Shen Yi knocked on the door. Su Wanning answered. "Honey, you're back." Honey. Upon hearing this term of endearment, Su Yun was taken aback, her expression immediately turning awkward. She had just confidently declared Shen Yi to be her man, only to find a beautiful woman calling him honey. How embarrassing! Even though she had long been aware of Shen Yi's other relationships and had mentally prepared herself for this encounter, the reality was still quite uncomfortable. It was unclear who had truly betrayed whom. Su Wanning paid no mind to the thoughts of the three women outside. Instead, she placed slippers at Shen Yi's feet, eager to assist him in changing his shoes. Her demeanor was gentle and gracious, embodying the essence of a devoted wife. She understood that being jealous was futile, so she strove to showcase her amiability rather than engage in conflict with the newcomer, as that would only reflect poorly on her. Su Wanting's approach proved remarkably effective. Her poise made Su Yun feel increasingly self-conscious. In that moment, she felt akin to a rat in a gutter. Though she was one of three, she had still come to Shen Yi's abode. Moreover, prior to her arrival, she had resolved to remain steadfast and not display any weakness upon encountering Shen Yi's women, that if they criticized her or opposed a relationship with Shen Yi, she vowed to stand her ground and retaliate. Su Yun had contemplated numerous scenarios in her mind. Yet, she had never anticipated that upon their first meeting, Su Wanning would not challenge her at all, nor would she cast a single hostile glance in her direction. Everything had been her overthinking. Zhou Wanner also felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, since she had not engaged in any intimate acts with Shen Yi, the discomfort was not particularly acute. "You all may go in first. I have some matters to attend to," Shen Yi declared, turning to descend the stairs with a flash. He needed to deal with those two scoundrels. Those who dared to covet his home and harbored intense animosity towards him would certainly not be spared. "Ladies, please enter. Do make yourselves at home." Su Wanning graciously invited the three women inside, her demeanor exuding warmth and charm that would astonish even Shen Yi. In just a few short days, Su Wanting had remarkably transformed from a proud and jealous young lady into a gentle and accommodating wife. "Thank you," the three women murmured, feeling somewhat awkward, yet proceeding to take off their shoes and enter the room. Upon entering, they discovered two beautiful women seated on the sofa, indulging in fruit and engrossed in their phones. These two women, no, it would be more accurate to say all three, were impeccably clean, their faces and bodies devoid of any dust. How could they possibly appear so pristine amidst the apocalypse? In contrast, the three women were grimy, having gone without washing their faces or hands for an extended period due to a lack of water, compounded by their frantic escape from the gecko that had pursued them, leaving them in disarray. Their hair was even matted together. They felt as if they were three village girls entering the city to meet a lady of high status, and an overwhelming sense of inferiority washed over them. "You three should go wash up. My husband prefers cleanliness," Jiang Nanyan remarked after appraising them for a moment. Upon hearing the term husband, Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl were taken aback. This stunning beauty was yet another of Shen Yi's women. Did that mature woman, lounging on the sofa, also belong to him? In other words, were all the women in this room Shen Yi's companions? He truly had such an abundance of women. Moreover, he managed to maintain them all so well. Honestly, aside from the shock, Zhou Wan'er found herself feeling more envious than anything else. Envious of a life free from want, where one could bathe in cleanliness. Bathing, how much water would that require? Su Yin couldn't help but frown. This was an extravagant waste of water. Even if Shen Yi possessed extraordinary abilities, venturing out to gather supplies was still perilous. Resources should be conserved whenever possible. No need to worry. There is plenty of mineral water in the bathroom. You can wash up there if it runs low. I'll simply inform my husband, Jiang Nanyan replied nonchalantly. As one of the earlier arrivals, she was determined to assert her presence. She could not allow these newcomers to overshadow her or look down upon her. Using mineral water for bathing, the three women were instantly incredulous. Wasn't that an outrageous waste? No amount of mineral water could justify such extravagance. Despite their astonishment, they ultimately followed Su Wanting's guidance to the bathroom to clean themselves as women. They, too, cherished cleanliness and desired to bathe daily. However, given the scarcity of water resources, they could scarcely justify using it for bathing when there was barely enough to drink. Upon entering the bathroom and seeing it brimming with mineral water, they were left speechless. So much. Had Shen Yi cleared out an entire supermarket's worth of mineral water? No wonder the other women had suggested using mineral water for bathing, with such an abundance. They needn't worry about running out anytime soon. Surely, this mineral water could be consumed, right? The long-haired girl ventured cautiously. Zhou Wan'er, however, had already opened a bottle and was gulping it down. Shen Yi had used teleportation to catch up with the two men, offering no words before swiftly executing them and disposing of their bodies out the window. Once his thoughts were clear, he teleported back to the room. Honey, Jiang Nanyan and Bai Sini were startled by the sudden appearance of Shen Yi. But their surprise quickly transformed into delight. Su Wanting hurried out of the kitchen to greet him as well. Shen Yi's gaze swept over the three women and, noticing the pure aura surrounding them, he nodded in satisfaction that it was reassuring that there were no ulterior motives among them. After exchanging simple pleasantries, Shen Yi settled onto the sofa, retrieving his phone to open Gauta map and search for his hometown. With his newfound telepathic abilities, he no longer feared the dangers lurking in the dark mist. He could go home to fetch his younger sister and grandmother. He hadn't been able to contact his sister for several days, likely because her phone had run out of battery. However, Shen Yi was not overly concerned, as his sister was quite clever and his grandmother was no fool. Given their personalities, provided they did not encounter any insurmountable dangers, they would likely be safe for a short while. 73 kilometers was not too far. He just needed to find a vehicle and fill it with fuel. Shen Yi contemplated the distance displayed on the navigation app as he devised his plan. This outing would also serve as an opportunity to search for ability-enhancing fruits. Darling, are you heading there? Jiang Nanyan inquired, noticing the navigation on Shen Yi's phone. He replied, Darling, regular cars 1T be able to navigate the current road conditions. We'll need at least a high-powered off-road vehicle, Jiang Nanyan analyzed. What do you think? Shen Yi turned to her, sensing she had more to say. As she massaged his shoulders, she continued, while my friend is in a modified cars. She has an apartment in our community and a few modified vehicles parked in her garage. We can use one of her cars to go out. She referred to we, implying she wished to accompany him. This woman was indeed astute, recognizing that staying with Shen Yi was the safest option. Shen Yi did not mind her little thoughts. As long as it assisted him, he continued to inquire, "Can you reach your friend now?" Jiang Nanyan shook her head. "I can't get through. Her phone might be dead, or perhaps she's out of range that I know her home is in Building 6. We can simply go there to retrieve the keys and take the car." "All right then." Shen Yi's inquiry had been intended to assess whether Jiang Nanyan's friend was attractive, hoping to unlock additional resources in the process. However, since they could not contact her, it was more important to fetch the vehicle and return home. With a car, the 70-plus kilometers would only take a few hours for a round trip. Once he brought his grandmother and sister back, he could find a safer location to establish a shelter. Yes, Shen Yi was contemplating the establishment of a shelter. After all, he could not wander about like a vagabond, constantly changing residences. Could he? Moreover, having a shelter would facilitate the search for beautiful women and unlock more resources from the system. Just as Shen Yi was musing over this, the bathroom door swung open. 3 women, freshly washed and dressed in pajamas, emerged. Shen Yi surveyed them and couldn't help but nod in approval. Truly, the system's selection was impeccable. Their beauty and figures were remarkable. If this were before the apocalypse, both Zhou Wan'er and Su Yun would have been considered goddesses in any public setting. Even the long-haired girl, who did not meet the system standards, could be deemed a petite beauty. "Let us eat first," Shen Yi declared. After spending several hours outside, he was beginning to feel hungry. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 10 steaks and several cups of instant noodles from the system space. It had been a while since he had instant noodles. Today, he would enjoy them with steak. "Sister Bai and I will fry the steaks," Su Wanting said, displaying a surprising sense of initiative. Shen Yi glanced at her, feeling quite pleased that Su Wanting, without any hidden motives, was still quite adorable. Once the steaks were fried and the noodles prepared, Shen Yi also produced 3 roasted chickens and 2 large bottles of cola. "Let us dig in." With more women present, the meal would naturally consume more resources. However, for Shen Yi, it was merely a trivial matter, steak and chicken, such a lavish spread. Observing the fragrant food laid out on the table, Su Yun and the other newcomers couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. Since the apocalypse began, they had not tasted fresh food, let alone fresh meat. Shen Yi's generous display of fresh provisions felt like a warm welcome for them. Yet, seeing the expressions of the others, they wondered why there was no excitement whatsoever. After all, this was meat. Of course, Su Yun and the other women were unaware that this meal was a rare treasure for them, while it was simply a regular meal for Su Wanting and the others. Though Shen Yi did not provide endless supplies, he would not allow his women to go hungry. Whatever he ate, they would eat too. Thus, meat had become a part of their daily fare over the past few days. After enjoying a delicious and sumptuous lunch, Shen Yi set off with Jiang Nanyan. They arrived at Building 13. Jiang Nanyan looked at the tall structure and said, "Darling, my friend lives on the 15th floor." Shen Yi immediately activated his telepathic abilities, scanning the entire building to eliminate any potential dangers. What is this? Shen Yi's brows furrowed in surprise. During his layered scan, he unexpectedly discovered something amiss on the 18th floor, that a light was on. This indicated that there was electricity in that unit. Was it a generator? Or some other power-generating device? Furthermore, the glass on the 18th floor was obscured from view, seemingly intentionally replaced with privacy glass. Its exterior walls appeared reinforced with special materials, resembling a fortress. It was highly likely that this was a doomsday enthusiast-constructed sanctuary, perfectly suited for survival. Shen Yi was not overly shocked. He had seen numerous related videos before and even witnessed wealthy individuals spending billions to transform luxury villas into doomsday shelters. He had fantasized about creating a safe haven for himself. Those such ventures were only feasible for the affluent. Now, however, a ready-made sanctuary stood before him. With electricity, high privacy, and formidable defenses, it was an ideal abode that I like it. It shall be mine soon. Darling, I've forgotten the password. Jiang Nanyan said, trying several combinations at the entrance, all of which failed. Shen Yi had not expected her to open the door, so he stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Jiang Nanyan, and used teleportation to enter the building. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor, behind the exceptionally private glass, a tall and capable figure held a snow-white fox in her arms, gazing intently downwards. Her red eyes seemed capable of piercing through the dark mist, fixating on the spot where Shen Yi had vanished. After watching for a considerable time, her expression turned grave, her eyes flickering as her red lips moved slightly. A spatial ability user, at this moment. A spatial ability user had appeared outside her building. How could that be possible? She recalled that in her previous life, no ability users had ever appeared in their community. The fastest individual to gain powers had emerged more than half a month later. Had her rebirth triggered some butterfly effect in her surroundings? On the 18th floor, in the only brightly lit unit, a stunningly beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure murmured to herself, her expression serious. Her name was Murong Shui, a reborn individual. Indeed, she was the type of reborn character often found in apocalyptic novels. In her previous life, when the apocalypse abruptly struck, Murong Shui was utterly unprepared, initially refusing to believe in the so-called apocalypse, convinced that rescue would arrive swiftly. The reality, however, was that no rescue came. Because she had made no preparations, she faced starvation while constantly wary of the male neighbors in her building. Eventually, she managed to survive for over half a year in the apocalypse, achieving a relatively stable existence, only to have a colossal tree swallow the entire mountain city. Murong Shui was consumed in that disaster, filled with resentment and fury. Her astonishment, upon opening her eyes again, she found herself reborn a month before the apocalypse. Initially, Murong Shui thought she had merely experienced a nightmare about the apocalypse, until she later confirmed through various events that it was not a mere dream. Thus, she began to make preparations in advance. She sold off her company's assets, disposed of all her real estate, and then invested heavily in transforming her home, installing solar panels and a generator, while stockpiling a vast amount of food and water. She also amassed an array of weapons. Initially, as she undertook these actions, her close friends, acquaintances, and even her family failed to comprehend her intentions, even going so far as to deem her insane in a fit of anger. Her parents severed ties with her, and several friends ceased all contact. Yet, such matters were inconsequential, for Murong Shui was acutely aware of the repugnant side of those so-called friends. In her past life, she had shown them kindness, only to be betrayed and nearly meet her demise at their hands. Hence, in this life, she resolved not to play the martyr on the very first day of the apocalypse. She lured her friends over and then eliminated them without hesitation. For her, taking lives was no great matter. After struggling for half a year during the last apocalypse, she had long since become accustomed to killing. Thus, in this life, Murong Shui hoarded supplies and eliminated foes, leading an exceptionally comfortable existence from the onset of the apocalypse. Furthermore, due to her previous experiences, she was privy to numerous opportunities and had already secured many of them in advance. For instance, the beautiful white fox in her arms possessed a unique ability that could aid her in critical moments. Additionally, there were the abilities granted by the special fruits from the very beginning of the apocalypse. Murong Shui had already harnessed the abilities from her past life and stockpiled various plants that had a high probability of bearing special fruit without mutations. These plants were transplanted based on her memories from her previous life. Though she was uncertain when they would yield their extraordinary fruits, the maturation time of these fruits varied. According to Murong Shui's plan, her home was equipped with water, electricity, food, and various entertainment facilities, eliminating the need to venture out into danger. She merely needed to patiently await the ripening of the special fruits to gain more abilities and enhance her strength, allowing her to escape the mountain city before the terrifying giant tree engulfed it. She had even determined the city to which she would flee. However, her current strength was insufficient for her to venture out, as doing so could lead to her demise along the way. Yet all these plans were disrupted when an ability user appeared in this space, fixating on her. Indeed, Murong Shui had discovered that she was being spied upon by Shen Yi. Her abilities allowed her to pierce through the black mist. And due to an enhancement in her mental acuity, her perception had significantly heightened. If someone were to pry into her affairs, she would easily detect it. This was precisely why she had sought to acquire such powers at the earliest opportunity. In the apocalypse, her ability was crucial for survival. In her previous life, her longevity was largely due to this protective ability. She hoped he wouldn't come to her home, as she had no desire to confront a space-based ability user. Even a novice in spatial abilities could be quite troublesome. However, if he dared to approach, she would not cower. Sitting on the sofa, the crimson hue in her eyes faded, and she gently stroked the head of the white fox in her arms, softly saying, "Xiao Bai, you must also be prepared. If that person dares to enter, let them witness your prowess." The white fox flicked its tail, uncertain if it understood, but obediently called out, though Murong Shui felt a bit nervous. It was not overwhelming, for while space-based ability users were indeed daunting, the apocalypse had only just begun. She was certain that this space ability user was far from formidable. How strong could someone newly endowed with abilities really be? They might not even grasp the functionalities of their own powers. As a reincarnator with combat experience, weaponry, and several traps set, how could he stand a chance against her? As for whether this space ability user possessed any other abilities, Murong Shui believed certainly not. Even she, a reincarnator with memories of her past life, had only acquired one ability thus far. How could others possibly surpass her? At present, most people were still oblivious to the existence of special fruits. Moreover, even if this person had the luck to obtain two abilities, they could not be freely utilized. Murong Shui knew all too well that the more powerful the ability, the greater the consumption required to use it. For instance, a spatial ability like teleportation would leave an ordinary person gasping for breath after just a few uses, exhausting a significant portion of their stamina, that if they then attempted to use other abilities, they might exhaust themselves before even harming their adversary. After comprehensive evaluation and drawing upon her various experiences, coupled with the robust traps she had set within her room, Murong Shui felt not the slightest trepidation. Rather, she brimmed with confidence, for the advantage lay with her. This woman's white fox had not mutated. It seemed not all animals underwent changes to her room was stocked with such an abundance of rice, flour, and oil, along with an assortment of canned fruits, beverages, and fine wine. How delightful! All of it is now mine, and a dedicated entertainment room. Tisk, truly worthy of a devoted apocalypse enthusiast. This house has been splendidly renovated. Oh, she even devised so many traps. There are even crossbow traps at the entrance. Any ordinary person would undoubtedly fall victim to them. In a room on the 15th floor, while Jiang Nanyan was off searching for the car keys, Shen Yi was keenly observing the meticulous arrangements of the room on the 18th floor through mental perception. He had to admit that this woman was undoubtedly a seasoned apocalypse enthusiast. The renovation she made to this house, combined with her extensive food reserves, would suffice to comfortably survive the apocalypse for half a year or even longer. Shen Yi found it particularly appealing. At that moment, the system, as he anticipated, was triggered. Ding! Detection of a goddess meeting system criteria. Commencing detailed information scan. Name. Murong Shui age. 32 appearance. 98 points figure. 97 points inner quality. 100 points pure and immaculate. Total score. 98 points evaluation. Shelter after unlocking a random resource. Indeed, she met the system's standards. Shen Yi was not surprised, for this woman was truly striking, her figure exceptional, and her demeanor quite remarkable. Today was fortuitous. Not only had he stumbled upon a top-tier refuge, but it also came with the bonus of unlocking rewards from a stunning beauty. This was simply delightful. She must be secured. Darling, I found the car keys. That moment, Jiang Nanyan emerged from the bedroom. Well then, let's head home. Shen Yi retracted his mental perception. The hour was getting late. There was no rush to seek out this woman. First, he would return home to unlock the rewards for Zhou Waner. And then, after bringing his younger sister and grandmother over tomorrow, he would come back to claim this woman. With this meticulously modified house in place, Murong Shui would undoubtedly not leave the community. Darling, Jiang Nanyan leaned into Shen Yi's embrace, and he wrapped his arm around her, teleporting them away from the building. At the same time, on the 18th floor, Murong Shui suddenly felt the sensation of being spied upon dissipate. They left. Murong Shui let out a faint sigh of relief, yet remained vigilant. Was this feeling of being watched the result of that girl's ability? How strange. It had only been a few days into the apocalypse, and she had already encountered two ability users. The butterfly effect was indeed formidable. It seemed she would need to exercise greater caution in the future, best disguising herself as an ordinary person. Otherwise, with too many changes, she might lose the advantage of her memories from her past life. Murong Shui spoke, as if to herself, or perhaps to the white fox in her arms. The white fox, however, seemed disinterested. Yet, Murong Shui was not offended. Instead, she picked up the notebook on the table and began to peruse it. The notebook contained her notes on significant future events, as well as the most dangerous mutated animals and plants in various regions. To prevent forgetting over time, she would review the notebook periodically to reinforce her memory. The most conspicuous feature of the notebook was a series of names. These names belonged to renowned and powerful ability users from her past life. Each of them possessed unique abilities or formidable personal strength that, of course, Murong Shui had not witnessed them all firsthand. Most were hearsay, with their authenticity still to be verified. Among them, the name that topped the list, marked distinctly in red ink, belonged to a powerful ability user she had once encountered. No, it would be inaccurate to simply call her powerful. Rather, she was monstrous. Murong Shui even speculated that even if that terrifying giant tree were to obliterate the entire mountain city, it would be incapable of killing her, for her abilities were exceedingly abnormal. Alas, after a month of investigation following her reincarnation, she discovered that this individual was not present in the city and would be unable to locate her in the short term. Otherwise, if I establish a good rapport with her in advance, I should no longer worry about the issues concerning the giant tree, thought Murong Shui with regret. However, the impact is not substantial, as long as I do not alter too many things. In 2 months, she will arrive at Shanxing University. By then, I will also have the opportunity to approach her and, utilizing my memories from my past life, become her friend. With this thought, Murong Shui scrutinized the name once more and etched it deeply in her memory. Shun Su. Upon returning home, Shen Yi and Jiang Ninyan briefly discussed their plans for the next day. The other women expressed their concerns, particularly Su Wanting, by Xine Yi, and Su Yun, all of whom wished to accompany Shen Yi. However, Shen Yi declined them all. He was returning home to pick up family members, and bringing along a group of women would be quite inconvenient, should they encounter any dangers on the way. They would only become a burden. Ultimately, Shen Yi decided to take Jiang Ninyan alone. She was relatively clever, and being able to drive would be somewhat useful as for Su Yun, with her high combat prowess and proficiency with firearms. It was only logical to leave her behind to protect the home. Given the two men loitering near their doorstep yesterday, Shen Yi suspected that the residents of the building might have developed ulterior motives regarding his family. Thus, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Darling, please be careful on the road tomorrow. Over 70 kilometers is quite far, Su Wanting said with concern. The other women echoed similar sentiments, except for Zhou Wan and the long-haired girl, as they were not Shen Yi's women and felt it inappropriate to meddle in his family affairs. Shen Yi offered a brief response to the group before turning to Zhou Wan. Tonight, we will share a room. The rest of you can arrange yourselves, but ensure one room remains vacant, as I have plans for tomorrow. Zhou Wan was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson, and she lowered her head in shyness. Unable to articulate a response, she had not anticipated Shen Yi's directness, especially in front of so many women, stating so plainly that he wished to share a room with her. How embarrassing! Yet, the other women exhibited no anger or disdain. Perhaps they simply felt a twinge of envy and bashfulness. Fully aware of Shen Yi's intentions in bringing Zhou Wan back, that it was certainly not for a game of Ludo. Conversely, had Shen Yi merely acted out of kindness to rescue Zhou Wan and provided her with food and drink without any cost, the women would have felt somewhat displeased, as they had all paid a price to receive his protection, that if Zhou Wan were to receive equal treatment without any sacrifice, it would create an imbalance in their hearts. It is human nature to resent inequality rather than scarcity. Nan Yin, let us share a room. I have something to discuss with you. Upon seeing Shen Yi and Zhou Wan enter a room, Su Wanting called Jiang Nanyan aside for a private conversation. They had previously been close friends, and their relationship had recently warmed, making them more cordial than the others. By Xine Yi, he observed the remaining two women, hesitated briefly, and then said to Su Yun, Officer Sue, if you don't mind, shall we share a room tonight? Sister Bai, there's no need to call me Officer Sue. Just call me Su Yin. Su Yin quickly shook her head, feeling that the title was overly formal. That it wasn't merely about the title. It was the nature of their current relationship that made such a designation feel peculiar. It was akin to Shen Yi calling her Officer Sue in a playful manner while in bed. By Xin Yi and Su Yun entered a room together, having topics to discuss. The residence comprised 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, leaving only 1 vacant room, and Lu Yu, the long-haired girl who did not meet the system's criteria. Shen Yi had refrained from expelling her, at least for the moment, out of consideration for Zhou Wan-er and Su Yun, in addition to the fact that he had no pressing need for her departure. After all, she was someone Su Yun had rescued at great personal risk. Cast her out would also betray Su Yun's goodwill. Although Shen Yi was inherently aloof, he would still accommodate the feelings of his women as long as they did not cross his bottom line. Especially someone as loyal and obedient as Su Yun. Lu Yu was aware that she had yet to join the household and recalled Shen Yi's earlier remark about keeping 1 room vacant. Consequently, she sensibly chose to sleep on the sofa for the night. Though it was merely a sofa, it provided a sense of safety and comfort compared to the perilous world outside. The following day, after waking, Shen Yi and the women had breakfast together, leaving provisions for half a day before setting off with Jiang Nanyan. Before departing, he specifically instructed the women to remain indoors at all costs, especially not to venture outside, where there were mutated creatures that even he could not contend with. The women were startled but obediently complied. Subsequently, Shen Yi, utilizing his psychic abilities, evaded hidden dangers and took Jiang Nanyan to the underground parking garage. After spending a few minutes, he quickly located the garage of Jiang Nanyan's friend's residence. There, Shen Yi beheld 3 vehicles, 2 modified SUVs, and a modified red sports car. One could not help but marvel at the wealth of Jiang Nanyan's friend, as 3 luxury vehicles worth millions were casually parked in a garage. Fortunately, they were now his. Shen Yi opted for the higher performance Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which had evidently undergone extensive modifications. The exterior was constructed of aluminum alloy, and even the seats appear to have been replaced, not to mention the upgraded engine and hardware. In short, after a few minutes of experiencing the vehicle, Shen Yi was thoroughly satisfied. He possessed a driver's license, albeit only for a few months with limited skill. However, given the current state of the outside world, as long as he avoided crashing into walls, he could drive as he pleased. There were no cameras to capture him, and certainly no traffic police to pursue him. With a full tank of gas, he was ready to go. After confirming everything, Shen Yi pressed the accelerator and drove out. He sped out of the community and onto the main road. The streets were riddled with black fissures and various mutated plants. Nevertheless, with a psychic 360 oversight, he deftly maneuvered around obstacles. With a perspective akin to that of a deity, he had no worries about accidents. It was exhilarating. Shen Yi pushed the speedometer beyond 100 miles per hour, weaving left and right with reckless abandon. Jiang Nanyan turned pale with fright, regretting her decision to accompany him. Who could have known that Shen Yi, usually so composed and cautious, would drive like a maniac? In such dense fog, with cracks appearing intermittently on the road, driving at such speed was perilous. Yet, Jiang Nanyan was overthinking it. She was unaware that Shen Yi possessed a godly perspective, which was why she perceived his sudden recklessness. In reality, Shen Yi was keenly aware of the road conditions. He would never gamble with his life. As Jiang Nanyan's fear began to dissipate, a sense of astonishment replaced it, and no matter how fast Shen Yi drove, he could accurately avoid obstacles and fissures in the road. Even when abandoned cars unexpectedly appeared, he seemed to anticipate their presence, deftly steering clear. Gradually, Jiang Nanyan's heart calmed. She thought to herself, Shen Yi must not be as reckless as I imagined. As she quietly sighed in relief, she gazed at Shen Yi, who was focused on driving. Couldn't be my imagination. Perhaps Shen Yi truly could see through the fog. Otherwise, dodging obstacles once or twice could be attributed to luck. But consistently avoiding them was no mere coincidence. It indicated prior preparation. Could this newfound ability to see through the fog be another of his extraordinary powers, as Jiang Nanyan pondered this? Her heart fluttered with excitement and anticipation. If Shen Yi had indeed mastered the method to acquire such abilities, her chances of gaining powers would vastly increase. After all, she was the only woman whom Shen Yi had acknowledged thus far. With a slight exhale to calm her racing heart, Jiang Nanyin turned to Shen Yi, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she suddenly lowered her head and leaned closer. This was a new technique she had learned online from Su Wanting to please her boyfriend. While driving, Shen Yi suddenly felt his belt loosen, prompting him to inhale sharply. Glancing down at Jiang Nanyin, he couldn't help but display a look of astonishment, which gradually morphed into one of delight. How wonderful! He never anticipated that Jiang Nanyin would have mastered such a skill. A sense of accomplishment surged within him as he reflected on her transformation from the aloof, wealthy heiress who knew nothing, to someone who could now eloquently express herself. Her journey from ignorance to understanding was a personal triumph, and the feeling was undeniably gratifying. In his excitement, Shen Yi nearly caused an accident. Fortunately, with a godlike perspective, he could clearly see the surroundings even with his eyes closed. It was indeed a wise decision to bring Jiang Nanyin along for today's journey. Contemplating this, he instinctively pressed harder on the accelerator. 3 hours later, the off-road vehicle gradually approached a relatively secluded village entrance. Shen Yi slowed down. Although he hadn't encountered any major troubles along the way, there were plenty of minor inconveniences that affected his speed. For instance, the loud noise of the vehicle had attracted numerous mutated animals, both chasing from behind and blocking the road ahead. However, Shen Yi was not one to coddle. He simply pressed the accelerator to plow through. Stopping was out of the question that in the wilderness, even with a telepathic ability, he feared running into terrifying creatures like mutated black spiders. After all, the vehicle had been modified, and as long as he didn't encounter particularly fierce mutated beasts, he could break through without the need to halt. Thus, after over 3 hours, he finally arrived at his destination, his hometown, Shen Family Village. Yet, the once bustling Shen Family Village was now shrouded in silence. There was not a soul in sight, and aside from the occasional chirping of insects, the village resembled a ghost town. The vegetation surrounding the village was also remarkably dense, with some grasses reaching heights of 2 to 3 meters. Driving slowly towards the eastern end of the village, where his family home lay, Shen Yi entered the village. Occasionally, he could hear faint sounds emanating from the houses, perhaps indicating that the living villagers were hiding within. However, he paid them no mind as he drove straight to his doorstep. Once there, he utilized his telepathic ability to scan the vicinity. Upon surveying, the only potential threat he noted was a mutated golden retriever lying in the neighbor's yard. "Stay in the car, and don't come out unless I call for you," Shen Yi instructed. Jiang Nanyin nodded earnestly, licking the corner of her lips. Without further ado, Shen Yi teleported from the vehicle to his backyard. The cellar was located there, and if his younger sister and grandmother were still alive, they would undoubtedly be hiding in the cellar. Simultaneously, taking advantage of Shen Yi's absence, Jiang Nanyin hurriedly opened the window for ventilation and rinsed her mouth repeatedly with bottled water. Her face flushed slightly as she secretly mused about how effective the online teachings had been. Shen Yi had no idea how thrilled he was with her service in the car earlier. Based on the current trajectory, she was certain to be the first to gain supernatural abilities. However, her immediate priority was to tidy her appearance and prepare herself optimally, as she was about to meet Shen Yi's family. A mix of anticipation and nervousness bubbled within her. She wondered whether Shen Yi's family would accept her or harbor any disdain towards her. This was her first experience of the anxiety that accompanies meeting her boyfriend's family. Meanwhile, upon teleporting into the cellar, Shen Yi found his younger sister, Shen Su, and his grandmother, who was over 60, cooking potatoes over a fire. "Grandma, did I just see my brother return? Am I hallucinating from the smoke? No, I must be seeing things. My brother can't be this handsome." Shen Su stared at Shen Yi, blinking in disbelief. Although she claimed not to believe it, her eyes had already turned red. Hearing the commotion, Grandma instinctively turned to offer comfort, but upon seeing her grandson, she too was momentarily stunned, thinking she was experiencing an illusion. Compared to before, Shen Yi had grown taller, his skin had lightened, and he had become more handsome. "Little E, is that really you?" Grandma stood up, struggling to believe her own eyes. "It's me, Grandma." Shen Yi smiled as he approached. "You've lost weight." Clearly, the two had not been eating or sleeping well these past few days. "Big brother, you're finally back. The petite Shen Su suddenly leaped into Shen Yi's embrace, tightly clinging to him, her voice trembling with emotion. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed. Shen Su could hardly recall how many days had passed since the black fog had descended. With her phone dead, she had been unable to contact her brother, and the worry for his safety had consumed her. Had it not been for Grandma's presence, she would have left the village in search of Shen Yi long ago. "Thank goodness you're back. Thank goodness," Grandma repeatedly murmured, a warm smile gracing her aged face. "Brother, tell me how you came back. Didn't the buses stop running? And how did you suddenly become so handsome? Do you have abs now? Let me touch them." After a brief moment of warmth, Shen Su could no longer contain her curiosity and began to prod Shen Yi with questions, even playfully poking at his body. "I drove back." Shen Yi ruffled his sister's hair, chuckling as he explained, "As for the abs, it's probably because I've been working out at school and going through a second growth spurt." "You drove? You actually bought a car? What kind of car?" Shen Su's eyes lit up. She had always dreamed of having a car for greater convenience when going out. She completely overlooked the comment about his growth spurt. As long as her brother was safely back, nothing else mattered. "Yes, I bought an off-road vehicle," Shen Yi replied casually, pondering why this bright girl would ask such a question. But then again, it made sense. Having stayed in the cellar, Shen Su had not ventured outside and was unaware of the drastic changes in the world, still holding on to her pre-apocalyptic views that needed money to acquire things. Little did she know, one no longer needed to buy a vehicle. They were practically free for the taking, littered across the streets. However, Shen Yi deemed it unnecessary to burden his family with such details. "Little E, you must be starving after your journey. Come and eat something," Grandma said as she began peeling the golden brown potatoes she had roasted, revealing their steaming, fragrant insides. Shen Yi accepted the roasted potato and took a bite. "Wow, Grandma, you're biased. That was my potato you gave to brother. You peeled it for him and not for me. I haven't received this kind of care from you in days." Shen Su puffed up her cheeks, looking quite aggrieved that, in truth, she wasn't really jealous. She simply enjoyed being spoiled by Grandma and acting cute. She had always been this way as a child, Su. "How about I roast you a couple more? Then I want you to peel them for me." "All right, I'll peel them for you after they're done roasting," Grandma replied kindly, humorously indulging her granddaughter's antics, seemingly satisfied with the answer. Shen Su flashed a triumphant smile at Shen Yi, as if to say, "See, Grandma still dotes on me more." Shen Yi could only smile helplessly. Noticing Grandma preparing to roast more potatoes, he interjected, "Grandma, let us hold off on roasting for now. I have other food here." Saying this, he retrieved 2 self-heating hot pots, a steaming roast chicken, and several bottles of mineral water from his system space. The self-heating hot pots had been unlocked from Zhou Wan Air the previous night. Beep! Detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, starting to randomly unlock a type of resource. Beep! Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking the resource. Luxurious self-heating hot pot. The luxurious self-heating hot pot unlocked by the system was unlike those sold in stores. It contained an abundance of fresh ingredients, including several varieties of fresh meat rolls, seafood, and an assortment of fresh vegetables, as if they had just been harvested. If this self-heating hot pot were sold outside, it could easily fetch several $100s. Wow. Brother, when did you learn magic? That's incredible. You can conjure food out of thin air. Shen Su exclaimed in astonishment. Eyeing Shen Yi up and down to it was as if she sought to uncover where he concealed such an abundance of food. Grandmother, too, was taken aback. Having lived for many years, this was her first encounter with such an extraordinary method. Shortly thereafter, Shen Yi offered a brief explanation regarding supernatural abilities, though much of it was fabricated. The essence of his narrative was that he had fortuitously acquired the power to conjure food just as the apocalypse commenced, assuring that their family would no longer need to worry about sustenance. Upon hearing this, Grandmother felt a sense of relief. Shen Su was exhilarated, exclaiming how impressive her elder brother was. Meanwhile, Shen Yi prepared a self-heating hot pot for Grandmother and his younger sister to enjoy. He himself took the opportunity to step outside briefly, where he preemptively dealt with the mutated yellow dog from the neighboring house, disposing of the corpse far away to prevent any fright upon Grandmother's exit. Once their hunger was satiated, Shen Yi ushered Grandmother and Shen Su outside, explaining his intention to take them to the city. In Shen Yi's view, city life was considerably more convenient. due to the various mutations of flora and fauna. Rural areas have become more perilous than urban settings. Naturally, grandmother and Shen Yi did not resist, for it was only when family was united that they truly felt at home. Xiao Yi, please wait a moment. I need to go inside to gather some bedding and clothing, grandmother mentioned, intending to bring along their household bedding to avoid spending money on new ones in the city. Shen Yi quickly intervened. Grandmother, there is no need to bring the bedding or clothing. I have already purchased new ones. If you have any valuable jewelry, feel free to wear it, but truly, there is no need for anything else. Otherwise, the new items I bought will go to waste. Well, grandmother hesitated for a moment, but ultimately consented. Although she hailed from earlier generation, she was not rigid. She was open to listening to her grandchildren's perspectives and ideas. Just as grandmother entered the house, Shen Yi glanced around furtively, akin to a thief, and whispered to Shen Yi, "Brother, I actually have superpowers too, just like you." "What?" Shen Yi was taken aback, gazing at his sister in astonishment. He never anticipated that the second wielder of supernatural powers he encountered would be his own sister. The story unfolded thus. A couple of days ago, while grandmother was napping, Shen Yi snuck out of the cellar to charge her phone. Passing through the courtyard, she spotted a radiant, colorful fruit growing on a blade of grass that it was not only beautiful, but also emitted a delightful fragrance. Unable to resist, she plucked it and tasted it, subsequently acquiring her own superpower. Listening to Shen Yi's account, Shen Yi raised an eyebrow at a luminous, colorful fruit, and it emitted a fragrant aroma. This seemed quite different from the 3 supernatural fruits he had previously consumed. "So, what superpower did you gain, Su?" My superpower is that I can run extraordinarily fast. I feel like I can outpace the 100-meter sprint champion at our school by several times. Moreover, I sense that this is not my maximum speed. If I run at full capacity, I feel I could rival the Flash from the movies. With me around, brother, you can just relax, Shen Yi declared proudly, her little head held high, clearly reveling in her newfound abilities. As for her comparison to the Flash, that was certainly an exaggeration. Otherwise, her powers would be excessively formidable, a speed-enhancing ability, quite remarkable indeed. Shen Yi affectionately ruffled his sister's hair in affirmation. Indeed, yet another new supernatural power. Could it be that, due to the variations in abilities, the fruits themselves also differ slightly? For instance, glowing and exuding an enticing aroma. However, I don't quite understand. Every time I run for a while, I become exceptionally fatigued and thirsty. So, I hesitate to use this superpower carelessly. I fear I might exhaust myself. Shen Yi lamented, pouting slightly. Displaying her frustration, it felt akin to possessing a mountain of gold, yet being unable to spend it. Despite having superpowers, she could not employ them freely. Shen Yi comprehended that this was due to Shen Yi's insufficient stamina, which hindered her from fully harnessing her newly acquired speed abilities. Under such circumstances, she either needed the good fortune to consume a physical evolution fruit to enhance her limits or to elevate the level of her supernatural power, perhaps if her power level increased. The stamina required to utilize it would diminish. Regarding your superpower, do not disclose it to anyone else. Shen Yi advised out of course. I'm not foolish, and most of the time, I'm quite clever. Shen Yi chuckled. If it weren't for you being my brother, I wouldn't have confided in you. After all, this is a superpower, just like in the movies. If a villain discovers it, I would undoubtedly be captured for experimentation. All right, you're the smartest, Shen Yi teased, patting the girl's head. When the opportunity arises, I will see if I can assist you in alleviating the exhaustion from using your powers that possible. As Shen Yi reveled in the affection, her eyes lit up at Shen Yi's words. Shen Yi nodded. Yes, but it requires a bit of luck. We need to find a physical evolution fruit, which is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It truly requires fortune. Alternatively, we could seek out a similar type of speed-enhancing fruit that you consume to elevate your power level. However, based on my estimates, it would take at least 7 or 8 fruits to potentially increase it by 1 level. That makes it even more challenging. Finding 7 or 8 fruits of the same type is already difficult enough, let alone different types. Yay, I believe you can do it, brother, Shen Yi exclaimed joyfully, clinging to Shen Yi's arm. This girl, Shen Yi thought, shaking his head. At that moment, grandmother emerged, having finished packing. She carried only a small bag, the contents of which remained a mystery. Shen did not inquire further and led grandmother, and Shen Su toward the vehicle. Just as they exited the small courtyard, he noticed several elderly neighbors gathered around his car, appearing curious and somewhat sneaky. Upon seeing Shen Yi and the others, the elderly neighbors eagerly greeted Grandmother Shen. "Is this your relative's car? It's truly beautiful. Did your relative come from the city?" Grandmother responded kindly, as they were neighbors who often crossed paths. However, she emphasized that it was her grandson's car, purchased by him, proudly introducing Shen Yi with a few words. For the elderly, it was a point of pride to boast about the accomplishments of their descendants. Due to Shen Yi's significant transformation, the neighbors initially failed to recognize him. It was only after Grandmother introduced him that they realized who he was, and they promptly greeted him warmly. Shen Yi, in a pleasant mood, reciprocated their greetings amicably. The neighbors then continued, "Well, Shen boy, are you heading back to the city? If you are, could you possibly take my grandson along? I've heard it's much safer in the city now. Also, my grandson's parents are in the city. Could you help him out too?" The neighbors clamored, seeking favors, and Shen Su's brows furrowed in displeasure. These neighbors often took advantage of small opportunities, and it was disheartening to see them attempting to do so now. In these times, they were still asking her brother to risk himself to help transport their children. Some went so far as to request Shen Yi take their entire family to the city. What sort of people were they? Their relationships weren't even that close, even if they were relatives. Such demands were excessive, let alone from mere neighbors. Grandmother's expression also soured noticeably at that moment. Shen Yi coolly interjected, "There's no room in the car. I can't take anyone else." He then pushed through the crowd, opening the back door to allow Grandmother and Shen Su to enter first. However, a keen-eyed villager noticed there was still ample space in the back. Approaching, they insisted, "Shen boy, there's still room in the back. Just let my old uncle and your nephew hop in. We can squeeze together. We're all from the same village. Now that we're in trouble, we should help each other out. Your father and I were quite close when he was alive. I even held you when you were little. You can't forget your roots. Get lost. Don't block the way." Shen Yi cast a cold glance at the individual opposite him, brusquely pushing him aside before entering the vehicle and starting the engine. The villager, who had just been insulted, was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a torrent of curses directed at Shen Yi. Realizing that there was no benefit to be gained, they ceased their pretense. A few discerning villagers, aware that they could not hitch a ride, chose to return home early. However, a greater number of villagers continued to berate Shen Yi's family for their lack of compassion, lamenting how well they had treated them in the past, while now, with the means to escape to the city in their vehicle, they refused to assist their neighbors in the face of the apocalypse. The darker facets of human nature were laid bare. Shen Yi's gaze turned icy as he prepared to draw his weapon. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming hostility. Activating his psychic awareness, he swiftly perceived a dense aura of darkness lurking in the grass 200 meters away. It was a mutated serpent, over 10 meters in length, and it was swiftly approaching. Without hesitation, Shen Yi shifted into reverse and pressed the accelerator, quickly retreating. Should anyone dare to obstruct his vehicle, he would not hesitate to run them down. As Shen Yi accelerated away, several villagers remained in place, continuing their tirade against him. They were utterly oblivious to the fact that a massive serpent had emerged from the underbrush by the time anyone noticed. The mutated serpent had already launched a lethal attack on the crowd. The man who had been cursing the loudest while holding his son was the first to fall prey to the beast. The serpent, with a mouth larger than that of a human, devoured two living beings in one swift motion, chewing vigorously before swallowing a giant snake. There's a giant snake. The villagers screamed in terror as they fled towards their homes. Yet, the mutated serpent was swifter still, spewing clouds of green poison that enveloped the villagers, their cries of agony echoing through the air. Shen Yi was no longer privy to the gruesome scene, but he could easily surmise the horrors unfolding. The sheer size of the mutated serpent was staggering. It was beyond the capability of ordinary people to confront. Even he felt uncertain about facing it. Indeed, the mutated creatures in the mountain village were far more perilous than those in the city. However, if one were to speak of danger, the atmosphere within the vehicle was the most treacherous of all. For upon his sister's entry into the car, She was taken aback to find a beautiful woman in the passenger seat, her charming visage devoid of any smile. "Hello, grandmother and little sister. I am Jiang Nanyan, Shen Yi's girlfriend." Jiang Nanyan instinctively tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she introduced herself, her demeanor noticeably anxious. She was apprehensive that Shen Yi's family might not take a liking to her. Given that Shen Yi had numerous women in his life, if his family disapproved, it could jeopardize a relationship with him. Yes, she greeted them. Her palms were clammy with sweat from her nervousness. "So, she's little Yi's girlfriend. She truly is a beautiful girl," the grandmother remarked, somewhat surprised. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, she returned Jiang Nanyan's introduction with a warm and gentle smile. "Thank you for the compliment." "Grandmother," Jiang Nanyan exhaled in relief, her face lighting up with a smile. "Wonderful. Grandmother likes me, and has even acknowledged me as her granddaughter-in-law. Does this mean I am now recognized as the legitimate partner of Shen Yi? How delightful." Subsequently, Jiang Nanyan turned her gaze towards Shen Yi's sister, who resembled a delicate doll that a flicker of admiration sparked in her eyes. Shen Yi's sister was utterly adorable, even without much grooming. Her innate beauty was undeniable. Although still young, with a hint of childishness on her face, she would undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. Yet, Jiang Nanyan was puzzled as to why Shen Yi's sister maintained a stoic expression after getting into the car. Was it simply her inherent disposition? She was so different from Shen Yi. The contrast between the siblings was striking. Not only did their personalities differ, but even their appearances seemed worlds apart. Lost in thought, she smiled and greeted, "Hello, sister. May I ask your name?" "Humph." Shinsu huffed dismissively, turning her head to gaze out the window, completely disregarding Jiang Nanyan's attempt at conversation. The aloofness of her demeanor left Jiang Nanyan feeling somewhat awkward. She was at a loss as to what she had done wrong to elicit such disdain from Shen Yi's sister. The grandmother shook her head with a sigh, but offered no further comment. Naturally, Shen Yi was disinterested in speaking up for Jiang Nanyan and owe him. His sister held far greater significance, as for the reason behind her discontent. He understood it well. She was simply a brother's girl. As such siblings often were, they would grow out of it in time. The off-road vehicle traversed the path back home. While driving, Shen Yi munched on some fruit, simultaneously scanning the flora lining the roadside with his psychic abilities, searching for any supernatural fruits. Regrettably, after traveling for several dozen kilometers, he had yet to find a single supernatural fruit that, of course, this was mainly due to his focus being largely consumed by driving, causing him to overlook his surroundings, perhaps missing out on some hidden treasures. After another half hour, feeling the urge to relieve himself, Shen Yi found a safe spot to park the vehicle and stepped out. If you need to use the restroom as well, do not stray too far from the car. There may be dangers lurking in the black mist, he advised before exiting the vehicle. "Wait for me." "Brother, I'm coming too," Shinsu exclaimed as she opened the car door and followed him. Inside, Jiang Nanyan was awkwardly engaging in conversation with the grandmother. Although Jiang Nanyan was intelligent, her emotional intelligence left much to be desired. Having never been in a romantic relationship or interacted with a significant other's family before, she found herself at a loss for conversation starters. The grandmother, however, skillfully inquired about various aspects of Jiang Nanyan's family background. "Hey, big brother, when did you start dating? Why didn't you tell me?" Shen Yi had just begun to relieve himself when he heard his sister's displeased muttering from a distance. "Su, what are you doing?" Shen Yi hurriedly finished up, shaking off and pulling up his pants. That moment, Shinsu emerged from the black mist, her cherubic face etched with displeasure and grievance, on the brink of tears. Shen Yi sighed in exasperation, wanting to ruffle Shinsu's hair, but hesitated, recalling that he had just finished using the restroom and hadn't washed his hands. However, this scene made Shinsu's eyes well up with tears. She felt as though her brother had completely betrayed her. Ignoring Shen Yi's objections, she pressed her head into his palm, rubbing against it several times. "Brother, can you break up with her?" Shinsu lifted her head, pouting, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked up at Shen Yi. "Su, don't throw a tantrum," Shen Yi replied, furrowing his brow with a serious tone. Shinsu's face puffed up in disappointment. Seeing the lack of a smile on Shen Yi's face, she dared not continue her childish antics. Although her brother had always spoiled her, Whenever he wore such an expression, it was a sign that he was being serious. I understand. I have a few other women in my life. Su, please help me keep it a secret from grandmother, Shen Yi added, wanting to preemptively inform his sister to avoid any future tantrums. What? Shen Su was instantly stunned, looking at her brother in disbelief. What did he mean by having a few other women? Was he truly starting a harem? Her brother, in real life, was actually forming a harem. Shen Su had thought such mind-boggling events only occurred in novels. Yet, here it was, happening right before her eyes, and with her own brother. Even after returning to the car, Shen Su remained in a state of shock and disbelief. She glanced at Jiang Nanyan in the passenger seat, her expression becoming oddly complex. Though she was reluctant to admit it, the woman was indeed stunning and well-dressed, clearly the daughter of a wealthy family from the city. But why would such a wealthy young lady be involved with her otherwise unremarkable brother? And why did it not bother her that he was starting a harem? Could it truly be because of the ominous black mist outside? Shen Su found her emotions tangled and her tender heart deeply shaken. It was hard for her to accept, and she felt quite miserable. However, as Shen Yi's vehicle entered the city, Shen Su's innocence was further shattered by the dismal sights that greeted her. The once vibrant and bustling mountain town was now eerily empty, with barely a soul in sight. Only the occasional piercing screams echoed from within the black mist, even as the off-road vehicle drove on. Mutated creatures would occasionally attempt to leap onto IT. It was bizarre, absurd, and terrifying. Shen Su could not help but swallow hard. Is this the end of the world? Why are there no police officers or soldiers to rescue us? During this time, Shen Su had been hiding in the cellar with her grandmother, completely oblivious to the outside situation, believing that this calamity would eventually be resolved by the government, much like an earthquake or flood. However, it now seemed utterly impossible for a quick resolution. Even the sprawling metropolis of Mountain City, home to over 30 million people, had succumbed. It was reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario from a film. Most likely, there would be no rescue, Jiang Nanyan softly replied to Shen Su's question. She had already lost hope in government assistance. After all, even the policewomen who had joined their family just yesterday had stated that there would be no help. Clinging to fantasies of rescue was utterly futile. Fortunately, she felt safe and had no worries about food and water. Aside from her concern for her parents' safety, Jiang Nanyan found little fault in her current existence. It was merely a matter of fewer entertainment activities. Meanwhile, Shen Yi had also returned to the community, driving his car. Along the way, through telepathy, he noticed there were still quite a few survivors on the roads. After all, Mountain City was a vast metropolis with a population in the millions. Even with over 2/3 of the population perished in recent days, there were still at least 10 million survivors left. Upon arriving at the community, Shen Yi parked his car in the designated spot of Building 13, the very building where the doomsday enthusiast Murong Shui resided. After securing the vehicle, he instructed his sister and Jiang Nanyan to remain in the car while he used teleportation to bring his grandmother upstairs. After all, it was the 15th floor, and it would be impossible for his 70-year-old grandmother to climb the stairs. Indeed, Shen had not brought his grandmother back to his own home, but had arranged for her to stay at Jiang Nanyan's friend's house. Since her friend was currently unaccounted for, leaving the place empty was undesirable, so it seemed prudent for his grandmother and younger sister to reside there. Once he dealt with the woman on the 18th floor in the coming days, he would have his grandmother move up. Thus, Shen Yi made 2 trips to settle both his grandmother and younger sister on the 15th floor. He reassured his grandmother that he lived in the adjacent building, just a short distance away, and would frequently check in, urging her to call if anything was amiss. However, brother, my phone is dead, Shen Su lamented. She longed to stay with Shen Yi, but refrained from mentioning it, knowing her grandmother should not be left alone. Shen Yi retrieved several power banks from his system space for his sister to use. He also left behind enough bottled water and food to last his grandmother and his sister 3 or 4 days. Anticipating that there might be times he would be unable to deliver supplies due to being out for a day or two, as for blankets and other essentials, the apartment was already furnished with new items. He then cautioned his sister not to venture outside carelessly, as the neighbors in the building might not be safe either. Even if she needed to dispose of trash, she should simply throw it from the window rather than venture out, especially not to go downstairs. Most residents in the community had already run out of water and food, and in the pursuit of sustenance, they would undoubtedly abandon any moral restraint as he prepared to leave. His grandmother reminded Shen Yi to stay safe. Although she was aware that her grandson possessed abilities beyond her comprehension, she could not shake her worries. Shen Yi smiled reassuringly, assuring her to not fret, and then teleported back to his car in the underground garage mere seconds later. "My dear, what is it?" Shen Yi noticed that Jiang Nanyan appeared somewhat unwell. "The internet. It's gone." Jiang Nanyan's voice was tinged with despondency. "The internet is down." Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback. While it was expected, it still felt rather abrupt. "The tea might have gone out a few hours ago, but I hadn't checked my phone and didn't notice," Jiang Nanyan remarked, a frown etched across her brow. Without the internet, the only means of contacting her parents had been severed. "Well then, let us head home," Shen Yi replied, guiding Jiang Nanyan back to their residence. By this time, it was already afternoon. They had barely settled in when Shen Yi suddenly recalled something important. "Xiao Xiao from 1501, her leg was injured. I had promised to help her change her bandages this morning. But I completely forgot after a day filled with busyness." With that thought in mind, he once again used teleportation to head to 1501. That using teleportation consecutively while bringing 3 people had left Shen Yi slightly out of breath. He needed to find ways to enhance his teleportation skills, to reduce physical exertion, or to elevate his own physical evolution level. As he pondered this, he consumed a few ability-enhancing fruits. The only method he knew to upgrade his abilities was by consuming fruits of the same type. There might be other methods for upgrading abilities, but he was not yet aware of them. As for the telepathy fruit, Shen Yi had been consuming it steadily over the past couple of days. He had learned that overindulging in this fruit could lead to discomfort in his internal organs, so he made sure to pace himself, consuming a few at a time to gradually level up. There was no rush. After consuming over 100 fruits today, the system notification chimed once more. "Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 7." Indeed, it had reached level 7. Level 6 had been achieved just yesterday. Telepathy, LV7. You can sense all hostility and goodwill within a radius of 1,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within that radius without the use of your eyes. Unobstructed by any barriers. 1,000 meters. A full kilometer. Upon activating his level 7 telepathy, Shen Yi felt as though his perspective had been elevated significantly. It was as if he were standing atop the heavens, gazing down upon the entire community and even the surroundings beyond. Everything within a kilometer was laid bare before his eyes. Furthermore, as long as Shen Yi focused his mind, he could observe any individual within that kilometer, be it a building, a person, or even an insect. For instance, he could see Murong Shui, the doomsday enthusiast residing in Building 13. He could also view the women living in Building 6. Additionally, he noticed several survivors outside the community, cautiously navigating through the encroaching darkness. Everything was within his sight. The exhilarating sensation of having such all-seeing vision was simply overwhelming. As he retracted his telepathy, Shen Yi couldn't help but murmur with excitement. With a kilometer's range at level 7, if I continue to upgrade, could it expand to 10 kilometers? 100 kilometers? If that is the case, I would be utterly invincible. With such an extraordinary ability that could be likened to a full map view, he would no longer be left in the dark regarding information, whether others intended to conspire against him or he sought to plot against them. This capability was nothing short of unparalleled. As for the fruits required for future upgrades, Shen Yi was far from lacking. His stockpile already exceeded 200,000. Prince Charming, you've arrived. Shen Yi was lost in thought when a voice of delight broke through from behind. It was Xiao Xiao, limping as she emerged from the bedroom. "Well then, let's get those pants off so I can change your bandages." Meanwhile, in room 1801 on the 18th floor, Murong Shui was on high alert, wielding a crossbow and meticulously searching her apartment. Just moments ago, she had been preparing to take a shower when she suddenly felt a prying presence. Murong Shui immediately deduced that it could be the space ability user from yesterday, accompanied by another female ability user, attempting to ambush her. Consequently, she seized her weapon, scouring the premises for any signs of an intruder. After a thorough search yielded no trace of an invader, Murong Shui gradually lowered her weapon. Her expression grim. The sensation of being watched had dissipated. What do those two intend? Why did they suddenly spy on me? Could it be that they discover my home still had electricity and are now targeting me? Murong Shue's expression shifted rapidly. She had anticipated the possibility of being targeted. After all, in this apocalypse, while others had lost power, her home remained illuminated, making it exceedingly conspicuous and likely to attract the attention of those with ill intentions. This was not an act of recklessness on Murong Shue's part, but rather a calculated decision based on her memories from her previous life. At this juncture, there should not have been any ability users in the community. Thus, as the sole ability user in the area, she had no fear of drawing the attention of ordinary people, as her weapons and equipment were more than sufficient to deal with greedy individuals. However, she could not have anticipated that it would attract the attention of another ability user, who had now clearly fixated on her. It is imperative that I fortify my defenses by setting additional traps. Just in case, moreover, I must expedite the enhancement of my ability level to the 2nd tier. Even if it entails some risks, I must advance, having been granted a second chance at life. Murong Shue is determined not to perish again. Thus, she energetically begins to arrange new traps within her room, as long as there are enough traps set. Even those with abilities can be eliminated. After all, we are merely at the onset of the apocalypse, and the practitioners of such powers are not yet formidable. Little does Shen Yi realize that his casual glance at Murong Shue has incited this sensitive woman to embark on a construction spree. In fact, she has even expedited her plans to upgrade her abilities. Of course, even if he were aware, Shen Yi would remain unconcerned at that moment. He had just finished changing the bandages for Chu Xiaoxiao. After a brief conversation, Shen Yi discovered that Chu Xiaoxiao was, in fact, a prominent streamer in the ACG community on Bilibili. This spacious flat was also purchased with her own loan. However, she no longer has to repay the loan, which stands as the sole benefit bestowed upon her by the apocalypse. Although Chu Xiaoxiao earns an annual income of 7 to 800,000, sustaining a property worth 6 to 7 million is still quite burdensome. After discussing various trivial matters, Shen Yi left some food and water behind before departing. Initially, he intended to unlock supplies, but upon observing the severity of Chu Xiaoxiao's leg injury, he decided to refrain for the time being. He wished to avoid any excessive movements that might jeopardize her slowly healing wound. It was essential to procure some medications from a hospital. With proper medicine, the recovery of the wound would undoubtedly accelerate. Ideally, he would also bring back a doctor for future medical needs. On his way home, Shen Yi pondered deeply and resolved to visit the affiliated hospital of Shanqing University the following day. The affiliated hospital is not far from this residential community. While it may not be a top-tier hospital, it is adequately equipped with essential medications and can even perform numerous surgical procedures. Thus, Shen Yi determined to scavenge for supplies at the affiliated hospital the next day. Along the way, he would also search for ability fruits. As the apocalypse drags on, the number of practitioners will surely increase. By then, the knowledge of ability fruits will also spread among more individuals. If he does not seize the opportunity to gather fruits now, the task will only become more arduous in the future. With a level 7 telepathy and a God's eye view spanning a full kilometer, Shen Yi's search radius has significantly expanded that if he could locate a highly aggressive ability fruit, it might very well enable him to deal with the mutated black spider. Although the black spider does not pose a significant threat to him, one must never allow a monster to slumber too close. There's a saying, a thief can operate for 1,000 days. But one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Upon returning home, after dinner, the power and internet outages prompted everyone to retire early for the night. Shen Yi chose to have Su Wanting accompany him. Over the past few days, Su Wanting's demeanor has transformed considerably. Whether feigned or genuine, her behavior has greatly pleased Shen Yi. Thus, after a battle concluded, Shen Yi rewarded her with an ability fruit. Consuming it would grant her powers. Excellent. The once fatigued Su Wanting immediately perked up, eagerly accepting the colorful fruit and consuming it without hesitation. Her unwavering trust thrilled Shen Yi even further. Su Wanting had evolved from her initial arrogance to a state of complete obedience to Shen Yi's words. Finally displaying maturity, her loyalty now rivals that of Su Yun. Her aura radiated a pristine white, surpassing even the purity of the mist in Jiangnan. This was precisely why Shen Yi chose to reward her with the ability fruit. While the ability itself was important, he valued loyalty even more. As long as she remained faithful, he would not mind supporting her, even if she were merely a decorative figure. Furthermore, he possessed the means to enhance her value. Is this what abilities are? How wondrous! After digesting the ability fruit, Su Wanting gazed at Shen Yi in astonishment, noticing the flow of white energy enveloping him. Through her innate perception, she understood this to be a manifestation of Shen Yi's kindness and affection toward her. Joy surged within her heart, intensifying her feelings for him. Su Wanting had always believed Shen Yi despised her. She never anticipated that he held such a high regard for her. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Yi had indeed held little fondness for her previously, at best merely tolerating her. However, in recent days, her behavior has significantly enhanced his impression of her. Su Wanting had been diligently learning culinary skills from Bicini and had even been imparting to other women the art of serving Shen Yi. As if she had undergone a complete transformation, that it remains a mystery how she came to this realization, that in any case, the current Su Wanting is quite commendable. Now, close your eyes and concentrate to try it out. Shen Yi gently guided Su Wanting on how to utilize her abilities. Obediently, she began to test her newfound powers, only to discover that she could perceive her surroundings in a 360 view, even possessing X-ray vision. However, activating the X-ray vision proved to be quite taxing. Wow, how incredible! Su Wanting exclaimed, filled with excitement and astonishment. She had not anticipated that her abilities could be employed in such a manner. For an ordinary person just acquiring abilities, it would typically take time to fully develop them without guidance. But Shen Yi was different. He could effortlessly comprehend the full extent of abilities through the system and swiftly unlock their potential. Of course, he had discerned this through observing Su Wanting's demonstration. This was yet another reason for rewarding her with the ability fruit. He wished to witness the entire process of others gaining abilities. Thus, freshly endowed with powers, an elated Su Wanting began to serve Shen Yi in a myriad of delightful ways. Meanwhile, in the living room, Luya found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She had assumed that it would be her turn tonight. Considering that last night had been Joe Wanner's thought logically, it should have been her night. Luya had even gone to great lengths to prepare herself, donning daring lingerie she had never worn before. Yet, Shen Yi surprisingly did not choose her. Why was that? Did he find her unappealing? Anxiety gripped Luya, leaving her restless. She feared that if she did not become Shen Yi's woman, she would be cast out. Once she lost this safe haven, she simply lacked the means to survive. Overwhelmed by anxiety, she endured a sleepless night. The following day, Shen Yi too slept in until past 9, a rare occurrence for someone who typically arose at 6 or 7. Brimming with energy, however, lately he'd been staying up later. He needed to elevate his physical evolution level. Otherwise, he would struggle to cope. Rubbing his lower back, he casually tossed an ability fruit into his mouth. The rush of energy from consuming the fruit was invigorating, instantly revitalizing him. Moreover, consuming more could potentially enhance his abilities, truly a double benefit. After washing up and enjoying breakfast, Shen Yi bid farewell to the women and stepped outside. His plan for the day was to first change Chu Xiaoxiao's bandages and then scavenge supplies from the affiliated hospital. Meanwhile, at home, Su Wanting was gleefully experimenting with her newfound powers, even boasting to the other women. Su Yun and the others were astounded by Shen Yi's ability to grant powers to ordinary individuals and curiously inquired about Su Wanting's experience in acquiring her abilities. Jiang Nanyan felt a twinge of envy, even a hint of jealousy. She had thought she would be the first woman to gain powers from Shen Yi, but to her surprise, it was the rather foolish Su Wanting who achieved that honor. How could someone so foolish and arrogant surpass her? While Jiang Nanyan felt disheartened, she also sought to uncover the secret behind Su Wanting's success, wondering if her daring antics from the previous night had won Shen Yi's favor. Thus it is, within the confines of the household, several women, stirred by the reward of an extraordinary fruit bestowed by Shen Yi, have begun to engage in various schemes. Particularly, the cunning Zhou Wanner, with her furtive glances, appears to be concocting some mischievous plan. Meanwhile, outside the affiliated hospital, a tall female police officer clad in uniform, accompanied by a male officer, faces off against a mutated golden retriever. Once docile, the creature's eyes now brim with hostility. Its bloody teeth bared, emitting a menacing growl. This aberrant canine measures a staggering 3 meters in length and weighs several times more than its normal counterpart, rivaling that of a full-grown tiger. Wang Jiqiang, you head into the hospital to procure medical supplies. I will hold off this mutated beast. Officer Qin Xiang promptly devises the most sensible course of action. Understood. The male officer responds without hesitation. Aware that remaining would only hinder his captain, the mutated golden retriever perceives a potential escapee. It lunges towards him. Yet, Qin Xiang reacts swifter, delivering a punch that sends the 3-meter-long creature flying several meters away. Remarkably, the resilient creature quickly regains its footing, shaking its head violently, fixating on Qin Xiang with a fierce glare, and growls menacingly as it charges at her once more. Unfazed, Qin Xiang draws her sidearm, aiming directly at the creature's skull, and pulls the trigger. Bang! 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 The successive bullets penetrate the mutated golden retriever's head, causing it to crash heavily to the ground, its eyes wide in disbelief. As its breath grows shallow, the creature soon breathes its last, never comprehending that a human would wield a firearm against it, a clear violation of its expectations. Initially anticipating a thrilling melee, Qin Xiang, as she reloads her magazine, approaches the fallen beast and delivers a kick to its skull, confirming its demise before exhaling a sigh of relief. The life force of mutated animals is indeed formidable. Even after sustaining multiple shots to the head, it still exhibited signs of struggle. Just as Qin Xiang holsters her weapon and strides toward the hospital entrance, a series of rustling sounds emanate from the inky fog behind her. The eerie rustle prompts her to turn to her astonishment. A mutated cockroach, the size of an adult's hand, bursts forth from the mist. No, it is not just one. It is a multitude, countless beyond immediate reckoning, exceeding 100. These mutated cockroaches, wings fluttering, produce a cacophonous rustle. Their roles are defined. Some swarm to feast upon the carcass of the mutated golden retriever, while others dart toward Qin Xiang, emitting shrill sounds. Upon witnessing the mutated cockroaches, Qin Xiang's expression shifts dramatically. She had never anticipated that her most detested creatures would undergo mutation, and in such overwhelming numbers. How revolting! In an instant, she raises her firearm, aiming with precision as she retreats, firing at the advancing horde. Her marksmanship is impeccable. Each shot finds its target. Yet to her shock, the slain mutated cockroach oozes a yellowish liquid upon impact, and moments later, its exoskeleton splits open, releasing a swarm of smaller cockroaches. Though these newborn cockroaches are diminutive, their numbers are staggering as they converge once more towards Qin Xiang. If this continues, the cockroach population will only multiply. Her demeanor darkens. She can no longer afford to waste ammunition and swiftly retreats into the hospital, securing the door behind her. However, the cockroaches show no intent to depart, relentlessly battering against the glass door. Some smaller ones attempt to infiltrate through the cracks. Qin Xiang's expression turns grave as she stomps on the intruding pests while anxiously devising a solution. If she cannot eradicate these mutated cockroaches, both she and her subordinate are doomed to perish within the hospital, perhaps even endangering any survivors that remain inside, though she's uncertain if there are any survivors left. What a repulsive sight! As Shen Yi employs his telepathic abilities, he has not yet entered the hospital, but observed through a divine perspective the valiant female officer confronting the mutated golden retriever, and subsequently battling against the swarm of mutated cockroaches. It must be said, these mutated cockroaches are formidable foes. Upon being slain, they instantaneously birth numerous smaller cockroaches, truly disgusting. Shen Yi has no desire to confront these mutated pests. Hence he opts for an alternative route into the building. Were it not for the essential medical supplies housed within, he would prefer to avoid this place altogether. It is not fear of the mutated cockroaches that deters him, but rather a simple aversion to their presence. Nonetheless, as he observes the female officer engaging in a battle of wits and valor against the cockroach army, he ponders. This officer possesses remarkable strength, capable of delivering a single punch that sends a 3-meter-long mutated golden retriever flying. Could this also be an extraordinary ability, Shen Yi speculates, for given her weight of merely 115 pounds, such explosive power seems implausible. The reason Shen Yi endures the disgust of watching the mutated cockroaches is due to the officer's uniqueness. Moreover, she triggers a system notification. Ding! System detects a goddess meeting standards, commencing detailed information scan. Name: Qin Xiang. Age: 29. Appearance: 93 points. Physique: 96 points. Inner quality: 100 points. Unencountered. Total score: 95 points. Evaluation: one random resource can be unlocked upon acceptance that a 29-year-old police officer. Were it not for the system notification, Shen Yi would have failed to recognize that this officer met the system's criteria. Her face is quite dirty, and her hair is unkempt, leaving little room for attractiveness. On the surface, she appears to possess a commendable physique and combat prowess. Who would have thought her beauty score reached 93, qualifying her as a goddess in appearance? If she survives, perhaps they can meet again. Shen Yi muses, choosing not to invest further energy into observing this officer. First, he must gather medical supplies. He wonders whether the black mist has any effect on the medications. Utilizing his telepathic abilities, he scans the entire building and swiftly locates the storeroom housing the medical supplies. He teleports to the spot and begins collecting items into his system space, whether familiar or unfamiliar, as long as they are not mutated. He intends to take them all. During the collection, Shen Yi also scans the building for any doctors to bring back. However, for reasons unknown, there is not a single doctor or nurse present. Only several patients trapped on the top floor. This realization leaves Shen Yi feeling regretful. Without a doctor on his team, any illness or injury could pose significant trouble. He resolves to visit the city hospital in a couple of days. Perhaps some doctors remain there. As Shen Yi finishes gathering a storeroom full of medical supplies, he teleports away. Arriving on the third floor, he also collects various medical equipment, though these instruments require electricity. They can function normally with a generator. After thoroughly scavenging the premises, nearly depleting the hospital's resources, Shen Yi finally departs with satisfaction. Next, he extends his telepathic abilities to locate the aforementioned female officer. She and her male colleague have exited the hospital, sprinting through the black mist. Behind them, a horde of mutated cockroaches pursues relentlessly. They have managed to divert the cockroaches away from the hospital. Are they concerned about endangering the individuals inside? How excessively altruistic of them. Even in their own plight, they have the audacity to care for unrelated individuals. As Shen Yi munches on fruit, he follows the duo from a distance. Thanks to his telepathic abilities, as long as they remain within a kilometer, he can track the officer's position. While tailing the officer, Shen Yi also surveys the flora within a kilometer, seeking extraordinary fruit. He discovers that such fruits are indeed scarce. Locating even one proves to be a challenge. If a significant quantity of extraordinary fruit is required to elevate one's abilities, it seems nearly impossible for others to advance. After all, it took nearly 10 fruits for his telepathic ability to progress from level 1 to level 2, and the requirement doubles for level 3. The higher the ability level, the more fruits are needed. Considering the rarity of these extraordinary fruits, it is already quite impressive if an ordinary person can elevate their abilities to level 2, let alone reach levels 7 or 8. Shen Yi felt a sense of stunned silence. Were it not for his possession of a system that enabled him to unlock the powers of fruit, he would be no different from an ordinary person. Perhaps, aside from consuming the power of fruits to level up, there exist other methods of advancement, yet none could rival the convenience of directly consuming the fruits. This is because upgrading by consuming power fruits comes with virtually no side effects. For instance, the sole drawback of the telepathy fruit is merely to consume it slowly, as long as one avoids overindulgence in a single sitting. One can continue to eat without any adverse effects on the body. Shen Yi had followed the female police officer for 2 kilometers when, through a god's eye view, he suddenly noticed that on her path lay a group of over a dozen armed, ordinary individuals, besieging 2 mutated farm animals. Among them, the leading man wielded a handgun. Why would this group take the risk of battling mutated creatures? Were they doing it for the sake of meat? Shen Yi pondered, uncertain if the flesh of mutated animals was even consumable. Perhaps it was indeed possible. However, as he drew closer, he realized his initial assumption might have been incorrect, for, Through his divine perspective, he spotted several normal plants behind the two mutated farm animals. And upon their roots hung two colorful fruits. They were power fruits. To his astonishment, there were indeed two of them. While Shen Yi was taken aback, he immediately sensed that this group's intentions were far from simple. Did they, too, recognize the significance of power fruits? He contemplated. Through his God's eye view, he discerned that not all of these individuals were ordinary. Among them was a young woman who could conjure flames seemingly out of thin air and manipulate them. A power user. Indeed, this made sense. They must be aware of the fruit's effects, prompting them to engage with the mutated farm animals. However, since I have laid eyes upon this, the fruits are rightfully mine, without delay. Shen Yi concealed his presence and approached stealthily. Meanwhile, the police officer Qin Xiang and her male counterpart Wang Jiqiang had finally shaken off the mutated cockroaches and, with utmost caution, proceeded forward, faintly hearing sound from the black mist ahead, along with a faint scent of blood. "Someone be careful!" Qin Xiang immediately drew her weapon and disengaged the safety. Encounters with others in this apocalypse were not necessarily safe, especially when accompanied by a smell of blood. "Captain Qin, I believe I heard sounds of struggle. The individuals ahead might be engaged in infighting. Should we intervene?" Wang Jiqiang, driven by a sense of justice, felt compelled to halt the conflict. After all, in the apocalypse, humanity must aid one another to survive. Infighting would only serve to squander precious strength. Wait, they're likely not fighting amongst themselves. The sounds I heard may very well be those of mutated creatures. Qin Xiang listened intently. Her keen hearing allowed her to perceive many sounds that Wang Jiqiang could not. What? If it is indeed mutated creatures, then Captain Qin, we should definitely step in to assist. Wang Jiqiang declared promptly. Qin Xiang nodded, stating, "Let us quietly approach and assess the situation that, if necessary, we shall intervene." Understood. Even in the face of an apocalypse, Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang remained steadfast in their duties as police officers, to rescue and protect ordinary citizens. They had already saved numerous individuals during this time. Their visit to the hospital today was also to procure anti-inflammatory medications for the severely injured woman they had rescued a couple of days prior. Bang! Just as Qin Xiang and her companion advanced, a sudden, resounding gunshot echoed through the air. Guns? They actually have firearms. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang instinctively exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave with heightened vigilance. The sound of gunfire indicated peril. Yet alongside their caution, Wang Jiqiang felt a flicker of hope. Could it be that other surviving colleagues were nearby? Be cautious. Regardless of who it is, anyone wielding a firearm poses a significant threat. Qin Xiang admonished sternly. Understood. Wang Jiqiang tightened his grip on his handgun. The pair cautiously approached the source of the sound. As they drew nearer, the sounds of combat became increasingly distinct, intermingled with anguished cries. The city was rife with strays and feral dogs. Thus, after the apocalypse, mutated creatures and dogs were the most common forms of aberration. However, for reasons unknown, these mutated dogs had shed their docility and began to attack humans, even turning on their owners. "Who goes there? Show yourself!" Suddenly, someone spotted Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang. Instantly, several armed individuals shifted their gaze toward them. Due to the obscuring black mist, the two had only been discovered when they were quite close. "You were police officers?" The group, initially brimming with hostility, underwent a swift transformation of expression upon seeing the police uniforms adorning Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang. Wang Jiqiang, perceiving that they were merely a gathering of ordinary civilians, relaxed his guard and smiled, saying, "Indeed, we are from the Xia Sha Criminal Investigation Team. We are here to assist you." However, upon hearing the term criminal investigation, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically that a few individuals even began to tremble inexplicably, panic flickering in their eyes. These people were suspicious. Having seen the change in expressions, Qin Xiang, with her wealth of experience, quickly discerned that this group was definitely up to no good, if they were truly ordinary individuals. Their first reaction upon encountering police officers in an apocalypse would be to seek help, not to tremble in fear. Qin Xiang discreetly disengaged the safety on her firearm, bracing herself for a possible confrontation. Meanwhile, Wang Jiqiang, feeling somewhat at ease, even smiled as he inquired if the group required assistance. Bang! A piercing gunshot suddenly shattered the air. Wang Jiqiang, full of enthusiasm, barely had time to react before a bullet ruthlessly pierced his chest. He looked down at his uniform, rapidly soaked in blood. Disbelief etched across his face as strength ebbed away. His body slowly crumpled, the world around him becoming a blur, time stretching infinitely. Bastards! Qin Xiang let out an enraged curse, aiming her weapon in the direction for which the attack on Wang Jiqiang had come, firing repeatedly. Bang! 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 Bullets flew from her gun, yet not a single shot found its mark. The assailant hidden in the black mist was cunning. After firing, they would swiftly retreat. Just as Qin Xiang emptied a magazine and quickly reloaded, a voice boomed from the shadows. Damn it! Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and kill this bitch. If she escapes, we're all dead. Don't forget, there are lives on your hands too. With this incitement and threat, the previously terrified individuals suddenly turned their murderous intent toward Qin Xiang. Let us all go at her. At this close range, a knife is surely faster than a gun, someone shouted, raising a kitchen knife and charging forward. Others, spurred on by this rallying cry, armed themselves with various weapons and surrounded Qin Xiang from multiple directions. During this time, Qin Xiang had already reloaded her weapon. She immediately raised her hand and fired. Bang! The first man to charge at her with fervor was shot through the cheek, struggling for a moment before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The others were immediately struck with fear. Yet, rather than continue firing, Qin Xiang instinctively took cover behind a wall. For within the black mist lurked a gunman targeting her. Had she hesitated for even a second longer, she might have been ambushed. Damn those bastards. Qin Xiang glanced at Wang Jiqiang, who was slowly losing blood, her fists clenched in fury. These brutes! How could they resort to murder over a mere disagreement? They were nothing short of desperate criminals. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang had underestimated the treachery of human nature in this apocalypse. They had approached with goodwill, fully aware of the potential dangers, yet had not anticipated that their adversaries would open fire without a word of communication. The sudden gunshot had rendered Wang Jiqiang, a righteous police officer, defenseless. Let us all go. Don't be cowards. I've got a gun too. If that bitch shows her face again, I'll take her down. Within the shrouded mist, the voice of a man emerged once more. It belonged to the assailant, evidently the leader of this band of desperados. Qin Xiang tightened her grip on her handgun, surveying her surroundings. She had only 4 bullets remaining, and if she could not eliminate the gunman hidden within the fog, she would be unable to unleash her full potential. That it was imperative that she first dispatch him. Wang Jiqiang, you must hold on. Qin Xiang silently vowed, then swiftly retreated, disappearing into the obscurity, when the other outlaws finally mustered the courage to charge forward. The wall behind them was already deserted. Boss, she's gone. Boss, that female officer actually fled. Boss, should we pursue her? The outlaws clamored, reporting to the mist behind them. Meanwhile, not far from their location, a middle-aged man exchanged glances with a young woman. Ligu, we must pursue. We must eliminate this policewoman to ensure our safety. Otherwise, if she returns to find reinforcements, we will be in grave danger, the woman suggested with a cold glint in her eyes. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, since we have embarked on this path, we must see it through to the end. He then called out to his subordinates ahead. All of you, pursue her. Do not falter. I am right behind you. If that bitch dares to show herself, I will take her down. The subordinates dared not defy their leader's command and cautiously began to scout their surroundings. At that moment, concealed within the mist, Qin Xiang pinpointed the direction of the gunman by sound. She lowered her steps, taking a wide detour to evade the other thugs, maneuvering towards the gunman's position. Lily, do you think that bitch might be hiding in the mist, waiting to ambush us? The middle-aged man abruptly halted, analyzing the situation with the young woman beside him. The woman hesitated, frowning. She shouldn't be that bold. Right? Besides, as long as we stay behind these subordinates, we can detect any danger at the first instance. That's true. As long as we maintain our distance, she won't notice us. The man nodded in agreement, recalling how he had just ambushed a police officer in the same manner. Moreover, After the ambush, he had immediately concealed himself behind a building, safe from any return fire, with a mist as cover. Committing crimes felt secure, glancing at the male officer on the ground, still clinging to life and glaring at him with malice. The middle-aged man raised his gun and fired, ensuring Wang Jiqiang was no more. Damn it, this group of filthy detectives used to hunt me down every day. They even dared to arrest my elder brother. After killing, the man spat vehemently, seemingly filled with resentment. The young woman looked at the fallen officer's body, frowned, and remarked, "Li Gu, you're wasting bullets. A knife would suffice. And no worries, I still have over a dozen bullets left. That's more than enough." The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. However, he was unaware that the very gunshot he had just fired had allowed Qin Xiang to lock onto his position. From several meters away, she raised her gun, discerning the sound, and without hesitation, fired. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, all hitting their target, followed by the agonized screams of both a man and a woman, even without visual confirmation. At a distance of several meters, Qin Xiang's extensive experience enabled her to ascertain the direction of the individuals through sound. Noticing the absence of footsteps in the mist, Qin Xiang cautiously approached. Her steps barely making a sound, it was only then that she beheld the 2 bodies lying on the ground, one male and one female. The man, riddled with 2 gunshot wounds, was coughing up blood, teetering on the brink of death. Unable to lift his hand, in his grasp lay a gun, confirming he was the one who had ambushed Wang Jiqiang in the mist. "Li Batian, damn it, it's you." The murderer, upon recognizing the middle-aged man's face, Qin Xiang, filled with rage, stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick, ending his life in an instant. Li Batian was a fugitive wanted for robbery and murder even before the apocalypse, cunningly evading capture until now. Moreover, he was not alone in his criminal endeavors. His gang consisted of at least 3 others, all of whom were notorious killers. After confirming Li Batian was dead, Qin Xiang turned her gaze to the woman, who had also been shot and was now feigning death. She drew her knife, preparing to deliver the final blow. With only 1 bullet left, she could not afford to waste it. However, just as she was about to strike, the young woman, who had been pretending to be dead, suddenly sprang to life, conjuring a ball of searing flames that lunged at Qin Xiang. Despite her heightened vigilance, the sudden flame attack caught her off guard. She swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the fiery assault, yet a few tendrils of flame grazed her body, leaving scorching wounds. Inability user. Qin Xiang's expression hardened. She hadn't anticipated that the young woman was an ability user. Simultaneously, due to the earlier gunfire, the other outlaws had already converged around them. Boss, are you still back there? Boss, was that you who fired just now?" Hearing her subordinates, the young woman quickly called out, "I'm here. Hurry over." With a fierce glint in her eyes, Qin Xiang hurled her knife like lightning, piercing the woman's neck with precision. Blood gushed forth in torrents. The woman's eyes widened in shock as she struggled in agony before collapsing, the flame she had just conjured dissipating. Meanwhile, the surrounding outlaws, armed with various weapons, rushed in to surround Qin Xiang. Without hesitation, she lifted her gun and shot the first thug charging at her. Then, she advanced with a swift step, delivering a powerful kick to another thug's chest. With a sharp crack, his chest caved in, and he flew backward, crashing to the ground. Lifeless. 1 kick, and she had killed a fully grown man. Was this even human? The remaining outlaws stood frozen in terror, their faces pale. The boss is dead. Even the ability user was slain. This female officer was terrifying. She was not human. Without a moment's pause, the outlaws turned and fled into the mist as Qin Xiang prepared to strike again. Qin Xiang furrowed her brow. Had her gun been loaded, she would have ensured the demise of every last one of them. Allowing such ruthless outlaws to live on would undoubtedly lead to the suffering of countless innocents. She quickly approached Wang Jiqiang, only to find that he had succumbed to another gunshot wound to the head, his life extinguished. Qin Xiang's expression turned sorrowful. Another colleague had perished at a young man filled with justice and kindness. Now, it seemed she was the sole survivor of the entire criminal investigation team. Yet she could not afford to perish, for many survivors awaited her. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her grief, retrieving Wang Jiqiang's service weapon and ammunition. She then approached Li Beixian's corpse, confiscating the gun and bullets from him as well. To her surprise, it was a police-issued handgun. Qin Xiang furrowed her brow. Could it be that other colleagues had fallen victim to Li Beixian as well? Yet such questions bore no answers. She could only steady her mind, extracting her knife from the neck of the female ability user, preparing to hastily bury Wang Jiqiang's body and depart. The numerous corpses surrounding her exuded a metallic scent of blood that would surely attract mutated beasts. That would be troublesome. Just as Qin Xiang was about to dig a grave, she suddenly perked up, hearing faint footsteps emerging from the dense mist ahead. Who goes there? Qin Xiang instantly became alert. Adopting a defensive stance with her knife, the footsteps had appeared abruptly, as if conjured from thin air. Relax. I'm not with them, but a voice imbued with magnetism resonated through the air. Subsequently, an attractive man emerged. Shen Yi had also just arrived not long ago, but he refrained from utilizing teleportation for the entirety of his journey, as it would have drained too much of his stamina, a perilous endeavor in such circumstances. However, he had employed a godlike perspective to witness the unfolding scene in its entirety. Qin Xiang and her colleagues were ambushed by a group of desperate criminals, yet Qin Xiang retaliated with remarkable skill. Executing a flawless counterattack, the IT must be said, Qin Xiang's prowess was indeed formidable, further augmented by her suspected supernatural abilities. Even unarmed, as long as her adversaries were without firearms, a group of desperate individuals would pose no threat to her. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yi assessed that, in the absence of a surprise attack, he might not even stand a chance against Qin Xiang. Thus, he felt compelled to reveal himself, for the two supernatural fruits were nestled within the pockets of the young woman. Indeed, the fruits had already been harvested by her. Yet before she could consume them, she met her demise at Qin Xiang's hands. "Who are you?" Qin Xiang inquired, her brows furrowed, betraying no sign of relaxation. In fact, she had already disengaged the safety on her firearm. "I am Shen." She took something from me, prompting my visit. He casually fabricated, gesturing towards the lifeless body of the young woman. Qin Xiang's frown deepened. Clearly skeptical. After all, the coincidence was rather uncanny. She had just slain a woman, and now this man appeared claiming to be in search of her. Nevertheless, upon observing him, she noted that he bore no weapon, presenting little threat to her. "Retrieve it yourself," Qin Xiang stated, stepping back a few paces to establish a safe distance. "Thank you," Shen Yi replied with a nod, then proceeded to extract two supernatural fruit from the deceased woman's pocket. He made no effort to conceal his actions from Qin Xiang, intentionally allowing her to witness the retrieval. His intention was to ascertain whether Qin Xiang indeed possessed supernatural abilities. If she were indeed an ability user, she would undoubtedly recognize the fruits. Of course, while performing this risky maneuver, Shen Yi remained prepared to teleport away at a moment's notice, should Qin Xiang, the police officer, develop a sudden greed for the fruits and attempt to harm him. He was ready to ensure his swift exit from the scene. Fortunately, Qin Xiang proved to be a principled officer. Upon seeing the supernatural fruits, her expression shifted considerably, yet she harbored no intentions of murder or theft. "Are these yours?" Qin Xiang inquired hesitantly. "Yes, these are supernatural fruits I discovered long ago, but this woman, relying on her numbers, stole my possessions. Thus I sought her out, and I must thank you, officer, for eliminating her," Shen Yi explained. Retrieving 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 self-heating hot pot boxes from his system space, placing them on the ground. "Consider this a token of gratitude for your righteous intervention." With that, he activated his teleportation, vanishing from the scene. Having secured what he needed, he deemed it unwise to linger. As for recruiting this police officer, it was currently out of the question, as he felt he might not be able to best her. If one were to recruit a woman stronger than oneself, it was not merely a matter of her willingness. Shen Yi himself would feel uneasy. Therefore, it was preferable to leave a favorable impression for now and revisit the possibility of collaboration once he grew stronger. If by that time this police officer was still alive, he could seek her out again, that if she lacked the ability to survive, Shen Yi would not lament the loss. After all, he had only expended a modest amount of resources. Qin Xiang gazed in astonishment at the spot where Shen Yi had vanished. This man was also an ability user. Moreover, his abilities were remarkably potent. Had he harbored any ill intent, she might not have even recognized the danger in time. Qin Xiang swallowed hard, experiencing a sensation of cold sweat for the first time. She had never anticipated the existence of such elusive powers in the world. Thankfully, he seemed to be a good person. Otherwise, she might not have returned home today. From the outset, Qin Xiang had been wary of this suddenly appearing young man, especially after observing his calm demeanor in the presence of the corpse. Devoid of fear or disgust, she knew he was no ordinary individual. It was not until she witnessed him extracting 2 supernatural fruits from the woman's pocket that her suspicions were confirmed. Having consumed supernatural fruits herself, she recognized those fruits, capable of bestowing powers upon ordinary individuals. No wonder this man had taken the risk to appear as for the truth of his claims. Qin Xiang was uncertain, yet she felt it was likely genuine. Otherwise, how could he have so precisely retrieved the fruits from the corpse's pocket? Furthermore, if he were indeed a villain, he could have easily used his elusive abilities to ambush her and eliminate her without the need for discourse. With this thought, Qin Xiang then glanced at the supplies Shen Yi had left behind, particularly the sizable self-heating hot pot box. That single box could easily provide a meal for 2 or 3 people. This man, Shen Yi, was certainly commendable. Without hesitation, she stowed the items into her backpack, as she was currently in need of resources. Afterward, she dug a hole to bury Wang Jiqiang's body, marking it simply before departing swiftly. She had already heard the sounds of several approaching mutated creatures. Shen Yi found a secure location and observed Qin Xiang's departure from above. It was only after she vanished from his line of sight that he retracted his gaze. He then retrieved the 2 supernatural fruits he had procured. What an unexpected windfall. Shen Yi's initial aim had merely been to explore the possibility of unlocking Qin Xiang's resources, yet he had inadvertently acquired 2 supernatural fruits. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed one on the spot. As the fruit entered his stomach, a warm sensation enveloped him, though it dissipated swiftly. Shen Yi promptly accessed his panel to examine the new abilities he had gained. Shadow Binding. LV1 within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets, thereby binding them. As long as the target shadow is under your control, they cannot perform any actions. The greater the strength of the target, the more stamina you expend. Conversely, the weaker the target, the less stamina is consumed. Wow, this ability is rather overpowered. Shen Yi read the description twice, his expression lighting up with excitement. To control the shadows of any 2 targets, once the shadows were controlled, he could restrict all actions of the target. Wasn't this akin to a rudimentary version of time-stopping abilities? Feeling exhilarated, Shen Yi immediately used his mental connection to locate the nearest mutated creature before teleporting over. He arrived at a typical family's residence. In the living room lay a mutated teddy dog, its size magnified 6 or 7 times that of a regular teddy. Its mouth was stained with blood, and the room was suffused with a nauseating stench, with a dismembered female corpse sprawled on the floor. Soon as the mutated teddy dog caught sight of Shen Yi, it lunged at him with a ferocious bark, displaying extreme aggression. Shen Yi remained still, focusing instead on the shadow of the teddy dog illuminated by the light streaming through the window. In an instant, a mere thought in his mind immobilized its shadow. The mutated teddy dog, which had been charging towards him, became frozen in place, akin to a statue, and no matter how much it howled and struggled, it remained utterly motionless. Indeed, this was a remarkably powerful control skill. Shen Yi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With the shadow binding ability, even when faced with a seasoned ability user like Qin Xiang, he could prevail. Continuing his exploration, Shen Yi further tested this extraordinary ability. He discovered that the shadow binding was not significantly restrictive. For instance, even if the target's shadow was incomplete, possessing only an arm or a leg, Shen Yi could still ensnare them. Moreover, during the period of binding, he could move freely and even draw weapons to attack the target, remaining unaffected himself, save for a slight expenditure of stamina. Binding a mutated teddy bear, for example, did not deplete his energy excessively. Thus, he concluded that he could easily subdue most mutated creatures. Pleased with the potency of his shadow binding ability, Shen Yi used teleportation to return to the safety of the rooftop, He then consumed another ability fruit. With the fruit now in his belly, Shen Yi felt a warm sensation enveloping his internal organs and limbs. As if he were soaking in a hot spring, he sensed that his physical strength had seemingly increased somewhat. This comforting sensation reminded him of the first time he consumed the body evolution fruit. Shen Yi murmured softly. He opened his panel to check the results. To his surprise, no new abilities were added. Host, Shen Yi age, 20 combat power, 45, excluding any external enhancements, unlocked resources. Schweischer's mineral water, freshly baked roast chicken. Type 54 pistol, grade A5 steak, ability fruit, telepathy, deluxe self-heating hot pot, acquired abilities. Body evolution LV1. Teleportation LV1. Telepathy LV7. Shadow, binding LV1 body evolution. LV1 your body has undergone an evolution for some unknown reason, resulting in substantial enhancements in your strength, speed, endurance, and overall health. Teleportation LV1, you can instantly move a distance of 20 meters. As teleportation is a spatial skill, you can disregard any terrain and ignore any control or binding skills during the move, as long as your stamina allows. You can execute teleportation consecutively without limitation. Telepathy LV7, you can perceive all hostility and goodwill within a radius of 1,000 meters, and you can visualize all scenes within this range without the use of your eyes, unaffected by any obstacles. Shadow binding LV1, within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them, as long as the target shadow is under your control. They are rendered incapable of any actions. The stronger the target, the more stamina you expend. Conversely, the weaker the target, the less stamina you consume, and new abilities emerged. However, Shen Yi felt a significant increase in his strength, indicating that the second ability fruit he consumed was indeed the body evolution fruit he had long sought after. It felt somewhat wasteful, for had he given this fruit to his younger sister, it would have resolved her stamina issues. Although consuming it himself proved effective, increasing his stamina by nearly 1/10, allowing him to utilize teleportation and other abilities several more times. Upgrading body evolution to level 2 would require at least 8 or 9 similar fruits. Thus, he felt a tinge of regret. Primarily, prior to consuming it, Shen Yi had no way of discerning the fruit's abilities, leaving him unable to set it aside intentionally. Nevertheless, overall, the outcome was favorable. Shen Yi's combat power surged by a remarkable 15 points. Satisfied with the day's gains, he activated his telepathy, seeking any potential ability fruits along his path while heading home. That he deliberately chose a route he had not traversed before, hoping to find some ability fruits along the way. However, after several kilometers without encountering any, he spotted a squad of soldiers resting indoors. Indeed, they were soldiers, a group of over 10 individuals clad in dark military uniforms, armed with rifles and submachine guns, along with sidearms and grenades at their waists. This was undoubtedly an elite unit. Although few in number, their firepower was astonishingly formidable. In addition to the soldiers, Shen Yi noticed several elderly men, along with a few young people and women. These non-combatants were being protected by the soldiers, suggesting they were of significant importance. Where had these soldiers come from? Was it not said that there were no rescue teams? Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, curiously observing. Given the nearly kilometer distance and his concealment in the shadows, it was improbable that they would detect him. Alas, while telepathy allowed him to see the surroundings, it could not enable him to overhear their conversations. Watching the individuals engaged in discussion, Shen Yi sensed that the elders held considerable significance. Otherwise, in a city on the brink of collapse, how would a fully armed squad of soldiers be tasked with their protection? Something was amiss. After observing for a while, noting the dwindling daylight, he decided to depart. This squad appeared poised to spend the night there, intending to reassess their situation come morning. The reason for his return was twofold. Firstly, his curiosity about their identities and motives. And secondly, among them was a woman in a white lab coat, wearing glasses, whose presence triggered a system alert. Ding! A goddess meeting the system's criteria detected, commencing detailed information scan. Name: Lin Jue. Age: 31. Appearance: 91 points. Physique: 92 points. Inner qualities: 100 points. Pure and emotionally reserved. Total score: 93 points. Evaluation: Acceptance may unlock a random resource. At 31 years of age, she was remarkably pure. However, upon noting the additional remark regarding her emotional reserve, Shen Yi understood why her purity was emphasized. After surveying the vicinity and committing the location to memory, he departed. Meanwhile, the soldiers inside were preparing their defenses. An officer, appearing to be the commander, was conversing with several elderly individuals, his face flushed with frustration. Wang Lao, Zhou Lao, my orders are to ensure your safe evacuation from the mountain city. Nothing is more important than your safety. The middle-aged captain's expression was grave, conveying an air of finality. No, I refuse to leave. The valuable research materials and samples in the laboratory are of utmost importance. They are the result of countless lives sacrificed to preserve them. They must be brought out. Otherwise, I will not accompany you. Leave me here. I shall remain in the mountain city's laboratory, an obstinate elder protested angrily. Wang Lao, as long as you survive, the research can continue. But if you perish, all the materials will be of no use, Captain Zhao implored earnestly. You do not comprehend the significance of those research samples. Wang Lao stood his ground at that moment. Another elder spoke with a gentle demeanor. Captain Zhao, we understand your good intentions. Professor Wang is not angry with you. Rather, those research materials are genuinely critical. If we do not retrieve those materials and samples, saving us esteemed experts and professors would amount to nothing. That we need those samples. The nation requires them. They contain the genetic samples of the earliest mutated animals and plants from the mountain city, including the crucial genetic sample of the 001 mutated entity. Without retrieving these samples, we cannot continue our research. If the 001 mutated entity fully matures, it could annihilate the entire population of this mountain city. We cannot stand idly by while such a tragedy unfolds. This concerns the lives of millions. Listening to Zhou Lao's almost pleading words, Captain Zhao furrowed his brow. He had received a stringent order to ensure the scientists and viral genetic experts were evacuated. However, venturing into the research facility now would undoubtedly pose significant risks. Captain Zhao hesitated. How could he weigh the lives of millions against those of a mere dozen experts? In the past, he would have unhesitatingly chosen the former. Yet now, in this apocalyptic scenario, these experts, each a paragon in their respective fields, were evidently far more vital to humanity's future. We must return to the research facility. I shall accompany you to that moment. A voice, rational and devoid of emotional fluctuation, broke through. Everyone instinctively turned to the speaker. A knowledgeable woman in a white lab coat and glasses addressed them. But your safety, Captain Zhao hesitated. I say we must return. The tone of the woman was unequivocal. Dr. Lin, the orders I have received are to ensure your safety. Nothing else holds greater importance than your well-being. Captain Zhao also sought to intervene, wishing for the elder professors to lend their persuasive voices. After all, Dr. Lin is one of those explicitly mandated to be safely returned. To his surprise, the elder professors seemed to wholeheartedly agree with Dr. Lin's statements. Captain Zhao sensed a profound respect directed towards her, as though she were their student. Yet, how could this be? While Dr. Lin's credentials were commendable, they paled in comparison to those of the venerable professors, such as Wang Lao and Zhou Lao, both of whom enjoyed considerable acclaim worldwide. At this moment, however, these esteemed scholars were remarkably compliant, even the notoriously stubborn Wang Lao silently nodding in agreement. Captain Zhao could not help but recall the dire command he had received upon being assigned this task, emphasizing the critical importance of Dr. Lin Jiwei's safety and the necessity to protect her without resorting to any coercive measures. If the situation demanded, they could request aerial support. In essence, they had to ensure Dr. Lin's rescue. It appeared that Dr. Lin's identity was far from ordinary. Thus, under mounting pressure, Captain Zhao reluctantly agreed to make another trip to the Research Institute. However, he declined to bring all the experts and professors along, fearing that should they be overwhelmed, it would spell disaster not only for Xia country, but for all of humanity. Consequently, they split into two teams. One team, led by Captain Zhao, would head to the Research Institute to retrieve genetic samples and research data, while the other would remain behind to ensure the safety of the elder professors. Yet, Dr. Lin Jiwei insisted on accompanying them to the institute, and despite Captain Zhao's repeated attempts to dissuade her, they proved futile. This formidable Dr. Lin left Captain Zhao feeling exasperated, especially as the other elder professors stood firmly in her corner. The moment he uttered a word of refusal, it was as if the professors were ready to spring to her defense before she could respond. Indeed, I was not mistaken yesterday. That mutated black spider is indeed growing, having increased in size once again today. Upon returning to the residential complex, Shen Yi instinctively focused his mental perception on the black spider perched on the 6th floor, discovering that its size had indeed escalated. Yesterday, he had entertained the notion that he might have been mistaken, but it was evidently not the case. The mutated black spider was growing at an alarming rate, expanding significantly within just a day. The speed of its growth was utterly terrifying. Was it due to incessant feeding, or was it a result of its mutation? Shen Yi furrowed his brow, realizing he needed to devise a plan to address this menace swiftly. Otherwise, allowing the spider to continue its growth could genuinely threaten his safety. Retracting his gaze, Shen Yi utilized his teleportation ability to head to Building 13, where he checked on his grandmother and younger sister, leaving behind some food and water. Afterward, he returned to the 6th floor, first visiting room 1501 to change Chu Xiaoxiao's bandages and apply medication. He had procured a substantial amount of medical supplies from the hospital, including those for treating external injuries. While changing the dressings, Shen Yi casually inquired if Chu Xiaoxiao knew any other residents in the building. However, she mentioned that she had only recently moved in and spent most of her time at home live streaming. Thus, she did not know her neighbors, not even the name of the one next door. With that, Shen Yi decided to refrain from further questioning and teleported back home. "Darling, you're back." The women in the living room greeted Shen Yi's sudden appearance with enthusiastic warmth, no longer surprised as they had been before. Their eagerness today surpassed their usual demeanor, for Shen Yi had bestowed superpowers upon Su Wanting. They all yearned for similar abilities, leading them to go to great lengths to please him. This was precisely what Shen Yi hoped to witness. However, after a long day outside, he felt a bit fatigued and intended to retire for the night, knowing he needed to rise early to meet with the soldiers. If he could procure the submachine guns and grenades from them, perhaps he could deal with the mutated black spider effectively. Initially, Shen Yi had merely been curious about the soldiers' purpose, but after feeling the threat posed by the black spider once more, he began to contemplate acquiring their weaponry. Surely a grenade could breach the defenses of the mutated black spider, unlike a mere pistol. Lying on his bed, he pondered his plans for the following day when a knock on the door interrupted him. "Darling, are you asleep?" It was Jiang Nanyan's voice. "Not yet. Come in if you have something to discuss." Jiang Nanyan entered, deliberately closing the door behind her. "Darling, I have a friend who wishes to seek refuge." "Could you possibly take her in?" she inquired. "A woman?" Shen Yi furrowed his brow. "Yes, and she is quite beautiful, with an excellent figure." Jiang Nanyan emphasized her friend's appearance. Shen Yi's expression relaxed, realizing Jiang Nanyan's intentions were not born of altruism, but rather a desire to find companionship for herself. It appeared that since Su Wanting had acquired her powers, the other women were eager to follow suit. This was somewhat anticipated, considering Jiang Nanyan had initially compromised her teacher to win his favor. This healthy competition among his harem was, in fact, beneficial for Shen Yi. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "But I sent the internet down right now. How can you still contact your friend?" "I'd spoken with her previously and know her current location." Jiang Nanyan replied. She was reluctant to risk going to retrieve her friend, but felt a twinge of jealousy knowing Su Wanting had gained powers. "Darling, I could drive to fetch her. It should be fine," Jiang Nanyan added. Shen Yi pondered for a moment. Allowing Jiang Nanyan to go retrieve her friend seemed risky. He was uncertain whether the supplies unlocked upon a woman's death would cease, so he was hesitant to let her take such a chance. The outside world was becoming increasingly perilous, and even Shen Yi had to remain vigilant, keeping his perception active. Moreover, as a married couple, there was no need to put Jiang Nanyan in harm's way unnecessarily. He would prefer not to lose any woman who had not betrayed him, regardless of her perceived value. After all, he could easily provide for them, and there was a semblance of emotional connection. Unfortunately, aside from his own women, Shen Yi had no subordinates he could command without concern for their loss. Wait a moment. Why couldn't he have such subordinates? It was entirely feasible. Even ordinary individuals managed to gather a host of followers to serve them. With just a small amount of resources, he could shelter numerous individuals to work and fight for him. Moreover, he had no shortage of supplies. The food and water in his warehouse amounted to several 100,000 portions. The more he considered it, the more sense it made. Furthermore, with his newfound ability to perceive hostility, he could easily eliminate any subordinate who harbored ill intentions. Without the fear of betrayal, he could recruit individuals to assist him without hesitation. Couldn't he possibly handle everything himself? Could he? Such subordinates, even if they perished, would not weigh heavily on his conscience, as their relationship would be purely transactional. I provide you with food and water. You serve me. With this thought in mind, Shen Yi turned to Jiang Nanyan and said, I have been contemplating establishing a shelter to accommodate survivors. Given the current circumstances, national aid is unlikely to arrive, and we could take in a portion of survivors, particularly female ones, to assist us. Indeed, creating a shelter had the added advantage of attracting female survivors. This would save him the effort of seeking out women who met the system's criteria individually, which would be far too slow. If he had a shelter where everyone worked for him, collectively seeking out women who fit the system standards, the process would accelerate significantly. A streamlined operation would undoubtedly be more efficient than one person working alone. Darling, if you've made a decision, I can begin preparations tomorrow, Jiang Nanyan responded eagerly. She was keen to contribute to Shen Yi's efforts, hoping to earn the rewards associated with his powers. Yes, start preparations tomorrow. First, gather information on the residents of this complex. We will establish the shelter here, Shen Yi instructed. Shen Yi remarked, this neighborhood has ample housing, and all of it comprises spacious flats with expansive views, making it quite suitable as a base. However, we must first deal with that mutated black spider. With this thought in mind, Shen Yi retrieved several extraordinary fruit from a system space. Consuming these would grant him special abilities. He presented the fruits and stated, when Jiang Nanyan undertakes a task, it is only fitting to provide her with a reward. Additionally, considering Jiang Nanyan's prior deception of Bicini, it is reasonable to offer her a few more fruits as compensation. For those who have already acquired abilities, consuming additional fruits has limited benefits, as true transformation occurs only with each upgrade. Thank you, darling, Jiang Nanyan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly accepted the 5 extraordinary fruits. She was pleasantly surprised that her husband had gifted her so many, for more than Su wanting. Indeed, it seemed that collecting women for her husband brought him joy, believing she had discovered the secret. Jiang Nanyan resolved to diligently establish the shelter. She planned to accommodate more female survivors and select the most attractive ones for her husband, thus earning more rewards. With this determination, she swiftly consumed the extraordinary fruits. Instantly, a cool sensation coursed through her body, akin to a delightful electric shock. Was this the feeling of gaining extraordinary abilities? Following this, Shen Yi instructed Jiang Nanyan on how to wield her newfound powers, explaining that abilities could be upgraded. For instance, having consumed 5 extraordinary fruits, if she were to consume about 5 more, her ability level would increase, thereby enhancing her powers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanyan displayed a look of astonishment. No wonder she felt a slight increase in her abilities with each fruit. Albeit subtly, it turned out that upgrading was essential. This realization solidified her resolve to work diligently. Only through hard work could she acquire more extraordinary fruits and elevate her ability level. As long as her ability level surpassed that of Su Wanting and the other women, she would wield the most influence. Moreover, a higher ability level would signify greater value to Shen Yi, ensuring he would not abandon her. With such thoughts, Jiang Nanyan had established a clear objective. The priority was not merely to acquire abilities, but to attain a higher level of power. After all, as Shen Yi had stated, the effects would double with each level gained, that a level 2 ability would far surpass a level 1. Seeing Jiang Nanyan's eager expression, Shen Yi felt satisfied, WY continuing to dangle the prospect of ability upgrades. He motivated the women to strive for success, consequently ensuring he would receive better service. After all, mind reading was not a combat ability. Even if all of his women reached levels 7 or 8, it would pose no threat to him. In fact, it could assist him. For instance, during survivor recruitment, mind reading would help identify individuals with hostile intentions or ill will. Ultimately, as long as Jiang Nanyin committed herself to her tasks, Shen Yi intended to make her the first person, aside from himself, to reach level 2 abilities. Jiang Nanyin's reliability and her current loyalty, comparable to Su Wanning's, made her worthy of his investment. My husband. I will serve you, Jiang Nanyin said, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she slowly unfastened her pink nightgown. Shen Yi initially intended to decline, but upon glimpsing the purple beneath her gown, he fell silent. Purple held a certain allure. It was only human nature. Tonight was destined to be devoid of a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Luya found herself in distress. Her mind was a tumult of thoughts, leading to another sleepless night. Shen Yi, why did he not seek me again tonight? Does he truly find me so repugnant? Although she recognized that her appearance could not compare to Shen Yi's other women, she refused to accept that she was ugly. From middle school to university, she had garnered her fair share of admirers. Were she not so focused on her studies, Luya believed she could easily attract numerous handsome boyfriends. She was certainly not unattractive. Indeed, she considered herself quite beautiful. Yet, the women surrounding Shen Yi were all goddesses in their own right, making her feel somewhat inferior. The primary reason for her predicament was that sleeping with Luya did not unlock any resources, leading Shen Yi to lose interest. Otherwise, he would have pursued her long ago. The reason he retained Luya was that he had contemplated establishing a shelter and believed he might need someone to handle the menial tasks, thus keeping her around. After all, he couldn't manage everything personally. The following day, after waking, Shen Yi shared his thoughts on establishing a shelter over breakfast with the women. This idea garnered unanimous support. Ever since joining Shen Yi, they had enjoyed worry-free meals and safety, spending their days in a monotonous cycle of eating and sleeping, leaving them eager for engagement. Moreover, establishing a shelter would allow them to mobilize its personnel to search for their families. As for asking Shen Yi to help find their families, none of the women considered it. They feared that displeasing him would lead to dire consequences, in addition to their desire to locate family members. The women were also motivated by the news of Jiang Nanyin receiving 5 extraordinary fruits and the revelation that abilities could be upgraded. Consequently, their enthusiasm was ignited. They too wished to work diligently to earn extraordinary fruits. Regarding how many individuals the shelter should accommodate, as well as matters of food and lodging, I want you to devise a reasonable plan and present it to me, Shen Yi instructed. He had no desire to concern himself with such trivialities, particularly since he lacked expertise in management. In contrast, Jiang Nanyin, whose family operated a company, likely possessed relevant experience, certainly more than he did. He believed in delegating professional matters to those with expertise, allowing him to take a hands-off approach. Ultimately, the final decision rested with him. If he was dissatisfied, he could simply veto any proposals. After delegating the arrangements, Shen Yi left home. Before departing, he left 5 firearms with Su Yun, entrusting her with their management and distribution. Since a shelter was to be established, it was essential for his women to be armed. Otherwise, they would be helpless against any ill-intentioned individuals. Rest assured, my husband, I will ensure the safety of our home. Su Yun replied earnestly. Although she still felt uneasy about Shen Yi's harem, her loyalty to him remained unwavering. Shen Yi had complete faith in her, even rewarding her with an extraordinary fruit, since the extraordinary fruit was unlocked from Su Yun. Rewarding her was not unfair to the other women. Moreover, Shen Yi was unconcerned with fairness. He would bestow rewards upon whomever he chose. If any woman harbored resentment over such matters, she would deserve her fate. Upon leaving home, Shen Yi first visited room 1501 to change the bandages of the two-dimensional streamer, Chu Xiao Xiao. After several days of care, her wounds had begun to heal. It seemed she could engage in some light activity now. Given the time he had invested, it was time to reap the rewards. Don't retire too early tonight. I will come for you. Remember to clean up nicely, Shen Yi instructed Chu Xiao Xiao after changing her dressings. He left behind several bottles of mineral water and some food before utilizing his teleportation ability to depart. He still needed to locate the soldiers he had seen the previous day. Otherwise, it would be challenging to acquire high-damage weapons like grenades once the soldiers left. Yes, for Chu Xiao. He intended to allow her to recuperate for one more day, after which he would reclaim his investment. Were it not for his own lack of worry regarding food and resources, he would have already plunged in a battle, indifferent to whether Chu Xiao would be injured. However, he had not yet reached a state of desperation. So he maintained his principles. What does it mean that you will come find me tonight? Chu Xiao murmured to herself while lying on the sofa, seemingly oblivious, yet her adorable face gradually flushed. She understood Shen Yi's intentions perfectly. Finally, they were poised to take that next step. For the past couple of days, Chu Xiao had been in a state of anxious anticipation. She felt excitement, yet also fear and concern. What if her Prince Charming abandoned her after they crossed that final threshold? Given his kindness, he surely wouldn't turn out to be a heartless man, would he? However, no matter how one might imagine, she seemingly possesses neither a reason nor the strength to refuse. Alas, the situation has reached this point. It is best to cleanse one's self first. Chu Xiao gazed at the numerous bottles of mineral water left by her Prince Charming, sufficient for her to thoroughly wash her body. Shen Yi, recalling his memory, swiftly arrived at the location where yesterday's soldiers had taken shelter. While consuming the fruit of his extraordinary abilities, he covertly observed and pondered how to acquire grenades and submachine guns. Killing and looting, that seemed rather precarious. Although he possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, allowing him to launch a surprise attack and potentially eliminate a few soldiers, the opposing force comprised more than 10 individuals. Should they all possess combat experience, he could very well meet his demise. The risk did not justify the reward. Thus Shen decisively abandoned this reckless notion. It appeared that a trade was the only viable option, exchanging food and water for submachine guns and grenades. Provided that these soldiers were in need of sustenance, they would undoubtedly be inclined to barter. Nonetheless, even an exchange bore its own risks. What if these soldiers, upon noticing his ample supplies, decided to rob him? In the apocalypse, soldiers are not necessarily trustworthy. Shen Yi found the situation rather tricky. If only a monster would eliminate them all, he could reap the benefits. He thought thus, yet upon searching the vicinity, he found no particularly vicious mutated creatures within a kilometer. Were they about to depart? Just as Shen Yi was silently contemplating his plan, he suddenly noticed 7 or 8 soldiers, accompanied by 2 men and a woman in white lab coats, preparing to leave the building. Splitting up? Although he did not understand the soldiers' intentions, Shen Yi recognized this as his opportunity. He consumed another fruit, hesitated for a moment, and chose to follow the departing soldiers. Firstly, he wished to discern their purpose and perhaps find an opportunity to procure their weapons. Secondly, he had spotted the intellectual mature woman who had triggered the system prompt among this group of soldiers. If fortune smiled upon him, he might seize both weapons and individuals. Your telepathy has upgraded to LV8. Telepathy. LV8, you can sense all hostility and goodwill within a radius of 3,000 meters and perceive your surroundings without relying on sight, unaffected by any obstacles. Finally, an upgrade. Just as Shen Yi finished consuming a fruit, the system prompt echoed in his ears. The higher the level of extraordinary abilities, the more challenging it became to upgrade. From level 7 to 8, he felt as though he had devoured 200 or 300 fruits, perhaps even more. Were he an ordinary person, he might never find so many extraordinary fruits in a lifetime. Thus, Shen Yi felt a genuine curiosity about whether other ability users could also upgrade their powers or if alternative methods existed. Level 8, with a 3-kilometer field of vision. How delightful. Shen Yi sensed the expansion, his sight doubling in range. However, there was a downside. If he wished to observe targets at the greatest distance, it would slightly increase his energy expenditure. Yet this was not a significant concern, as his current stamina was ample for the task. As long as he refrained from extravagantly utilizing instantaneous movement for travel, even with his telepathy active, he could recover his energy. The direction they were heading. Wait, the city center? Shen Yi's brow furrowed suddenly. Through his god's eye perspective, he discovered that this group of soldiers was indeed advancing toward the city center. The city center. Shen Yi recalled that Su Yun had mentioned a terrifying mutated tree located there, one that seemed to possess intelligence. Shen Yi had no desire to encounter it present. His strength was insufficient. He decided to follow at a distance. if they truly sought trouble with that tree. He would observe from afar and retreat should the situation turn dire. With his 3-kilometer field of vision, he could maintain a significant safety distance without concern for being implicated. Thus, he trailed the soldiers for 7 or 8 kilometers while keeping within the limits of his telepathy. The soldiers exhibited formidable combat prowess, dispatching any mutated creatures they encountered with ease. Moreover, they collected the corpses of certain mutated animals, though it was unclear whether they intended to consume them or for some other purpose. Shen Yi observed their every action as though watching a film, until the soldiers arrived at the entrance of a viral research facility. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. So, those clad in white lab coats were not doctors, but researchers of viruses? No wonder so many heavily armed soldiers were providing protection. Shen Yi realized that this group of soldiers was anything but ordinary. Their reflexes and reaction speeds were exceptional. They were likely elite troops. Perhaps Special Forces. It was fortunate he had not recklessly attempted to ambush them earlier, for that could have led to disaster. However, what was the nature of this research facility? Why were there so many mutated animals and plants? Had they been studying these mutated entities since the onset of the apocalypse? Shen Yi merely cast a cursory glance and noted the presence of numerous mutated creatures and plants, along with the dismembered bodies of researchers and security personnel. It became evident that once the soldiers entered, they would soon face an assault from the mutated flora and fauna, although they should be able to handle it initially with their weapons and equipment. Prolonged engagement would undoubtedly lead to catastrophe. Through his X-ray vision, Shen Yi spotted a robust, 5 to 6 meter tall, mutated green dog lying in a chamber beneath the research facility. Indeed, it was a green dog. Its fur resembled leaves, so much so that one might mistake it for a creature adorned with foliage if not observed closely. Something was amiss. This mutated dog was far from ordinary. Other mutated animals might have merely grown larger or more ferocious. But this creature had altered both its fur and appearance. Moreover, its size was astonishing. Just as Shen Yi prepared to scrutinize it further, the mutated green dog suddenly opened its eyes. Its irises were green. It seemed to sense something, scanning its surroundings and emitting a menacing sound. Shen Yi's heart raced. Could it be? Was this mutated green dog capable of detecting his presence from several kilometers away? If so, it was exceedingly perilous. Meanwhile, the soldiers had already entered the research facility. They engaged in combat with mutated plants and animals, swiftly making their way to the elevator, descending into the depths. Their objective appeared to be this mutated green dog. Thanks to the facility's independent power supply system, it remained operational even amid a city-wide blackout. All the lights were glowing normally, and the elevator functioned without issue this moment. Within one of the elevators, Lin Jue, who had been taciturn throughout the journey, suddenly addressed the soldiers. "Stow your weapons." Her tone remained authoritative. The soldiers were taken aback, instinctively frowning in such a perilous environment. To suggest disarming was tantamount to courting death. Even Captain Zhao, who had been cooperative throughout, was hesitant to heed Lin Jue's command, for this involved the safety of all. Disarming would delay their reactions in the face of danger, and in most situations, a matter of mere seconds could determine life or death. Thus, Captain Zhao spoke to the soldiers. "Everyone focus! Don't let your guards down. There could be something crucial in the underground lab." Understood, the soldiers complied. Their discomfort slightly alleviated. They could exercise caution to avoid accidental discharges, but disarming was out of the question. Without their weapons, they would lack a sense of security. "Dr. Lin, you can trust my men. There won't be any accidental discharges," Captain Zhao explained to Lin Jue. Since Lin Jue had remained silent, he suspected that there might be some precious genetic samples in the underground laboratory, which warranted the need to lower their weapons to avoid any accidental damage. However, Captain Zhao had faith in his soldiers. They were all professionally trained and would not inadvertently discharge their firearms in such a situation. His approach was one of moderation, neither fully aligning with his soldiers nor with Lin Jue. "No, I'm not concerned about the genetic samples." Lin Jue adjusted her glasses and addressed the soldiers with an emotionless tone. "I am worried about you." The soldiers were taken aback, confusion etched across their faces. "Concern about us, fully armed?" Some even felt inclined to chuckle. If it weren't for the insufficient ammunition, they could easily overpower this virus research facility. Who could withstand a barrage from rifles or the explosion of grenades? Their caution stemmed primarily from a lack of firepower, not from fear. At that moment, the elevator came to a halt on the third underground floor, and the doors opened. A long corridor stretched out before them. Lofty and wide, illuminated by glaring white lights, the soldiers instantly raised their weapons, scanning their surroundings. Blood of a dark crimson hue splattered across the walls, and numerous drag marks stained the floor, yet no corpses or mutated monsters were in sight. All soldiers heightened their vigilance. Such a scenario often indicated a high level of danger. 2 soldiers stepped out of the elevator first to investigate. Before they could report back, Lin Jiwei followed closely behind. As composed as ever, she seemed to have everything under control. Dr. Lin. Captain Zhao's expression shifted, and he hurried after her. Lin Jiwei said nothing, instead striding towards the laboratory at the end of the corridor. The soldiers had no choice but to follow suit. Captain Zhao's countenance darkened. Dr. Lin was being reckless. She completely disregarded their arrangements. If a mutated animal were to appear, they would not have time to rescue her. Upon reaching the laboratory door, Lin Jiwei stood before the coded entrance and turned to the soldiers behind her, reiterating, "Put your weapons away. Do not display hostility, or I cannot guarantee your safety." Her words were few but carried significant weight. However, to the soldiers, they sounded unappealing. Put away their weapons and show no hostility to ensure safety. Apologies, but they only trusted the guns in their hands. Not a single soldier heeded her request. "Captain Zhao, please instruct them to lower their weapons. It is truly dangerous. Inside is a formidable mutated creature. Regular weapons cannot harm it, and may even provoke it," a male researcher in a white lab coat urged anxiously. "Dr. Lin is merely reserved in her speech. She means well for us," another male researcher added. They understood Lin Jiwei's character and recognized her brilliance. Despite her youth and gender, she was a genius highly respected even by older professors. When they first arrived at the research facility, they too had underestimated her due to her being a woman, and they paid a hefty price for that mistake. Hearing the 2 researchers, Captain Zhao furrowed his brow. Like his soldiers, he found solace in the safety provided by their firearms. Yet he did not wish to provoke Dr. Lin's displeasure. So he ordered his soldiers to lower their weapons, stating that they must not fire unless absolutely necessary. Though they did not directly put their guns away, it was a concession to Dr. Lin's authority. That should suffice. Lin Jiwei, however, paid no heed to Captain Zhao's subtle concerns. After reiterating her warning, she began entering the password and proceeded with the facial recognition and iris scanning to unlock the laboratory door. As for what was to come, she had already given her warning. With a crisp click, the heavy laboratory door slowly creaked open, releasing a foul odor that made everyone instinctively frown and heighten their alertness. Woof! Suddenly, a deep, resonant bark echoed from within the laboratory. The sound was jarring, causing the soldiers to instinctively raise their weapons in readiness for combat. Lin Jiwei's brow furrowed. Something is amiss. How could it awaken? This door had not been opened, and no one had entered. She murmured to herself, swiftly closing the door she had just opened and turning to the group. "You must leave. Get out of here." Everyone was taken aback, confusion reigning. "Dr. Lin, what is wrong?" "The specimen is compromised. Only I can handle it from here. You all need to evacuate the laboratory immediately." For the first time, urgency laced her voice. Yet, Captain Zhao tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze fixed on the laboratory door. Unwilling to retreat, that he intended to cover Dr. Lin and the 2 researchers as they withdrew to Dr. Lin. "You cannot take risks. You must lead the 2 researchers to safety," he commanded, maintaining his position. "The rest of you, prepare for combat." Captain Zhao stood resolutely before Lin Jiwei, issuing commands with calm authority. The soldiers readied their weapons, eyes glued to the now-closed door. Meanwhile, within the laboratory, intense panting reverberated, followed by a tremor that seemed to shake the entire room. Something was stirring and moving toward the entrance. The soldiers' expressions turned grave. This disturbance likely signaled an extraordinary mutated creature. Bang! Suddenly, the heavy iron door of the laboratory was struck with tremendous force, warping upon impact. The soldiers' pupils dilated in shock. How could such a thick door be deformed so easily? What kind of power was this? With 2 more heavy blows, the iron door appeared on the verge of collapse. The The soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, tension rising as they braced themselves. What kind of monster possessed such terrifying strength? And what purpose did this iron door serve, failing to contain the creature? Bang! Another crushing blow. The iron door buckled under the pressure and flew open. In an instant, a massive green creature emerged before them. Open fire! Without a moment's hesitation, Captain Zhao shouted his command, simultaneously squeezing the trigger of his submachine gun. Lin Jue, positioned behind him, attempted to speak, but it was too late. Countless bullets swiftly found their mark in the green beast. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets from the submachine guns and assault rifles poured forth at a rate of 20 to 30 rounds per second, a relentless barrage that tore into the creature's body. Blood erupted from its form, splattering onto the walls and floor. The bullets could indeed harm it. Instantly, the soldiers' spirits soared, hope igniting in their eyes. If their guns could injure this monster, it could be killed. A creature that could be slain held no terror. The soldiers swiftly divided into two groups, crossfire maintaining an unbroken stream of fire. They expertly reloaded while steadily advancing, seeking to either drive the creature back into the laboratory or eliminate it on the spot. Simultaneously, as gunfire erupted, sounds of struggle emanated from the laboratories flanking the corridor, as if something was attempting to break free. Startled by the commotion, Dr. Lin, "You all need to leave," Captain Zhao shouted, firing as he glanced back. However, he saw an expression of complex emotions on Lin Jiwei's face: surprise, confusion, and even a hint of exhilaration. This was the first time Captain Zhao had witnessed such a rich display of feelings on Lin Jiwei's usually composed visage, one that seemed to command control over every situation. Seeing the enormous creature, how could she exhibit such emotions? Before Captain Zhao could ponder further, a piercing scream suddenly pierced the air as he whipped around, his pupils narrowing in alarm. The massive green creature charged through the hail of bullets, swatting aside the two soldiers at the forefront with a single swipe, blood instantly staining the ground. The other soldiers were equally taken aback by the scene before them, their firearms momentarily faltering in their grip, as so many bullets had been unleashed into this monstrous being, and yet it still had the audacity to retaliate. Even more terrifying was the fact that its speed seemed to have increased since their last encounter. At that moment, the creature's green eyes glowed a sinister crimson, as if it had succumbed to a frenzied thirst for blood, attacking anyone in sight without the slightest hint of mercy. "Everyone, retreat immediately," Captain Zhao commanded, his fury ignited upon witnessing his soldiers being slaughtered. Without delay, he swiftly retrieved a grenade from his waist, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. The surviving soldiers and researchers, upon hearing the order, promptly turned and sprinted towards the elevator, their footsteps echoing down the corridor. Seizing the opportunity, Captain Zhao pulled the pin from the grenade and hurled it towards the green monstrosity before turning to flee. With a deafening roar, the explosion erupted, shaking the entire laboratory violently. The corridor was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust. Several lights shattered, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The grenade's power exceeded even that depicted in films. Could it be specially manufactured? From a distance outside the research facility, Shen Yi bore witness to the spectacle, his expression one of astonishment. The force of that explosion was extraordinarily potent. If only he had such grenades, he could easily eliminate the mutated black spider. How could this mutated green dog still be alive? How is that even possible? Shen Yi furrowed his brow, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Due to the damaged lighting and the pervasive dust, he could not discern the precise state of the mutated green dog. Yet he could vaguely perceive a dark mass within the dust, emanating an intense aura of hostility. Such a palpable animosity could only belong to the mutated green dog. Only living beings could exude such a presence. Yet, after enduring such an explosion, it remained alive. Shen Yi was utterly incredulous. First came the relentless barrage of submachine guns and rifles, followed by the grenade's devastating blast. How on earth could it still be alive? What kind of extraordinary vitality was this? If such mutated creatures were rampant across the globe, it would certainly explain why the nation was unable to provide assistance in such a short time. Finding a concealed spot, Shen Yi continued to observe silently, eager to see just how resilient this mutated green dog truly was. Meanwhile, Back on the ground floor, Captain Zhao clenched his fists, his expression darkening ominously. Although the mutated green dog had been obliterated, his squad had suffered the loss of 4 brave brothers. The remaining soldiers shared a profound sorrow, their eyes filled with anger and resentment. Their gazes towards Lin Jue and the 2 other researchers grew complex, tinged with a hint of reproach. Had they not insisted on returning to take such risks, perhaps the sacrifices would not have been so great. Logically speaking, as soldiers, sacrifice was inevitable. Yet emotionally, they found it hard to accept. Dr. Lin, we have collected all the other data, but it seems the information from the underground is unattainable. Can we leave now? Captain Zhao inquired, striving to suppress his emotions and speak as calmly as possible. You may go back, Lin Jue replied, her gaze fixed on her notebook as she swiftly jotted down notes. Her tone is tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. In that instant, Captain Zhao nearly lost his composure. What did she mean by you may go back? To protect her, they had sacrificed so many lives, and yet she refused to leave. What was the purpose of their sacrifices? Dr. Lin, what do you mean by this? Captain Zhao could no longer restrain himself, his voice rising with suppressed fury. Lin Jue remained focused on her notebook, replying without looking up, my research has made significant progress. I need to refine it further. If I can complete it, I will be able to prove that my previous research direction was correct. Perhaps I can already prove it, as the creature has come back to life, retaining its formidable vitality. This represents a relatively benign evolution. Evolution? Captain Zhao was taken aback, as if he had grasped some crucial information. Could it be that the enormous mutated creature on the 3rd floor was a test subject? Was it this woman who had created that test subject? Captain Zhao, you should take the data back first. I will stay to assist Dr. Lin. If Dr. Lin's research direction is correct, then all of humanity will usher in a new era. One male researcher exclaimed passionately, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Captain Zhao gazed at the 3 scientists engrossed in their research, a whirlwind of emotions churning within him. They seemed to entirely overlook the recent tragedy, their focus solely on the so-called research progress. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Dr. Lin, we cannot gamble with your life. I hope you will come with us. The helicopter coming for us will arrive in a maximum of 5 hours. If we miss this flight, you may never have the chance to leave Shanxing again. Captain Zhao's tone grew heavy as he attempted to persuade her. Finally, Lin Jue lifted her head, her gaze calm and unperturbed. Science has never been a smooth journey. Death is certainly heart-wrenching, but if my research can bring sufficient value, then all the deaths would be worth it. Therefore, I will not leave Shanxing, and you need not waste time trying to persuade me. Rather than persuading me, it would be better to lead the others to leave as soon as possible. Captain Zhao fell silent. He glanced at the remaining soldiers and then back at Lin Jue and the 2 fervent researchers, ultimately gritting his teeth. Our mission is to protect you. Since you are unwilling to leave, we will not evacuate. We will stay to protect you, even if it means fighting to the death. However, Lin Jue paid no heed to Captain Zhao's righteous declaration. Remaining absorbed in her notebook, her expression shifting occasionally as she pondered something unknown, she resembled an emotionless automaton. Captain Zhao sighed silently, turning to direct the soldiers and fortifying their defenses. His emotions were in turmoil. On one hand, he understood the scientist's dedication. On the other, he could not accept such a nearly mad risk. Nevertheless, as he calmed down, he contemplated the words of the male researcher, feeling that they were somewhat unusual. What did it mean to usher all of humanity into a new era? Captain Zhao furrowed his brow. If that creature in the basement was indeed a creation of Lin Jue, what would that signify? Did it prove she possessed the capability to instigate chaos? Or did it demonstrate that she held the power to change the world? Noticing Captain Zhao's puzzled expression, another male researcher elaborated, the mutated creature you encountered on the 3rd floor is actually a husky. That is a dog. A husky. Captain Zhao and the other soldiers recalled that the creature had indeed emitted canine sounds. Yet its size and form bore no resemblance to a typical dog. Indeed, it was originally a pet dog of Dr. Lin's. But it underwent mutation following the apocalypse. The male researcher paused before continuing. Dr. Lin injected this mutated pet dog with a special gene extracted from the 001 gene sample, leading it to undergo a secondary mutation on top of its original mutation. No. It should be termed evolution. Thus, it evolved into the form you see now. However, it should have been in a dormant state, as the dosage of the sedative administered was 5 times the usual amount. But curiously, it seems to have awakened prematurely. The male researcher pondered aloud, his brow furrowing in confusion. Why did it awaken early? That defies logic. Could it be that a new mutation has rendered it immune to the sedative? Or perhaps someone disturbed it, but the laboratory door was locked. Who could have entered? Captain Zhao, having listened to the explanation, found his confusion deepening, yet he was more concerned with another matter. What did you mean earlier by if the research direction is correct? All of humanity will enter a new era? I am not entirely sure of the specific research details. Only Professor Wang, Professor Zhou, and Dr. Lin, who oversees this research, are privy to that information. However, I can assert that Dr. Lin's research has the potential to alter certain human genes, enabling humanity to gain strength, speed, and vitality comparable to that of mutated animals, the male researcher stated, his gaze shifting to Lin Jue, who was diligently recording data, his eyes filled with admiration and reverence. As though he were beholding a deity, if Dr. Lin truly succeeded, she would undoubtedly become the harbinger of humanity's fate. Captain Zhao and the surrounding soldiers were left utterly bewildered. Change human genes? Why is it that a mere experiment involving a mutated dog can lead to such conclusions? Can the genetic makeup of dogs truly be akin to that of humans? Yet, at the very least, they seem to comprehend the literal meaning. Should this research prove successful, the average individual would gain strength comparable to that of these mutated creatures. If that were indeed the case, it would herald an entirely new era for humanity. Instantly, the gazes of all the soldiers shifted towards Lin Jue, their eyes filled with awe for this extraordinary doctor. Just imagine if they too could possess the power and speed of these mutated beings. Combined with modern weaponry, then mutated flora and fauna would pose no threat whatsoever. Furthermore, if they could harness the formidable vitality of the mutated creature from the underground laboratory, capable of enduring gunfire without succumbing, they would be invincible. Superman would pale in comparison. Bang, bang. Suddenly, a violent knocking echoed from below, as if something was attempting to ascend from the depths. The soldiers paused, instinctively glancing towards the elevator. What is happening? Indeed, it was still alive. The genes of the 001 mutated specimen were capable of merging with living organisms. Lin Jue stood up abruptly, her eyes fixed on the elevator with fervor. Captain Zhao was momentarily stunned. But then he quickly grasped the situation. Dr. Lin, are you implying that the noise is coming from the mutated dog in the basement? His tone was laced with disbelief. How could it possibly still be alive after such an explosion? Even if it had survived, it could not retain such terrifying strength. Lin Jue closed her eyes, attuned to her surroundings, before slowly affirming, indeed, it is. Its injuries have largely healed. What a remarkable vitality. Lin Jue's expression bore no trace of fear or trepidation, only exhilaration. However, the faces of the other soldiers turned grim. The creature was not only alive but had also recovered. Did that mean they would have to start all over again to face such a monster? It would be disingenuous to claim they were not afraid. Yet, even in fear, the soldiers did not retreat. Dr. Lin, what should we do now? Captain Zhao hurriedly inquired for her guidance. Previously, he had relied solely on the weapons in his possession. However, after witnessing the battle in the underground laboratory, which had cost 4 soldiers their lives due to his misjudgment, he had come to recognize his errors. Professional matters should indeed be entrusted to professionals. You all leave the research facility. I will tame it alone, Lin Jue declared, offering no explanation, or rather, she was disinclined to elaborate, just as she had advised everyone to holster their weapons in the basement. She had only urged them a couple of times. If they chose not to heed her, then so be it. Dr. Lin, how do you intend to tame that creature? Captain Zhao asked, incredulity etched across his face. Lin Jue adjusted her glasses and calmly replied, it is my pet, but it has mutated. What if it no longer recognizes you? Then I shall meet the same fate as others, crushed to death. Lin Jue answered matter-of-factly. There was no fear of death in her eyes, only an almost frenzied desire. This, Captain Zhao hesitated. Even the doctor herself did not possess absolute certainty. The risk was far too great. If Dr. Lin were to perish, their endeavor would be a tremendous loss. Bang! Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from below. The mutated dog seemed to have reached the base of the elevator shaft. Lin Jue turned to the others and instructed, "Leave swiftly. You cannot assist me here and may instead provoke it into a frenzy." Captain Zhao fell silent for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and nodding. "Dr. Lin, we will wait for you outside the research facility. If anything arises, you must call for us at once." Lin Jue did not respond, but instead walked toward the elevator. Captain Zhao cast a lingering glance at her retreating figure before turning to command. "Fall back! Take them with you!" "Yes." The soldiers complied, forcibly escorting two unwilling male researchers away. That moment, a deafening roar erupted. The mutated green giant dog, driven by sheer force, had smashed through the elevator shaft, completely obliterating it and scattering debris everywhere. The group that had just exited the research facility could not help but wear expressions of concern upon hearing the tremendous noise. Huff, huff. The mutated giant dog emitted heavy, labored breaths, its body riddled with numerous wounds. Yet these injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, radiating an aura of menace. Despite limping, it advanced toward Lin Jue. One of its front legs had been blasted off, leaving mangled flesh, but fresh tissue could be discerned slowly regenerating. The mutated giant dog panted heavily before finally halting before Lin Jue, lowering its head to gaze at her. "Xiaoha." Lin Jue stood her ground, exhibiting not a trace of fear, nor did she retreat. She simply maintained silent eye contact with the giant dog. Moments later, the mutated giant dog slowly lifted its paw, poised to strike her down. Was it still not enough? Lin Jue sighed softly. In the next instant, that enormous paw, which was about to descend, abruptly halted mid-air, suspended above her head as if gripped by some invisible force. Was this a supernatural ability? Witnessing this scene through telepathy, Shen Yi pondered thoughtfully. It seemed this woman harbored significant secrets. Dare confront a mutated giant dog alone. She must possess considerable confidence, or so he thought. However, just as Shen Yi contemplated this, the mutated giant dog appeared to be provoked, snapping its jaws ferociously toward Lin Jue. Lin Jue's expression shifted. She realized that the dog was still in a state of rage. Did that mean she would have to detonate explosives to kill it? No, that won't do. This was the only successful experimental subject. It could not perish. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jue had made her decision. She would rather sacrifice herself than allow her experimental subject to die. For she saw in this specimen a glimmer of possibility. To put it bluntly, not for the nation, not for humanity, nor any grand cause. Lin Jue simply did not want her scientific achievement to vanish. The line between genius and madness is a thin one. This moment, Lin Jue was undeniably teetering on the brink of insanity. She abandoned the idea of detonating the explosives in the laboratory, forsaking the destruction of the mutated monster she had created. She closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. She believed unerringly in the direction of her research, even if the creature she had birthed lacked stable cognition. She felt no remorse for her actions. Given a chance to start over, she would still choose the same path. Furthermore, she would integrate several more genes into the mutated giant dog to enhance its evolution. Lin Jue waited for several seconds, only to find herself still alive. Prompting her to open her eyes, she beheld a massive canine head hovering above her. The dog's mouth was wide, seemingly poised to devour her. Yet it remained inexplicably frozen in mid-air, motionless. Lin Jue was momentarily taken aback, then glanced over to see a figure standing a dozen meters away, having appeared there unbeknownst to her to a man. Was this his doing? "Do you possess supernatural abilities as well?" Lin Jue adjusted her glasses, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she fixed her gaze upon Shen Yi. Though it was framed as a question, her tone conveyed absolute certainty. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. This woman seemed to possess something extraordinary. Having nearly been bitten to death, she exhibited no fear, instead maintaining a calm demeanor as she conversed with him. Lin Jue stepped closer to Shen Yi and inquired, "What is your ability? How are you able to control mutated animals? Aside from mutated creatures, can you also immobilize other entities? Vehicles, perhaps? Airplanes? Shen Yi was taken aback. He had never contemplated this question. He furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. I haven't tried, but it should be possible. He recalled the introduction to his ability, shadow binding, which could immobilize any two targets. However, it did not specify whether those targets were limited to living beings. Thus, as long as there was a shadow, could even an airplane be restrained? In light of this, the effectiveness of shadow binding was even more impressive than he had initially thought. Wait, what am I doing here? Why am I discussing my abilities with this woman? He suddenly realized he had been led astray. Shen Yi glanced at Lin Jiwei, whose face was alight with curiosity, and felt somewhat exasperated. This woman had an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Shen Yi, acutely aware of the rapid depletion of his physical strength, directly inquired, "Do you wish to live?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Jiwei did not respond with surprise. Instead, she retorted, "What price must I pay?" Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, impressed by her intelligence, that a woman of remarkable acumen. Indeed, a true researcher with a keen understanding that there is no such thing as a free lunch. He replied candidly, "Your body I asked that all." Lin Jiwei frowned, seemingly unimpressed by such a modest cost. "And your loyalty? Do not betray me. If you wish to leave, you may inform me, and I will not force you to stay. However, should you choose treachery, I will not hesitate to end your life." Shen Yi continued. "Very well. I can agree to your terms. I assure you, I will never betray you and will provide all the assistance I can. Nevertheless, I hope you will also acquiesce to two conditions of my own." Lin Jiwei consented almost without hesitation, which took Shen Yi by surprise. This woman did not seem to be one who feared death. Why would she barter her life for her own body? Yet, he had no time for further contemplation, as employing shadow binding on the mutated giant dog consumed considerable stamina, and he could not afford to waste too much time. "What are your conditions?" Shen Yi inquired. If her demands pertained to basic sustenance, he could easily comply. However, should they be excessively burdensome, he would simply release the mutated giant dog. "Firstly, I have never engaged in such activities and have no interest in them. Therefore, I propose once a month. I do not wish to squander my time on such matters." Lin Jiwei articulated her request. Agreed. This condition posed no reason for Shen Yi to refuse. He thought nothing of an arrangement of once a month. Once the rewards were unlocked, he could forego any further engagements. After all, he had numerous women and was not in need of Lin Jiwei. Moreover, he was already aware through system prompts that Lin Jiwei was frigid, which he could comprehend. "Secondly, I wish to study your genes and continue my own research and experiments. You cannot obstruct me, and at critical moments, I hope you will provide me with assistance," Lin Jiwei added, quickly supplementing, "As compensation, you'll have the first right of knowledge and usage of all genetic serums I develop. Without your consent, I will not disclose them to anyone that I in essence, as long as you provide me with research samples. My personnel and research outcomes will belong to you." Shen Yi pondered this for a moment and deemed the condition reasonable, thus granting his agreement. His motivation for rescuing Lin Jiwei stemmed partly from unlocking resources and partly from his intrigue regarding her genetic research. Shen Yi intended to establish a sanctuary, and naturally, he sought to recruit talented individuals in the realm of scientific inquiry. Yet he remained uncertain if this woman possessed the requisite capabilities. Unbeknownst to Shen Yi, the very mutated giant dog before him was a product of Lin Jiwei's work. Otherwise, he would not have harbored such doubts. Indeed, he would never have consented to support Lin Jiwei's genetic research had he known. What if a monster emerged from his own home? That would be catastrophic. It could only be said that the limitations of telepathy rendered his information insufficiently transparent. He had assumed Lin Jiwei was merely a naive researcher, perhaps somewhat clever. Yet, she was not only intelligent but also quite mad. "Shall we depart?" Shen Yi suggested, preparing to utilize teleportation to leave. He had no desire to encounter the soldiers outside. He asked for why he believed Lin Jiwei's words to be genuine. It was simply because he had sensed no hostility from her aura through his telepathy. This indicated that, although she was astute, she harbored no ulterior motives. Otherwise, Shen Yi would not have squandered so much stamina and time. "Wait, I need to retrieve some documents first," Lin Jiwei stated, turning to collect files from the table. If she could avoid death, she certainly wished to do so. The reason she had not fled earlier was purely because escape was impossible under the watchful gaze of the mutated giant dog. Additionally, her agreement to trade with Shen Yi stemmed from her fascination with his abilities and physique. Lin Jue observed that this man possessed an immense strength unlike any ordinary human, surpassing even that of elite soldiers. He was an exceedingly valuable specimen for research. Very well. How shall we leave? Lin Jue asked, approaching Shen Yi with an armful of documents and a notebook. She was keen to learn how Shen Yi intended to evade the soldiers outside and escort her away. If he lacked such abilities, she could allow the soldiers to subdue him and conduct thorough research on him. Instead of immediately teleporting, Shen Yi suddenly posed a question. Why aren't you fleeing now? Or summoning the soldiers outside for your rescue? You wouldn't allow me to escape. Lin Jue replied quietly, locking eyes with Shen Yi as she spoke without a hint of emotion, had I not agreed to your terms. You might have killed me outright or released the dog to do so. I'm glad you understand. Do not entertain any ulterior motives, Shen Yi replied with a faint smile. She was indeed a clever woman, prompting him to be equally forthright. You must either comply or face death. That I am not one to engage in schemes. Is there the name of your pet? Shen Yi asked, glancing at the mutated giant dog before departing. Yes, it is my beloved pet dog, Lin Jue replied, her gaze towards the mutated giant dog imbued with pride. Shen Yi frowned, questioning his own perception. What was there to be proud of in raising a pet to be such a monstrous creature? He then stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Lin Jue, and activated teleportation, whisking them away from the research facility AS for the mutated giant dog. Shen Yi neither dealt with it nor had the means to do so. Likewise, Lin Jue showed no inclination to address it. She had intentionally allowed the mutated giant dog to survive, intending to return for further study in due time. That, of course, she would not disclose this to anyone else. As Shen Yi departed, the effects of shadow binding waned, and the mutated giant dog regained its mobility. IT immediately unleashed a ferocious howl, rampaging within the sanctuary as if venting its emotions. The soldiers awaiting outside the sanctuary, upon hearing the chaos, realized that something had gone awry. Two fervent male researchers attempted to rush inside to rescue Lin Jue, but were forcibly restrained by the soldiers. Captain Zhao's expression shifted as he ultimately issued a retreat order. He understood that Dr. Lin had failed and had paid the ultimate price for it. Was that teleportation? Such a remarkable ability. What does it feel like when you use it? Do you enter another dimensional space or a wormhole? And just how many abilities do you possess? As soon as they exited the sanctuary, Lin Jue bombarded Shen Yi with a barrage of questions. Her insatiable thirst for knowledge seemed to surpass even her instinct for survival. Furthermore, her keen insight led her to discern that Shen Yi had employed teleportation. Shen Yi regarded the intelligent woman, who appeared to treat him as her next research subject, and suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should not have saved her after all. She was far too talkative. Moreover, her relentless probing into every detail was quite tiresome. Was this a common trait among scientists? He could only hope Lin Jue possessed some skill and could produce noteworthy research outcomes. Otherwise, he would have truly wasted his time. After a brief pause, Shen Yi said, "Before I answer your questions, I have one of my own." "What question?" "We can exchange," Lin Jue replied without hesitation, observing the astute and clever Lin Jue. Shen Yi finally broached a long-held query. "Since the apocalypse began, I have been curious about one thing, and you, being a professional, might provide me with an answer. With the emergence of the black mist, animals and plants have undergone varying degrees of mutation. Yet, why have we humans remained unchanged? Despite inhaling the black mist, humans merely experience thirst. Beyond that, there seem to be no other symptoms, at least among all the humans I have encountered. None have exhibited any mutations." Lin Jue, upon hearing the question, hesitated not for a moment before responding. The genetic makeup of humans and animals differs. The black mist may have been modified to specifically target animal genes, rendering it less effective on human genetics. Of course, a reduced effect does not imply a complete absence. What we can ascertain at present is that the black mist does impact the human body, albeit minimally, and this can be alleviated by simply increasing water intake. I see. Shen Yi mused, Finally receiving clarity on a long-standing query, he then continued with curiosity. Why do mutated animals attack humans? Even loyal pets might turn against their owners? This posed a second question. Lin Jiwei first offered a brief reminder before proceeding with her explanation. To begin with, mutated animals do not solely target humans. They also engage in mutual attacks. This accounts for the rarity of witnessing multiple mutated animals cohabiting. Of course, is not inconceivable for social animals or insects to undergo collective mutation without preying upon one another. But I have yet to study this, thus cannot comment further. Regarding why mutated animals lose their rationality, it is primarily due to hunger. Hunger? Shen Yi was taken aback. This answer had not crossed his mind, as it seemed too simplistic, a notion he had dismissed without consideration. Indeed, is hunger, Lin Jiwei affirmed. Continuing, after mutation, animals experience increased size and accelerated cellular division, leading to heightened energy consumption. Presently, most food and water sources are contaminated and inedible. Consequently, in a state of extreme hunger, mutated animals may attack their owners as well as their kind. For mutated animals to survive, they must replenish the energy rapidly depleted due to mutation. Otherwise, they risk starvation. Moreover, apart from hunger, the cognitive faculties of mutated animals are altered to the extent that they may no longer recognize their owners. For instance, my pet dog sometimes recognizes me, yet at other times does not. Realization dawned on Shen Yi. Having an expert around proved advantageous. Although he had pondered these questions previously, he had possessed no inkling. Now, he felt enlightened. It was plausible that Lin Jiwei's explanations did not represent the absolute truth. But at the very least, they resonated with a semblance of credibility. It appeared that the faster mutated animals evolved, the better, for as long as food remained scarce. They would inevitably turn upon one another or succumb to starvation. Who would have thought that humanity's path to victory could be so simple? All one needed to do was endure, waiting for the mutated animals to extinguish themselves. After all, animals do not cultivate crops or produce food. Eventually, their supplies would dwindle from mutated plants. From Shen Yi's current observations, it seemed that, barring a few exceptions, most would not proactively attack humans. Naturally, while this notion sounded straightforward, the prospect of waiting for all mutated animals to perish might not be as easy as it seemed. Should the mutated animals undergo a secondary mutation, adapting to hunger or their environment, humanity's troubles would only intensify. Can you now answer my question? How many abilities do you possess? How did you acquire so many? Lin Jiwei fixed her gaze upon Shen Yi, her eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. If Captain Zhao were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astounded. When in their presence, Lin scarcely uttered a word. Yet now, she was able to respond to a multitude of Shen Yi's inquiries, even persistently engaging him in conversation like a chatterbox. In truth, it was primarily because Shen Yi's questions revolved around scientific research, an area in which Lin Jiwei took a keen interest. In matters that intrigued her, she was indeed quite talkative. However, when it came to topics that failed to captivate her, she was concise and seldom spoke. Those unaware might mistakenly perceive her as a socially anxious genius. In reality, she was simply disinterested in engaging. I currently possess 5 abilities, Shen Yi declared. This statement could be considered a half-truth. He had 4 abilities, but if the system counted as 1, then it made 5. 5? Lin Jiwei exclaimed incredulously. That is utterly impossible. Her expression conveyed disbelief. How could a normal human body accommodate 5 abilities? What did this imply? Was she not a normal person? Shen Yi frowned, puzzled by Lin Jiwei's incredulous demeanor and tone. What of it if I possess 5 abilities? Let me confirm, did you also consume a type of colorful fruit to acquire your abilities? Lin Jiwei responded, sidestepping the question. Indeed, Shen Yi nodded, internally affirming that this woman was well aware of the existence of ability fruits. After all, being a researcher at a facility that contained mutated animals indicated that she possessed a deeper understanding of the apocalypse than the average person, naturally leading her to comprehend the existence of these fruits. How many of those fruits have you consumed in total? Lin Jiwei inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Maybe 6 or 7, including some duplicates of ability fruits, which is why I only obtained 5 abilities. Shen Yi fabricated with ease. Given his limited acquaintance with Lin Jue, he felt free to concoct any tale he wished. Based on my empirical research, a normal person's genetic makeup can accommodate a maximum of 3 different abilities. Should one consume a 4th, their body would suffer a rejection reaction, instinctively dissuading them from consuming it. Lin Jue murmured, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Shen Yi closely. She began to question whether her research direction was flawed or if there was an anomaly within her own genetic structure. No, it cannot be my fault. My research has undergone rigorous validation. It is this man before me who harbors issues. His body and genes are problematic. What did you say? Shen Yi's heart skipped a beat. A normal person could only acquire 3 abilities. Consuming a 4th would lead to bodily collapse. He had assumed that as long as one ingested the fruit, they could continuously accumulate abilities without limit. At most, it would merely require more energy expenditure. Perhaps each individual's genetic makeup differs. Some may have already mutated due to the black mist, allowing them to accommodate more abilities, such as you, Lin Jue suggested. Her gaze intensely focused on Shen Yi. Her fervent eyes unmistakably conveyed a desire to dissect him for research purposes. This woman was undoubtedly an unstable element. You previously promised me that I could study your genes. Rest assured, I only require your blood, hair, and a small amount of flesh. Lin Jue quickly emphasized upon noticing Shen Yi's resistance. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, but did not decline that a faint suspicion lingered in his mind. Perhaps his ability to accommodate so many powers was not solely a result of the black mist mutation, but rather due to the fruit that evolved his physical body. The evolution of the physical body might have altered Shen Yi's genes, enabling him to possess 4 powers without discomfort. If his hypothesis held true, then the evolution of the physical body was the essential ability humanity needed to acquire. As the two conversed, they walked along the path home. As for the matter of seizing the soldiers' weapons, that could wait. There were several resources yet to be unlocked, and Shen Yi intended to return and access them, hoping to discover some useful weaponry. He would start with the intellectually stimulating beauty, Lin Jue, and see what resources this astute researcher could help him unlock. On the way home, Lin Jue persistently inquired about the specifics of Shen Yi's 5 abilities. After a while, Shen Yi grew somewhat impatient with her incessant questioning that he truly wished to silence this overly curious woman. Ultimately, he replied with, "Let us discuss it after we sleep." At that, Lin Jue fell silent. Shen Yi initially assumed she had grown bashful. To his surprise, she promptly retorted, "Can we hurry up and sleep?" Shen Yi was left speechless. Upon returning to the community, Shen Yi led Lin Jue directly to Chu Xiaoxiao's residence. "White Shen Yi, why have you arrived so quickly?" Chu Xiaoxiao lay sprawled on the sofa, her mind wandering through the myriad possibilities of what might transpire that evening. Suddenly, as her thoughts meandered, 2 figures materialized in the room. Startling her, in an instant, she felt a wave of embarrassment akin to being caught watching an illicit film. However, her heart raced when she realized that Shen Yi was accompanied by a stunning woman, causing her to instinctively swallow hard, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson. Could it be the infamous San? No, this simply cannot be. How could her first time be so frivolously treated? As these thoughts swirled, her face resembled a cherry ripe for picking. Yet, there was no hint of refusal in her demeanor. "Continue your slumber. Do not mind us," Shen Yi remarked to Chu Xiaoxiao before ushering Lin Jue into the bedroom. As if returning to his own abode, the audacity of it all left Chu Xiaoxiao momentarily speechless. What does this mean?" she exclaimed, bewildered that you're not bringing me along. Her mind reeled. Was it not as she had imagined? Yet it dawned on her quickly that something was amiss. Why had her white knight brought a stranger into her sanctuary? Was she being betrayed? And in her own home, no less. In that instant, all her fantasies about Shen Yi as her gallant prince shattered into oblivion. This was no prince. He was a heartless merchant. No, worse than a heartless merchant. Even if she were not his girlfriend, he had no right to bring an unfamiliar woman into her home and occupy her bedroom. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to certain films she had watched in the past. Chu Xiaoxiao could scarcely believe that the plot of such a film would one day unfold in her own life. The betrayal was palpable. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Lin Jue sat at the edge of the bed, casting a glance at Shen Yi as she asked, "Aren't you worried about your girlfriend getting upset?" She is not my girlfriend. With that, Lin Jue ceased her inquiries and began to disrobe her. Her connection with Shen Yi was merely transactional, devoid of any emotional entanglement, and thus she felt no compulsion to pry further. On the contrary, her curiosity was piqued regarding Shen Yi's physique and genetics. She yearned to delve into a thorough examination of his body and uncover the nature of his genetic mutations. Thus, an exploration-laden ritual of unlocking resources commenced in the living room. Chu Xiaoxiao transitioned from grinding her teeth in anger to blushing furiously, even straining to eavesdrop. She increasingly felt that this spectacle mirrored the very film she had previously viewed. How infuriating! Had she known, she would have refrained from watching so many movies, sparing her mind from such lewd thoughts. Chu Xiaoxiao simmered with frustration, unable to comprehend why Shen Yi would act in such a manner. Why he would bring another woman into her home and allow her to witness it. Even if he sought an affair, could he not at least pretend? Pouting in indignation, Chu Xiaoxiao berated Shen Yi internally. Yet, as she listened, she found herself unable to resist the temptation, slowly retrieving her phone, launching her torrent app, and clicking on a downloaded film. Ding! You have successfully welcomed a goddess, commencing the random unlocking of a resource. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking the resource. Supernatural fruit. Mental connection superpower. Wait, another supernatural fruit? Shen Yi exclaimed, sitting up with excitement. He had not anticipated the rapid unlocking of a second supernatural fruit. Without hesitation, he retrieved a mental connection fruit from the system space and placed it in his mouth. Upon ingestion, it was instantly digested, sending a refreshing coolness coursing through his brain, invigorating him immensely. What a delightful sensation. This must be what they meant by a cerebral climax. He immediately accessed the panel to inspect the new ability. Mental connection. LV1, you can establish a mental connection with others, conveying messages and sharing visions through this connection. Currently, the maximum number of connections is 3, with a maximum range of 50 meters that if you connect with a target who possesses the mental connection ability. The maximum range doubles and does not count towards the connection limit. Transmitting messages and sharing visions. Doesn't that functions similarly to the internet? Shen Yi mused. While he perceived this ability as not overly powerful, its practicality was undeniably high. Given the current lack of internet and electricity, he had no means to communicate with the women at home when he ventured out. Should a burglary occur, he might remain oblivious. Thus, the ability to convey messages and share visions was incredibly convenient, akin to carrying a mobile phone without the need for charging or bills. The practicality was unquestionable. As for the current maximum range of 50 meters, that was of little consequence. With level advancements, the distance would undoubtedly increase. Moreover, this ability's range could be doubled, provided he enabled the women in his life to acquire the mental connection ability as well. It was fortuitous that this ability manifested at such a timely juncture. Shen Yi was in the process of establishing a sanctuary and had been contemplating the best means of communication. He certainly could not rely solely on human messengers. That would be too laborious. Hence, the mental connection was immensely useful. Even when the internet was restored, this ability would remain valuable, as communicating via mental connection was impervious to eavesdropping. Just this aspect alone was enough to satisfy Shen Yi. In summary, he was determined to elevate the level of this ability. Once its level increased and the connection range expanded, even if he were not home, he would be able to keep abreast of all happenings. Furthermore, consuming this fruit also provided a cerebral climax, which was exceedingly pleasurable. As he contemplated this, Shen Yi procured 10 or more fruits and began to consume them one by one. Recalling the lesson from his previous experience to avoid overindulgence that might harm his mind, you possess such an abundance of supernatural fruits. Lin Jue, who had just regained her composure, was taken aback upon witnessing Shen Yi continuously stuffing his mouth with the precious supernatural fruits. Even in their research facility, they had only a handful of supernatural fruits. Lin Jue had long yearned for the opportunity to study them in detail, for they were exceedingly rare. Yet here was Shen Yi, treating the supernatural fruits like mere candies. Lin Jue could not fathom where Shen Yi had acquired such a bounty of supernatural fruits. Was this also part of his abilities? It was evident that Shen Yi had previously deceived her. He could not possibly have consumed only 6 or 7 supernatural fruits, for he was now casually consuming far more than that. Thus, it followed that he possessed more than 5 abilities. He had concealed numerous secrets from her. Lin Jue gazed intently at Shen Yi, seemingly eager to unearth all the mysteries he harbored. "Would you care for one?" Shen Yi offered a fruit to Lin Jue. While she was quite talkative and had expressed a desire to dissect him, her benevolence had notably increased after he had taken her virginity. Clearly, even the most astute woman has her vulnerabilities. "I already have 3 abilities. I cannot accommodate any additional ones," Lin Jue replied, yet she unceremoniously accepted the supernatural fruit. Her curiosity piqued as she examined it. "You possess 3 abilities?" Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, taken aback. "An ordinary person with no enhancements tells me that in just over 10 days, she has acquired 3 abilities? What does that make me?" "Well, after our research institute discovered the existence of supernatural fruits, we dispatched all available officers to search, practically scouring 2 districts, and we managed to find only 5 supernatural fruits," Lin Jue explained, glancing at Shen Yi, who was still consuming the supernatural fruits without exhibiting any signs of rejection. "How many abilities does he possess?" "Ah, I see." Shen Yi understood now. They had mobilized an entire department, potentially involving tens of thousands of individuals, to search for supernatural fruits. Meanwhile, he was just one person who had not even seriously sought them, and yet had managed to obtain 5 comparatively. His luck was indeed remarkable. After a pause, Shen Yi suddenly turned to Lin Jue and asked, "What are the 3 abilities you possess?" Although Shen Yi sensed that Lin Jue harbored no ill intentions towards him, her possession of 3 extraordinary abilities nonetheless aroused a tinge of wariness within him. The potential for a highly aggressive power among her abilities necessitated caution on his part to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. However, amidst his vigilance, he also felt a degree of astonishment. If it were true that their research institute had only discovered 5 extraordinary fruit, and this woman had consumed 3 of them, it would imply that her standing within the institute was quite significant. She alone possessed 3/5 of their resources. Could it be that he had serendipitously stumbled upon a treasure? Initially, Shen Yi had not held high hopes for Lin Jue's research potential. He merely wished that she would not lead him astray. Yet, it appeared that this woman might indeed possess something remarkable. As he pondered, while savoring the fruit, Shen Yi's mental connection ability had already advanced to level 3, that your mental connection has been upgraded to LV3. Mental connection. LV3, you can establish a mental connection with others, conveying messages and sharing perspectives through this connection. The maximum number of individuals connected at present is 9, with the farthest distance being 300 meters, if you connect with a target who also possesses a mental connection. The maximum distance is doubled, and the number of connections is not counted at a distance of 300 meters when doubled, extends to 600 meters. A few more levels, and he would be able to rival the range of a standard walkie-talkie. "Let us exchange our extraordinary abilities. I shall share mine if you share yours," Lin Jue proposed, adjusting her glasses and regarding Shen Yi with composure. She appeared to be the only woman among them who neither felt awe nor fear toward Shen Yi. This was because Lin Jue was not a dependent. She harbored no fear of death. Even if Shen Yi were to dismiss her, she would not budge. It wasn't that Lin Jue feared for her life. Rather, she was intent on uncovering the secrets Shen Yi possessed. She sought to study him. In the brief span of a few hours, Lin Jue had discovered that the secrets within Shen Yi far exceeded her expectations. The mere quantity and potency of his abilities left her astounded. In comparison, the mutated giant dog she had created seemed trivial. The research value of this man surpassed that of the mutated canine. "Very well, you may go first," Shen Yi acquiesced. He was certainly open to exchanging secrets, as he possessed numerous abilities and could easily disclose FEWAS for the repercussions of Lin Jue discovering that he had deceived her. That was of no concern. Did she truly dare to harbor murderous intent? In that case, Shen Yi would simply deal with her first. "All right, to prove the veracity of our claims, we must each demonstrate our abilities at least once," Lin Jue insisted. It was clear she suspected Shen Yi might deceive her again. Shen Yi did not refuse. Subsequently, Lin Jue closed her eyes and spoke, My first ability allows me to perceive the environment within 100 meters without using my eyes. Even in the absence of light, I can see clearly, akin to the night vision of animals, but even more precise at this very moment, on the sofa in the living room, your girlfriend is watching a certain type of film, and her pants are already off. Lin Jue spoke of what she perceived with an air of nonchalance, as if devoid of shame. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, instinctively employing his own mental perception to verify her claim. Indeed, it was as she said. This woman was truly adept at self-defense. Nonetheless, returning to the crux of the matter, Lin Jue's ability resembled mental perception, yet it diverged in essence. Mental perception lacked night vision capabilities, but included the ability to discern hostility and goodwill toward the target. Shen Yi felt that mental perception was more practical for him, of course. The night vision ability was commendable, particularly when coupled with the ability to see through objects, rendering it exceptionally useful even in darkness. Do you not wish to step outside and verify my ability? Lin Jue inquired, opening her eyes to look at Shen Yi. No need. I just utilize my other ability, which is also perception. However, unlike yours, mine does not include night vision, but conversely, I can perceive hostility and goodwill toward a target. Shen Yi elaborated, providing a general explanation of his ability. There was no necessity for concealment, as she would eventually reward other women with this ability. Making any attempt at deception futile to discern hostility and goodwill. What is the underlying principle? Is it determined by certain substances secreted by the body? Lin Jue pondered thoughtfully after hearing his explanation. Please continue with your second ability, Shen Yi interrupted her. Engaging in conversation with someone who was so inquisitive was genuinely exhausting. The moment she captured any hint of information, her curiosity would prompt her to delve deeper. The problem was that Shen Yi himself did not grasp the underlying principles and was unable to articulate them clearly. Whenever he was with Lin Jue, he felt as though he were attending a lecture. She effortlessly articulated complex knowledge, making Shen Yi, who had performed well academically, feel like an illiterate. It could only be said that even geniuses have varying degrees of disparity. That my second ability is gravitational manipulation, Lin Jue stated, gesturing towards the extraordinary fruit in Shen Yi's hand. Subsequently, the fruit began to levitate slowly, seemingly unbound by gravity, floating in midair. Moreover, guided by Lin Jue's finger, the fruit gracefully flew into her hand. Wait, your gravitational manipulation even allows you to pilfer my fruit? Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. The range and weight I can manipulate are currently limited, had you not tampered with it beforehand. I could have levitated your entire being as if we were in outer space. However, at present, I lack the physical stamina for such a feat, Lin Jue explained, yet she showed no intention of returning the pilfered fruit. Shen Yi acknowledged her prowess. This ability was indeed impressive. The upper limits of gravitational manipulation surely extended beyond this. As for the stolen fruit, it mattered little. It was merely a matter of seconds before he could obtain another. Lin Jue sought the extraordinary fruit for research purposes, and should she uncover something worthwhile, it would ultimately benefit Shen Yi as well. As for my third ability, this one I cannot demonstrate. That it enhances my mental strength while also granting me insight and an increase in intelligence. Lin Jue paused before elaborating. I now possess photographic memory. My recollection is remarkably sharp, that I can vividly recall events from when I was merely 1 year old. Additionally, my observational skills have significantly improved. The most straightforward manifestation of this is my ability to discern whether you harbor intentions to harm me, along with an understanding of the various emotions others feel towards me, such as dislike, affection, admiration, infatuation, and so forth. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. While this ability was auxiliary, it was still quite formidable. Its practicality was exceedingly high. Furthermore, he was keen on enhancing his mental strength. He always felt that his mental capacity was somewhat lacking. The evolution of his physical form was primarily evident in his corporeal prowess, while his mental faculties, though improved, did not match the extent of his physical evolution. At 18 most, he had surpassed the average individual. When encountering some who had enhanced their mental abilities, Shen Yi was genuinely uncertain if he could hold his OWNIN summary. Lin Jue's 3 abilities were commendable, especially given her profession and interests. The third ability was an impeccable match. So, Can you now disclose your other abilities? Lin Jiwei fixed her gaze on Shen Yi's face, seemingly wishing to ascertain whether he was attempting to deceive her again. Not yet. Let us first attend to the matter at hand, Shen Yi declared, pressing himself against Lin Jiwei. For a moment, she paused in surprise but offered no resistance, even cooperating, initially perceiving such activities as a waste of time. She unexpectedly found them quite pleasurable after engaging in them. While the pleasure was indeed time-consuming and physically demanding, a rare moment of relaxation was still welcome. As dusk approached, Shen Yi emerged from the bedroom, finding Lin Jiwei sound asleep. Exhausted to the point where she lacked the energy to press him further about his abilities, the formerly aloof Lin Jiwei had evidently developed a taste for more. During their recent encounter, she had been quite proactive, even insisting on several more instances with Shunny women. After all, often say one thing while meaning another. Shunny chuckled softly. What had been agreed upon as once a month had been swiftly transformed into several months' worth of encounters today. In a spontaneous moment, Shen Yi directed his gaze towards the sofa, where the blushing Chu Xiao was stealthily watching a video. The video-watching sister seemed oblivious to Shen Yi's presence behind her. He approached and enveloped her from behind. "Why, you're out?" Chu Xiao exclaimed in surprise, her face flushed as she hastily turned off her screen. However, the sound from the video continued to play, rather unpleasantly. "It's fine. Let's watch together," Shen Yi said, suddenly intrigued. Chu Xiao, her face burning, was determined to firmly reject him. Yet for reasons unknown, she ultimately refrained from voicing her refusal. Thus, a new reward was unlocked. Ding! A goddess has been successfully sheltered. A random resource will begin to unlock. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on acquiring. Mature, black-skinned watermelon. Reclining on the sofa, Shen Yi regarded his reward with satisfaction. Previously, he had received only meat-based resources. A fruit was a welcome addition to his nutritional balance. Moreover, he recalled reading online that black-skinned watermelons were exceedingly rare, yielding only a few dozen worldwide each year, with a single fruit fetching thousands of dollars at auction, given that the system's rewards were always of the highest quality. This black-skinned watermelon must undoubtedly be a prime specimen. The bedroom door creaked open, revealing Lin Jiwei, barefoot and yawning, emerging from her quarters, casting a glance at the girl still feigning sleep on the sofa. She stated directly, "You should head to the bedroom. I have matters to discuss with Shen Yi." Chu Xiao, who had intended to evade the awkward situation by pretending to sleep, had no choice but to awaken. Upon seeing Lin Jiwei, her heart raced, and she felt an overwhelming embarrassment, thinking how shameless this woman was, having just engaged in an intimate act, yet here she was completely unfazed by Chu Xiao's presence. Unlike Lin Jiwei, who possessed a thick skin, Chu Xiao could not bear the notion of being in the same room under such circumstances. She hastily covered herself and scurried into the bedroom. Lin Jiwei, unfazed by the awkwardness, settled beside Shen Yi in her scanty attire and earnestly remarked, "I was contemplating a matter. Your genes must have undergone some beneficial mutation, allowing you to accommodate greater abilities. Did you not pass out from sheer pleasure earlier? How could you think?" Shen immediately seized upon this crucial point. Lin Jiwei glanced at him, her expression one of mild exasperation. Yes, she replied. "Even in slumber, I can ensure my thoughts remain clear and capable of rational deliberation, thus avoiding the squandering of time on rest. Why body requires rest, but my mind does not as long as my body recuperates well. I can continue my work." The phrase innate beastly physique flashed through Shen Yi's mind. Could it truly be that someone could maintain such clarity during sleep? It seemed impressive, but if it were a constant state, wouldn't it drive one to madness? Returning to the topic at hand, Lin Jiwei continued. "If your genes have indeed undergone a positive mutation, you might be able to utilize a gene evolution serum I previously researched." Shen Yi's interest piqued. "That gene evolution serum you developed? What sort of serum is it?" It had only been a short time since the apocalypse began, yet this woman had managed to create a gene evolution serum. Was it due to her third ability? Had her intelligence increased, granting her such capabilities? Regardless, Shen Yi was intrigued by the prospect of a gene serum. If Lin Jiwei could indeed produce an impressive gene evolution serum, her value would significantly rise in his eyes. Yes, but the serum is still at the research facility. We will need to retrieve it. Lin Jue nodded. What I mean is, you must first inform me about the effects of the serum you developed, as well as any potential side effects. You aren't planning to use me as a guinea pig, are you? Shen Yi scrutinized Lin Jue. Of course not. My gene serum has undergone multiple live tests and has shown promising initial results. Live tests? Elaborate. What you've seen is my mutated pet dog. It is a highly successful experimental subject. Lin Jue's expression turned serious, her eyes shimmering with pride. Shen Yi was taken aback. You dare to claim that it is a successful experimental subject? Just what is so successful about that creature? It is a monster. Wait, so that monster was created by you? Shen Yi's gaze towards Lin Jue shifted dramatically. This woman was far more dangerous than he had initially perceived. He had thought her merely an unstable element, perhaps overly interested in scientific endeavors. To his dismay, she was indeed capable of creating monsters. My pet dog, after undergoing evolution, possesses a physique far superior to its initial mutation, exhibiting enhanced strength, remarkable recovery capabilities, and vitality. Now, even if it were subjected to gunfire or grenade blasts, it could recover in no time. Lin Jue continued, sensing Shen Yi's changing expression and raising her voice with enthusiasm. Shen Yi pondered for a moment. Indeed, that mutated giant dog was far more powerful than ordinary mutated animals in terms of both size and strength. Its extraordinary vitality and recovery rate were nothing short of miraculous. However, while he admired such formidable regenerative abilities, he was apprehensive about the prospect of transforming into a green monster should he inject Lin Jue's serum. Who would want that? Although Shen Yi was not overly concerned with appearances, he certainly did not wish to become a creature of horror. The current circumstances had yet to escalate to a point where he needed to gamble everything on such a risk. I have 2 questions for you. Shen Yi fixed his gaze on Lin Jue and spoke slowly. The first question, if I inject your gene serum, will my appearance change to resemble that of your pet dog? Of course not. Lin Jue replied immediately, emphasizing, you are human. How could you become a dog? However, if your genes are affected by the 001 gene, some minor changes may occur, such as an increase in size or the growth of green hair resembling leaves. You're quite meticulous, aren't you? Shen Yi struggled to suppress the impulse to punch Lin Jue as he continued. The second question, what is the success rate of your gene evolution serum? At least 30%. Now it's at least 45%. Lin Jue stated confidently, as if presenting a high probability. Given the brief research period since the apocalypse began, achieving a 45% success rate was indeed commendable. However, Shen Yi was no fool. He was cautious. Without a 100% success rate, he had no intention of wagering his life. Nonetheless, the allure of the gene evolution serum was undeniable. The prospect of enhanced vitality and strength was enticing. Such a serum could be considered miraculous for ordinary individuals devoid of abilities or power, of course. If Lin Jue could optimize the serum to eliminate side effects, Shen Yi would be inclined to inject it. With such extraordinary recovery and vitality, he would no longer fear injuries, essentially granting himself an additional ability. It must be said, Lin Jue was remarkably capable. Though her ultimate creation was a monster, it nonetheless proved her potential in this field. With proper guidance, she might indeed develop something formidable. Naturally, he would need to keep a close watch on her. Individuals who are intelligent, capable, and possess strong practical skills could be a double-edged sword if left unchecked. She might conjure several mutated monsters within his home, leading to catastrophic consequences. Shen Yi gazed at Lin Jue, a tumultuous mix of love and resentment swirling within him. Indeed, he admired her capabilities. She was intelligent and worthy of cultivation. Yet, he loathed her incessant desire to dissect him, to study him, and even to subject him to experimental drugs. Just previously, in the confines of the bedroom, she had stripped him bare, spending hours probing his body, which had incensed him greatly. This woman was consumed by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, posing a considerable danger. So, what now? Should he entertain the notion of acquiescing? Lin Jue's piercing gaze remained fixed on him. Still inquiring, with an impassive expression, Shen Yi replied, "Do you not possess the ability to perceive the hearts of others? Utilize that ability now and discern whether I am inclined." After a few scrutinizing glances, Lin Jue instinctively took a step back, stating, "I see that you wish to strike me." How astute! Shen Yi twisted his wrist, but managed to restrain himself. It was fortunate that this woman had not acted recklessly by administering drugs to him unilaterally. Instead, she sought his agreement. Otherwise, his response would have been far more severe. As long as she continued to cooperate in this manner, he had no qualms about retaining her, even going so far as to provide her with some materials to nurture her ambitions. My gene evolution serum is indeed remarkable. Given your physical condition, the probability of success remains quite high. Lin Jue, however, seemed somewhat disheartened, as if a beating were inevitable. Shen Yi cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, "The success rate is too low that I can supply you with what you require for your research, but only if the success rate exceeds 80% will I consider finding someone for the trial. And rest assured that individual will not be one of our own. Once the serum is guaranteed to have no side effects, I will administer it myself. It is a reasonable approach. Many in this apocalyptic world would eagerly seize such an opportunity for evolution. Although failure may lead to death, a life devoid of power is likely to be far more tragic." "Very well," Lin Jue conceded, feeling a tinge of regret. After their previous in-depth discussion, she believed that only Shen Yi's body could withstand her gene evolution serum. The physique of an ordinary person would undoubtedly falter. Even without prior testing, she could ascertain that it would not suffice. By the way, are you aware that abilities can be leveled up? Shen Yi suddenly shifted the conversation. Leveling up? Are you suggesting that the effects of abilities can be enhanced, akin to leveling up in a game after defeating monsters? Lin Jue's comprehension was indeed sharp, grasping his meaning immediately. That is roughly correct. This is the first I've learned of it, although I had previously speculated that abilities might be enhanced through certain means, such as consuming similar fruits, increasing the number of abilities, or continually pushing the limits of one's powers to surpass personal boundaries. Lin Jue articulated her hypotheses and reasoning. However, I have been preoccupied with researching the gene serum, leaving me little time to test my theories. Upon hearing Lin Jue's words, Shen Yi could not help but feel a sense of admiration. She was indeed a clever woman. Your conjectures are quite accurate. Abilities can indeed be leveled up, and consuming similar fruits facilitates this process. As he spoke, Shen Yi popped another fruit of mental connection into his mouth. Lin Jue's eyes sparkled with realization, and oh wonder she had observed Shen Yi consistently consuming ability-enhancing fruits. So, it follows that Shen Yi's ability level far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. This man, without a doubt, holds immense research value. Lin Jue's gaze bore into Shen Yi, her fervor unmistakable. Shen Yi disregarded her intense stare, continuing to eat the fruit as he said, "As for your point regarding honing abilities and surpassing personal limits, I'm uncertain how to practice, thus I have not conducted any tests. Now, it is getting late. You should rest for the night. Tomorrow, once you have recovered, we shall visit your laboratory to retrieve the gene serum." With that, Shen Yi left behind some food and water, departing decisively, denying Lin Jue even a modicum of opportunity to pursue further inquiry. The room fell into an immediate silence. Lin Jue looked at the steaming roast chicken and fruit on the table, feeling an inexplicable sense of boredom wash over her. In the past, whenever she felt bored, she would delve into researching problems she could not solve. But now, for some reason, her thoughts perpetually drifted back to her experiences with Shen Yi in the bedroom. Though there seemed to be no particularly profound memories, she could not shake the image of Shen Yi's physique from her mind. The nature of a woman's genetics is indeed peculiar. Perhaps it was because he was my first man that my body instinctively remembers him. Lin Jue rationally applied a scientific explanation to this phenomenon, attempting to validate that she harbored no feelings for Shen Yi, attributing it merely to genetic influence. Meanwhile, Shen Yi had teleported back to Building No. 6. Inside the room, the women were bustling about. Su Yun was instructing Su Wanting and by Xin Yi on the proper use of firearms, while Jiang and Yin sat with Zhou Wan Air and Liu Yu in the study. Engrossed in some material. "Darling, you're back." The first to spot Shen Yi were Su Yun and the other two women, who were playing with guns in the living room, and they all converged to greet him. "Yes, Wanting, please slice us some watermelon," Shen Yi replied as he settled onto the sofa, Casually retrieving 2 black-skinned watermelons from the system's storage, Su Wanting complied, carrying the watermelons into the kitchen to cut them. Shortly, she returned with a platter of perfectly sliced fruit. Shen Yi took a piece of watermelon and bit into it, savoring the taste. Indeed, it is quite delightful, exceptionally delicious. The firmness and crispness are impeccable. Complemented by its unparalleled sweetness, products from the system are truly exquisite. You all should partake as well, Shen Yi remarked to Su Yun and by Xen Yi, who were standing nearby. Only then did the 2 women reach out to grab some watermelon. Su Wanting, naturally, did not hold back either. This watermelon is so sweet and crisp. It's truly delicious. Su Yun quickly finished one piece and reached for another. Feel free to indulge. Today, we have plenty of watermelon. Shen Yi added, in a good mood after unlocking a new type of ability fruit. Darling, you are so wonderful. Su Yun beamed, planting a kiss on Shen Yi, while others were still struggling with hunger. She had the luxury of not worrying about food and even enjoyed the freedom of watermelon. This sense of ease was truly delightful. At that moment, the 3 women in the study heard the commotion and emerged. Darling, I have completed the preliminary plan for the shelter. Please review it and let me know if any modifications are necessary, Jiang Nanyan said, approaching with a gray notebook in hand. While munching on watermelon, Shen Yi took the notebook with one hand and began to flip through it. Jiang Nanyan's plan was indeed impressive, detailed, and comprehensive. Initially, she outlined the first batch of individuals to be accommodated in the shelter. Approximately 50 in number, the IT was specified that they should not be the elderly, infirm, or disabled. Rather, young people, especially attractive young women, were prioritized, a point tailored specifically to Shen Yi's preferences. Following that, the plan addressed the employment of these 50 individuals. Since they were being gathered, they were expected to work. Otherwise, they could not be provided food for free. Thus, the 50 individuals could be divided into 5 teams. 2 of these teams would handle patrols and security, with each person receiving 3 bottles of water and 1 meal per day. The rationale for providing 3 bottles of water was due to the need to patrol in the black mist, where thirst would easily ensue, making water a necessity. The remaining 3 teams could be assigned tasks as needed, such as searching for supplies or handling tasks Shen Yi preferred to avoid. In summary, the entire shelter and all the survivors existed solely to serve Shen Yi. Should anyone refuse, they would be promptly expelled. This was indeed a display of tyrannical dictatorship. However, the reasoning was simple. Shen Yi was responsible for providing resources for everyone. If they did not serve him, why should he supply them? It must be said that Jiang Nanyan was astute to grasp this principle, which is why her entire plan revolved around Shen Yi. Essentially, the entire shelter was established to cater to his needs. After reviewing this segment, Shen Yi felt quite satisfied. This was precisely why he had chosen Jiang Nanyan to draft the plan. Had he entrusted it to someone like Su Yun or by Xen Yi, who were more benevolent, they might have considered the life and death issues of other survivors. However, Jiang Nanyan was far more cold-blooded. Or perhaps one could say she was an extreme egoist. As long as she benefited, the fates of others were of no consequence. The number of individuals can certainly be increased. For instance, we could initially admit 100 people. There is no need to worry about supplies, as I am capable of providing them. Regarding accommodation, as long as it is not on the 20th floor, any of the lower levels will suffice. Shen Yi discarded the remnants of the watermelon he had just consumed and added 2 more slices. Jiang Nanyan promptly nodded in agreement and committed the information to memory. Beside them, Bai Sini produced a tissue to wipe the watermelon juice from Shen Yi's lips. Subsequently, Shen Yi made a special point to emphasize, remember, no one in our shelter is permitted to ascend to the 20th floor. Anyone who disobeys and dares to venture up there can be shot on sight. Moreover, we must clear out all residents from the 20th floor and the few levels above it. From now on, the floors above the 20th will be designated for our own, while those below will be occupied by others. Shen Yi's decision was decidedly authoritarian, yet no one dared to oppose him in this household. He held absolute authority. Furthermore, the women were quite pleased with the stipulation that the upper floors would be reserved for their own kind, as it alleviated their concerns about potential threats from any survivors by isolating themselves in this manner. The risk was significantly diminished. It seemed reasonable for strangers to inhabit the lower levels while their own occupied the upper ones. Even Su Yun, a former police officer, concurred with Shen Yi's resolution that in this apocalyptic world, where human hearts could be treacherous, such living arrangements were undoubtedly safer. In recent days, Su Yun had been diligently instructing Shen Yi's women on the use of firearms, preparing them for any unforeseen circumstances. They need not be exceptionally accurate. It sufficed if they could hit a target. Armed with guns and augmented by their unique abilities, they would be well equipped to subdue any assailant should the need arise. "All right, husband, I have taken note of everything," Jiang Nanyan affirmed with a serious nod. After a brief pause, she pointed to the content at the back of her notebook and inquired, "Husband, what do you think about the arrangement for the compensation fund?" Shen Yi continued to peruse the pages. The so-called compensation fund was essentially a means to provide material recompense should any members of the shelter be injured or perish while on patrol or undertaking missions. Naturally, the beneficiaries would be the families of the fallen comrades. According to Jiang Nanyan's proposal, the first batch of survivors admitted to the shelter must each have at least one relative. This precaution would mitigate the risk of betrayal. With family ties binding them, they would undoubtedly exert greater effort in their duties. Conversely, those without family or loved ones, particularly single men, were to be excluded entirely, as they posed the greatest risk of defection. After all, individuals without attachments or constraints might feign loyalty one moment and turn traitorous the next. Moreover, such self-serving individuals would likely slack off in their responsibilities. After reviewing Jiang Nanyan's analysis, Shen Yi raised his gaze to her. This woman truly possessed the qualities of a shrewd capitalist. She understood the intricacies of the situation remarkably well. In fact, she seemed to embody the essence of a budding entrepreneur. Jiang Nanyan hailed from a family that owned a sizable company, which further solidified her status as a wealthy heiress and a nascent capitalist. In matters of exploitation, Shen Yi found himself outmatched by Jiang Nanyan's astuteness. Nevertheless, he could not help but acknowledge the elegance of her plan, which was meticulously crafted. The survivors attracted under this scheme would likely be far from desperate criminals. They would be motivated to work diligently to protect their families and secure sustenance for them, even at the cost of their own lives. Consequently, the order within the shelter would remain relatively stable, with minimal risk of internal strife. After all, every survivor had family residing within the shelter. Should anyone contemplate causing trouble, they would need to consider the well-being of their loved ones. Furthermore, in the event of danger threatening the shelter, these survivors would fight fiercely to protect their families, thus safeguarding the shelter itself. Such a method of governance proved far more effective than relying solely on threats of violence. Regarding the compensation fund, there are no issues to address. Let us finalize the general framework. You may continue to refine the details." Shen Yi declared with finality. The details in question primarily pertain to the mechanisms for punishment and reward. For instance, how to penalize those who took leave or shirked their responsibilities, and conversely, how to reward individuals who discovered supplies or undertook perilous tasks. Clear punitive measures would compel the survivors to exert greater effort. Ultimately, establishing a shelter may be straightforward, yet managing it effectively and ensuring its positive development is a far more challenging endeavor. This was precisely why Shen Yi was reluctant to engage in management. He had ample women at his disposal, all of whom possessed the requisite knowledge of governance, so he entrusted those matters to them. As long as he maintained absolute martial authority, any potential troublemakers could be swiftly suppressed. The remainder of his focus would be on enjoying the conveniences afforded by the shelter, as long as the shelter continued to thrive and its population grew. It would become increasingly easier for him to find women who met the system standards. Otherwise, as the global population dwindled, it would become increasingly difficult for Shen Yi to find suitable companions. After a pleasant hour spent enjoying fresh watermelon, Shen Yi retired to his room for rest. That night, he embraced the police officer Su Yun and slept soundly. The following day, after partaking in breakfast at home, Shen Yi reviewed the meticulously crafted plan that Jiang Nanyan had refined overnight and expressed his satisfaction. Subsequently, amid the envious gazes of the women around him, he rewarded Jiang Nanyan with 2 fruits of mental connection, encouraging her to proceed with her endeavors. The first step was to recruit the survivors residing within the building. If anyone was unwilling to join, it would not matter. He would not coerce or pressure them, merely enticing them with supplies that, of course, should anyone attempt to seize these resources, Su Yun was authorized to take lethal action without hesitation. Shen Yi had deliberately set aside several firearms for the women as protection and to address any troublesome situations. As for himself, he would refrain from involvement in these matters. With Su Yun, the former police officer, and 6 or 7 guns at her disposal, if Jiang Nanyan could not manage the survivors in this building, it would reflect poorly on her capabilities as a manager of the shelter. Shen Yi would then need to consider nurturing other women for such roles. Naturally, he had orchestrated this arrangement with the understanding that the tenants of the building were inherently timid, thus allowing Jiang Nanyan the opportunity to gain experience. Just a few days prior, a handful of armed assailants had been able to control the building. Now, with firearms and supernatural abilities at her disposal, Jiang Nanyan was certainly not inferior to those thugs. The crux of the matter was whether she possessed the resolve to assert her authority, establishing dominance first, followed by enticing them with supplies, would likely lead the majority of famished and parched residents to acquiesce, even expressing gratitude for their newfound situation. Once everything had been arranged, Shen Yi distributed a fruit of mental connection to each woman. This particular ability pertained to communication, thus it was unnecessary to reserve it as a reward. Any woman who remained loyal and did not betray him would receive it directly. Utilizing the mental connection ability was straightforward. Shen Yi merely had to leave a mental link akin to an interface within the target's mind. As long as they remained within the range of this connection, they could communicate seamlessly and share their perspectives. Notably, this interface could be established without the other party's consent, meaning Shen Yi could forcibly connect with anyone unless their mental fortitude surpassed his own. With all matters concluded, Shen Yi proceeded to choose Xiao Xiao's residence, accompanied by Lin Juwei, as they made their way back to the virus research facility. Today, their objectives were twofold. First, to retrieve the gene evolution serum, and second, to collect the firearms and ammunition from the deceased soldiers. Following that, they would return to address the mutated black spider. Since the shelter plan had commenced, the black spider had to be eliminated. Otherwise, the activities of all would be confined to this building, which was utterly foolish. Shen Yi's ambitions extended far beyond a single building. He aimed to gain control of an entire community and gradually expand outward. As Shen Yi departed, Jiang Nanyan gripped the fruit of mental connection tightly in her hand. Taking a deep breath, a whirlwind of emotions, excitement, anticipation, and anxiety swirled within her. She understood this was her husband's test. If she failed to achieve tangible results, future rewards might be difficult to secure, while she would undoubtedly not be cast out. She would surely fall from grace. Therefore, she was determined not only to accomplish this task, but to excel in doing so. If I manage to establish myself, then my status will undoubtedly surpass that of other women. Furthermore, I will also receive greater rewards in the form of extraordinary fruits. Jiang Nanyan can sense that her abilities are on the brink of an upgrade. Sister Su Yun, I will be relying on you from now on. Jiang Nanyan turned to look at Su Yun. Her husband specifically arranged for Su Yun, a former police officer, to assist her, which implicitly permitted her to employ a certain degree of force in this apocalypse. One must possess strength. Su Yun nodded, saying little. She believed that Shen Yi's establishment of sanctuary was quite commendable. Although his motivations might stem from self-interest, it at least provides refuge for some survivors, thus serving a noble purpose. Therefore, with a sense of justice, Su Yun was willing to contribute her efforts. As long as there was no wanton slaughter or heinous acts, she would unhesitatingly stand behind Shen Yi. Indeed, even if Shen Yi were to commit some wrongdoings, Su Yun found it unlikely that she could turn against him. At this moment, she had become entirely shaped by Shen Yi's influence. Nanyan, let me help you as well. I recently learned how to shoot. Su Wanting volunteered. Observing Jiang Nanyan's increasing favor and the rewards of extraordinary fruit she received, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no envy. Hence, she also wished to lend a hand. While she lacked knowledge in managing survivors, assisting Jiang Nanyan was certainly within her capabilities. After all, she was a distinguished university student, not lacking in intelligence. Jiang Nanyan naturally did not refuse Su Wanting's offer. Regardless of the competition for affection, Su Wanning would always be considered family. In the future, the survivors admitted to the sanctuary would be outsiders. Comparatively, one's own kin would undoubtedly be more trustworthy. At the very least, Su Wanning would not harm her, nor would she dare sabotage her work. Otherwise, her husband would not let her off lightly. Shen Yi, if possible, could you bring Xiaoha home as well? With Xiaoha around, my research progress could accelerate. After all, Xiaoha is the only successful test subject, offering many insights that on their way to the virus research facility. Lin Jiwei attempted to communicate with Shen Yi. Impossible, unless you can ensure it behaves and poses no threat to humans. Shen Yi replied without hesitation. There was no way he would keep such a dangerous mutated creature nearby. IT had already attempted to devour its master, let alone others. Unless Lin Jiwei could completely control the mutated giant dog, Shen Yi might consider taking it in, perhaps even augmenting the sanctuary's combat capabilities. But evidently, she lacked such ability. Lin Jiwei fell silent, deep in thought, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of Shen Yi's request. Soon, they arrived at the vicinity of the research facility. Shen Yi first scanned the area with his mental perception, relieved to find no sign of the soldiers from the previous day. However, the mutated giant dog still resided within the facility. IT appeared to have consumed all the other mutated animals inside, as Shen Yi swept through the entire research center and found not a single additional mutated creature. He recalled seeing at least 20 to 30 mutated animals the day before. How could this one mutated giant dog eat so much? Shen Yi couldn't help but murmur. Had its appetite increased significantly after its second mutation? Lin Jiwei explained, its appetite isn't particularly large, though it is indeed greater than that of typical mutated creatures. The reason for its increased food intake is due to injury. It requires energy to recover, which it must obtain through feeding.ic. During their conversation, Shen Yi utilized teleportation to bring Lin Jiwei to the underground laboratory, collecting all the weapons and ammunition from the deceased soldiers in the corridor into the system space. He also unexpectedly found 2 grenades, which he stored as well. Shen Yi, can your spatial abilities also retrieve some equipment and generators from the research facility? I will need them for future research. Lin Jiwei inquired. Certainly. Shen Yi had initially intended to thoroughly scavenge the facility. Anything usable would be taken, especially since the system space was vast and could easily accommodate them. Thus, starting from the 3rd floor of the underground laboratory. Under Lin Jiwei's guidance, Shen Yi began to collect various experimental apparatuses. During this process, he also acquired the genetic evolution serum that Lin Jiwei mentioned. It was a pure green liquid, seemingly vibrant, gently swaying within its specialized test tube. According to Lin Jiwei's explanation, the main ingredient of this genetic serum was extracted from the specimen designated as 001, which is why it possessed such vitality. What is the 001 specimen? Shen Yi inquired with curiosity. It is a mutated plant with an exceptionally strong life force, a continuously growing tree that appeared in the mountain city even before the apocalypse. Hence, we named it Specimen 001. Unfortunately, its growth rate is so rapid that obtaining its genetic samples has become exceedingly difficult. Lin Jiwei lamented as she spoke of Specimen 001. Shen Yi paused for a moment, suddenly recalling something. The mutated tree? Could it be the one in the city center? You've seen it too? No, I've merely heard others mention it. Shen Yi shook his head slightly. He was astonished that such a powerful mutated creature as the giant dog could be created merely from genetic samples taken from that mutated tree. How terrifying must the original tree be in terms of recovery and vitality? No wonder the police force failed to eradicate it. Of course, given the current circumstances, it seemed that the government was not immediately inclined to destroy that tree, but rather wished to conduct research on it. Ultimately, things spiraled out of control that if they had concentrated their firepower on it from the moment it began to grow, they might have succeeded in eliminating it. If you could help me obtain some genetic samples from Specimen 001, perhaps my research could advance further, Lin Jiwei said earnestly. Shen Yi could hardly be bothered to respond, focusing instead on retrieving generators into the system space. With generators, they could utilize electricity in the future. Speaking of electricity, it was about time to deal with that doomsday enthusiast residing in Building 13.AS for acquiring genetic samples from the mutated tree. That was utterly out of the question. Based on Shen Yi's conjecture, obtaining genetic samples would likely require close proximity to the core of the mutated tree, if not extracting something directly from it. The risks involved were considerable. Perhaps it would be best to postpone that for 6 months. If, after 6 months, he had acquired sufficient abilities and strength, he could attempt to deal with the mutated tree. Should he succeed in eliminating it, Shen Yi had no desire to leave the mountain city. However, if he found himself lacking in strength after 6 months, he would have no choice but to leave. In summary, Shen Yi's plan was to take advantage of the current time to develop quietly, avoiding any reckless endeavors. Bang, 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 just as Shen Yi and Lin Jue were busy in the underground laboratory. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted above that it sounded distinctly like submachine guns. Is it them? Why have they returned? Shen Yi scanned the area with his mental perception and discovered that it was the same squad of soldiers from the previous day, now engaging in a firefight with a mutated giant dog within the research facility. However, their numbers had increased today, seemingly prepared to force their way into the facility. What was going on? Were they also here for the genetic evolution serum? Shen Yi turned to Lin Jue, who had her eyes closed in concentration. Lin Jue possessed the ability of clairvoyance and had already seen the unfolding scene. This woman wouldn't betray them at such a critical moment. Would she? Nevertheless, her potential betrayal would have little impact. After all, the rewards had already been unlocked, and the genetic evolution serum was now in his possession. If she dared to turn against him, Shen Yi would not hesitate to silence her. After all, she knew far too many of his secrets. If she were to rendezvous with the military and lead them to capture him, it would spell great trouble. Shen Yi had always been inclined to suspect the worst in people. Even if the likelihood was low, he would not leave any potential threats unchecked. They are here to find me. Lin Jue opened her eyes and looked at Shen Yi. They only came today? Are they here to collect the bodies? Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. Captain Zhao must have returned after receiving a mandatory order from above, which is why he has come back. He remains unaware of my significance. Lin Jue, seemingly lost in thought, spoke contemplatively. It is possible that we are not just facing Captain Zhao today. There should be additional reinforcements, perhaps fighter jets or helicopters, among other formidable weaponry. Goodness, Shen Yi exclaimed in surprise. Is this woman truly that significant? They are deploying fighter jets for her. Since the apocalypse began nearly half a month ago, Shen Yi had yet to witness any military aircraft for rescue operations. This indicated that even if there were still some aircraft intact, their numbers must be very limited, or they could not be deployed at will. However, the activation of a fully equipped special operations team seemed already extraordinary. The involvement of fighter jets was simply astonishing. If they were to discover that I had taken the person they were searching for, would they not seek to eliminate me? Shen Yi's gaze fixed intently on Lin Jue. He realized that this woman was not only talented, but likely possessed a formidable background and an extraordinary identity, attracting such a grand display of force. Are you contemplating my demise? Lin Jue met Shen Yi's gaze, her red lips moving with a calm demeanor, although a flicker of inscrutable emotion danced in her eyes. Indeed, Shen Yi had contemplated murder, eliminating Lin Jue in the underground laboratory and disposing of her body. This would ensure that even if the military found him through some channel, he would remain unperturbed. However, if the military discovered Lin Jue in his possession, he could only speculate on the lengths they might go to reclaim her. Shen Yi's greatest concern was not that Lin Jue would be retrieved, but rather that upon her return, she might divulge his secrets, such as the fact that his body could accommodate more than 3 powers. This revelation would undoubtedly attract the envy of many. Although Shen Yi possessed a system and several commendable abilities, he had not become so arrogant as to believe he could contend with the military. Nonetheless, the notion of silencing her was soon abandoned. When weighed against the value Lin Jue could bring while alive, her death would be a loss. Thus, Shen Yi declared, "Let us not dwell on this matter any longer." Lin Jue cast a glance at him, choosing silence as she turned to organize her documents. Shen Yi was aware that Lin Jue might be displeased, but he remained indifferent. They had only recently acquainted themselves, and their connection was still shallow. Moreover, Lin Jue's persistent insistence on making him her test subject had left Shen Yi with a less than favorable impression of her, if she did not value her own life. He certainly felt no obligation to value hers. Were it not for her considerable worth, he would have dismissed her long ago. Though devoid of sentiment, in this apocalyptic world, there was little time for leisurely romance. It was more pragmatic for them to remain bound together as a community of mutual benefit. Just as Shen, he did not expect a woman to harbor deep feelings for him. He required only that she refrain from betrayal, that in return, she would enjoy abundant resources and a safe refuge. Any talk of romance could wait until they had secured absolute power. Once they had gathered their belongings from the basement, the gunfire from above ceased. Through his telepathic abilities, Shen Yi observed that the mutated giant dog had been driven into the black mist by the soldiers' overwhelming firepower, fleeing to another location. It seemed that even the most formidable recovery capabilities were inadequate against the Special Forces unit's assault. Subsequently, the soldiers entered the research facility and began their search. Shen Yi employed his teleportation ability and swiftly led Lin Jiwei away from the facility. With the black mist providing cover, he felt no anxiety even if aircraft were present in the sky. Could it be that the military has encountered some issues, preventing them from launching a rescue? Shen Yi pondered as he concealed Lin Jiwei in a shopping mall, sipping from a bottle of mineral water while questioning her. Given Lin Jiwei's potentially significant background, her insights were likely to surpass those of a lowly police officer like Su Yun. Indeed, she nodded, continuing, before the black mist emerged, the ground, resulting in numerous roads and bridges collapsing, which hindered the military's immediate response. Subsequently, many bird species mutated, and these transformed birds could easily down aircraft, making it exceedingly difficult for any to take flight for combat. Moreover, the military faced several powerful mutated creatures during their mobilization, suffering significant losses in both weaponry and personnel. The strength of these mutated creatures rivals that of the 001 variant, and some have caused entire small cities to fall, leading to the complete loss of contact with the rescue teams dispatched to assist. As a result, the current number of operational military forces has diminished by at least 2/3. The remaining forces are scattered across the country, making effective nationwide rescue operations nearly impossible at this juncture. She glanced at Shen Yi and continued. Furthermore, the remaining military units are not entirely united in purpose that in this apocalyptic scenario, dissent is inevitable. Additionally, a portion of the military must remain vigilant against other nations, preventing them from executing rescue missions. While this disaster is global in scope, no one can ascertain whether other countries might exploit the situation to act contrary to reason. For instance, the United States issued a message to the world at the onset of the disaster, stating that if an irreparable catastrophe were to occur on American soil, they would launch nuclear strikes against all hostile nations, suspecting that other countries might be behind the calamity. Shen Yi furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had not anticipated such underlying motives behind the disaster. And no wonder the rescue efforts were so delayed. Besides the multitude of mutated flora and fauna in every city, the threat posed by a hegemonic nation could not be disregarded. Who could predict whether the United States might indeed resort to nuclear strikes against Xia country in a fit of madness? After all, the two nations had been at odds in recent years, and the American statement was clearly a threat to Xia. This was unsurprising, as many from Xia country might have initially suspected the United States of orchestrating the disaster. Conversely, the Americans might believe that Xia country had deployed some formidable weaponry on their territory. Currently, the most powerful military forces on the international stage belong to the West, represented by the United States, and the East, represented by Xia country. Other nations had yet to reach such standing. The complexities of human nature were indeed perplexing, even amidst an apocalypse. Shen Yi did not harbor any illusions that this apocalyptic disaster would be easily surmountable if humanity could not keep pace with the mutation rate of flora and fauna. Extinction could very well become a reality. Nevertheless, amidst his grievances, Shen Yi was increasingly concerned that other cities harbored terrifying mutated creatures akin to the monstrous trees. Where on earth would I flee to in 6 months? If I choose the wrong city, remaining in a mountain city might be the safer option. Shen Yi's brow deepened in thought. Given the current situation, he needed to accelerate his resource unlocking process. It was imperative to construct a refuge swiftly. With a shelter in place, he could unlock resources in a streamlined manner, even if he were to unlock 30 types of resources each month. As long as one of them was a fruit of ability, Shen Yi's development could surpass that of all others in this world. Additionally, the most significant advantage was that ordinary individuals could accommodate a maximum of 3 abilities. While Shen Yi had no upper limit, he could stack the number of abilities he possessed, and the levels of those abilities could also be combined. It was important to note that most abilities, when used alone, were not exceptionally powerful. However, if he could find a compatible ability to use in conjunction, the strength could multiply exponentially. Even abilities that were inherently strong could demonstrate far greater effectiveness when paired with an even stronger ability. For instance, instantaneous movement was already a potent and somewhat overpowered ability. When combined with the invincible vision of telepathy, its strength could be considered to have doubled at the very least if a powerful offensive ability were to be added to the mix. The strength could multiply several times over. As Shen Yi retracted his thoughts, he found that his stamina had nearly returned. Using his telepathic abilities, he scanned the surroundings and confirmed that the soldiers had retreated, prompting him to say, "Let us depart." "Wait." Lin Jiwei suddenly called out to Shen Yi, in response to his puzzled expression. She earnestly said, "May I attempt to tame the little husky once more? I feel that this is an excellent opportunity." "How confident are you? And even if you manage to tame it now, can you guarantee it won't go berserk and attack us again?" Shen Yi retorted. Previously, he had witnessed the mutated giant dog attempting to devour Lin Jiwei, its owner. Even if Lin Jiwei could temporarily tame it, it would still pose a future threat. "Trust me one more time." I saw that Xiao Ha was gravely injured. The bloodthirsty desire in its eyes has subsided, indicating a return to normalcy, that I am quite confident that I can tame it now and prevent it from attacking indiscriminately. Lin Jiwei stated solemnly, pausing momentarily before adding earnestly, "I cannot guarantee it won't go berserk, but I can reside in the same building with it. This way, should it become violent, I can respond immediately and ensure that you are not endangered. Furthermore, I intend to improve the genetic evolution serum to enhance the success rate of injections and eliminate side effects, which requires researching Xiao Ha's live genes. If you agree, I can assure you that within 10 days, I will provide you with an upgraded genetic serum." Listening to Lin Jiwei's solemn assurance, Shen Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. If what she said were true, it was indeed acceptable. He himself was not afraid of the mutated giant dog. Although he could not kill it, he could easily escape. His primary concern was the safety of his other women. However, if Lin Jiwei's claims held merit and she could tame the mutated giant dog, the advantages would be substantial. Not only would it expedite Lin Jiwei's research progress, but it would also provide an additional powerful bodyguard. With the presence of a mutated giant dog, encounters with ordinary mutated creatures could be resolved without him having to intervene personally. After pondering for a moment, Shen Yi inquired of Lin Jiwei, "If you can tame it, will it obey commands? For instance, if I desire it to eliminate a certain individual, will it comply?" "Basic commands like that are certainly feasible. The evolved Xiao Ha will be much more intelligent than before and capable of understanding most instructions," Lin Jiwei replied promptly. "Moreover, if you consistently feed it, there is a significant probability it will heed your commands." With that understanding, Shen Yi consented. He was quite willing to undertake such a low-risk experiment, especially since he currently had a minor dilemma to resolve. The mutated black spider. If the mutated giant dog could indeed be obedient and eliminate the mutated black spider, Shen Yi deemed it a worthwhile endeavor. Should it prove incapable, it would simply be a liability, unworthy of the resources spent on its sustenance. Subsequently, Shen Yi utilized his psychic ability to scan the surrounding 3 kilometers, locating the mutated giant dog in a secluded corner. It lay there, licking the wounds left by bullets, appearing rather pitiful. "Can you find it?" Lin Jiwei asked curiously, aware that Shen Yi's psychic range surpassed her own, that if you cannot locate it, that would be problematic. "I found it, but let us not rush. Let us first scour this mall," Shen Yi remarked, glancing at the grand shopping center. The establishment primarily housed luxury bags, designer clothes, and the like devoid of food, thus no survivors were hiding within. Shen Yi immediately commenced a shopping spree from the first floor, collecting men's shoes, shirts, t-shirts, trousers, various outerwear, and more, all stored in his system space alongside the hangars. He would no longer need to worry about changing clothes. He also gathered women's high heels, lingerie, long skirts, long pants, shorts, and an array of colored stockings, all taken with the hangers. After thoroughly clearing 4 floors and emptying the luxury goods store, Shen Yi was satisfied as he departed with Lin Jiwei to find the injured, mutated giant dog. On the way, Lin Jiwei could not suppress her curiosity. Shen Yi, just how vast is your psychic space? I'm not entirely sure. It appears endless, perhaps infinite, Shen Yi replied. Infinite? How is that even possible? Lin Jiwei was astonished into silence. Since the emergence of the enigmatic black mist, much of the scientific knowledge she once held has been shattered. Some abilities could still be tentatively explained through scientific theory, but others had completely transcended the realm of science. Bordering on theology, for instance, Shen Yi's instantaneous movement involved spatial traversal, something humanity's current technology could not achieve. Yet with a mere thought, he could traverse space directly. It was utterly irrational. The black mist was equally perplexing. Lin Jiwei had studied it extensively, discovering that it did not belong to any known material on Earth, even defying her comprehension that it could either be advanced technology from a higher dimension or something akin to divine phenomena. However, Lin Jiwei remained rational. Upon realizing that some matters were beyond her understanding, she refrained from wasting time on them. Refusing to be disheartened, she would simply ignore the existence of such theories for now. Once she accumulated sufficient research data and her abilities were adequately developed, she could revisit the enigma. Otherwise, fixating on it would yield no results, merely wasting her time and energy. After a brief span of minutes, the two arrived near the mutated giant dog. Shen Yi retracted his psychic ability in advance to avoid alarming it, recalling that the last time he had spied on it with his ability. It had sensed his presence. This indicated that the mutated giant dog's perception was quite acute. Yet for the most part, it seemed rather dull, showing no reaction. Perhaps its injury had diminished its senses? I'll approach it. As long as Xiao Ha recognizes me, I can command its obedience. Lin Jiwei stated, be cautious. Shen Yi warned, prepared to utilize his teleportation and binding abilities at a moment's notice. Lin Jiwei's expression remained largely unchanged, as if she were not surprised by Shen Yi's concern. Despite their brief acquaintance, Lin Jiwei had come to understand Shen Yi's character through her keen insight. He was a meticulously self-serving individual, highly sensitive. For the sake of his safety, he would not hesitate to kill, even if the threat came from women with whom he had previously been involved, as long as his security was compromised. He would act ruthlessly, yet he was not devoid of emotion. He merely suppressed his feelings deeply, allowing them not to dictate his actions. In essence, as long as his safety was not jeopardized, he could be considered a good person. Could you spare me some food? I needed to tame Xiao Ha, Lin Jiwei requested. Shen Yi retrieved 2 raw steaks from his system space and handed them to her. Subsequently, Lin Jiwei, clutching the steaks, walked into the alley. Within the alley, the mutated giant dog, licking its wounds, perked up its head at the sound of footsteps, its emerald green eyes locking onto the newcomer. Upon recognizing Lin Jiwei, its gaze flickered slightly, as if stirred by an emotional response. Xiao Ha, come here, Lin Jiwei called softly, gently waving the steak in her hand. The giant dog sniffed the air, unsteadily rising to its feet, its massive body adorned with numerous bleeding wounds. Many of its flesh and skin had been torn apart by bullets, exposing its stark white bones. Had it been a typical mutated creature, such grievous injuries would have resulted in death long ago. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Lin Jiwei's eyes. She harbored her own sentiments. This husky had been her companion since childhood, nurtured for over 6 years, forging a deep bond. If Xiao Ha retained its normal cognition and remembered her, she had no desire to abandon it. The mutated giant dog limped towards Lin Jiwei, emitting a low whimper, as if the sound were forced from its throat. Hearing this, Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up. This was the sound Xiao Ha made when it sought affection. It truly recognized me. Xiao Ha, do you want to eat? Lin Jiwei held a steak and approached with measured steps. Shen Yi observed quietly, ever prepared to intervene with his teleportation ability. This woman truly possessed audacity. She showed no fear of death in her pursuit of experimentation. She was clever, yet also remarkably simple and pure-hearted. Lin Jiwei's intelligence did not manifest in manipulating others or scheming. Rather, it was wholly devoted to her research. In truth, Her threat to Shen Yi was minimal, for she harbored no ambitions for power or favor. Her intentions were straightforward, fueled by a mere curiosity about Shen Yi's body. Desiring to dissect and study him thoroughly, in contrast, Jiang Nanyan, while not as astute as Lin Jiwei, preferred to engage in manipulation. Nonetheless, Jiang Nanyan was fiercely loyal and sensible. Even with her many ulterior motives, she would not allow them to interfere with the tasks assigned to her by Shen Yi, nor would she provoke his ire. This was precisely why Shen Yi tolerated her competitive spirit. It appeared she could be tamed, though it remained uncertain whether she might later become unruly again. Shen Yi employed telepathy regarding the mutated giant dog that exhibited no hostility. At that moment, it lay before Lin Jiwei, chewing on the steak. Allowing her to stroke its head. 2 steaks were scarcely enough to satisfy the massive creature, especially considering its severe injuries. The faster it healed, the more energy it consumed. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yi decided to reveal himself to test whether the creature would attack him. But if, under Lin Jiwei's control, the beast still bore hostility towards him, it would be deemed too dangerous to keep alive. Such was Shen Yi's double standard in matters of life and death. Roar! As Shen Yi appeared, the mutated giant dog immediately turned its gaze towards him, emitting a low growl from its throat. Its aura darkened slightly, indicating its antagonistic disposition towards Shen Yi. It was evident that the creature was hostile towards any unfamiliar being. However, when Lin Jiwei patted its head, it suppressed its instinct to attack, merely regarding Shen Yi with vigilant green eyes. Indeed, it seemed to remember the previous encounter at the research facility, where it had been immobilized, a memory that still haunted the creature. Shen Yi observed the mutated giant dog, which displayed some hostility but lacked murderous intent, and felt a measure of satisfaction. Though this restraint was largely due to Lin Jiwei's intervention, the creature's ability to refrain from attacking him was commendable. After all, it was an animal, not a human to be treated as an equal. Yet, the methods for taming beasts were not dissimilar to those used for training humans, a combination of a firm hand and sweet rewards. With this thought in mind, Shen Yi stepped forward, instantly appearing beside the mutated giant dog, startling it. The creature instinctively attempted to rise, but a beam of light fell upon it, momentarily freezing its movement. It was once again that familiar sensation. The giant dog struggled vigorously, its green eyes fixed on Shen Yi, now tinged with a hint of fear, perhaps due to its rational state and severe injuries. It sensed the looming threat of death. Were Shen Yi to fire upon its vital points at this moment, he might indeed slay the creature. Given the feedback from the shadow binding, it was evident that the mutated giant dog was significantly weaker than the previous day. The energy expended to immobilize, it was 2/3 less than before. It seemed that while this creature possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, it was not invincible. The special forces likely refrained from taking risks. Otherwise, they would have surely eliminated the mutated giant dog. For how to utilize shadow binding in the black mist, it was quite simple. Without a light source, one merely needed to carry a flashlight. Supermarkets offered plenty of them, and with the system space at his disposal, it was hardly a burden. With his thoughts settled, Shen Yi, having established sufficient intimidation, retrieved a roast chicken from his system space and addressed the mutated giant dog. From now on, consider me your master, as long as you obey. I guarantee you'll have meat to eat at every meal. As he spoke, he tossed the roast chicken beside the giant dog. The enticing aroma of the chicken clearly excited the creature, which began to emit eager howls, impatient to devour the offering. Simultaneously, its animosity towards Shen Yi diminished significantly, its aura shifting to a neutral gray with a hint of benevolent white. Excellent, it comprehends well. Shen Yi nodded in satisfaction and released the shadow binding. Although the mutated giant dog could not understand human speech, it recognized that it must not attack Shen Yi. Otherwise, it would either be immobilized again or miss out on delicious food. Cautiously, it cast a glance at Shen Yi before promptly lowering its head to consume the roast chicken on the ground. The chicken was gone before it had even savored the flavor. Afterwards, it gazed longingly at Shen Yi, hesitating momentarily before limping towards him. Shen Yi prepared to utilize shadow binding at any moment, yet did not shy away. Instead, he extended his hand. The giant dog seemed to understand his intent, lowering itself before Shen Yi and bowing its head to facilitate his petting. The creature's hostility dissipated entirely, replaced by a considerable amount of benevolent aura. Subsequently, Shen Yi produced a dozen roast chickens and 30 or so steaks. Tossing them one by one to the giant dog, if he were to throw them all at once, it would diminish the feeling of taming. The pet needed to learn that what he provided was for its consumption. What he did not provide was off limits and could not be taken. This was also a test for the mutated giant dog that, if it succumbed to the temptation of food and attacked him, it would signify a rebellious nature, and it would be destined for the pot. However, the mutated giant dog demonstrated rationality. It stared at the food beside Shen Yi, though eager and desperate to feast. It refrained from snatching, awaiting Shen Yi's offerings instead. Clearly, it held a healthy respect for his ability to subdue it. After a thorough feeding session, the giant dog's goodwill towards Shen Yi deepened considerably. While it could not compare to the loyalty exhibited by Su Wanting and Su Yun, at the very least, it would not suddenly turn on him. Generally, the transition from goodwill to hostility is a gradual process. And this time frame provided Shen Yi ample opportunity to react. I never expected you to possess such skill in dog training. Lin Jue sighed in relief, a rare smile gracing her face to her. The small giant dog was not merely her first successful experimental subject, but also a cherished pet to which she had devoted much affection. Now that it could be saved, her joy was palpable. Training dogs? I'm not particularly adept at it, but it feels akin to training humans, a realm in which I possess considerable experience. Shen Yi patted the giant dog's head, glancing at Lin Jue. Training humans? Lin Jue felt as though this man was alluding to her. However, she dismissed the thought. After all, it was counterproductive to dwell on matters that could hinder her future performance. Very well, let us return home. Shen Yi remarked, observing the mutated giant dog, which had shown significant recovery. It seemed that with ample food, its healing speed could accelerate. Such a powerful and peculiar ability, if bestowed upon Shen Yi, it would render him nearly invincible. At present, food was the one resource he lacked the least. If he could heal merely by consuming food, it would be a delightful experience, were it not for the concern of becoming a monster. He might have seriously considered injecting a vial of genetic enhancement serum. Speaking of which, mutated animals did not appear to suffer from the same thirst humans did after a few hours in the black mist. As they walked back to the residential complex, Shen Yi sipped from a bottle of mineral water and glanced at the mutated giant dog. Although it too required hydration, it did not seem to suffer from the same periodic thirst as Shen Yi and Lin Jue. Indeed, Lin Jue nodded and explained, according to my previous research, most mutated animals do not experience continuous thirst in the black mist. However, their water intake requirements increase post-mutation, as for how mutated animals replenish their water supply. It seems they often drink the blood of their prey. Can they consume polluted water? Shen Yi inquired further. Most mutated animals cannot, but a portion may do so. However, based on my research, long-term consumption of contaminated water can adversely affect even mutated animals. Thus, it can be said that water sources are indeed the most crucial element at present, vital for all living beings. Shen Yi murmured softly. Thankfully, the first resource he unlocked was bottled water. Otherwise, he would have been uncertain about his ability to survive. As long as he refrains from inhaling the black mist, he could prolong his existence for a while longer. However, if one were to live constantly enveloped in the black mist without at least 3 or 4 bottles of water a day, it would be nearly impossible to endure. Contemplating this, it seems many more lives are likely to be lost in the near future. The mountain city is somewhat better off, as its elevated terrain and numerous skyscrapers provide some refuge from the black mist. In contrast, cities situated on plains would likely suffer catastrophic losses without government intervention, with over 80% of the population perishing. If given the choice, Shen Yi would prefer not to see so many lives lost. The demise of humanity would offer him no benefit whatsoever. Without a substantial population base, finding a woman who meets the system's standards would be exceedingly difficult in the future. Nevertheless, as long as the survivors dare to venture out in search of water, there is a good chance they will discover some potable sources. Since Shen, who does not lack water, he has never explored this matter extensively. However, those in need of water will undoubtedly band together to seek out uncontaminated sources, such as bottled water in supermarkets or groundwater. But he wonders if the underground water has been tainted. Logically, the black mist emerges from fissures in the ground, indicating it originates from beneath the surface. Thus, it is likely that the groundwater has already been contaminated. Yet, this remains mere speculation. Shen Yi cannot ascertain whether the fissures lead to subterranean depths. Put it in a mystical context, he has even contemplated whether the fissures may connect to other dimensions. After all, this black mist is exceedingly strange and mysterious, not something that could spontaneously arise on Earth, of course. These are nothing more than wild conjectures, devoid of any substantial basis. He can only wait until he possesses the strength to investigate the fissures personally. Suddenly, it began to rain. Just as Shen Yi and Lin Jue returned to the entrance of their residential complex, the sky unleashed a gentle drizzle for the first time in nearly half a month. Moreover, the rainwater appeared to have avoided immediate contamination and was thus drinkable. Naturally, Shen Yi would not take the risk of sampling it. However, if the rain were to intensify, it could provide ordinary people with a glimmer of hope. Speaking of which, if the rainwater remains uncontaminated, could the rescue efforts in other cities involve artificial rainfall? Shen Yi pondered thoughtfully. It is not entirely impossible. He even suspects that this unexpected rain in the mountain city might be artificially induced. Yet, that remains mere conjecture as well. Now, it is time to attend to serious matters. Arriving at the entrance of Building 6, Shen Yi had yet to speak when the mutated giant dog suddenly halted. Its green eyes fixated intently on the upper floors, emitting a wary growl. Clearly, the somewhat recovered dog was now capable of sensing potential danger. There might be mutated creatures upstairs. Lin Jue gazed at the building before her and activated her X-ray vision. It did not take long for her to spot a large spiderweb in the center of one of the floors, where a sizable mutated black spider resided. Even though Lin Jue had encountered numerous mutated creatures, the sheer size of this black spider astounded her. How could a common spider mutate to such an extent? Could it have undergone a secondary mutation like the small dog? Lin Jue whispered in excitement. Eager to study this mutated black spider, if it too was a product of secondary mutation, its research value would be extraordinarily high. Xiao Ha, find a way to capture it. Lin Jue instructed the mutated giant dog earnestly. The dog tilted its head, perhaps failing to comprehend the command. I'll lure it down. You direct Xiao Ha to launch the ambush, Shen Yi said. All right. The research enthusiast Lin Jue immediately nodded. Such a valuable research subject was not something she would let slip away. Even if Shen Yi did not mention it, Lin Jue would find a way to capture or eliminate it. The corpses of mutated creatures also hold significant research value. Subsequently, Shen Yi teleported to the entrance of the unit. Retrieving a Type 54 pistol from the system space, through the perspective of mental perception, he aimed at the resting mutated black spider and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The bullets struck the mutated black spider, most causing minimal damage. However, one bullet struck the spider's eye, bursting forth a viscous fluid. The mutated black spider emitted a strange screech, a combination of pain and fury, as it scurried downwards with all its legs moving in unison. Shen Yi deliberately waited until the mutated black spider noticed him, drawing its full ire before using teleportation to retreat. The mutated black spider seemed oblivious to the presence of the dog amidst the black mist, aggressively pursuing Shen Yi as if intent on eliminating him. Xiao Ha, now's your chance. Go. Lin Jue seized the moment, commanding with urgency. The already vigilant mutated giant dog lunged at the unsuspecting mutated black spider upon receiving the order. With a powerful paw, it pinned the spider firmly to the ground, rendering it unable to escape despite its frantic struggles. The strength of the mutated dog completely overpowered the mutated black spider. Had it not been for the spider's formidable body, that single blow might have reduced it to a mere pulp. Observing this, Lin Jue was eager to approach and study the mutated black spider up close. It was her first encounter with an animal that had undergone a secondary mutation, excluding Xiao Ha, as it was a product of artificial creation. Just then, as the mutated black spider thrashed its legs in desperation, it suddenly opened its mouth and forcefully expelled a white silk thread, shooting towards Lin Jue, He was caught entirely off guard. The mutated black spider's fangs unexpectedly spewed out silk, leaving Lin Jue no time to react or even consider the possibility. Normally, spiders do not eject silk from their mouths. They primarily secrete it from the silk glands located in their abdomens. These glands release liquid protein, which solidifies into silk upon contact with air. Therefore, when a mutated black spider's abdomen was pinned to the ground by the dog, Lin Jue did not take precautions. Little did she know that this mutated black spider defied all logic. Its silk was expelled from its fangs. Lin Jue attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The white silk traveled at an incredible speed. Like a sharp arrow, it would undoubtedly pierce flesh upon contact. In this moment of crisis, Shen Yi teleported, pulling Lin Jue into his embrace. The white silk grazed Lin Jue's arm, leaving a deep, bloody wound with a hint of corrosiveness. Thankfully, it was merely her arm that was injured. She remained otherwise unharmed. Woof! The mutated giant dog, witnessing its master being harmed, let out an angry bark. IT then raised a massive paw and struck down heavily, obliterating the mutated black spider's head and spilling its various fluids onto the ground. After the spider's head exploded, its body struggled for a moment before gradually ceasing all movement. Only then did Shen Yi retract his gaze, looking at the injured Lin Jue in his arms. Furrowing his brow as he reprimanded, "How could you be so reckless? Use your brain. Even the weakest mutated creature could easily take a human life. As a researcher, you should be more vigilant than I am regarding mutated animals." I understand," Lin Jue replied, covering her wounded arm with one hand, feeling inexplicably hesitant to retort. It was not fear of Shen Yi, but rather an unfamiliar sensation stirring within her heart. Could this be the feeling of love? The thought suddenly crossed Lin Jue's mind. Even after narrowly escaping death, she felt little fear, instead remaining remarkably calm as she reflected on her experience. "Let's head inside and disinfect your arm." Shen Yi cast a glance at Lin Jue's bloodied wound on her arm. The spider silk possessed a surprising corrosive quality. Although its potency was not overwhelming, considerable flesh had been eroded from Lin Jue's arm, emitting a hissing sound, such a severe injury, and yet this woman remained utterly silent, showcasing an extraordinary level of endurance. As they entered the building, the enormous size of the mutated giant dog prevented it from following, leaving it to lie at the entrance, fixated on the corpse of the mutated black spider, seemingly yearning to feast upon it. However, Lin Jue had repeatedly warned it not to consume the black spider before they entered, and whether the dog comprehended her words remained uncertain, but it refrained from eating at that moment. Upon entering the building, Shen Yi was surprised to find that the first floor had been tidied up. The bloodstains on the walls and the bodies on the ground had been cleared away. Clearly, Jiang Nanyan's sanctuary plan was progressing remarkably well. In just half a day's time, cleanliness had begun to take root in this building. Quite commendable. Shen Yi had a preference for a tidy environment. He guided Lin Jue to the sofa, using medical scissors to cut away the fabric from her arm, and commenced the disinfection process with iodine. Fortunately, their previous visit to the hospital had yielded a considerable collection of medical supplies and equipment. Otherwise, if Lin Jue's injury went untreated, she might very well lose her ARN infection could even prove fatal. He admonished her to exercise more caution in the future and refrain from such recklessness. As long as one is alive, there will always be opportunities for research. The dog was restrained by its own weight, making it impossible for it to escape. What was the urgency? While applying iodine with a cotton swab, Shen Yi rambled on, imparting his wisdom on the art of survival to Lin Jue. He would never indulge in such perilous endeavors. Regardless of how weak the opponent might be, any strike must be delivered with overwhelming force. Lin Jue silently observed the man tending to her wounds and bandaging her arm, not uttering a word. Yet within her calm and placid gaze, there flickered an unusual ripple of emotion. Once the bandaging was complete, he advised her to keep a vigilant watch for signs of infection. Should it occur, she would need to seek a doctor's assistance for surgery. After finishing the task, Shen Yi glanced at her composed expression. This woman truly possessed remarkable endurance. Throughout the entire process of bandaging, she had remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, and he could not discern what occupied her mind, Perhaps she was contemplating how to study the mutated black spider. Truly, she was a research fanatic, willing to disregard her own life for the sake of her studies. I understand, Lin Jiwei murmured, turning her head slightly without meeting Shen Yi's gaze. Very well, since the mutated black spider has been dealt with. You shall rest today. Tomorrow, we will select a suitable building for you and install the generator along with the experimental equipment you require, Shen Yi planned. However, acquiring the fuel generator would necessitate a substantial amount of oil, so they would need to make a trip to the gas station to procure more gasoline. Darling, at that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. The IT was Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun, Su Wanting, and several other survivors who appear to be residents. Shen Yi had long sensed their presence through telepathy, so their arrival did not surprise him. In the same vein, upon approaching within 20 meters, the three women confirmed Shen Yi's identity through their mental connection. Darling, we have completed the registration of all the residents in this building. They are all willing to join our sanctuary. Excluding their family members, we have already accepted 12 survivors, Jiang Nanyan reported while casting a glance at the beautiful woman seated beside Shen Yi. Was this another of his new women? And she was injured too. For reasons unknown, Jiang Nanyan felt an inexplicable discomfort upon observing the newcomer. It was not jealousy or envy, but rather an unsettling sensation. As though locking eyes with this woman exposed all her innermost thoughts, leaving her feeling utterly bare. This sensation was quite distressing. The other survivors, upon hearing Jiang Nanyan address the man as darling and noting her respectful demeanor, were collectively taken aback. It turned out this man was the true authority. They began to scrutinize Shen Yi, pondering how this seemingly delicate man could command such a fierce and ruthless woman to comply. They had witnessed Jiang Nanyan coldly execute someone with a gun, her demeanor suggesting a complete disregard for human life, which instilled fear in the other male survivors. Yet this strikingly beautiful and cold woman referred to him as darling with such deference, completely shattering the survivors' preconceived notions. What followed was even more astonishing. The other two armed and beautiful women also addressed the young man as darling. The survivors were left speechless. Could it be that all three stunning women were his partners? How could this be possible? Wasn't this illegal? Very well. Let us proceed. We must swiftly locate the other residents within this complex and ascertain their willingness to join our sanctuary. If they refuse, they shall be expelled. Shen Yi commanded. This complex will henceforth serve as the base for our sanctuary, and no outsiders will be permitted. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the survivors as he added, should anyone dare to cause trouble, feel free to shoot them on the spot. There's no need to conserve ammunition. I have plenty to spare. Upon hearing these words, the survivors' expressions shifted and their hearts raced. This man was exceedingly domineering. These were homes that the residents had purchased, yet he intended to expel them. Those who still clung to some moral principles felt a twinge of discomfort. However, they were simultaneously relieved that they had agreed to join the sanctuary. Otherwise, facing the threat of a firearm, they might have been forcibly removed from their own homes. Indeed, a man who could command a group of fierce women would only become more ruthless. Shen Yi's display of authority was effective. The survivors regarded him with growing apprehension. Yes, he had deliberately made such declarations in front of the survivors to instill a sense of awe. Only through fear could they comprehend the dire consequences of betrayal. Of course, ruling a sanctuary could not rely solely on intimidation. Thus, after delivering his admonition, Shen Yi casually waved his hand, producing several bottles of mineral water and bags of instant noodles. He addressed the survivors. You are the first batch to join the sanctuary, and these provisions are a reward for your wise decision. Additionally, for every additional survivor you bring to the sanctuary, you will receive further rewards of food and water. As he spoke, he surveyed the group of survivors who were filled with awe, shock, and fear. From his telepathic insight, he sensed that these individuals bore no hostility. At most, they were neutral and wished to avoid conflict. After all, Shen Yi wielded a firearm, and only a fool would harbor enmity under such circumstances. There were hardly any residents in this building who dared to resist. Otherwise, they would not have been pursued by a group of 6 or 7 thugs. However, such fearful individuals were easier to control. They did not need to possess exceptional combat capabilities. As long as they could perform basic tasks, that would suffice. in times of necessity, they could serve as cannon fodder. Now, please distribute these supplies, Shen Yi instructed, and the survivors hurried forward to collect the water. Some even expressed their gratitude, their eyes filled with appreciation. They exhibited remarkable courtesy. Shen Yi generously offered an extra bottle of water to one of them, which drew the attention of others who silently regretted not having thought to thank him. Indeed, one must always be adept at flattery. Primarily, they were still reeling from the shock of Shen Yi's seemingly miraculous ability to conjure food and water out of thin air, leaving their minds momentarily incapacitated. These survivors had yet to witness supernatural abilities, nor were they aware of the existence of ability fruits. They could only feel astonishment and disbelief. With just a wave of his hand, he produced more than a dozen bottles of water. Was this a superpower? This man possessed supernatural abilities. No wonder he could command these three ruthless women to obey, and no wonder he could establish a harem in the apocalypse. Surrounded by multiple beautiful women, due to the impending apocalypse, the emergence of superpowers does not seem particularly difficult to accept. Thus, the survivors, amidst shock and awe, quickly come to terms with the existence of these extraordinary abilities. As Shen Yi surveyed the crowd, he utilized his telepathy to ascertain their thoughts. Discovering that none of the survivors harbored any covetous intentions toward his powers, he had contemplated setting an example to instill fear. But this group offered no opportunity for such theatrics. In no matter, there would be chances in due time. With Shen Yi's assurances, the survivors felt a surge of excitement, while recruiting others to join the sanctuary. They could earn rewards of food and water. This was indeed a golden opportunity. By this point, even households with stored provisions had exhausted their supplies. Had it not been for Jiang Nanyan's visit today to inform them of the demise of the marauders, they might have remained holed up at home, only daring to venture out when hunger became unbearable. Now, however, they were not required to take significant risks or exert themselves desperately. Merely bringing others into the sanctuary would suffice to secure sustenance and hydration, making it all exceedingly effortless. With the sanctuary swelling in numbers, they could band together for warmth and safety. Thus, these survivors, whether out of reverence or their own cowardice, bore no ill will. They lacked ambition and grand desires. Survival was sufficient. Husband, I shall now venture to other buildings in search of survivors. Jiang Nanyan immediately responded. She relished the feeling of being above others, even if she did not yet command a legion of followers. As long as the sanctuary continued to flourish, such prospects were not beyond reach. The exhilaration of wielding power was intoxicating, and Jiang Nanyan was becoming somewhat addicted to it. All right, come with me, Shen Yi declared. Leading the way out of the apartment, he needed to caution the mutated dog, lest it consume anyone entering or exiting the building. At that moment, the transformed canine, lying in wait at the entrance, spotted Shen Yi and eagerly approached, wagging its tail as if seeking a reward. A monster! A female survivor screamed upon seeing the dog's massive form, instinctively recoiling. Even some male survivors turned pale in fright, retreating hastily, nearly fleeing the scene. This group of survivors was hardly prepared for combat. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the mutated giant dog, even Jiang Nanyan and the other women instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions betraying anxiety and fear. However, upon seeing Shen Yi stand his ground and approach the creature, they refrained from retreating into the building, instead curiously observing the scene. If her husband was unafraid, it was a testament to his ability to handle the beast. Thus, they felt no need to be apprehensive. The three women placed immense trust in Shen Yi's strength, bordering on superstition. The mutated giant dog, perhaps sated or sensing no threat from the survivors, or perhaps due to Lin Jiwei's teachings, did not regard them with hostility. Of course, had Shen Yi not been present, the scene might have turned gruesome. Good behavior. Remember, do not attack them, Shen Yi admonished the dog, patting its head while gesturing toward Jiang Nanyan and the other women. Although the dog might not fully comprehend human speech, it grasped the general intent. The creature's green eyes glanced at the three women, seemingly committing them to memory. Husband. What is it? Su Wanning asked cautiously, swallowing hard. It is my pet, named Xiao Ha. Shen Yi replied, tossing a few steaks of the dog as a reward for obedience. A pet. The three women, along with the other survivors, were left dumbfounded. He had tamed a creature of 5 to 6 meters in size as a pet. The beast, merely lying there, resembled a small mountain, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Typically, it would not consume humans, but it was advisable to maintain a safe distance to avoid any accidents. Shen Yi issued this warning, just in case. The women quickly nodded in agreement. Even without his caution, they would not dare approach the creature. Had Shen Yi not been standing before them, stroking the beast's head, they would have likely opened fire, although a handgun would probably be ineffective against such a mountainous creature. "Husband, can we go out now?" Jiang Nanyan asked, casting a wary glance at the mutated beast. Despite possessing telepathic abilities that allowed her to sense no malice from the creature, the sight of such a massive being at the doorway would unnerve any rational person. "Yes, go ahead," Shen Yi nodded, casually collecting the headless corpse of a mutated black spider into his storage space. Subsequently, Jiang Nanyan led the group of survivors cautiously past the giant dog. Only when they noted the creature's lack of reaction did they exhale in relief. The survivors, still shaken, began to whisper amongst themselves. How had such a terrifying creature been subdued? Surely, a single swipe from its paw could flatten a van. To think such a monster could be kept as a pet. What madness! The respect they felt towards Shen Yi, who possessed such powers, only intensified as they realized that even his pet could effortlessly dispatch them. Yet, looking at it from another perspective, with such a formidable leader and an equally impressive pet, if they diligently performed their duties, they could ensure their safety. At the very least, they need not worry about encountering marauders like before. If any marauders dared to approach their complex again, the leader's pet could devour them whole. This was precisely the effect Shen Yi sought to achieve, to instill awe in those who joined the sanctuary while also providing them with a sense of security. Only then could the sanctuary thrive and serve its purpose effectively. "Let's rest for today. Tomorrow, we shall see if your arm's wound becomes infected. If not, I will assist you in setting up the experimental equipment," Shen Yi advised Lin Jiwei as he delivered her to Chu Xiaoxiao's residence, offering a few parting words along with some anti-inflammatory medication and bandages before taking his leave. Though he wished to make Lin Jiwei work tirelessly, it was imperative she heal first. Chu Xiaoxiao observed the injured Lin Jiwei with hesitation, but soon expressed her concern. How did you get hurt? Does it hurt?" Despite the awkwardness of their relationship, given the apocalyptic circumstances, such matters were not overly difficult to accept. As a virtual streamer, Chu Xiaoxiao had encountered numerous post-apocalyptic anime and novels, allowing her to adapt to this scenario relatively swiftly. Most importantly, she had no standing to reject Shen Yi's authority or strength. "It was the spider silk," Lin Jiwei replied succinctly. "Spider silk? Is it from spider?" Chu Xiaoxiao asked, momentarily taken aback. Lin Jiwei acknowledged with a slight nod, seemingly lost in thought and showing little interest in further conversation. Noticing the woman's cold demeanor, Chu Xiaoxiao let out an "oh" and decided to withdraw, heading off to wash up. Shen Yi, possessing a mild obsession with cleanliness, provided each of his women with bottled water for daily hygiene. Upon leaving Chu Xiaoxiao's residence, Shen Yi activated his telepathy and made his way to the home of Murong Shui. A passionate enthusiast of the apocalypse, she was currently the highest-rated woman he had encountered, excelling in physique, beauty, and poise, qualities that made her the most desirable in Shen Yi's eyes. He had long coveted Murong Shui's sanctuary. Had he not been preoccupied with unlocking supplies for Lin Jiwei and Chu Xiaoxiao, as well as emptying the virus research facility, he would have made his move much sooner. To his surprise, this woman was not home. Shen Yi scanned the bright 18th floor apartment, only to find it devoid of occupants. Where could she have gone? Even in an apocalypse, she dared to venture out. He focused his mind, sweeping the building for any trace of Murong Shui. He hoped fervently that she had not met with any misfortune. Otherwise, he would suffer significant losses. After searching, Shen Yi suddenly adopted a look of unexpected realization. He found Murong Shui, but to his astonishment, she was in the company of his younger sister. The two appeared to be engaged in pleasant conversation, suggesting a rather amicable relationship. Had it truly only been a day since his absence? It felt as though much had transpired. Shen Yi furrowed his brow. Was this woman approaching his sister and grandmother with ulterior motives? He could hardly believe that a woman who had filled her own home with traps would be so unsuspecting as to befriend his younger sister. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Shen Yi utilized his teleportation ability to arrive outside the door, opting to knock rather than enter directly. "Big brother, you're finally back." Upon opening the door, Shen Su joyfully rushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Shen Yi's, urging him to step inside. Once in the room, Shen Su eagerly introduced Murong Shui, saying, "Sister Murong, let me introduce you. This is my big brother, Shen." "Hey, Mr. Shen, it's a pleasure to meet you," Murong Shui said, rising to greet him with a warm smile. Yet, her heart jolted momentarily. The spatial ability user she had encountered earlier turned out to be Shen Su's brother. She was utterly astounded. The changes in this lifetime were simply too drastic. Shen Su had appeared in Shanqing ahead of schedule and, inexplicably, had taken residence in her own neighborhood. In her previous life, Shen Su had not shown up for another 2 months. Moreover, her brother was supposed to have gone missing. Shen Su had come to Shanqing University specifically to search for her brother, and her lingering presence near the university was also to aid in that quest. Yet, in this lifetime, her brother was inexplicably alive. Murong Shui was nearly led to believe that Shen Su was also a reincarnator. This was precisely why she had sought to befriend Shen Su. However, through their conversation, she discerned that Shen Su bore no memories of her past life, indicating she was not a time traveler. Therefore, everything transpiring now must be the result of a butterfly effect. But how could the butterfly effect be so monumental? Although she had made certain choices that influenced her own life trajectory, it should not have impacted Shen Su to such an extent. Setting aside Murong Shui's momentary whirlwind of thoughts, Shen Su was animatedly explaining to Shen Yi about Murong Shui. "Big brother, this sister is named Murong Shui. While you were away, the neighbor next door kept banging on our door. I listened to you and didn't open the door or respond. But that person kept banging periodically, and both Grandma and I were very frightened. Then, Sister Murong Shui appeared and chased away that troublesome neighbor." Shen Yi's brows furrowed slightly. He then released his psychic awareness to glance at the neighbor's home. To his surprise, the neighbor was found dead inside, a crossbow bolt protruding from their head. That bolt was identical to the ones in Murong Shui's possession. Shen Yi withdrew his psychic awareness, casting a surprised glance at Murong Shui, and calmly remarked, "Thank you. It was merely a small effort." "It was nothing," Murong Shui replied with a smile, her demeanor friendly. Yet inside, she was tense with anxiety. Not only was she nervous, but she also felt shock and disbelief. For during their conversation, she had distinctly sensed a powerful energy emanating from Shen Yi. Had been Shen Yi. Not that woman, who had previously used a sensing ability to spy on her. This meant that this man possessed not one, but 2 abilities. Murong Shui was astounded. How could one acquire 2 abilities so early in the apocalypse? What extraordinary luck was this? With such remarkable fortune, how had he perished so swiftly in his past life? Or perhaps he and T died at all, but had merely left Shansheng early? Yet that didn't seem plausible. If he had left early, he should have returned to find his family, rather than vanishing without a trace. Otherwise, Shen Su wouldn't have traveled such a distance to find him. Didn't add up. Not at all. Murong Shui's mind was racing incessantly, but she struggled to make sense of it all. "Miss Murong, I won't waste words on pleasantries. If you ever need assistance, feel free to seek me out." Shen Yi said with a smile that he was increasingly convinced that Murong Shui was no ordinary woman. Initially, Shen Yi had thought she was merely a fervent enthusiast of the apocalypse. However, he had not anticipated that she would have the audacity to kill. A woman who had constructed an apocalyptic shelter, stockpiled food and water, and prepared an array of weapons. How reminiscent she was of certain characters from novels, Shen Yi pondered, after conversing for a while. Murong Shui excused herself, claiming to be tired, and departed. Su, take these ability fruits and enjoy them, Shen Yi said, retrieving a handful of ability fruit from the system space and handing them to Shen Su. All of them were fruits that granted psychic abilities. This ability was quite practical. Although his younger sister typically wouldn't face danger without venturing outside, it was still wise to have this ability on hand as a precaution. The reason he hadn't given them to her sooner was due to the limitations on ability capacity. Shen Yi had originally intended to assign her two stronger abilities. While psychic ability was indeed useful, it lacked combat prowess, making it unnecessary to occupy a space for it. However, finding other ability fruits was no easy task, so he decided to prioritize the psychic ability for now, that he would consider other options later to see if he could surpass the ability limits. Wow, big brother, where did you find a tree that bears such an abundance of ability fruits? Shen Su exclaimed in delight. Shen Yi chuckled and proceeded to explain to his sister how to utilize the psychic ability and that consuming more ability fruits would enhance it. After leaving behind some food and water, he made an excuse to depart as well. Upon stepping outside, he headed straight for Murong Shue's residence on the 18th floor. Shen was nearly certain that this unfamiliar woman had deliberately sought to approach his younger sister. As for her motives, he was at a loss. Yet, having identified the potential threat, it was imperative to extinguish this budding issue. He would either resolve the matter with Murong Shui or subdue her to uncover her intentions towards his family. Through the lens of his psychic awareness, Shen Yi observed Murong Shui hurriedly returning home, immediately grasping her crossbow and activating several traps throughout her abode, preparing for battle. This woman was indeed suspicious. She had anticipated his arrival. Shen Yi wasted no time with pretense, directly teleporting into her bedroom. This room contained only one trap, posing no threat to him. Meanwhile, Murong Shui sat in the spacious living room, crossbow in hand, with a white fox lounging on the sofa, exuding an air of readiness. She could sense the lingering presence of the power that had been probing her. She was being watched. That man had indeed come. Come out. Let us discuss what you desire. Murong Shui coldly surveyed her surroundings as she spoke, her demeanor starkly contrasting her earlier warmth in Shen Su's presence. Shen Yi fixed his gaze on Murong Shui, a thought forming in his mind. This woman must possess an ability. She could perceive his probing, yet she seemed unable to pinpoint his exact location. Nevertheless, this woman was astute. Her choice to sit in the open living room was clearly a precaution against his instant teleportation ambush. And no matter from which angle Shen Yi might strike, she would be poised to counter. What sharp combat awareness she possessed. What was her former identity? Moreover, she seemed to have discerned the very limits of his teleportation range. Shen Yi furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Although he sensed no particularly strong murderous intent from Murong Shui, he could not afford to lower his guard. Thus, Shen Yi called out from the bedroom, through the door, Murong Shui. Who exactly are you? Murong Shui gasped in surprise, quickly turning to face the direction of the bedroom. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the crossbow. That the spatial ability user was indeed formidable. Moreover, this spatial ability user possessed a sensing ability. The combination of these two abilities was utterly unreasonable. While her room was laden with traps and mechanisms, even a spatial ability user could be ambushed if they entered without visibility. However, if the opponent possessed a sensing ability, those traps would be rendered ineffective. Murong Shui gripped her crossbow tightly, her gaze fixed on the bedroom, coldly demanding, I don't understand what you mean. What exactly are you trying to say? If possible, she truly wished to avoid combat with such an overpowered individual, especially since he was Shen Su's brother. Everything had spiraled far beyond her plans. Let me be more direct. Why did you modify this shelter in advance? Who informed you that a calamity would occur? Shen Yi inquired. He even speculated whether certain high-ranking individuals had known about the impending apocalypse beforehand. However, this conjecture was swiftly debunked, for even someone as well-connected as Lin Juwei was unaware of the impending apocalypse. How could an ordinary person like Murong Shui, who appeared to be an isolated soul, possibly know? Thus, she undoubtedly harbored secrets. I am merely an enthusiast of doomsday shelters. I had no foreknowledge of any catastrophic events, and no one ever informed me, Murong Shui replied. This was a carefully concocted explanation, the only one that seemed somewhat plausible. Although it sounded a bit far-fetched, it was certainly preferable to revealing her secret of reincarnation. The matter of her rebirth was not something she dared to disclose to strangers. Is that so? Shen Yi was unconvinced by Murong Shui's reasoning. It was fundamentally unsound. Let me guess, you must be a reincarnator, just like those depicted in television dramas, returning from the apocalypse. As he spoke, he meticulously observed the fluctuations in Murong Shui's expression. When he uttered the term reincarnator, Her eyes momentarily narrowed, yet she exerted great effort to conceal any unusual reaction. However, this subtle detail was sufficient to confirm his suspicion. She truly was a reincarnator. Shen Yi was taken aback. Someone could actually be reborn. Was she the fabled daughter of destiny? Or perhaps a rare individual with extraordinary abilities? His mind raced with possibilities. But the predominant feeling was exhilaration. If he could uncover the secret of this reincarnator, he could evade numerous dangers and seize countless opportunities. Yet, at the same time, he felt the weight of caution. One could never underestimate a reincarnator. Who knew what formidable trump cards they might possess? Should she decide to fight back, it could lead to serious trouble. Thus, Shen Yi utilized a mental connection to forcibly link with Murong Shui before instantly teleporting away from the 18th floor. It was always wise to err on the side of caution. Through the mental connection, he could communicate remotely. This was a psychic ability? Murong Shui suddenly felt an unfamiliar mental force invade her mind, causing her heart to race. She quickly focused her own mental energy to forcibly expunge the foreign influence. Damn it, she silently gritted her teeth, displaying a look of incredulity. He possessed 3 distinct abilities. How could this be possible? As a reincarnator, Murong Shui had only acquired her second ability thus far. Her expression shifted dramatically as her gaze fell upon the white fox lounging on the sofa. Xiao Bai, it seems I must rely on you. Meanwhile, Shen Yi sensed that his mental connection had been abruptly severed, and his brow furrowed. This woman's mental strength was astonishingly formidable. He mused, pondering that her abilities likely enhanced her mental prowess. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yi initiated another mental connection with Murong Shui, appending a brief message. Do not be hasty in rejecting me. I merely wish to converse. Murong Shui heard Shen Yi's voice echo in her mind. She furrowed her brow, hesitated for a moment, but did not sever the connection again. She could sense that this mental force was weak and harmless, clearly intended solely for communication and lacking any offensive capabilities. It appeared that his psychic ability was supportive in nature and not particularly advanced, merely suitable for dialogue. Murong Shui felt a measure of relief. If this individual, who possessed spatial and perceptual abilities, also wielded a powerful psychic talent, her chances of overcoming him would be non-existent. How could someone who had perished in her past life be so strong in this one? Who, indeed, was the true reincarnator? A tumult of shock and confusion surged within Murong Shui. Suddenly, she recalled how Shen Yi had effortlessly deduced her identity as a reincarnator, causing her heart to tighten. Wait, could it be that he was also a reincarnator? Otherwise, how could he have guessed her true nature? With this thought, Murong Shui directly inquired through their mental connection. Shen Yi, are you a reincarnator? Me? A reincarnator. Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback. How had this woman concocted such an idea? After a moment's reflection, he replied, I am not, but you are. Shen Yi had definitively confirmed her status as a reincarnator through her question. All doubts transformed into certainties. Murong Shui clearly realized that her identity had been exposed. Consequently, she promptly severed her mental connection with Shen Yi in no more discussions. The more she spoke, the more mistakes she made. Now, she needed to take all necessary precautions. If Shen Yi truly intended to harm her, he would not be spared simply because he was Shen Su's brother. It would be a matter of life and death. At that very moment, Shen Yi, concealed within the shadows, furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to take action. He sensed that Murong Shui harbored formidable hidden cards, perhaps her abilities or that white fox. Shen Yi's psychic perception scrutinized the white fox with keen interest. This creature's size was comparable to that of a typical fox. The only notable difference was its 3 tails. That it was indeed an anomalous white fox. Moreover, it could well be a remarkably powerful variant. Otherwise, why would a reincarnator like Murong Shui expend resources to care for it? If he were not cautious, he could easily find himself at a disadvantage against this fox. How could he subdue her without harm? Shen Yi pondered deeply. The direct assault was out of the question. He was unwilling to take risks. There was another method. However, he could teleport inside and simply toss a couple of grenades to eliminate both the white fox and Murong Shui, thereby resolving the matter. But that would be rather wasteful. Wasting grenades, unutilized resources, and an invaluable reincarnator was illogical. Although he could not detonate grenades directly, he could use them as a threat if she was unperturbed by his intimidation. It would indicate her capacity for self-defense against grenades, and he would refrain from engaging her for the time being, biding his time for a more opportune moment. Conversely, if she showed fear, he would seize the opportunity to press further. Shen Yi quickly devised a plan to test the waters with his grenades that he forcefully established a mental connection with Murong Shui once more, adding a warning. I have grenades, if you do not wish to fight. Do not refuse to communicate. After being repeatedly severed from the mental connection, Shen Yi felt considerable depletion of his mental energy. Had he chosen to sever the connection himself, the cost would have been minimal. However, having it forcibly erased by her had exponentially increased his mental drain. Indeed, this psychic connection ability relied on mental energy, although Shen Yi had not acquired an enhancement for his mental strength. His physical form,